Chapter 1, The Experience Points System. Luzhou City, Luzhou Military University. Third year, Class C, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, noticing the elderly history teacher at the podium glaring at him with a serious expression. Read these 2 paragraphs aloud. His childhood friend, Zhao Xia, discreetly gestured a number with her fair fingers beneath the desk. Lin Xiao, understanding her cue, stood up. On the night of September 6, 2025, a small meteor named Vimlis fell into the Pacific Ocean. This impact did not cause severe damage to coastal nations, yet its cosmic radiation spread globally within a mere year. Biological mutations and the opening of hidden realms heralded the dawn of a cataclysmic era for Blue Planet. In the face of evolved beasts, increasingly formidable and capable of countering nuclear weapons, human nations began to forge alliances, ultimately forming a federation of 5 nations. They collectively established the Beast Hunter Association, nurturing warriors who, after exposure to radiation, experienced physical evolution and even awakened extraordinary abilities to combat the threat posed by these beasts. The teacher, cradling the textbook chronicles of catastrophe, nodded slightly and waved for him to sit down. Get your act together, do not faint again during this afternoon's training. Scattered laughter erupted in the classroom, some expressions filled with concern, while others were tinged with mockery, all eyes fixated on Lin Xiao. In this institution, aimed at cultivating military and hunter association talents, fainting during physical training was undeniably humiliating. Seated 2 rows back, the burly Wu Zhixing, sporting a crew cut, coldly remarked. At the bottom of the class. Don't drag us down in next month's inter-class competition. Wu Zhixing boasted the highest comprehensive practical score in class and ranked among the top 5 in his year. As a wealthy heir, he held considerable sway in the classroom. Upon his words, several classmates who idolized him chimed in. Indeed, Lin Xiao, how did you even manage to enroll here? With these grades, you won't graduate. You might as well drop out and start working. Last month's competition, you were kicked away by Class B's Wang Rui. That was truly embarrassing. Lin Xiao raised a hand to silence Zhao Xia, who was fuming, her cheeks puffed in indignation. He offered her a gentle smile. He paid little heed to his classmates' taunts, having grown accustomed to their derision. For the past 2 years, he had been plagued by sporadic headaches that led to fainting spells. His mother, using her hard-earned savings, took him for several examinations, yet no underlying issue was identified. Thus, every 3 days he would experience minor dizziness, with a significant episode occurring monthly. While he managed well in academic subjects, his physical performance gradually lagged behind that of his peers, relegating him to the bottom of the class. Had it not been for his exceptional performance and ability refinement and his commendable attitude, the school might have already considered expelling him. Ability refers to the cosmic energy humans discovered after the Cataclysm, which can be absorbed and utilized by the human body, with some individuals awakening mysterious powers due to it. It was known by various names across nations: magic, chi, primal force, spiritual energy, and so forth. Eventually, the World Hunter Association officially designated it as ability. The classmates who had just mocked him were, in fact, quite accurate. If this continues, Lin Xiao is highly unlikely to meet the graduation standards, let alone gain admission to the military or the Hunter Association. Dropping out to work would at least allow him to alleviate some of the financial burden on his mother. He had come to this conclusion himself, until yesterday. Gazing at the passage in his textbook, Lin Xiao covered his hand over it and attempted to memorize it silently. After some stumbling, he successfully committed the text to memory. Shorthand LV0, Experience 2. Casting a glance at the panel that materialized in the air, Lin Xiao silently lowered his eyes and began to recite other passages. Shorthand LV0, Experience 3. Shorthand LV0, Experience 1. Shorthand LV0, Experience 2. This system had emerged following his fainting spell yesterday. Lin Xiao harbored serious doubts that his years of unconsciousness were a result of this very system. For upon waking this morning, the heavy sense of oppression that had plagued his mind had vanished. He could now observe his skill experience points and a personal panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Potential points, 0 strength, 8 agility, 9 constitution, 7 spirit, 10. Skills, power refinement method incomplete LV182, combat technique LV089, two-handed sword LV095, footwork LV078, shorthand LV066. Note: the average for a healthy adult male is 5. While Lin Xiao's panel appeared commendable when compared to the average adult male, it paled in comparison to the capabilities of the individuals at this institution, which trains against aberrant beasts. Any randomly selected person here could effortlessly deliver a punch exceeding 500 kilograms of force and sprint at speeds surpassing 18 milliseconds. The radiation from the Cataclysm has rendered both aberrant beasts and humans formidable, especially after humanity acquired the methods to cultivate their powers. In his childhood, Lin Xiao had watched a video online. A terrifying, 100-meter demon ape remained unscathed amid the onslaught of human gunfire and missiles, just as the military prepared to deploy nuclear weapons. A mysterious hunter, wielding a dark red battle knife, appeared on the battlefield and, with a single stroke, cleaved the 100-meter demon ape in two. This heroic scene had left a profound impression on young Lin Xiao, igniting his aspiration to become such a formidable being, which fueled his determination to gain admission into the military academy. If his physical condition remained unchanged, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly have to relinquish his dreams and lead the life of an ordinary, compliant individual. Yet now, the situation had transformed Yiren to make one more effort. Shorthand LV0, Experience 4. Shorthand LV0, Experience 3. Shorthand LV0, Shorthand LV1. Potential points 1. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened as he opened the annotation for potential points. Potential points can be used for skill optimization and attribute enhancement. What is skill optimization? Lin Xiao focused his attention on the first skill. Power Refinement Method. Incomplete Power Refinement Method. Required potential points, 3. Lin Xiao nodded to himself, beginning to grasp the concept. The method of power refinement is what the school imparts to them. It is said that the complete version comprises 7 volumes. The school only teaches the first 2 volumes, while the full content can be accessed for free upon joining the military or the Hunter Association. Possessing this knowledge is undoubtedly advantageous, yet Lin Xiao acknowledges that he has numerous shortcomings. Thus, it would be prudent not to expend his potential points on this matter just yet. After reviewing the upgrade requirements for other skills, Lin Xiao began to delve into the annotations regarding basic attributes. Strength is associated with muscle power, impact resistance, explosive force, and speed. Agility, on the other hand, relates to dynamic vision, balance, limb dexterity, nerve reflex speed, and energy expenditure. These 2 attributes are comprehensible to Lin Xiao, but he finds constitution and spirit to be rather peculiar. Constitution, physical strength, recovery ability, resistance, nutritional absorption, muscle strength growth, bone strength, visceral strength, cellular energy absorption, cellular energy storage. Spirit, willpower, mental resistance, memory, computational ability, spatial imagination, energy affinity, energy control, ability strength. Energy absorption, energy storage, energy affinity, energy control, ability strength. Post-Cataclysm, humanity's physical fortitude has increased due to the involuntary absorption of cosmic energy. The method of power refinement further enhances this efficiency, allowing for better energy acquisition to reinforce the body. Given that constitution and spirit pertain to these aspects, can it be inferred that, as long as his constitution and spirit improve, the speed of his power cultivation will accelerate, and the enhancement of his physical form will hasten? Is it akin to the process of washing the tendons and marrow? Lin Xiao's exceptional performance in the method of power refinement may indeed stem from his spirit strength being an impressive 10 points, double that of an average person. As for why his physical strength remains inadequate? Aside from excessive unconsciousness and insufficient training, it is likely that his poor constitution hampers him, resulting in less effective cellular energy absorption. Moreover, why does ability strength correlate with spirit? Could it be that the spirit attribute influences the awakening of abilities? A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he discreetly noted this observation. Constitution, allocate points.
Chapter 2, Provocation and Challenge. A surge of warmth flowed from Lin Xiao's brain, instantly coursing through his entire body. He squinted his eyes and took a deep breath, fearing that the overwhelming comfort might elicit an involuntary sound. His breathing grew light, and his vision sharpened. Clenching his fists, he even entertained the illusion that his strength had increased. No, perhaps it was not merely an illusion. After all, a healthy and robust body could indeed grow stronger. Lin Xiao's spirit lifted, and he diligently immersed himself in accumulating experience points. The teacher at the podium adjusted his glasses, observing the sudden diligence of a student, a hint of perplexity creeping onto his aged face. In the cafeteria during the lunch break, a girl with shoulder-length hair and a striking countenance bit into a chicken leg. Her speech muffled as she grumbled. That wuzhishing is simply intolerable. What kind of skill is it to bully classmates? sitting opposite Zhao Xia. Lin Shao regarded her still puffy cheeks, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "It is true that I lack strength. There is no need for you to be angry with him." In truth, Lin Shao was equally perplexed as to why Wu Zhixing seemed so intent on targeting him. Although Wu Zhixing was indeed domineering, he seemed not to seek trouble with other classmates. There were several students at the bottom of the class. And while Lin Shao was not the worst, he was certainly the one who irked Wu Zhixing the most. "You ranked third in the entrance exam. If it weren't for your frequent fainting spells." Zhao Xia shot Lin Shao a sidelong glance, and upon seeing his unperturbed expression, she continued. "If it weren't for that, he wouldn't stand a chance against you." Zhao Xia and Lin Shao lived in the same neighborhood, and their families maintained a good relationship, having grown up together like family. Before university, Lin Shao had always stood up for Zhao Xia, but now the roles had seemingly reversed. "Oh, eating together again. Are we?" A flippant voice rang out from behind. Lin Shao noticed Zhao Xia's expression instantly sour, rolling her eyes in dismay. Turning around, he saw a tall, lanky man approaching. His stature was imposing, nearly 6 feet 5 inches, which made him appear somewhat gaunt, his expression sharp and unkind. Wu Yong, ranked 17th in the class, was Wu Zhixing's lackey. As he approached, Wu Yong glanced disdainfully at the plates on their table and began to mock them. "I say, Zhao Xia, be careful mixing with trash every day, you might end up weak yourself." Zhao Xia lifted her gaze coolly, replying flatly, "What business is it of yours? You." Wu Yong's initial impulse was to hurl insults, but he bit his tongue, redirecting his ire toward Lin Shao instead. "Hey, you know your own shortcomings. Shouldn't you keep your distance? Don't drag others down with you." Lin Shao regarded him with mild curiosity. Wu Yong had little genuine interest in him, he often mocked him. But his animosity stemmed more from his jealousy of Lin Zhao's closeness to Zhao Xia. This man harbored feelings for Zhao Xia, and witnessing their daily companionship filled him with envy, prompting his constant antagonism. Sipping his soup, Lin Shao allowed a pleasant smile to grace his face. "I do not believe I would drag her down." "Huh? What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Yong dug at his ear, his face displaying a somewhat exaggerated expression of surprise. Each day, the relentless challenge of Zhao Xia as his opponent lingered, and was he not hoping for her to show him some mercy? He extended his hand, gripping Lin Zhao's collar with a dark tone. "Do you have the courage to practice with me this afternoon? Let me show you just how inadequate you truly are." "Wu Yong, let go of me." Zhao Xia slammed her hands on the table, rising to her feet, her small face ablaze with fury as she scolded him fiercely. The other patrons in the restaurant were drawn to the commotion, their gazes shifting to the unfolding spectacle. Lin Shao stood his ground, facing Wu Yong. Standing at 188 meters, he was somewhat at a disadvantage in height, yet he did not yield in spirit. "Fine, let us consider ourselves rivals this afternoon," Lin Shao declared. "Lin Shao." Zhao Xia attempted to intervene, but was interrupted by Lin Shao raising his hand, leaving her flustered and flushed. Wu Yong, clearly taken aback by Lin Yao's acceptance of the challenge, appeared stunned for a few seconds before a cruel smile spread across his face. "It's settled then, kid. Just don't come begging me for mercy later. You might still be unworthy of that," Lin Shao calmly retorted, freeing himself from Wu Yong's grip and straightening his attire. "All right. You've got guts." Wu Yong nodded, casting a cold glance his way before turning to leave the restaurant. "Lin Shao, why did you accept his provocation?" As soon as Wu Yong's figure disappeared, Zhao Xia bounded over to Lin Shao like a startled rabbit, gripping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. "He truly will go all out. Why have you become so impulsive?" Stop, stop. Lin Shao hastily grasped the girl's hands, feeling as if his head might spin off. "Don't worry, I might not even lose. His punch power exceeds 750 kilograms. And his military combat skills are proficient, I may not be able to defeat him." Zhao Xia gazed at him with wide eyes, pouting in exasperation. Lin Xiao chuckled, playfully tugging at her cheeks, pulling a comical expression from her. My headaches have cleared, and I've grown significantly stronger. Xiao Xia blinked. Her face etched with skepticism. Is that true? How can you be so sure you are better? Even if you are, you cannot suddenly become strong. Don't worry, at the very least, I won't lose too embarrassingly. Patting Xiao Xia on the head, Lin Xiao resumed his lunch. He was not entirely truthful this time. He intended to win. The military academy offered a generous allowance, complete with free dormitories on campus. Each room was shared by 2 students for midday rest and accommodation. Lin Xiao's roommate, Luo Tao, was somewhat introverted, shy, and not particularly talkative. Though not from the same class, they maintained a cordial relationship. They exchanged nods as Lin Xiao settled cross-legged on his bed. Wu Yong's strength attribute stood at 10, while his agility was 8. Upon their earlier encounter, Lin Xiao had glimpsed Wu Yong's attributes. Lin Xiao himself boasted a strength of 8 and a punch power of 534 kilograms, while Wu Yong surpassed 750 kilograms. Why is it that a mere 2-point difference can result in such a significant disparity in strength? If we calculate, Lin Xiao's power attribute stands at approximately 66 kilograms per point, while Wu Yong exceeds 75 kilograms. Furthermore, Wu Yong possesses only 8 points in agility, indicating a considerable energy expenditure during exertion. Should his agility improve, it is conceivable that his striking force could surpass 800 kilograms. Perhaps the growth of strength attributes is not a linear progression, but rather a rising curve, where each additional point holds greater value as one advances. With this hypothesis swirling in his mind, Lin Xiao opened his attribute panel. Name: Lin Xiao, potential points: 2, strength, 8, agility, 9, constitution, 8, mentality, 10, skills, power refinement method, incomplete, LV1, 82, combat technique, LV0, 89. Two-handed sword, LV0, 95, footwork, LV0, 78, speed writing, LV1, 0, 5, mental calculation, LV1, 0, 1, drawing, LV1, 0. 1. Upon upgrading speed writing to level 1, Lin Xiao's most pronounced sensation was an enhancement in memory. Passages that previously required 2 or 3 readings to memorize could now be retained with a mere glance. However, the challenge arose: the pace of upgrading had drastically slowed. Not only had the experience points required for skills increased, but his rate of gaining experience had also diminished. Reciting subsequent passages yielded only a single point of experience each time, and some shorter segments provided none at all. This was likely due to the fact that such activities no longer served as effective training following the skill upgrade. After memorizing several pages and discovering that his experience had only reached 0. 5. Lin Xiao promptly abandoned the endeavor of speed writing in search of alternative avenues for accruing experience points. After a morning's exploration, he stumbled upon the skills of mental calculation and drawing. Lin Xiao was not adept at drawing, he focused on geometric models. Random scribbling did not yield experience points. The most significant rewards came from accurately depicting geometric shapes, particularly polyhedra. Not every action is recognized by the system as a skill, Lin Xiao concluded. Speed writing enhances memory. Mental calculation boosts computational ability, drawing enhances spatial imagination. The common thread among these skills is that they all exercise Lin Xiao's mind. The other skills listed on his panel not only honed his physicality but also refined his mastery over bodily techniques. All of this contributed positively to Lin Xiao's development. Chapter 3, Constitution 10. Perhaps, in the future, the acquisition of potential points will not be as effortless as it is now. Should I allocate the points to strength? Lin Xiao gazed at the potential points on the panel with a mix of emotions. If he were to increase his strength to 10, he would possess a physique comparable to Wu Yong's. Coupled with his slightly superior agility, Lin Xiao's chances of victory should be significantly enhanced. However, the question remained, should he truly squander his precious potential points for the sake of Wu Yong? After all, he had recently recovered from illness, and his constitution had improved, making it easier to enhance his strength. Whether through muscle training or the refinement of power, he could fortify his body further. Lin Xiao shook his head and sighed lightly. Before the afternoon's free sparring session, he still had combat and footwork classes, as well as an hour of power refinement following his daily training. His first two skills were on the verge of leveling up, and he should be able to earn 2 additional attribute points at that time, so there was no rush to make a decision. Free sparring was a practical training that occurred after the formal classes each day, allowing students to engage in one-on-one combat. Of course, if one was strong enough, one could take on multiple opponents. While lethal force was prohibited and causing lifelong disabilities was forbidden, normal injuries were within acceptable limits. Although Lin Xiao had grown accustomed to being looked down upon, he truly did not wish to lose this time. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and began the process of power refinement. The method taught by the school combined elements of Qigong, meditation, and ancient texts acquired during explorations of secret realms by various nations. It distilled the essence through numerous practical tests. Lin Xiao could sense an invisible force in the air being guided by his mental energy, enveloping his body. His cells, akin to parched earth, greedily absorbed the surrounding energy. Power Refinement Method, Incomplete, LV1, Proficiency 1, Power Refinement Method, Incomplete, LV1, Proficiency 1. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his pupils trembling. The effect of the constitution point added in the morning was far better than anticipated. His body's energy absorption rate was now not only quicker by half but also significantly increased in the amount of power his cells could absorb. If the power Lin Xiao guided was likened to a water tank, previously, his body resembled a person using a straw, unable to drink beyond 5 minutes. Now, however, Lin Xiao's body felt as if it were connected to a water pipe, still thirsty after 10 minutes of consumption. No longer hesitating, Lin Xiao allocated his remaining 2 potential points to his constitution. Boom! As his constitution reached 10 points, it felt as though every pore in his body had opened. For the first time, Lin Xiao experienced such lightness and transparency in his form, with the power within him accumulating at an unimaginable pace. Oh no! The power enveloping him began to thin out. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Lin Xiao exerted all his strength to operate the technique, drawing the energy scattered in the atmosphere towards him like a dragon siphoning water. His cells, insatiable, welcomed every bit of power, consuming it with unrelenting fervor. The rate at which his body absorbed energy was nearly identical to the speed at which Lin Xiao refined it. Power 8-9. Incomplete Power Refinement Technique, LV1, Proficiency 3, Incomplete Power Refinement Technique, LV1, Proficiency 2. Lin Xiao was in a state of both exhilaration and tension. So much so that he paid no heed to the information that popped up on his panel. For the first time, he reveled in the sheer pleasure of refining power. Previously, whenever he operated his technique, the surrounding energy would be so abundant that he could not consume it all at once, necessitating a wait for his body to fully digest the power before he could continue absorbing more. However, now, every cell in his body was eagerly yearning for sustenance, voraciously devouring all available energy and swiftly converting it into nutrients for his growth. Lin Xiao forsook his afternoon rest, wholly immersed in the intoxicating sensation of enhanced power. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Luo Tao glanced at the window, then at the gently swaying curtains, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Despite the absence of wind, why were the curtains moving? A woman with a high ponytail, tall and possessing a physique as graceful as a cheetah, silently gazed at the distant sky. She wore a deep blue jacket over a fitted black tank top, paired with loose cargo pants and tactical boots. A slender scar adorned her exquisite face, stretching from the corner of her eye to her chin, complemented by a gaze as sharp as that of a tiger or leopard, lending her a unique allure. "Hello. Are you Teacher Wang Lon? My name is Lin Lei, and I am here to guide you," said a man in a shirt and slacks, sporting black-framed glasses, as he jogged over with a respectful demeanor. The woman nodded, her voice possessing a husky texture. "You can call me Lon Bao." Lin Lei's face revealed a look of realization. He had heard that in the Hunter Association, individuals addressed one another by their nicknames. Is that the dormitory for the third-year students? Lan Bao pointed to the area she had been observing, where 2 student dormitory buildings stood below. Yes, is there something wrong? Are the top students, Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Shui, living over there too? No. That is the dormitory for classes C and D. Zhuang Jianyu is in class A, while Ling Shui is in class B. Lan Bao's eyes widened slightly, her previously cold and indifferent gaze momentarily replaced by surprise. Then, a smile broke across her lips. One that resembled a predator spotting its prey. Teacher Lan Bao. This time there may be unexpected gains. Lin Lei tilted his head in confusion, adjusting his glasses. The news of Lin Zhao's duel with Wu Yong seemed to have spread. As he could feel the peculiar glances from his classmates and the hushed whispers surrounding him. Is Lin Zhao mad? Doesn't he realize that Wu Yong has long held a grudge against him? He'll regret it when he ends up in the infirmary. Meanwhile, the sounds of derision from Wu Zhixing's side were unmistakable. Well done, Wu Yong. Make sure that straggler suffers a bit. Rest assured, I will give him a thorough lesson. Silence. Continue practicing. Clad in a white training uniform, the combat instructor Zhao Gang's resounding roar silenced the bustling classroom. Yet, Lin Xiao paid no heed to their words. Instead, he remained focused on the punching bag, diligently delivering each punch and executing every kick with precision. The instructor had previously imparted that military martial arts amalgamate the strengths of various disciplines, including traditional martial arts, boxing, Muay Thai, and Taekwondo, among others. The fundamental techniques had been taught over the past 2 years, leaving only refinement and continuous practice. The objective of the combat class was singular, to enable each student to harness the full power of their punches and kicks, mastering the art of striking. Although everyone wielded weapons during battles against otherworldly beasts, one could not become ineffectual upon discarding their weapon. A robust physique alone would not suffice if one's strikes were mere decorative flourishes. Moreover, the principles of exertion were often universally applicable. With his left foot stepping forward, Lin Xiao channeled strength from his waist to his back, then from his back to his shoulder, and finally from his shoulder to his fist. Bang! The punching bag's form instantly caved in, and the force gauge displayed a vivid red number, 667. 4 kilograms. The punching bags in the combat classroom were specially designed, equipped with force sensors aimed at assisting students in promptly rectifying their striking power issues. However, Lin Xiao did not actually require this. He possessed a more suitable corrective device. Bang! Martial Arts, LV0, Experience 2, Martial Arts, LV0, Experience 4. Whenever he struck with the correct exertion, his experience points increased significantly, as Lin Xiao relied on the system to correct his practice errors. Bang! Martial Arts, LV0, Experience 5, Martial Arts, LV0 Martial Arts, LV1. Potential point 1, exhaling deeply and attuning to the unique insights his body experienced post-skill upgrade. Lin Xiao recalibrated his state and inhaled deeply before striking the punching bag once more. Bang! Martial Arts, LV1, Experience 1, Force Gauge, 746. 8 kilograms. Lin Zhao's strength had yet to reach the 10-point threshold, yet his striking power was already on par with Wu Yong's Chapter 4, Footwork, Level 2. The potential of Lin Xiao after upgrading his combat skills, Lin Zhao's punching power had notably increased. However, the enhancement of his abilities resulted in a decline in the speed at which he could acquire experience points. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao persevered in his training. Understanding that martial arts were not akin to skills such as shorthand or painting, they required continuous learning and practice. With each strike, be it a punch, knife hand, elbow thrust, knee strike, or kick, Lin Xiao would pause to reflect on areas for improvement, particularly when he experienced a significant increase in experience points. He meticulously noted the techniques that contributed to his progress and repeated the exercises. Consequently, the accumulation of experience points began to accelerate. Immersed in the joy of advancement, Lin Xiao trained with fervor, oblivious to the fact that his instructor, Wang Gang, had been observing him for some time. Wang Gang rubbed his stubble thoughtfully. A flicker of surprise in his gaze. He had initially thought that only Wu Zhixing and Feng Wen from Class C had grasped the fundamentals of power generation. Yet this young man possessed hidden depths. Even without observing the opponent's power gauge, Wang Gang, a veteran soldier, could discern the underlying skill. The conversion of striking power had evidently reached the threshold of a novice soldier. In this academy, aside from the senior students in their final year, there were perhaps only 20 or 30 individuals capable of such prowess at this stage. Reflecting on the students' earlier discussions regarding combat class challenges, Wang Gang found himself increasingly intrigued. The military academy never discouraged students from engaging in combat. After all, if they could not even practice sparring, how would they fare against formidable beasts? The footwork class was conducted in conjunction with the combat lesson. The fundamentals of footwork had largely been covered. And the current focus of Lin Xiao and his peers was on practical evasion and counterattack, as well as evasive exercises using equipment. Today's session concentrated on the latter. Within a 2-meter-wide training corridor, automated firearms rotated, continuously discharging rubber bullets. While these projectiles could cause injury to an ordinary person, the students of the military academy had undergone rigorous training, their muscle strength and skin resilience greatly surpassing that of the average individual. Being struck would cause little more than a momentary sting. With a transparent protective visor donned, Lin Xiao relaxed his body, leaning slightly forward, moving with the agility of a wildcat as he dodged the incoming bullets. The walls of the corridor sporadically protruded fibrous rods, each appearing at varying heights and speeds. A direct hit from one of these rods would likely incapacitate a person amidst the barrage of gunfire. Although Lin Xiao managed to evade the rods, he was not entirely unscathed by the bullets. The speed of the onslaught was overwhelming. At times, multiple bullets would come at him in rapid succession, leaving him little time to react. Footwork, Level 0, Experience Point 7, Footwork, Level 0 Footwork, Level 1. Potential Points 1, in an instant. As if coated in lubricant, Lin Xiao felt his steps become more decisive and fluid. The dexterity of his toes, ankles, and the balls of his feet had ascended to a new level, as he adeptly controlled his center of gravity and executed graceful twists of his body. Squatting, springing, releasing force, and pivoting. Lin Xiao appeared as if he were performing a tap dance, with the 2-meter-wide passage serving as his stage. After 10 minutes of a torrent of bullets, Lin Xiao took a sip of water to recuperate. The screen displayed his results: total hits, 98. Most of the errors occurred before his skill upgrade. Once his footwork reached level 1, the number of hits he sustained significantly diminished. Lin Xiao glanced at the proficiency of his footwork and raised an eyebrow. Footwork, level 1, 11, 8. How swift. It was far quicker than other level 1 skill upgrades. For comparison, his military combat skill, level 1, only reached 15.5 by the end of the course. Yet here he was, achieving 11.8 in less than 10 minutes. Why was that? Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to the machine gun opposite him, then to the fibrous rod tubes embedded in the walls. Pressure. Even with footwork upgraded to level 1, he could not dismiss the bullets entirely. He still found himself hit occasionally. The pressure drove him to continually refine his footwork, challenge himself, and absorb experience points. If that were the case, would increasing the pressure allow him to accumulate experience even more rapidly? Approaching the entrance of the passage, Lin Xiao adjusted the switch from the first to the second gear. Bring it on. Let the onslaught intensify. Rubber bullets once again filled the passage, this time with greater numbers and faster firing rates, while the fibrous rods transformed into a dual assault. Footwork, level 1, experience points 9, footwork, level 1, experience point 7, footwork, level 1 footwork, level 2. Potential point 1, agility 9-10. During the 5th round of attacks in the second gear, Lin Xiao successfully elevated his footwork to level 2, and even his agility saw a minor increase through training. This was the first skill to reach level 2. With a sense of accomplishment, he attempted to set the machine to third gear, only to be overwhelmed by the barrage. It was not that level 2 footwork was inadequate, rather, his raw physical speed and dynamic vision could not keep pace. The velocity of the bullets in third gear surged dramatically, and the fibrous rods escalated from 2 to 4. By the time Lin Xiao reacted, bullets had already struck him. This disparity in raw strength was something that could not be mitigated by mere footwork levels. Moreover, speed equated to power, the bullets in third gear were truly painful. There was no option. Despite the reduced pressure in the second gear, he could still acquire sufficient experience points. The mechanism reactivated, and Lin Xiao commenced his evasive training in the chamber once more. Wang Gang observed the monitors with a grave expression. The student in the video danced like a butterfly, passionately engaging with the bullets. His steps were ethereal and agile, a sight that was truly pleasing to behold. "How is it?" a somewhat ethereal female voice interjected. Belonging to Su Ruome, the footwork instructor, who leaned gracefully against the table with her short, spirited hair and slender figure. She delicately inhaled from a lady's cigarette, her demeanor reminiscent of a poised cat. "Upon discovering that someone had altered the difficulty level within the system, I took the liberty to investigate further." Wang Gang, arms folded contemplatively, inquired, including the fourth-year cohort, of how many in the entire school have managed to reach this stage. "Fewer than 10, came the reply. Su Ruome cast a glance at the students displayed on the screen and chuckled softly. This level of skill would be deemed exceptional even during the Hunter assessment. It is quite surprising. Wang Gang remained silent, retrieving a hard cardboard file from beside him and flipping to the first page. Therein lay the image of a youthful and handsome student, a confident smile gracing his lips. Lin Xiao, male, ranked third in overall admission scores for his cohort. First in Class C. Current standing, 382nd in the cohort, 36th in class, and 5th from the bottom. The disparity is indeed striking. Since his enrollment, he has been afflicted by a peculiar ailment, frequently fainting and unable to keep pace with his peers' training. I recall, Su Ruome remarked, her memory sparked. Not long ago, he collapsed in the machinery corridor, and I had to take him to the infirmary. His condition certainly renders him unsuitable for the battlefield. Why has the school not advised his withdrawal? It is not that Su Ruome lacks compassion. Regardless of how commendable his grades may be, fainting amidst a battle with otherworldly beasts would be tantamount to courting death. His class advisor informed me that Lin Xiao's ability extraction efficiency is exceptionally high, second only to the top two. Su Ruome's eyes widened in realization, as if a thought had struck her. The top two are not. Indeed, the top two are both ability users, Wang Gang confirmed, supporting Su Ruome's conjecture. The school believes that Lin Xiao possesses the potential for awakening an ability, thus maintaining a watchful stance regarding his progress. In the entirety of Luzhou military arms, there are merely 6 ability users. Should he awaken an ability, he would secure direct admission qualifications to both the military and the Hunter Association. Chapter 5: In what manner shall one triumph? Remain composed and focused. Seize the precious moments following training to hone your prowess. In the spacious training room adorned with a wooden floor, the class instructor, Wu Qinghua, diligently patrolled among the scattered students engaged in meditation. Adorned with golden-rimmed glasses and her long hair elegantly coiled, her serene countenance bore no expression, exuding an air of solemnity. After exertion, the cells are most ravenous. This golden period must be seized. Wu Qinghua was also their teacher in the art of power extraction. 2 meters away, Zhao Xie discreetly made a face, but soon gathered her composure and resumed her upright meditation. Lin Xiao diverted his gaze, only to find Wu Yong across the room eyeing him with a defiant stare. He raised his right hand, thumb touching his neck, and made a sweeping gesture from left to right. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Lin Xiao quietly closed his eyes. The impending duel no longer occupied his thoughts. Self-improvement was now of utmost importance. In the pitch-black void, Lin Xiao summoned his interface. He currently possessed 2 potential points. During the midday training, his proficiency in the power extraction technique, incomplete, had reached 92.9, and he might just achieve an upgrade. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shao resolved to allocate 1 point each to physique and spirit. One determined the absorption and digestion of cellular energy, while the other influenced the efficiency of power extraction from the air. These two attributes were crucial to Lin Xiao's rate of advancement. Allocate points. Upon reaching an elevation of 11 in spirit, Lin Xiao opened his eyes wide, his pupils somewhat vacant. His mind felt light and spacious, akin to having luxuriated in slumber for countless hours. His spirit was so solid and potent that he fancied he could manipulate objects with sheer will. Lin Xiao focused on the garments adorning him, attempting to pull them outward with his mind. A failure. Alas, it was merely an illusion. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Xiao closed his eyes once more, holding his breath and centering himself as he commenced the power extraction technique. The energy from above began to converge, an invisible torrent surged through the ceiling, coalescing and flooding into Lin Xiao's being. His hypothesis was confirmed, the later stages of enhancement resulted in increasingly substantial gains. Compared to the midday session, his physique, spirit, and energy absorption efficiency had surged by nearly 40. The energy surrounding him grew denser, and his body resembled that of Quafu drinking water, voraciously consuming all the power. Lin Xiao even stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. Due to the heightened energy extraction conversion efficiency, the experience points for the power extraction technique had also increased. Power extraction technique, incomplete, LV1, experience points 3, power extraction technique, incomplete, LV1, experience points 5. Power extraction technique, incomplete, LV1, power extraction technique, incomplete, LV2. The torrent of energy directed toward Lin Xiao swelled further. His physique at 11 struggled to absorb it all, with fragments dissipating into the air surrounding him. Zhao Xia, who was closest to him, along with another classmate with a simple demeanor, raised their eyebrows in mild confusion. Why had the extracted power suddenly increased? The class instructor, Wu Qinghua, paused her patrol, first gazing at the ceiling before shifting her focus to Lin Xiao. She adjusted her glasses, her expression devoid of emotion. An hour swiftly elapsed. Amidst the scattered conversations of fellow students, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and exhaled a sigh of relief. The cells within him, once exuberant, returned to tranquility, while his vision lingered on the final notifications. Strength at 910. Power refinement method, incomplete, LV2, experience 2, power refinement method, incomplete, LV2, experience 1, rising to his feet, Lin Xiao stretched luxuriously. Opposite him, Wu Yong stood with his hands in his pockets, casually displaying a sardonic smile. In response, Lin Xiao also smiled. The free combat sessions were held in a large outdoor training facility, uniformly utilized by all grades. In essence, it permitted students from different classes to engage as opponents. However, the military academy would select several classes each month to organize arena competitions, turning students from various classes into adversaries. Consequently, everyone became accustomed to practicing with their classmates, except for those ranked at the top of their grade, who might find no suitable challengers within their own class and would resort to sparring with students from other classes. Isn't that the domain of Class C? Why aren't they training together? It was rumored that the lowest achiever in their class had been bullied excessively and was preparing to confront a follower of Wu Zhixing. Upon overhearing their conversation, nearby classmates displayed expressions of intrigue. Is there a spectacle? Why not sneak in for a look? Observing the class instructor Wu Qinghua standing nearby, Lin Xiao wore a wry smile of resignation. He quietly asked Zhao Xia, "Why did you specifically summon the instructor?" With her hands on her hips, Zhao Xia narrowed her eyes playfully. What if Wu Yong truly goes too far? Following this, a self-satisfied grin spread across her face as she proclaimed, "Wu Yong isn't Wu Zhixing, he wouldn't dare disrespect the instructor. I wouldn't dare either." Lin Xiao gazed at the girl's triumphant expression, reluctant to disrupt her sense of pride. Moreover, Wu Yong, noticing the intimate exchange between Zhao Xia and Lin Shao, glared with evident hostility. Would he truly show restraint? With a soft sigh, Lin Shao scanned the surroundings. Is it inherent in human nature to revel in the spectacle? This group had abandoned their combat training to gather for amusement, with several unfamiliar faces likely belonging to students from other classes. Why are the instructors for the combat and footwork classes present as well? Shouldn't they be in the cafeteria at this hour? Observing Wang Gang and Su Ruome mingling among the crowd, Lin Shao felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Is it truly so remarkable for two students to settle their differences in a duel? They even neglected their mealtime. Suddenly, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd as Wu Yong stepped onto the arena. This area had been deliberately cleared for their confrontation, marked by a square of 8 meters on each side, painted in bright yellow. It served as the standard battleground for free combat, where both opponents were required to engage within the lines. Although the rules stipulated that crossing the line would result in a loss, this was a brawl, not a formal competition. When it came to a real fight, who cared about the boundaries? The only objective was to deliver a thorough beating. As long as one did not flee. Another chorus of cheers erupted as Lin Shao ascended to the stage. Most spectators were merely there for amusement, neither booing nor particularly supporting anyone. However, the group from Wu Zhixing's side erupted in jeers and shouts. Wu Yong, show that kid a lesson. Be careful not to knock the wind out of him. He needs to keep that pretty face intact, otherwise, he won't even be able to play the pretty boy. Amidst the laughter and ridicule from the opposing side, Zhao Xia puffed up her cheeks and took a deep breath. Lin Shao, go for it. Her high-pitched cry momentarily drowned out the taunts. Lin Shao turned to smile and waved his hand, only to notice his roommate discreetly blending into the crowd. This shy and introverted man did not dare raise his voice but made a fist gesture towards Lin Shao. Understanding. Lin Shao nodded in acknowledgement before turning to face his opponent. At this moment, his thoughts were not focused on how to defeat Wu Yong, but rather on the manner in which he would claim victory. Chapter 6. Is this the tail end of Class C? Make way, make way. What are you all huddled here for? Outside the throng of students, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and brimming with muscle, pushed through the crowd. The student who had been jostled aside opened his mouth to retort, but fell silent upon catching sight of the man's gleaming bald head. Gao Liangxiong, the top student of Class E in his third year, ranked 6th overall in the cohort. Wu Zhixing, why aren't you here to challenge me? Why are you just standing around? Gao Liangxiong squeezed his way to Wu Zhixing's group, bellowing questions at him with a booming voice. Wu Zhixing rubbed his ears, disdain evident in his tone as he replied, "Keep it down, you foul bear. Just wait a moment, I'll come find you later." He truly could not find a suitable opponent within the class. Although Fangwan had commendable footwork, her strength fell short compared to his, making her hesitant in a fight. Gao Liangxiong was nearly on par with him in terms of strength and fighting style, and they often practiced together. What are you waiting for? What has caught your eye? Watch me teach a bug a lesson. With arms crossed and an expressionless face, Wu Zhixing's eyes glinted with a dark intensity. Those pests who dared to rank above me. Who are they? Let me see. Gao Liangxiong rubbed his smooth forehead, curiosity piqued as he glanced toward the center stage. Wu Yong flexed his right hand, cracking his neck, and nodded toward Lin Shao. Are we going barehanded, or are we using weapons? The weapons for the free combat were not sharpened. Their metallic exteriors encased in a layer of plastic, yet their weight remained unchanged. Lin Shao tilted his head slightly, a polite smile gracing his lips. Either is fine. You choose. Then let's go barehanded. If we use weapons. Wu Yong lowered his stance, a cruel smile emerging. I fear I might accidentally kill you. Bang. Wu Yong lunged forward, his body resembling a cheetah, accelerating to over 20 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, a massive fist, imbued with terrifying force, was upon Lin Shao. Wu Yong's smile morphed into a savage grin, as if envisioning Lin Zhao's face being crushed by his blow. Unfazed, Lin Zhao met the oncoming fist with a steady gaze, slightly turning his body. Whooshed. The punch missed, barely brushing Lin Zhao's hair as it struck the air. Ha! Wu Yong's expression froze, disbelief flickering in his eyes before being swiftly replaced by fury. What luck you have! Another fierce uppercut whistled through the air. But Lin Zhao merely tilted his head back, the fist missing by less than 3 centimeters. Oh! As the crowd witnessed Lin Zhao evade yet another punch, excitement surged among the spectators. Now this is interesting. If he fell with just one punch, what fun would that be? How many more can you dodge? Wu Yong's relentless barrage of attacks, fueled by seething anger, descended like a torrential downpour. Jabs, kicks, hooks, spinning 3-hit combos, elbows, and straight kicks. The speed and ferocity of his strikes escalated, as if the earlier moves had merely served as a warm-up. Yet Lin Zhao remained calm, his expression unchanged. A fist weighing nearly 800 kilograms. Legs capable of delivering over 2 tons of force, these terrifying strikes that could fell ferocious beasts appeared to him as mere whispers of the wind. Lin Zhao was akin to a paper figure dancing in the breeze, narrowly evading each assault with the slightest of movements. The battle in the arena continued. Initially, as Lin Zhao dodged the first few punches, the audience erupted in cheers. However, as he deftly avoided a flurry of attacks, the onlookers began to sense something amiss. The crowd fell silent, murmuring amongst themselves. Impressive. Did he always possess such agile footwork? Is this the so-called underperformer from Class C? You must be joking. He is far more formidable. The towering figure of Gao Liangxiong, with his robust physique and bald head, stroked his scalp. The initial amusement faded, replaced by a serious and cautious demeanor. Hey! Wu Zhixing, is that kid the pest you mentioned? Gao Liangxiong smirked, his lips curling in a bemused smile. Seems he's got some skill after all. I feel like even Fengwan from your class can't match his agility. Wu Zhixing offered no response, his brow furrowed. His expression as deep as a still pond. A hint of confusion flickered in his cold, piercing gaze. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth agape in astonishment. Her hands clasped in front of her chest, resembling an excited hamster. Every time Lin Zhao evaded Wu Yong's strike, she would exclaim in joy, occasionally stomping her feet in exhilaration. Zhao Xia. Turning around, she noticed Fengwan standing behind her. Fengwan, towering at over 175 meters. With elegantly styled side bangs and striking features, possessed long, powerful legs. What's up, Fengwan? To Zhao Xia's surprise, the second-ranked girl in their class, known for her cool demeanor, appeared somewhat bashful, the hint of shyness evident. Is Lin Zhao undergoing any special training? Eh? Zhao Xia blinked, taken aback by the unexpected question. You are the closest to Lin Zhao, so I thought I might ask. It seemed that prying into others' privacy was rather out of character for Fengwan. A slight flash crept into her earlobes as she awkwardly explained, Lin Zhao's footwork is exceptional, and I was wondering if there is a specific training method. Is Fengwan still more capable? Zhao Xia recognized Lin Zhao's impressive footwork but had never anticipated it would astonish Fengwan to such an extent. Fengwan gazed at the figure on the stage, light and graceful, and nodded affirmatively. He surpasses me. Zhao Xia's mouth fell open, staring at her childhood friend as if seeing him for the first time. But I haven't seen him engage in any special training. All he mentioned was that his headaches had improved. Headaches? Fengwan pondered for a moment, her curiosity drawing her gaze back to the arena. Oh. He just dodged another series of attacks. Wu Yong possesses quite an admirable physique. It resembles the act of walking a dog, does it not? The surrounding crowd has once again erupted into a lively commotion, filled with animated discussions. However, their focus has shifted. They are no longer speculating about how many punches Wu Yong has delivered to his opponent, but rather when he will finally engage with Lin Zhao. Ha! Ha! After unleashing a relentless barrage of over 100 powerful strikes, even a student from a military academy, renowned for their extraordinary stamina, cannot escape the clutches of fatigue. Wu Yong's breath comes in shallow gusts, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Shao, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust. The chatter around him only serves to fuel his frustration, igniting a tempest of rage within. What he longed to hear was the roar of the audience. The euphoric screams born from a bloodthirsty frenzy. Lin Shao should be crumpled on the ground, begging for mercy like a wretched dog, pleading for a reprieve. He envisioned Zhao Xia personally intervening, witnessing just how disgraceful this man truly is. This was the spectacle that was meant to unfold today, not the current farce. Instead of being the source of amusement for the crowd, reduced to a mere jester for their entertainment. You worthless fool, if you have any guts. Don't run away, confront me head-on. Wu Yong arched his body, channeling his fiery wrath into a forceful strike, unleashing his most ferocious punch. Yet, it met with empty air. Just as he attempted to retract his arm, he discovered it was ensnared, unable to move. A long, slender hand firmly gripped his wrist, akin to a vice, immovably locking his right hand in place. Very well, let us engage directly. A smile graced Lin Zhao's face as his calm voice resonated in Wu Yong's ears. Don't concede too swiftly. A fierce straight punch sliced through the air like a fearsome warhammer, striking Wu Yong squarely in the abdomen. The towering figure of 195 centimeters was lifted off the ground, soaring through the air before crashing 2 meters away. An immediate silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 7. When have you ever witnessed my full strength? Wu Yong lay sprawled on the ground, eyes bulging, clutching his abdomen, his back arched like a cooked shrimp. He expelled sour bile, the agonizing cramps in his belly rendering even his breath a struggle. At that moment, the crowd, which had only just settled, began to murmur. Wow! That punch just now. The force sent him flying, must have been near 800 kilograms, right? When did Lin Shao become so formidable? The tail of the crane? You C-class folks deceived me into thinking he was the underdog. If he is the underdog, then what am I? Hey, Wu Zhixing. Gao Liangxiong glanced down at Wu Zhixing, his expression somewhat peculiar. Are you sure your little lucky can take him on? Wu Zhixing inhaled deeply, his fists clenched tightly. Veins bulging, his face darkening. That kid's power is quite impressive. Su Ruome, standing beside Wang Gang, observed the boy on the stage with a look of astonishment. Her tone as ethereal as ever. Wang Gang crossed his arms, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, his technique was decent before, but one could hardly call it exceptional. Now, he seems to have had an epiphany. He paused before continuing, and moreover, his previous physical limitations held him back. Logically, with his energy refinement level, he should have possessed this strength long ago, yet his body appears riddled with flaws. Wang Gang cast a glance toward the ever-serious instructor of Class C nearby. Wu Qinghua informed me that if Lin Shao's refined energy is 100, his body only absorbs about 3 to 4. The energy absorbed by the cells falls far short of the refining speed, which is why he typically refines once and then halts the practice. Is it because he cannot digest the energy in one go? Wang Gang nodded, affirming her inquiry. Before attending Military Martial University, he had no experience with refining techniques and was uncertain whether this issue was inherent or a consequence of some malady. Su Ruome nodded thoughtfully, redirecting her attention back to the arena. Wu Yong, clutching his abdomen, struggled to rise, a look of shock etched on his face. Lin Shao stood quietly beside him, refraining from taking advantage of the moment. What, not going to attack? Wu Yong tightened his fists, an expression of conflict crossing his features. Or perhaps. Lin Shao tilted his head slightly, chuckling, are you afraid? Are you joking? Wu Yong's face contorted with rage, and he charged forward like an arrow, propelled by fierce momentum. Lin Shao dodged his hook punch effortlessly, delivering a careless kick to Wu Yong's calf. Wu Yong fell to the ground like a dog, fortunately managing to brace himself with his hands thanks to his quick reflexes. Lin Shao. The humiliation ignited his rage, and he launched a powerful uppercut aimed at Lin Zhao's abdomen. Lin Zhao pivoted, evading the strike, and retaliated with a downward elbow strike to Wu Yong's shoulder. Wu Yong, having just risen, fell back to his knees, the brutal blow to his shoulder rendering half of his body limp. Lin Zhao looked down at Wu Yong, who was struggling on the ground while clutching his shoulder, and calmly inquired, "Shall we continue? Are you looking down on me?" Bang! A powerful right hook sent Wu Yong sprawling back to the ground, his lips swollen and bleeding. Lin Zhao quietly observed as his opponent attempted to rise again, politely asking, "Continue? I will kill you." Bang! Wu Yong's body collapsed once more. It seemed the situation had fallen into a repetitive cycle. Wu Yong attacked, Lin Zhao evaded. Lin Zhao struck, and Wu Yong fell. Lin Zhao prompted, "Shall we continue?" And Wu Yong rose again. The expressions of the onlooking classmates shifted from astonishment to shock, and finally to numbness, their vacant stares fixated on the unfolding drama in the ring. Why does it feel like they are not even in the same league? Lin Zhao's words, "Shall we continue?" had a certain flair. How ostentatious. I adore it. Among the crowd, some female voices chimed in. I suddenly feel Lin Zhao is much more handsome today than before. Right? You feel that too? Aren't you afraid Zhao Xia will hear you speak so loudly? What is there to fear? Besides, I heard they are childhood friends, not a couple. Childhood friends know each other too well. They can't compete with someone who just swoops in. Hearing her name mentioned amidst the crowd, Zhao Xia turned her head. Ha! She blinked her large eyes, her little hand scratching her head, her gaze reflecting pure innocence and confusion. The classmates who had been discussing her suddenly looked away in embarrassment. Shall we continue? Wu Yong, bruised and covered in dirt and sweat, contrasted sharply with Lin Zhao, who appeared as pristine as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll in the park, hardly breaking a sweat at all. Ha ha ha! Wu Yong gasped for breath. His eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Lin Zhao. He was no fool, he recognized the overwhelming superiority of Lin Zhao's footwork. Unable to land a hit, he could never win, only suffering defeat and punishment. This could not continue. Determined to regain his composure, Wu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood and disdainfully declared, "Your punches are featherlight. You only dare to dodge because you fear I might kill you with just one blow. Have the guts to face me directly, and I shall show you what real punches feel like." This was, of course, merely a facade of bravado. He had experienced Lin Zhao's strength firsthand. While he might not possess greater raw power, Lin Zhao's striking technique was undoubtedly superior. In this exchange, their strengths balanced out. Wu Yong had no other recourse, and even a child in kindergarten could discern that he was merely blustering. He felt embarrassed even voicing such words. Yet, surprisingly, this clumsy provocation seemed to have worked. Lin Zhao's expression momentarily froze, before a faint smile graced his face. Very well. Wu Yong was overjoyed, a cruel grin spreading across his distorted, swollen visage. Don't regret it, you scoundrel. His massive fist, tinged with a purplish hue, cut through the air like a blade, aimed straight at Lin Zhao's chest. With unwavering resolve, Wu Yong unleashed his full strength in that punch. He even felt as though he could fell an ox with a single blow. Yet Lin Zhao, undeterred, raised his fist to meet it head-on. He was determined to confront the challenge directly. The atmosphere among the crowd surged with excitement. Bang! The two fists, infused with immense power, collided audibly. The impact shattered the surrounding air, producing a resounding noise. However, the anticipated equilibrium was absent. In that fleeting moment of collision, Wu Yong's right hand was abruptly forced back, flailing like a fragile belt. Oh! Wu Yong clutched his numbed arm, emitting a cry of anguish. He felt as if his fist had struck against a hammer, the terrifying force instantly overwhelming him. Lin Zhao glanced at his own unscathed right hand. Slightly flushed but hardly pained, His robust physique, rated at an impressive 11, endowed his bones with an extraordinary resilience, rivaling that of steel. Wu Yong's face contorted in agony. His eyes wide with disbelief as he bellowed, "Impossible. How did your strength suddenly surge?" Gradually approaching Wu Yong, Lin Shao tilted his head, revealing a look of perplexity. "When have you ever witnessed my full power?" Chapter 8: A Victory. "When have you ever witnessed my full strength?" "Huh?" Wu Yong's expression froze, his pupils constricting as if he had guessed something. "I don't recall ever unleashing my full force against you," Lin Shao remarked, rubbing his wrist. His gaze cold and indifferent. "Are you implying that you have been holding back against me all along?" "Indeed, just as you said," Lin Shao chuckled, echoing Wu Yong's earlier words. "I feared that I might inadvertently strike you dead." Lin Shao possessed strength equal to Wu Yong's 10. Yet his agility surpassed him by 2 points, and his martial arts technique was also superior. Truth be told, he was uncertain of the extent of his own punching power at that moment. "You." Wu Yong's emotions surged: anger, humiliation, hatred. His mental composure snapped. He raised his remaining left hand, flailing aimlessly toward Lin Shao. Slap. Once again, Lin Shao's hand firmly restrained him. Lin Shao clenched his right fist, inhaling deeply. Gritting his teeth, he focused without faltering. His body coiled like a tightly wound spring, his waist twisting slightly, arms drawn back. "Now, allow me to demonstrate my full power." As fear gradually filled Wu Yong's eyes, Lin Shao unleashed a fist like a cannon strike upon his face. Boom! The towering figure of the man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3, soared through the air once more, flying farther and crashing harder this time. Thud! Wu Yong fell to the ground, his face contorted. And he did not rise again. Silence enveloped the arena. Oh! Then a surge of cheers erupted, mingled with high-pitched whistles. Incredible! No way, he held back. The earlier lines were quite impressive, I must remember them. Lin Shao, you looked as fierce as a beast today. Is this the bottom of your class C? Is this the bottom of your class C? What the hell? Who misreported the situation? Lin Shao. In the distance, Zhao Xia waved vigorously. Her adorable and charming face flashed with excitement. Lin Shao did not glance at the fallen Wu Yong but walked straight to Zhao Xia's side, deliberately ignoring the curious gazes of nearby female classmates. Zhao Xia grasped both of Lin Zhao's arms, compelling him to stand still. She then feigned a serious demeanor, circling around him. Occasionally squatting and standing, she scrutinized him thoroughly, as if searching for something peculiar. What are you doing? Lin Shao felt somewhat bewildered. Be honest. When did you become so formidable? Zhao Xia frowned, poking Lin Zhao's abdomen with her delicate finger, seemingly expressing that those who confess will be treated leniently, while those who resist will face severe consequences. After my headache subsided. Lin Shao felt he was not lying, he had indeed acquired the system after his headache had cleared. Could one truly master such skills after merely recovering from a headache? Zhao Xia's lips parted slightly, her expression one of considerable astonishment. Lin Shao, feeling helpless, covered his face and sighed. Others may falter, but is it not my headache that renders me increasingly feeble? Indeed. The girl pinched her chin, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Approaching the group led by Wu Zhixing, class instructor Wu Qinghua spoke in his usual tone, "You few who are close to Wu Yong, hurry and escort him to the infirmary." Oh, certainly. In the face of Wu Zhixing's nearly volcanic countenance, his followers eagerly nodded, cleverly distancing themselves from the powder keg and collectively transporting Wu Yong to the infirmary. Casting a glance at the immobile Wu Zhixing, Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses and turned to leave. Hey, Wu Zhixing, what is going on? You seem particularly embarrassed today. Gao Liangxiong observed Wu Zhixing's sour expression, chuckling. Bear in mind, you'd best not provoke me today, or I shall make you search for your teeth. Very well. I eagerly anticipate your strength later. Wu Zhixing inhaled deeply, feeling the urgent need to vent his frustrations. Those who are unafraid should follow me. I shall not show any mercy today. Don't boast, lest you find yourself embarrassed once more. Gao Liangxiong tailed Wu Zhixing, his face alight with combative enthusiasm. His formidable muscles quivering with energy. As Wu Zhixing sauntered outside, his gaze flickered slightly as he passed Lin Xiao. In an instant, without the slightest forewarning, a lightning-fast kick aimed at Lin Xiao's head was unleashed. With a resounding thud, Lin Xiao raised his right arm, solidly blocking the axe-like strike. Congratulations, trailing end. It seems you've grown a tad stronger. Wu Zhixing maintained his stance on one leg, his leg still poised in the air. Though his words were congratulatory, his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. In 2 weeks, it will be the end of the month. Shall we have a proper contest then? Lin Xiao, momentarily taken aback, spotted his usual calm smile. Very well. Wu Zhixing lowered his left leg, casting a deep glance at him before continuing on his way. Hey! Lin Xiao. Gao Liangxiong, following closely behind, placed his hands on Lin Xiao's shoulders, his face radiant with a smile. You must strive to become stronger. Otherwise, you'll never stand a chance against Wu Zhixing. Lin Xiao, shaken by the immense force on his shoulders, gazed in bewilderment at the suddenly conversational bald giant. All right. And you are? I am Gao Liangxiong. The bald giant clapped Lin Xiao's shoulder, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Your footwork is impressive. I have a premonition that you will become a formidable opponent in the future. Gao Liangxiong gave a thumbs up, thumping his own robust chest, raising an eyebrow at Lin Xiao. In any case, do not slacken your efforts. Best of luck. I hope to encounter you in this year's ranking competition. Okay, thank you. As Lin Xiao watched the imposing figure of the boisterous man recede into the distance, he exchanged glances with Zhao Xia, still able to hear the resonant voice of Gao Liangxiong. Wu Zhixing. You scoundrel, wait for me. Zhao Xia shook her head, shaking off her bewilderment. With her hands on her hips, she furrowed her brow like a concerned matron. You truly wish to confront Wu Zhixing? He could defeat 10 Wu Yongs with a single hand. Lin Xiao chuckled, rest assured, I possess self-awareness. His right forearm still throbbed with a dull ache, and he was acutely aware of his current inferiority to Wu Zhixing. That leg strike had been tempered. Recalling the terrifying strength value of 14 and the near LV2 combat skill he had just witnessed, Lin Xiao quickly comprehended the substantial gap between him and those at the forefront of their cohort. Furthermore, the bald giant he had just seen possessed a strength rating of 15. If it were not for his agility rating of only 11, significantly lower than Wu Zhixing's 13, Lin Xiao might have been led to believe that he surpassed Wu Zhixing. Yet, even in the realm of agility, Gao Liangxiong outperformed Lin Xiao by a narrow margin. Perhaps, in their eyes, Lin Xiao could only offer his modest LV2 footwork. Gently ruffling Zhao Xia's hair, Lin Xiao sought to soothe the worries of his childhood companion. Do not fret, not being able to prevail now does not imply the same will hold true in 2 weeks. Chapter 9, Mother. Humanity's sword and shield. After finishing dinner with Zhao Xia in the cafeteria, Lin Xiao returned to his dormitory. His roommate, Luo Tao, was absent, likely having gone directly to the weapon elective classroom. Although Lin Xiao also had a weapon elective course in the evening, he needed to return to make a video call. Ding ding ding. With a cheerful ringing, the video connection was swiftly established. Mom. On the screen appeared a woman in her 40s. Her hair was simply tied up, and her once beautiful features had succumbed to the passage of time, marked by a few fine lines, her eyes reflecting a blend of wisdom and weariness. Lin Zhao's mother, Lin Qingrong, was an ordinary elementary school language teacher. Why are you calling again? I told you not to drop out. Before Lin Xiao could utter a word, his mother's stern expression filled the screen, unleashing a barrage of admonishments. Military University is wonderful. It's a key national institution with full subsidies, covering tuition, meals, and accommodation. What good would dropping out do? How much could you possibly earn? You might as well learn something valuable while you're there. We are not in debt, so there is no need for you to earn money. Stop. I'm not talking about dropping out. Lin Xiao interrupted his mother's tirade with a wry smile. Recently, he had entertained thoughts of withdrawing from his studies and had discussed it with her a few times, only to be met with fierce reprimands. At that time, he was feeling quite disheartened. Lin Xiao came from a single-parent household. His mother's teaching salary, while stable, was barely sufficient to cover rent and his younger sister's tuition and living expenses, leading to a rather strained existence. Thus, he had contemplated the idea of dropping out to earn money. Given his physical condition at the time, securing a formal job seemed unfeasible. But tutoring as a part-time job was certainly within reach. Military university was highly regarded, not only due to the exceptional national subsidies but also because graduating with satisfactory results could lead to enlistment in the military. Following the Great Catastrophe on Blue Star, many former human habitats fell victim to the ravaging of monstrous beasts. The Five Nations Alliance also restructured the world's military security system into a division of Sword and Shield. The military, serving as the shield, bore the primary responsibility of protecting existing human territories from beastly invasions. In contrast, the Hunter Association functioned as humanity's sword, tasked with actively hunting these beasts, attacking, killing, and driving them away to reclaim lost lands. Since hunting these creatures often necessitated invading their lairs, it was fraught with peril. Consequently, the admission criteria for beast hunters were exceedingly stringent and exaggerated. It was estimated that less than 1/5 of the graduates from military university met these requirements. In comparison, military enlistment standards were relatively straightforward. As long as one successfully graduated from military university or passed the military's social recruitment assessment, they would gain admission to the armed forces, enjoying substantial benefits. Even their families would receive additional protection from the state. Furthermore, the military offered a safer career path, with opportunities to teach at military academies post-retirement. It is worth mentioning that the military and the Hunter Association were not entirely unrelated entities. Some formidable warriors occasionally take on the role of beast hunters. Certain military ranks even require soldiers to possess certification as beast hunters. Moreover, upon retiring from beast hunting, they may seamlessly transition into military officer roles. Consequently, military academies around the globe have become highly coveted by parents. Even those lacking the requisite strength to graduate and join the military can serve as bodyguards for affluent employers. To the eyes of the ordinary populace, students of military academies are perceived as formidable individuals, and their remuneration is nothing to scoff at. The primary challenge lies in the stringent admission criteria, which demand exceptional physical fitness from candidates. In the city of Luzhou, with a population of several million, military academies enroll only 400 to 500 new students each year. Thus, many parents proactively seek military academy students to tutor their children, offering lucrative compensation that at least 800 per session. Previously, Lin Xiao struggled to keep pace with school, and during weekends, if he wasn't incapacitated, he had to devote time to training, leaving little opportunity for part-time work. Disheartened by the prospect of failing to graduate, Lin Xiao contemplated dropping out. Should he withdraw, he would have the chance to work part-time during his lucid moments, thereby alleviating his family's financial burdens. However, this decision faced vehement opposition from his mother, who even ignored him for several days. "Mom, I didn't mean to bring up the topic of dropping out." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's intention to avoid that subject, Lin Qingrong's expression softened slightly. "Then why did you call? Could it not be that your son misses you?" Lin Xiao teased playfully at the camera. "What is there to miss? You all train so hard, take the opportunity to rest." Lin Qingrong waved her hand dismissively, her face displaying a hint of disdain, though the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. "Is Shanshan living at school now? Her school is over 20 kilometers away, and the commute is too cumbersome. So I allowed her to stay in the dormitory." Shanshan, Lin Zhao's younger sister, had just entered high school this year and was performing quite well academically. Aren't you bored at home alone? Do you need your son to come back and check on you? You all bicker incessantly at home, I rarely have peace now. Lin Qingrong exaggeratedly rubbed her ears and chuckled. Besides, she returns every weekend, so don't worry about me, just focus on your studies. Lin Zhao's mother was acutely aware of the rigors of military school and consistently discouraged him from visiting her, even though they were less than 100 kilometers apart. She was also deeply concerned about Lin Zhao fainting during his travels. The military school had professional medical facilities, ensuring that if Lin Zhao's headaches flared up, he would receive prompt assistance. Although his mother never voiced these worries directly, Lin Zhao understood them well. Mom, my headache has subsided. Lin Qingrong was taken aback, quickly bringing her phone closer to her ear. What did you just say? Lin Zhao laughed heartily and repeated his earlier statement. I said, my headache has cleared up. I won't faint again. Have you checked again? Is there a fee? I can call you. Lin Qingrong's tone was somewhat urgent, filled with surprise and a hint of fearful disappointment. Have you forgotten? The hospital cannot detect this. Observing his mother's anxious expression, Lin Zhao patiently recounted the premeditated explanation he had devised. In the past, when I suffered from headaches, my head felt heavy every day, but now those ailments have vanished. He raised his arm, flexing his bicep. The doctor at school suggested that my previous rapid extraction of abilities overwhelmed my cells, putting pressure on my brain. Lin Zhao had previously explained to his mother what these abilities entailed. Now that I have undergone training, my physical condition has improved, and this symptom has been resolved. All of this was mere fabrication. However, to alleviate his mother's worries, sometimes a little deception proved to be a beneficial approach. She had always been quite trusting of medical professionals. Besides, his headaches had indeed subsided, and he should no longer experience fainting spells. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, Lin Qingrong exhaled deeply, her entire demeanor visibly lightened. That's good, that's good. So, should I come back to see you? Lin Zhao's playful remark was met with his mother's stern expression. Focus on your training. You must catch up in these 2 years, do not let it affect your graduation. Understand? Lin Zhao nodded in agreement. For now, he needed to concentrate on his studies, and it would be splendid to qualify for the military. Rest assured. Perhaps your son will even qualify as a hunter. You still think about becoming a hunter? Lin Qingrong looked at him with a mix of exasperation and affection, pointing at the camera as if to poke Lin Zhao's forehead. You've been clamoring to be a hunter since you were little. Now you can barely keep up with your training, and you still believe you can become one. Moreover, being a hunter is exceedingly perilous. I do not wish for you to undertake such a dangerous profession. Mother, do not worry. In response to his mother's concerns, Lin Zhao offered a gentle and confident smile. As long as I become powerful enough, 10-fold or even 100-fold stronger than the beasts, then the role of a hunter will no longer be dangerous. Your son will become a hunter, and he will be the strongest hunter in the world. Chapter 10, The Frenzied Blade. Every evening at the military academy, weapon elective courses unfold, each led by a distinct instructor. Students engage with a diverse array of weaponry, including the 200 greatsword, broad-bladed warknife paired with a 100 shield, massive hammer, colossal axe, polearm, and hunting saw, among others. Essentially, these armaments are characterized by their inherent weight, durability, and suitability for slashing. In contrast, weapons such as the 100 sword, rapier, military saber, tongue knife, miao sword, samurai sword from Sakura province, sickle, and long whip are not regarded as elective options, rather, they are merely for personal amusement with no academic credit. According to the instructors, you feeblings, do you intend to use this for sculpting mud or grooming beasts? You can't even break through defenses, so what is the point? As for whether these weapons are wielded by anyone, indeed, they are. However, those individuals are seasoned veterans who can slay beasts with even the slenderest of blades. They possess the luxury to choose according to their preferences. As for the students, it is prudent to select weapons capable of delivering effective blows. Regarding firearms and similar modern weaponry, the Academy boasts a shooting range, yet lacks specific courses dedicated to them. Students are permitted to experiment during their leisure time, with staff available for guidance. Should one harbor a genuine passion for firearms, enlisting in the military post-graduation would afford ample opportunity for their use in defense. The Hunter Association employs them less frequently, primarily utilizing heavy anti-material sniper rifles, fast striking from a distance before engaging in close combat. Theoretically, but the military academy, one is permitted to study multiple types of weaponry, provided that proficiency in at least one meets the graduation standards. However, human energy is finite, and most students tend to specialize in a single weapon. Lin Shao is no exception. He has chosen to focus on the 200 greatsword. This particular class comprises over 50 students, all third-year scholars from various departments. The standardized 200 greatsword measures 1.6 meters in length, with a 40 centimeters grip and a 1.2 meter blade. The blade tapers from a width of approximately 25 centimeters at the base to a mere 15 centimeters at the tip. The double-edged blade is thin, with a thicker midsection nearing 3 centimeters. The entire weapon is forged from a durable alloy, weighing in at 25 kilograms, rendering it virtually unwieldy for the average person. Listen up, youngsters. Align your postures and maintain your center of gravity. Swinging the sword relies not solely on your arms. Recall how your strength training was conducted. The instructor of the 200 sword, Miao Fei, is a boisterous and exuberant man. With his long, unkempt hair and scruffy beard, he resembles a disheartened middle-aged individual. Yet, his smile radiates a wild and grandiose spirit, exuding a feral charisma. At that moment, barefoot, he strides among the students practicing their swordplay, keenly identifying each individual's shortcomings in technique. Zhang Meng. Regulate the force of your swing, your blade quivers too much. Lin Haifeng. Your center of gravity is too unstable. Widen your stance. Li Xiaoyu. Your reverse swing lacks finesse. Angle upward from the lower left to the upper right. Practice that motion repeatedly. And you. Your blade is askew. You couldn't strike a stationary beast. If your accuracy is lacking, reduce your power for now, and gradually increase it as your precision improves. Miao Fei's gaze was remarkably keen. What appeared to be standard movements in the eyes of students often revealed numerous flaws under his scrutiny. Rarely did any student escape his critical eye. Posing in a relatively peripheral position, Miao Fei observed a rather handsome young man who was wholly engrossed in wielding a great sword. At first glance, his technique seemed unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, his center of gravity was solid, the arc of the blade was impeccably formed, and his movements transitioned smoothly from slow to fast and from motion to stillness. When the blade came to a halt, it trembled little, showcasing the swordsman's steady grip and remaining strength. With a series of downward strikes, side slashes, horizontal sweeps, and diagonal cuts, the young man progressed methodically, executing each move with precision and demonstrating a solid foundation in his basic skills. His striking technique appeared commendable, as his back resembled a taut bowstring. The force he exerted built progressively, with the angle of the blade remaining true, slicing through the air with minimal resistance, resulting in strikes that were both aesthetically pleasing and powerfully executed. Miao Fei watched intently for a while, a smile breaking across his face. Not bad at all. He recognized this young man as Lin Shao, who had previously been of average skill in the great sword class, primarily due to his commendable attitude and emphasis on mastering the fundamentals. However, it was not Lin Zhao's swordsmanship that had first captured Miao Fei's attention, rather, it was the peculiar spectacle of him fainting in class on several occasions, an event that had truly opened Miao Fei's eyes. When had this sickly cat managed to gain admission to a military academy? Had he truly improved so much since then? Miao Fei scratched his disheveled hair, muttering to himself in confusion. Suddenly, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up as he paused his movements, contemplating the essence of the recent strike. His proficiency with the great sword had already reached 95, and after the evening class commenced, he had ascended to level 1. Following this upgrade, his swordsmanship had significantly improved. Yet, akin to his other skills, the experience points at level 1 were considerably diminished. There was no alternative, unlike his footwork class. He couldn't augment his training by adjusting mechanisms for added pressure. It was impractical to seek partners for practice, even without a sharpened edge. The weight of the great sword could be lethal. Even though the students at the military academy were robust. Being struck by a blade imbued with immense force would surely leave them incapacitated for weeks. All were students, and none would hold back. Thus, Lin Shao could only, much like in combat training, focus on memorizing the moves that yielded higher experience points and repeat them until mastery was achieved. Typically, when the system awarded him high experience points, it indicated that he was executing the key elements correctly, suggesting that progress in this direction would be swift. As the experience points began to accumulate, indicating that Lin Shao had already mastered the technique, he ceased his replication and commenced practicing other sword forms. With determination, he executed a forehand side slash. Two-handed sword, level 1, experience 1, reverse side slash. Two-handed sword, level 1, experience 1, whirlwind strike. Two-handed sword, level 1, experience 1, your wrist is too rigid. Lin Shao halted. His intense focus on training leading him to realize that his instructor was observing him from a short distance away. Miao Fei approached Lin Shao, grasping his sword-wielding right hand. While it is true that stabilizing the joints of the dominant hand provides steadiness to the blade, it can also render one's techniques rather mechanical. The swordsmanship instructor gently manipulated Lin Shao's wrist, remarking, moreover, excessive tension here will diminish the force behind your strikes, though the difference may be slight. It should not be overlooked. Miao Fei took the great sword from Lin Shao and executed a powerful downward slash. Whoosh! The blade transformed into a shadow, carving a graceful arc through the air, coming to a steady halt directly in front of him. From an extreme speed to perfect stillness, it paused without a quiver. We must relax our joints while swinging, tightening the wrist only in the fleeting moment before the strike connects. Miao Fei returned the great sword to Lin Shao and raised his hand. Now, you give it a try. Lin Shao rotated his wrist thoughtfully, contemplating his instructor's words. After a brief moment, he lifted the weapon with both hands and, mirroring Miao Fei's earlier movements, swung the sword forward. Whooshed. Two-handed sword, level 1, experience 6, well done. Miao Fei raised an eyebrow, squinting his eyes, a wild grin spreading across his face. Those familiar with him would recognize this expression as that of the mad swordsman Miao Fei, who had discovered a promising talent. Chapter 11, Planning and Strategy. Zhao Xia was in high spirits as the 3-hour-long sword class swiftly came to an end. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Shao quickly freshened up and settled cross-legged on his bed, preparing for the vital energy refinement. The school advocated that students engage in at least 3 sessions of energy refinement daily, 1 hour after morning training, 1 hour after afternoon classes, and 1 hour following evening weaponry lessons. These classes demanded significant physical exertion, leaving the body's cells in a state of thirst, thereby enhancing the efficiency of energy absorption. Naturally, some diligent students persisted in their training during the lunch break as well. It is worth noting that longer refinement times do not necessarily equate to better results. For the majority of students, an hour is sufficient to reach a state of fullness in their cells. Lin Shao, with his robust physique, could absorb a considerable amount of energy. However, his refinement efficiency was even higher, with the vitality becoming nearly liquid in its density. In contrast, during his previous days of having a mere 7-point physique, he found that after just 5 minutes of absorption, his body was already satiated. Should anyone find an hour of refinement insufficient, it likely indicates a strong physique but inadequate energy absorption efficiency. One could extend the refinement duration, as exemplified by Wu Zhixing, who always stayed the latest in the refinement class, representing a stark contrast to Lin Zhao's former self. The morning training held from 6 to 8 a.m. primarily consisted of muscle-building exercises. It began with a brisk 20-kilometer run to warm up, followed by rigorous weight training akin to that found in a gym. While vital energy can indeed enhance the body's strength, it cannot be solely relied upon. Conventional training methods are equally effective and require daily commitment. Furthermore, these exercises can aid in energy absorption. As for the day's cultural classes, they collectively amounted to less than 3 hours. Covering topics such as the Federation of the Five Nations, the distinctions and considerations between hunters and military personnel, the ranking and authority of hunters and soldiers, the types of exotic beasts and strategies for dealing with them, regions currently under human occupation, and the history of cataclysms, among others. Over the past 2 years, these subjects have nearly been exhausted, and it is anticipated that future cultural lessons will be replaced by other training courses. After all, a military academy is not a conventional university. The academic weight of cultural courses is minimal, and merely passing is sufficient. Seated on his bed before commencing his energy refinement, Lin Shao first accessed his personal panel. Name: Lin Shao. Potential points: 2, strength 10, agility 10, physique 11, mentality 11, skills. Energy refinement method: incomplete. LV2 3, 5. Combat technique: LV1 17, 5, 200 sword. LV1 25, 9, footwork. LV2 2, 2. Through his battle with Wu Yong, both his combat technique and footwork had seen slight enhancements, yielding a considerable amount of experience points. Perhaps in the future, he could seek out strong opponents for sparring, as it seems a promising avenue for gaining experience. As for why his proficiency with the 200 sword was so high, he owed a debt of gratitude to teacher Miao Fei. This evening, Miao Fei had offered Lin Shao occasional insights, causing his experience points to soar. His discernment was indeed remarkable. Gazing at the 2 potential points displayed on the panel, Lin Shao fell into a moment of contemplation. These 2 points were acquired from reaching LV2 in the refinement method and LV1 in the 200 sword skill. The most prudent method of allocating points involves investing 1 each into constitution and spirit, as these 2 attributes directly influence the rate of progress. Lin Shao believes that in the early stages, there is no pressing need to augment strength points, for both muscle training and power absorption can effectively enhance strength. It appears that strength attributes are the easiest to elevate in the initial phase. As for Lin Zhao's dilemma, it arises from the fact that upon advancing the power refining technique to level 2, his efficiency in power extraction has significantly improved. Surprisingly, his constitution, which is equal to his spirit at 11 points, cannot absorb the influx of energy quickly enough. The level 2 power refining technique essentially provides an additional boost to his spirit attribute, causing his energy extraction efficiency to overflow and resulting in wastage. Moreover, concerning agility attributes, Lin Shao is uncertain about any efficient training methods. Today, his strength attribute surged by 2 points, while his agility only increased by a single point. This improvement occurred amidst the chaos of the second-tier passage mechanism, where his footwork was also enhanced. Both Wu Zhixing and the Bali figure known as Gao Liangxiong possess strength attributes that surpass their agility. This observation underscores the relative difficulty in enhancing agility compared to strength. It seems that power absorption cannot directly elevate agility, rather, one must gradually adapt to a strengthened physique and develop its utilization to a certain extent for agility to catch up. As for which attribute holds greater significance, Lin Shao believes a direct comparison is unwarranted. Strength serves as the upper limit of the body, while agility determines the percentage of strength one can effectively exert, encompassing factors such as power loss. Additionally, it affects dynamic vision and nerve reflex speed. For instance, despite Gao Liangxiong's superior strength compared to Wu Zhixing, he ranks below him. During dinner, Zhao Xia introduced Lin Shao to this character, as he was previously unfamiliar with the formidable individuals from other classes. In Lin Zhao's perspective, maintaining a balance between strength and agility is optimal for maximizing one's potential. However, these remain mere conjectures, as he has yet to validate them through ample experience. After a period of quiet contemplation, Lin Xiao allocated 1 point to Constitution, choosing to reserve his other potential point for future use. Currently, the speed of power extraction aligns with his body's absorption rate, and his agility is sufficient, negating the need for premature investment. Perhaps, in the future, he will discover effective methods to enhance agility. Given the rarity of potential points, it is wise to refrain from frivolous expenditure. Furthermore, it would be beneficial to seek efficient avenues for accumulating experience points during academic sessions, ensuring that the time is not squandered. Today's guidance from teacher Miaofei has also yielded fruitful insights, prompting Lin Xiao to proactively engage in discussions with various subject instructors, particularly those of the combat and footwork classes. Resolved in his intention, Lin Xiao closed his eyes, preparing to commence power refinement. He must seize the time to hone his skills, otherwise, he may face a dismal defeat against Wu Zhixing in 2 weeks. A torrent of power, akin to an invisible whirlwind, surged through layers of barriers and coalesced around Lin Xiao, dense as liquid. This time, Lin Xiao's body welcomed all energy, absorbing it completely without the slightest waste. At 5 in the morning, Lin Xiao rose energetically, freshened up, and shared breakfast with Zhao Xia in the dining hall. Perhaps due to their bodies frequently undergoing the baptism of power, the students at the Military Weapons University require little sleep, generally thriving on around 4 hours. On the athletic field, Lin Xiao maintained a pace parallel to Zhao Xia's, engaging in conversation as they ran. Their speed was approximately 18 ms. Any faster would leave Zhao Xia unable to converse. I must tell you, my roommate has been teaching me Go these past few days. You should learn it too. And on our day off, I shall demonstrate my brilliance. Zhao Xia, sporting a petite ponytail, had her bangs tousled by the wind, revealing her smooth, fair forehead. At that moment, she tilted her face towards Lin Xiao, pride radiating from her as if she had accomplished a monumental feat. Has learning a bit of Go made you clever? Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at his childhood friend, his expression somewhat complex. You, an outsider, have no idea how mentally taxing Go can be. Zhao Xia retorted, indignantly waving her small fist as she passionately declared, last night, I played 3 matches against a level 25 expert on the Home Fox Go platform. I won 1 and lost 2. Seeing her haughty demeanor, Lin Xiao nearly found himself intimidated. He truly did not understand Go, how formidable was a level 25 expert. How were the ranks determined? Ahem. Well, you see. Zhao Xia turned her face away, beginning to speak in circles. It is too early for you to comprehend, novices should start by learning the rules. Just know that level 25 is quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. After their morning practice, he discreetly searched for information on the Home Fox Go ranks online. On that platform, ranks were categorized from top to bottom: Artificial Intelligence Beta Go, Professional 9 Dan, Professional 1 Dan, Amateur 8 Dan to Amateur 1 Dan, and then from Amateur First Level to Amateur 25th Level. This meant that last night, Zhao Xia had played 3 matches against the lowest tier of players and had lost 2 of them. Goodness! Lin Xiao could hardly contain himself. However, learning Go was not out of the question. Scanning the ranks on the screen, Lin Xiao thoughtfully began searching for Go tutorials. The classification of ranks seemed to align quite well with his desire to enhance his skills and gain experience. Chapter 12, I have memorized it all during the morning cultural class. Lin Xiao swiftly absorbed and comprehended the rules of Go. He had now downloaded the Jiahu Go platform on his phone and was engaged in a match against another amateur rated at level 25. His gaze was fixed intently on the screen, brows furrowed, as if confronting a formidable adversary. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice the subtle, fleeting glances exchanged among his classmates. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Zhao Xia's eyes flickered, her hand partially covering her mouth. Her expression anxious as she called out Lin Xiao's name in a hushed tone. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, only to discover an eerie silence enveloping the classroom, with his peers regarding him with expressions of unexpected admiration. At the podium stood a teacher with thick, high-powered glasses, his bald head resembling a Mediterranean landscape. Observing the student engrossed in his phone with a frigid gaze, Lin Xiao blinked, offering a sheepish smile. It was essential to understand that a military academy was not akin to a typical university here, attendance and focus were not optional. Although cultural subjects held less weight, the knowledge imparted was crucial for the students. This particular class on exotic beasts introduced the various types of such creatures, their threat levels, and methods of counteraction. The content of this course could significantly influence a student's future career in the military or the Hunter Association. After all, understanding these beasts was imperative to comprehend their behaviors, strengths, and whether one could hunt them effectively, an issue intimately tied to one's own safety. Even the proud Wu Zhixing was attentively listening in class, for no one wished to gamble with their life. Lin Zhao's previous fainting spells had been due to circumstances beyond his control. Yet his current distraction with his phone represented a serious lapse in attitude. The Mediterranean teacher set down his textbook, resting his hands on the lectern, and coldly inquired, "Lin Xiao, please describe the physical characteristics of the black wild boar and its threat level." Lin Xiao politely rose from his seat and placed his phone on the desk. The black wild boar typically measures between 2 to 4 meters in length, stands 1.5 to 3 meters tall, and weighs between 2 to 5 tons. Its snout is long, with tusks as dark as coal, its limbs are equipped with formidable claws, and its back is adorned with dark scales, nearly as hard as steel. The threat level for an average specimen is classified as D, while those exceeding 3 meters are categorized as C, deemed high-risk exotic beasts. The teacher's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "What are its weak points, then how should one hunt it?" The weak points are the snout and the abdomen, and its ability to maneuver is quite limited. It is advisable to evade the beast's charge, striking at the snout or slashing its side, then confronting it directly once its mobility has diminished. Continue with the characteristics and hunting methods of the shadowblade mantis. The shadowblade mantis can stealthily move within shadows, measuring between 0.8 to 1.5 meters in length, and stands. Discuss the blue-backed gorilla. What about the ghost-faced spider? As the exotic beasts teacher continued to pose questions, Lin Xiao responded effortlessly, his composure unwavering. Initially, his classmates regarded him with teasing glances. Yet as he answered more than 10 questions correctly in succession, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. "Goodness! I had no idea you were this impressive!" exclaimed Zhao Xia at the adjacent table, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, as if she had just witnessed a miracle. As Lin Xiao correctly answered nearly 20 questions, the teacher, stroking his balding head with a momentary pause, inquired, "Have you prepared in advance?" "I memorized everything," Lin Xiao replied. A collective gasp resonated throughout the classroom, with classmates casting him incredulous glances. Even Wu Zhixing, typically grumpy, furrowed his brow in astonishment, regarding Lin Xiao with suspicion. Whispers of disbelief floated through the room. To memorize it all is quite an exaggeration. No way. Did he really do that? Are you even human? Impressive. It became evident that Lin Xiao's apparent nonchalance belied his diligent efforts. His childhood companion next door trembled in shock, observing Lin Zhao's calm demeanor. The teacher adjusted his sleeping glasses. "Very well, please take your seat and refrain from disturbing your peers." Lin Xiao complied, reopening his phone. Indeed, he had memorized the entire text. Upon arriving at the classroom that morning, he had aimed to garner some experience in rapid memorization, utilizing his level 1 rapid memorization skill with an additional 11 points in mental acuity, along with his agility that allowed him to read 10 lines at once. He had painstakingly memorized the entire book. However, upon checking his progress, he discovered that his skill had only increased by a mere 5. Lin Xiao was understandably frustrated and decided to delve into the game of Go. This was his first attempt at Go, and he had barely made 2 moves before being called away, thus, the match had been interrupted due to his prolonged inactivity. After rematching and waiting a while, Lin Xiao initiated another game. Although he had memorized the rules, he had never played before and was entirely unfamiliar with the strategies. So he could only rely on his own interpretations and make random moves. It was rather embarrassing, but it mattered little, as his opponent was not particularly skilled either. After 3 minutes of play, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Why hasn't my experience increased? He wondered. Could it be that the system does not recognize Go as a skill? That seems unlikely. This game is quite intellectually stimulating. Puzzled, Lin Xiao decided to complete the match nonetheless. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two novices concluded their lackluster game, with Lin Xiao emerging victorious. Go, Level 0, Experience 38. Lin Xiao stared blankly at the information on his screen, utterly astonished. This was the first time he had encountered such a generous reward in experience points. It appeared that experience was only calculated once the match concluded. 38 points in 10 minutes was quite decent, if only there were a method to expedite the process. Lin Xiao's gaze drifted to the bottom right corner of his phone screen. Next to the button for standard matches was another option, Rapid Play. While standard Go matches could take around 10 minutes, Rapid Play could conclude within 5. This was something Lin Xiao had noted while perusing the platform's guidelines. Rapid Play Mode. Activate. Within seconds, he was matched with an opponent. Indeed, in this restless society, there are far more individuals who prefer to engage in rapid chess matches than those who take their time. Everyone is eager to seize fleeting moments of respite to partake in a game. The sound of pieces clicking, tap, 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 signals the swift conclusion of the match in under 3 minutes. This time, Lin Xiao faced defeat. There was little he could do, as his experience in matches was scant, leaving him no time to contemplate in Rapid Play. Go, LV0, the Experience 32, the brilliance of Go resonated within Lin Xiao, who fervently praised this national treasure in his heart, and without pause, he initiated another game. Go, LV0, Experience 33, Go, LV0 Go, LV1. Potential points 1. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Xiao felt tears well up, yearning to exclaim, "Woohoo, let us take flight." Without hesitation, he invested the potential points he had accumulated yesterday, enhancing both his physical and mental attributes by 1. His physicality now stood at 13, while his mental acuity reached 12, propelling his training speed to a new echelon. Reflecting on how swiftly he advanced in Go, what about other board games? Lin Xiao suddenly felt a surge of excitement, as if he had uncovered a method to rapidly accumulate potential points. Thanks to the great and wise Bodhisattva Zhao Xia for her guidance. Turning his head, Lin Xiao offered a slight bow to his childhood friend, who wore an adorably bewildered expression. In gratitude, Lin Xiao resolved to dedicate himself during the upcoming holiday. He wished to demonstrate just how formidable a level above LV1 in Go could truly be. Chapter 13. The inquisitive student Zhao Xia, the martial arts instructor Wang Gang, sensed something amiss with Lin Xiao today. "Teacher Wang, is there something wrong with my sidekick?" Inquiring thus, the young man executed a whip kick into the air, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The excessive force from his right foot caused a slight misalignment in his posture. "All right, thank you, teacher." The student pondered the issue, returning to his position to correct his previous maneuver against the sandbag. His diligence and curiosity were commendable, as it was indeed Wang Gang's duty to nurture such qualities. However, the issue arose when Lin Xiao continued to bombard him with questions. "Teacher, why do I always feel my downward strikes lack power? How can I generate explosive force in a short distance? I feel like I easily lose my balance during consecutive flying kicks." Wang Gang observed Lin Xiao's retreating figure with a mix of amusement and exasperation, wondering if the student was perhaps a tad too inquisitive. Every few minutes, Lin Xiao approached him with a new query, leaving Wang Gang somewhat bewildered. Initially, he suspected the young man was teasing him, so he took a moment to observe. To his surprise, Lin Xiao demonstrated considerable skill. After each inquiry, he would return to practice diligently, repeating the movements until they became increasingly precise. Wang Gang found it challenging to identify any further flaws in his technique. Indeed, his progress was remarkably swift. As a teacher, witnessing a student grow stronger under his guidance was fulfilling, yet Wang Gang felt a peculiar emptiness within his chest, an inexplicable sense of being drained. Bang! Martial Arts, LV1, Experience Point 6, Martial Arts, LV1, Experience Points 3, Martial Arts, LV1, Experience Points 4. How fortunate it is to have a teacher. Observing the frequent bursts of numbers in his field of vision, Lin Zhao's heart brimmed with the joy of harvest. The instructors at military university were seasoned experts, adept at pinpointing his shortcomings. Today, Lin Zhao cast aside his pride, seeking knowledge whenever he encountered challenges. The experience points accumulated rapidly, bringing him immense satisfaction. Martial Arts, LV1, Experience Points 1, Martial Arts, LV1, Experience Points 0, noticing the experience points dwindling to increments of 1 and 0. Lin Zhao switched to a different series of punches. Upon realizing the minimal gain, he eagerly approached his instructor once more. His frequent movements began to draw peculiar glances from his peers, yet Lin Zhao remained oblivious, prioritizing his quest for knowledge above all else. In the midst of Wang Gang's suddenly weary demeanor, Lin Zhao resumed his humble inquiries. Today's footwork lesson was devoid of equipment and focused instead on practical evasion and counterattacks, with students pairing off for one-on-one practice. In order to ensure an undisturbed practice, the attire for the footwork class consists not of traditional training garments, but rather a form-fitting white t-shirt paired with black shorts. Take that! Zhao Xia clenched her delicate fists, launching a series of fluid strikes toward Lin Zhao, yet he deftly evaded each one with an air of nonchalance. With a swift jab, accompanied by a long punch, Lin Zhao seized her arm, pulling her forward while sweeping her lower leg with his foot. Instantly, Zhao Xia found her center of gravity compromised, leaning forward as if to fall. While an ordinary person might have suffered a painful tumble, Zhao Xia was no ordinary individual, she was a student of the military university. Bracing herself with one hand against the ground, she twisted her supple waist and delivered a fierce kick aimed at Lin Zhao's head. However, he had anticipated her move, skillfully dodging the attack and swiftly capturing her right leg, securing it firmly over his shoulder. Leaning forward, Lin Zhao pressed down on Zhao Xia's neck, forcing her to the ground. Her single-handed support faltered beneath the weight, rendering her unable to resist as her cheek pressed against the smooth wooden floor. Pouting her lips in frustration, Zhao Xia lamented, "Why can't I defeat you anymore?" Lin Zhao, with a triumphant grin, grasped her fair thigh. "It seems the tables have turned, it used to be you who had the upper hand. How does the floor feel? Cursed be it." Zhao Xia pounded the ground with her left fist, embodying a portrait of injustice. Though her strength and agility were both at level 9, and her combat skills and footwork were nearing level 1, overcoming Lin Zhao in this moment felt utterly impossible. "All right, rise." Lin Zhao released his hold and stood. Zhao Xia, with a graceful leap, sprung back up, glaring at him while rubbing her face. "Come at me. Don't hold back, just see if I want to knock you down." Observing her bravado, Lin Zhao wore an amused expression. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, bring it on, oh my." As her words left her lips, Lin Zhao's fist had already swept past her earlobe, the fierce wind ruffling her hair. Zhao Xia instinctively shrank back, her face transforming into an adorably flustered expression. "You truly want to show me any mercy?" "Haha, I kindly ask that you go easy on me, for I have always been rather frail," she responded, her eyes sparkling and lips pursed in a charming pout. With a fierce determination, she launched a powerful straight punch toward Lin Zhao's abdomen. He sidestepped just in time, but her fist swiftly morphed into a knife hand aimed at his neck. Lin Zhao nimbly retreated 2 steps, prompting Zhao Xia to pursue with a spinning 3-kick combo. Yet, Lin Zhao intercepted her midair, seizing her nape with deft precision. Once again, she found herself sprawled on the ground, pounding the floor in frustration. "Curse it! How could you block that?" Lin Zhao sat lightly on her lower back, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded his childhood friend. After all, it was she who had previously held back during their training sessions, and now the roles had been entirely reversed. Get up. I'll slow my attack speed a bit to help you practice your footwork. Oh. Xiao Xia, her voice elongated, was lifted from the floor by Lin Xiao. This time, it was Lin Xiao who initiated the attack while Xiao Xia evaded the counter. However, he slightly restrained his own prowess, ensuring that his offensive was challenging yet manageable for Xiao Xia, allowing her to feel the pressure without being overwhelmed. This pressure could foster rapid improvement. A truth Lin Xiao was all too familiar with. Make sure your footing is steady. Once I launch a series of attacks, you will lose your balance. Keep your heels down. If they rise too high, your stability will weaken. Don't focus solely on my fists, my legs will strike as well. Adjust your body's orientation in accordance with your footwork, otherwise, your movements will become increasingly uncoordinated. With a grasp of level 2 footwork, Lin Xiao guided the girl like a mentor, addressing her deficiencies. Xiao Xia gradually acclimated to Lin Xiao's rhythm of attack, her evasions transforming from clumsy to precise. She likely remained oblivious to Lin Xiao's gradual increase in speed, which was intended to heighten the challenge. After retracting a hook punch, Lin Xiao ceased his assault. Why have you stopped? Xiao Xia, still caught in the thrill of her recent successes, lightly bounced on the spot, reveling in the satisfaction of having dodged his attacks. Lin Xiao, with his finger curled against his chin, contemplated the data he had just observed. Footwork, level 0, 99.9. This was Xiao Xia's statistic, indicating that she had been stagnating at the threshold of improvement for some time. Why hadn't she advanced? No, that is not right. Lin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. He had fallen into a misconception. Ordinary individuals do not level up as he did, with experience points translating directly into advancement. Continuous reflection and thorough assimilation of current insights were essential for true mastery. Otherwise, regression was a real possibility. Lin Xiao recalled instances where, after prolonged unconsciousness, he had noticeably experienced a decline in his punching power. Tonight, make sure to reflect deeply on the key points from our session. Given Lin Xiao's serious demeanor, Xiao Xia refrained from being playful and nodded earnestly. Observing that his words had resonated with her, Lin Xiao felt a sense of relief and assumed a stance, ready to continue their training. Lin Xiao, may I join your team? A cold yet magnetic feminine voice suddenly emerged from behind. Chapter 14. The humanoid beast standing behind Lin Xiao was a tall and striking woman. Her form-fitting attire accentuated her curvaceous physique, and her long legs, revealed beneath her black shorts, were both beautifully straight and exuded a sense of strength. With her asymmetrical side bangs framing her delicate and graceful features, she possessed an air of cool detachment akin to that of a fierce heroine. Xiao Xia tilted her head, murmuring a puzzled inquiry. Form 1. This was none other than the second-ranked student of Class C, trailing only behind Wu Zhixing, Form 1. Lin Xiao regarded this unexpected classmate with the same bewilderment as his childhood friend. Under the intense scrutiny of Lin Xiao and Xiao Xia's questioning gazes, Form 1's expression gradually morphed into one of embarrassment. I apologize for interrupting your training. Contrary to her striking appearance and demeanor, this cool girl seemed rather shy. A flash quickly creeping up to her ears. I merely wished to spar with Lin Xiao, as he possesses certain techniques in footwork that I find admirable. Moreover, a change of opponent could foster mutual growth and improvement. Feng Wen's voice dwindled, betraying a hint of uncertainty. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and turned to glance at his childhood companion. It was not concern over jealousy that troubled him. He had never witnessed such emotions in her, and their bond resembled that of family rather than lovers. Since childhood, Xiao Xia had always been his sparring partner. Fearing that he might suffer unduly at the hands of others, she consistently teamed up with him to serve as his opponent, enveloping him in a protective aura. Indeed, he had often felt that he hindered Xiao Xia's progress, for his former weakness had deprived her of ample opportunity for training. Thus, today, Lin Xiao had chosen to forgo the chance to accumulate experience points in footwork class, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to assisting Xiao Xia, striving to make amends. You decide. Go on. I want to practice with Chen Feifei. Zhao Xia waved her hand dismissively at Lin Xiao, rushing over to embrace the girl who was beckoning her from the side. Chen Feifei was originally Feng Wen's training partner and shared a good rapport with Zhao Xia. In fact, it could be said that Zhao Xia enjoyed a favorable disposition among the girls in the class. However, in consideration of Lin Xiao, she often declined invitations from friends, fearing that he might succumb to despair and depression. With the alleviation of Lin Xiao's burdens, it seemed that Zhao Xia's life would become significantly easier. At least no longer requiring her constant vigilance over where her childhood friend might faint. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly, burying his guilt deep within, and turned to face Feng Wen. Come on, you attack first. All right. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wen's tall figure appeared before Lin Xiao, delivering a fearsome punch. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted as he narrowly evaded the blow. Feng Wen's fist transformed into a knife hand, slicing towards him with a speed and force that far surpassed Zhao Xia's. Bang! Lin Xiao crossed his arms to block the strike. Yet the tremendous force propelled him several centimeters into the air. When his feet finally touched the ground, he found himself over 2 meters away. The low strike had sent him flying more than 2 meters. Rubbing his arm, Lin Xiao fixed his gaze solemnly upon Feng Wen. Strength 12, Agility 12. Martial Arts, LV1, Footwork, LV1, 98. Truly, she was ranked 11th in the year, her strength and agility surpassing Lin Xiao by 2 points. With her footwork nearly reaching LV2. Among all the students Lin Xiao had encountered, she exhibited the highest proficiency in footwork, even surpassing Wu Shixing. Although Lin Xiao's footwork was superior, his strength and speed were vastly inferior to hers, and his LV2 footwork barely allowed him to defend himself from swift defeat. This woman did not lie, she indeed came with the intent of sparring for improvement. Are you ready? I'm coming in, Feng Wen said, stretching her ankle. Her long legs so fair they were almost blinding. Lin Xiao had no desire to experience the sensation of being struck by those legs, as their power could easily fell a rhinoceros. Lowering his center of gravity and tensing his nerves, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Here we go. Her pale, elongated legs transformed into lethal axes, descending upon him with deadly intent. How did Lin Xiao end up sparring with Feng Wen? This time, she seemed to be taking it a bit more seriously, and Lin Xiao was quite impressive for holding out this long. Observing her footwork again was a delightful experience. Their sparring intensified, drawing the attention of their classmates. However, Lin Xiao found himself in a precarious position, feeling as though he were dancing with death. Feng Wen's speed was astonishingly swift, he exerted every ounce of his strength, hardly daring to draw a breath, fearing he might collapse under the next blow. Meanwhile, Feng Wen appeared to have plenty of energy left, even taking moments to observe how Lin Xiao evaded her attacks. Of course, Lin Xiao was not merely on the defensive. He attempted to counterattack as well. Yet, the disparity in their strength and agility was 2 points, and as the match progressed, the significance of each attribute gap magnified. Feng Wen's power, speed, and dynamic vision far exceeded Lin Xiao's, and even though her footwork was slightly inferior, dodging his attacks was effortless for her. In fact, Lin Xiao suspected that even if he managed to land a hit, it would hardly faze her, after all, compared to her. His strikes felt somewhat feeble and lacking in force. Footwork, LV2, Experience 3, Footwork, LV2, Experience 2, Martial Arts, LV1, Experience 2, under the overwhelming pressure from Feng Wen. Lin Xiao had no time to glance at the experience points that had surfaced. With a swift movement, he sidestepped to evade a high kick and attempted to retaliate with a punch. To his astonishment, Feng Wen did not dodge this strike. Instead, she seized his right arm with both hands, absorbing the blow with her abdomen. Her leg from the high kick remained extended. This is bad. Lin Xiao exerted force in his arm, striving to break free from Feng Wen's grasp. However, it was too late. The back of that long leg had already brushed against Lin Xiao, resembling a pair of closed scissors that ensnared his neck. Bang! Lin Xiao collapsed onto the ground, his posture strikingly similar to that of Zhao Xiu just moments before. The only distinction was that he was not facing the floor, but rather the fair thigh of Form 1. He found himself wedged between Form 1's left leg at her knee, his cheeks pressed against her smooth skin. The fragrance of youth filling his nostrils. Lin Xiao's face turned crimson, veins bulging. It was not shyness. He felt as though his neck was on the verge of being crushed. Slap. Slap. He hastily struck the floor a few times, his voice trembling as he declared, "I concede." Form 1 released her little scissor grip, a remorseful smile gracing her face as she helped Lin Xiao to his feet. "I apologize. You are truly quite agile, and I may have grown a bit too anxious in my efforts." With that, she kindly brushed off the dust from Lin Xiao's clothing, her gentle demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier ferocious persona. "Can we continue?" she inquired cautiously. "Come on, I'm ready," Lin Xiao replied, rolling his neck as determination reignited on his face. If he was afraid of sparring with Form 1, how could he possibly hope to contend with Wu Zhixing, the chief? Very well. The gentle smile of the girl vanished, her demeanor transforming into one of cold indifference, radiating a terrifying pressure. In the corner, Wu Zhixing, indifferent as he practiced with his own underlings, casually redirected his gaze and dispatched an opponent who failed to evade his attack. Not bad, it seems even Archen, our third, could not last as long against Form 1. Where does Lin Xiao currently rank in our class? Since yesterday, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, his spirit completely revitalized. That leg lock appeared so daunting. Suddenly, I felt a twinge of envy for Lin Xiao. You might find it exhilarating from your vantage point, but when it's your turn, you'll know the pain. Form 1's legs could snap your neck. I too felt a sudden pang of envy for Lin Xiao. Wake up, you are a girl. The classmates' chatter completely eluded Lin Xiao's ears. Facing Form 1, any distraction could lead to dire consequences. Amidst the rapid accumulation of experience, Lin Xiao endured a thrilling and perilous class. Chapter 15, The Secret Teachings of the Master of Footwork. The following day, after the morning training session, the hour of power refinement concluded. Lin Xiao, sensing the transformative growth within his body, gradually opened his eyes. The information panel before him displayed Strength 10-11. Indeed, the enhancement of strength became increasingly sluggish. He had ascended from 8 to 10 within a single day. Yet it took him over a day and a half to progress from 10 to 11. This was accomplished with a physique of 13, a spirit of 12, and the power refinement technique at level 2. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly required several more days. The change from 10 to 11 in strength. Lin Xiao clenched his fist, distinctly feeling the extraordinary power coursing through his limbs. He now possessed a punching force exceeding 1 ton. Rising to his feet, Lin Xiao earnestly practiced a series of punches and kicks in place. The nearby students exhibited little surprise, as many engaged in physical activity post-refinement to acclimatize to their newfound strength. After a brief moment, Lin Xiao ceased his movements, crossing his arms in contemplation. There was a peculiar sense of obstruction. Although his strength had significantly increased, it seemed he was unable to fully harness it, feeling subtly constrained. Previously, Lin Xiao had never experienced such a sensation upon gaining strength. He would simply adapt with a bit of movement. Could it be due to his agility being slightly lower than his strength? Perhaps he would inquire with the teacher later in the afternoon. Lin Xiao relinquished his thoughts, embracing the student virtue of asking questions. Today, Wu Yong returned to school, his face wrapped in bandages. Truly, he exemplified the resilience of a military academy student. After a day of rest, he had already recovered. When encountering Lin Xiao, Wu Yong's eyes flickered, avoiding direct gaze. His posture slightly hunched. It appeared he had genuinely been intimidated. Even Wu Zhixing's other minions had subdued their arrogant demeanor. Indeed, strength was the ultimate truth. Lin Xiao relished the tranquility, as he had little interest in trampling over those who had mocked him. After all, accumulating experience points was far more significant. Chess, LV0, Experience 23, Chess, LV0, Experience 20, Chess, LV0 Chess, LV1. Potential Point 1. International Chess, LV0, Experience 15, International Chess, LV0, Experience 12, International Chess, LV0 International Chess, LV1. Potential Point 1. Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV0, Experience 8, Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV0, Experience 5. Accumulating points in chess was not as effortless as Lin Xiao had envisioned. Firstly, the particular chess variant must not possess randomness, otherwise, it could not be recognized as a skill by the system. Secondly, Lin Xiao discovered that whenever he mastered one type of chess, the experience points for the subsequent type would diminish. While he was refining his skills in Sakura Prefecture Shogi, the experience points had dwindled to an unprofitable level, yielding only minimal gains per game. Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV0, Experience 6, Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV0 Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV1. With great difficulty, Lin Xiao completed his shogi practice before the afternoon break. He sighed, perhaps due to the numerous commonalities among various board games, the more he mastered, the less his brain received adequate exercise, resulting in a decline in experience points. The next board game at level 1 would likely prove as challenging as others at level 2. Moving forward, he resolved to focus solely on Go, as it yielded experience points at a much quicker rate. Regarding the 3 pristine potential points acquired that morning, Lin Xiao allocated 1 to both physique and spirit, saving the remaining point. He intended to experiment with increasing his agility. If that proved unfeasible, he would reconsider his allocation. As for why his cultural studies teacher neglected him, it was because he had memorized an entire book this morning, resulting in a 6% increase in his shorthand proficiency at level 1. In the footwork class, they practiced evasive maneuvers with equipment. How to swiftly adapt to a strengthened body. Su Ruome sat in her office chair, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Xiao, and repeated the question in a whimsical tone. Her current workload was remarkably light, having taught nearly all that was necessary for their 3rd year, only student practice remained. She occasionally provided guidance in the practical evasion and counterattack class, and after finishing the equipment-assisted class, she found herself with nothing to do, contentedly coasting through her salary. However, she had not anticipated that her leisurely time would be interrupted by a student barging in while she indulged in her office's haze. Indeed, I have made some progress in strength recently, but I feel my body is unable to fully express it, Lin Xiao honestly communicated his concerns. He had meticulously noted the locations of his teachers' offices, determined to put an end to the slacking habits of all negligent instructors. The footwork teacher nodded, lightly flicking her cigarette. This is a common issue, especially among those of us who enhance our bodies with power. The rapid increase in physical strength often outpaces the nervous system's response and limb control. Su Ruame gracefully crossed her legs, resembling a languid feline. In truth, the combat, footwork, and weapon classes you partake in are designed to help you quickly adapt to your newfound strength. As long as you elevate your proficiency in these classes, your control over your body should improve swiftly. Lin Xiao understood this. After all, combat techniques and weapon classes focused on physical force and control, while the footwork class particularly enhanced their neural response speed and dynamic vision. With daily practice, over time, they would adapt to their strengthened bodies. However, Lin Xiao's rapid ascent in strength posed a unique challenge. His agility simply could not keep pace in such a short span. Was he truly left with no choice but to allocate more points? It felt like a loss. Yet, there might be alternative methods. Seemingly sensing Lin Xiao's dilemma, Su Ruome wore a mischievous expression. How is your control over power? Decent, Lin Xiao replied modestly, scratching his head. Is it truly just decent? Su Ruome narrowed her eyes into slits, smiling like a clever fox. Originally, the course was to be taught only after the completion of all your cultural classes, however. It seems the time is approaching, as the school has already summoned the instructors for the martial arts class. What is the martial arts class, you may wonder? Lin Xiao currently finds himself in a state of directly inquiring whenever he encounters something he does not comprehend. It is a class that one can only enter upon meeting certain prerequisites, specifically requiring a considerable level of power control. Su Ruome delicately caressed her cheek with her slender fingers, her tone somewhat suggestive as she remarked, "I wonder if you will be selected. Revealing the details of the course to you in advance may not be entirely appropriate." Observing this, Lin Shao puffed out his chest, shedding his earlier modest demeanor, and gave himself a thumbs up. "Teacher, my power control level is indeed exceptional." His playful display successfully elicited laughter from the female instructor, who covered her mouth, giggling charmingly. "Well, very well then, I shall discreetly share some details with you." Su Ruome placed her finger against her alluring lips, as if to imply that he should keep this information to himself. Regardless of whether they are human or beast, the energy absorbed by cells is not entirely digested. A portion of that energy is secretly stored away. Lin Shao, have you ever attempted to harness the power that your body has stored? Chapter 16, Are You a Monster? Kid? Did you remember the key points I just mentioned? Su Ruome leisurely twirled in her chair, appearing quite pleased. Meanwhile, Lin Shao rested his chin on his fingers. His brow furrowed in concentration. "I remember, but since I have never tried, I am uncertain of my success." "Then let us experiment again tonight. You should return to your class now." The martial arts instructor waved his hand, seemingly eager to usher away the unexpected visitor who had interrupted her leisure time. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Lin Shao displayed an innocent expression, then promptly sat down on the floor. "Hey! Why did you suddenly sit on the ground?" "Teacher, I'm going to practice right now, please guide me if I make any mistakes." What a joke. Why would he return to trial and error when he could have a teacher's guidance? "Hey! I just realized you have a bit of a mischievous side." A soft foot playfully nudged his shoulder, accompanied by the slightly exasperated voice of the female teacher. However, this had little effect on Lin Shao, who had already shed his inhibitions. He closed his eyes and began to operate the energy refinement technique. This time, however, the target was not the external energy but rather his own body. The teacher had instructed that to control the power within, one must first practice the technique on oneself to fully comprehend the sensation of energy flowing out. Initially, Lin Shao drew energy at the lowest power. After all, it was his own body, and he feared causing harm. To his surprise, the cells within seemed quite protective, refusing to release even a modicum of energy. This left Lin Shao both amused and frustrated. When he fed them, they acted like starving ghosts, yet now, when he sought to take back some energy, they were entirely unyielding. Truly, they were all about intake and no output. In response, Lin Shao gradually increased the extraction force, engaging in a tug-of-war with his own body. Ultimately, when the extraction intensity reached a certain threshold, his cells reluctantly expelled a mass of energy. The sensation was truly peculiar, a distinct experience separate from the physical senses. No wonder Su Ruome had said that one must undergo personal experience to truly understand. Moreover, the energy he had previously accessed was akin to a shared natural resource. Lin Shao had appropriated energy through the refinement technique, akin to a thief forcibly seizing external energy, leaving him incapable of direct control over it. In contrast, the energy now within him bore his mark, transforming into his private possession. As Lin Shao's mental focus guided it, the energy began to shift slowly within his body, even imparting an additional sensory perception. Energy, LV0, the experience points for releasing his mental control, the mass of energy seamlessly integrated into his cells. Lin Shao opened his eyes, gazing intently at his teacher. "Teacher, I have extracted the energy, what should I do next?" How did you manage that so quickly?" Su Ruome, who had just put a cigarette to her lips, was momentarily taken aback by her student's declaration. "Are you certain you have drawn out the energy? Can you control it?" "Yes, I can." Despite some resistance, Lin Zhao's mental prowess proved sufficiently robust, allowing for seamless manipulation. One cannot underestimate you." Su Ruome lit a cigarette, her gaze deepening with contemplation. No wonder Wang Gang remarked that this young man's power extraction is second only to the top two. He possesses an innate high mental intensity. The latent energy within the cells is akin to an extension of our own bodies. One must guide it to traverse throughout gradually. The instructor positioned his finger against Lin Zhao's chest, tracing down his arm, then back to his chest. Repeating the process with the other arm. Once the energy circulates through the body, the brain can ascertain bodily changes and automatically make the necessary adjustments. Following this, a bit of normal exercise should facilitate a swift adaptation to his enhanced physique. It's akin to inner vision. Yes, indeed. This term appears to have existed even before the Cataclysm. Lin Xiao grasped this concept, yet he had one lingering question: is extracting excessive energy detrimental to the body? Not at all. Even completely expelling it would pose no harm, as this energy merely serves as reserves. However, students often struggle to control large amounts. With this reassurance, Lin Xiao promptly commenced his actions. The second attempt proved significantly easier. Lin Xiao managed to extract energy merely by relying on his mental force, without employing the power extraction technique. Indeed, where there is one, a second follows. The cells within his body appeared to relinquish their hold, eager for him to take them. However, when Lin Xiao extracted a substantial amount of energy yet remained unsatisfied, seeking more, they began to act like miserly guardians, resisting his will. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Deeming this unacceptable, the energy within his body should be readily available, lest it become a nuisance. He promptly activated the power extraction technique, determined to eradicate this instinctive hoarding. After all, it would not harm his body, thus, he confidently increased the intensity. Under the tremendous suction, the cells within him seemed to emit mournful cries. Their hidden energy fully extracted. As Lin Xiao sensed this nearly overflowing, liquid-like energy, he felt momentarily bewildered. Goodness! How much had been concealed? What followed was an entirely new awareness. He appeared to visualize his organs, every bone, every vein, every muscle. A plethora of information unfolded, allowing his brain to clearly comprehend his bodily condition. Was there still a need to control it? Lin Xiao felt somewhat lost, as it was nearly saturating his entire being. Releasing his mental force, he attempted to command this mass of energy. The sole sensation was heavy. Exceedingly heavy. Even with Lin Xiao's impressive mental attribute of 13. Moving it felt akin to a snail's pace, exceedingly laborious. Power, LV0, experience 2, mental, allocate points. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao directly invested the remaining potential points, resulting in a significant surge in his mental intensity. This time, he barely managed to control the vast energy. Although still sluggish, he could distinctly perceive its movement, merging and intertwining within his body. Power LV0, experience 16, power LV0, experience 14, power LV0, experience 15. What exactly is this skill? Is it related to the control over power? Lin Xiao did not fully comprehend, but it mattered little. He was aware that he was on the brink of acquiring a new potential point. Power LV0, the experience 14, power LV0, power LV1. Potential point 1. In the fleeting moment of the skill's upgrade, Lin Xiao felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. And his ability to manipulate energy ascended to a new echelon. The power within him, once sluggish, transformed into a gentle flow, akin to a bubbling brook, continuously shifting and expanding in accordance with Lin Xiao's will, even spilling forth beyond his skin. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and gazed at his right hand. Although no visible change was discernible to the naked eye, Lin Xiao distinctly sensed a layer of translucent, gaseous energy enveloping his palm, emanating from within him. "You rascal, are you a monster?" Lin Xiao turned his head to behold a pair of eyes, sharp and upright like needles. Chapter 17, The Power of Transformation. It was the first time Lin Xiao had witnessed such an expression on his teacher's face. This typically carefree and jovial woman, whose presence exuded an enchanting lightness, now bore an unusually grave countenance. Her delicate brows knitted tightly, and the playful gleam in her crescent-shaped eyes had vanished, replaced by a sharp, piercing brightness akin to the edge of a blade. Noticing her intense gaze fixated upon his right hand, Lin Xiao curiously inquired, "Teacher, can you see it? Try focusing your energy into your eyes." A sudden realization struck him, and he concentrated, channeling a modicum of energy into his pupils. The world transformed before him, reds appeared more vivid, blues deeper, and his vision became extraordinarily clear. He could even discern the intricate patterns on a mosquito's wings perched on a wall several meters away. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though the air was filled with elusive particles, reds, greens, blues, yellows, each color swirling aimlessly in the atmosphere, too minuscule to be distinctly perceived. Gazing out the window, he observed the towering tree beside the teaching building, its lush leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, the movement seemed somewhat sluggish. "Where are you looking? Look at your own palm." Snapping back from this wondrous state, Lin Xiao shifted his focus to his right hand. His slender palm was enveloped in a veil of pale gray energy, clinging to his skin like a translucent glove. This is the true combat form of power. Su Ruome lightly touched the back of Lin Xiao's hand, her demeanor now more composed than before. He noticed that her pupils appeared shrouded in a layer of gauze, dark and profound. This was likely the manifestation of power concentrated in her eyes. Is this energy beneficial for combat? Clenching his fist, Lin Xiao felt no change in his physical strength. It enhances the destructive capacity of your attacks, then also provides commendable defense. "Come here." Following Su Ruome, he arrived at the corner of the office where a power measurement device was situated. "For your first punch, retract all the energy within you, just like usual." Nodding in understanding, Lin Xiao relinquished control over his internal power, allowing the energy to dissolve into his cells. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a straight punch. Bang! The power meter read 1058 kilograms. "Ah, quite impressive. For the second punch, draw out your internal energy and distribute it within your striking right hand." Lin Xiao guided the energy from within to flow into his arm, executing a second punch. Bang! The meter indicated 1341 kilograms. Wait! Such a significant increase. Lin Xiao was taken aback. This punch had surged nearly 300 kilograms, a leap far greater than the incremental rise he experienced when his strength increased from 10 to 11. Subsequently, Su Ruome, with a somewhat exasperated expression, corrected his misunderstanding. "It's because the energy density within you is exceedingly high. An ordinary student might only see an increase of around 100 kilograms. Recalling the near-liquid state of energy within him, Lin Xiao nodded in realization. This was likely due to his physique rating of 14, resulting in a higher quality of energy storage within his cells. In that case, if I channel energy into my points of exertion, will the increase be more substantial? Indeed, it can be so, but such an approach will also lead to greater consumption. Is there actually consumption involved? Lin Xiao hurriedly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surge of power in his right hand. It seems there is indeed a slight depletion. It was so minimal that he hadn't noticed earlier. Could it be that the energy replenishes itself during the refinement process? Precisely. When the body is satiated, it naturally stores any excess energy. That's reassuring. Utilizing it won't cause me distress. Lin Xiao felt quite satisfied. Now then. The third punch. Infuse the power into the surface of the body. The skin of Lin Xiao's right hand enveloped itself once more in a layer of energy, resembling a pale grey shroud. Bang! This punch felt distinctly different, as if his skin had not made direct contact with the measuring device. Lin Xiao relaxed his palm and glanced at the screen. Measuring device, 1753 kg. Ah! He gently touched the gaseous veil, utterly unable to fathom its immense destructive potential. At that moment, the voice of teacher Su Ruome drifted in softly. This is referred to as the manifestation of power. Lin Xiao turned to see the teacher raising her closed left hand, her fingers unfurling one by one. Infusion, entanglement, release, transformation. What you have achieved now is the second stage, power entanglement. Thus, power LV0 corresponds to the first stage of infusion, while power LV1 aligns with the second stage of entanglement. Do the release and transformation then represent LV2 and LV3 respectively? What are their effects? Are there any levels beyond this? Just as Lin Xiao was about to voice his questions, the footwork instructor's hands settled on his shoulders. Lin Xiao. What is it? The sudden seriousness in Su Ruome's tone startled him. Before the martial manifestation class formally begins, do not employ power entanglement on your classmates. Understood? After all, this is a secret lesson the teacher is providing him, and Lin Xiao was aware of the boundaries. However, he was somewhat curious as to why the teacher emphasized entanglement. Is this power entanglement particularly difficult? A smile graced Su Ruome's lips, yet her eyes were devoid of mirth. It is indeed challenging, even within the Hunter Association. Not every hunter can accomplish it. Moreover, the most crucial point is, the female instructor grasped the front of his garment, lowering Lin Xiao's head to her face. If you only utilize infusion, no one will notice anything amiss, but once you employ entanglement, the teachers will certainly detect something unusual. Su Ruome's voice was low, imbued with a faint hint of tobacco and blueberries, gently brushing against Lin Xiao's face. If the teachers see me use power entanglement, they will know someone is secretly teaching me these lessons. Given the instructor's current gravity, Lin Xiao tightened his nerves, lowering his tone to a whisper. Indeed. Su Ruome nodded slightly, her expression laden with weight. They will harbor doubts, conduct investigations, and ultimately trace everything back to me. Is it truly a grave transgression for Teacher Su to have revealed the cause to myself? Lin Xiao's heart brimmed with guilt as he solemnly assured, "Rest assured, teacher. Prior to the commencement of the martial arts class, I shall absolutely refrain from employing the entanglement technique. No. I shall not wield my powers even then. Even if it meant losing to Wu Shixing." Lin Xiao was unwilling to embroil those who had come to his aid in trouble. Upon hearing his words, Su Ruome's expression softened slightly, and she murmured, "That is good. That is good." Witnessing this, Lin Xiao felt an even deeper pang of regret. Had he known the severity of revealing the cause, he would never have taken such a risk. "Teacher, if discovered by others, would you be dismissed?" "Not at all." Su Ruome shook her head, her fists clenched, brow furrowed, and her tone grave as she replied, "However, I would certainly be subjected to a rather hefty meal penalty." In that moment, Lin Xiao's gaze dimmed. He felt as though he had just acted foolishly. "I shall return to class now." Why do you seem somewhat disdainful of your teacher? Your expression conveys a hint of disrespect towards me. Chapter 18, Bullet Time. Hunter mode. With the remainder of the footwork lesson almost concluded, Lin Xiao retreated to the equipment-assisted corridor for training. The introspective techniques taught by teacher Su Ruome had yielded remarkable results. Although his agility panel had yet to reflect any increase, Lin Xiao could distinctly sense a significant reduction in the sense of blockage within his body. Furthermore, he discovered that channeling his power through his pupils and allowing the energy to saturate his brain produced an extraordinary effect. It was as if the surrounding environment had decelerated. Not only did his dynamic vision enhance, but his mind also began to operate at an accelerated pace, akin to the surge of adrenaline in the human body, creating the illusion that time itself had slowed. This revelation filled Lin Xiao with elation, prompting him to whimsically dub this newfound technique Bullet Time. Armed with Bullet Time and the velocity boost from his 11 units of strength, he once again dared to confront the third-level mechanism. Though the pressure remained formidable, sending tingling sensations through his scalp from the rubber projectiles, Lin Xiao persevered this time, finding himself with at least a modicum of evasion. The oppressive nature of the third-level mechanism also significantly advanced his footwork from level 2, increasing from 3.7 to 6.8. This marked the most substantial growth since achieving level 2, and the experience required to ascend to level 3 was dauntingly immense. He wondered if he could achieve it by the end of the semester. Gently touching the skin that stung from the barrage of projectiles, Lin Xiao sighed. Each fragment of experience was hard-won. Whoa. 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 During the free combat session after class, Lin Xiao braced his arms against his chest, defending against Zhao Xia's torrential onslaught. As he used his elbows to deflect her punches and kicks, he meticulously observed her movements, offering guidance intermittently. Your posture is somewhat uncoordinated when you throw punches, you need to exert more force with your feet. Got it. Whoa. Though Zhao Xia's tone might have seemed playful, it was evident from her now level 1 footwork that she had taken Lin Xiao's words to heart. Lin Xiao intended to help her elevate her combat skills to level 1 as well, which would significantly enhance her standing in class. With a swift side kick, Lin Xiao sent the young girl tumbling 2 meters across the mat. Alright, that's enough for today, be sure to digest and summarize what you've learned. Zhao Xia brushed off the dust from her clothes and stood with her hands on her hips, brimming with pride. Humph. I'm progressing so quickly. Don't you think I'm impressive? The side kick Lin Xiao executed had not been delivered with full force, targeting her well-defended arms. Although it appeared she had been sent flying, she had sustained no injury under the impact. Her improvement was commendable. Lin Xiao regarded the girl with a subtle expression. Not long ago, it had been he who endured the blows. And now the roles had reversed. Was this truly a cause for pride? Xiaoya, are you ready over there? A melodic voice called out from a distance, as a petite girl with long hair approached. She was covered in dust, her lips turned downward, and her brows formed a comical frown, her expression suggesting a mix of indignation and humor. I've been knocked down by Feng Wanwan again. Have you finished over there? This girl is Chen Feifei, hovering around the 8th or 9th rank in our class. She usually practices with Feng Wan. However, it is evident that there is a significant disparity in their abilities, as reflected in her disheveled appearance. Why not team up with me? Feng Wanwan is truly terrifying, you know. I know. Hurry up and let go. How can you be messier than me? At this moment, Chen Feifei was clinging tightly to Zhao Xia's waist, nuzzling against her cheek. Ever since their last practice session together, Chen Feifei has taken a liking to being Zhao Xia's partner, possibly due to their similar skill levels. It seems that Feng Wan and Chen Feifei have been friends for quite some time, just like Lin Xiao training with Zhao Xia now. She also drags Chen Feifei for special training, resulting in Chen Feifei getting thoroughly beaten every day. Lin Xiao, quickly go to Feng Wanwan, now Xiaoya belongs to me. Chen Feifei waved her hand dismissively at Lin Xiao, seemingly wanting to shoo him away. Don't call me Lin Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao felt a bit helpless. He was still unaccustomed to her habit of using reduplicated words. However, the special training with his childhood friend was nearly over. It was time for him to increase the intensity for himself. In the adjacent training area, Feng Wan stood still with her eyes closed, exuding a chilling and imposing aura, akin to a blade that has just been sheathed. The moment Lin Xiao stepped in, she opened her eyes, her body transforming into a shadow as a fierce fist came rushing towards him. Bang! Lin Xiao crossed his hands to block the punch, the exaggerated force pushing his shoes across the ground for several meters. Feng Wan glanced at her fist, puzzled, and asked, "It seems you have gotten a bit stronger." Rubbing his wrist, Lin Xiao replied half-jokingly, "In a few days, you might not need to hold back." Really? That would be. Feng Wan lowered her stance, a radiant smile gracing her beautiful face. Wonderful. The humanoid female beast charged forward, delivering a kick more fearsome than a knife's edge. Ever since learning introspection, Lin Xiao has made it a habit to scan his body with energy after each power refinement. According to his teacher, this accelerates the brain's recognition of the body and enhances his energy control. Lin Xiao wholeheartedly agreed, as this also conveniently allowed him to gain experience points for his power, LV1. In the next day's combat class, his agility successfully increased to 11 points, matching his strength. The sense of blockage within him vanished entirely. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt that fully mastering his own power was a truly wonderful experience. Taking a deep breath with his eyes closed, Lin Shao arched his body and struck the power bag with a heavy blow. Bang! Combat skill LV1, experience points 3, power meter 1149 kilograms. Just this 1 point of agility made his usual punching power fall short by nearly 100 kilograms. Indeed, no attribute should be underestimated. Balanced development is the way to go. Once he confirmed the values, Lin Shao discreetly reached out to turn off the screen of the power meter. It was imperative that no one witnessed this, as he was about to simultaneously accumulate experience points in 2 areas. A surge of formidable energy began to swell within him, circulating through various parts of his body as he exerted himself. He refrained from employing the energy wrapping technique. The martial arts instructor nearby was far from oblivious. And this ability had been covertly acquired, making its discovery quite disconcerting. Lin Shao eagerly anticipated the commencement of the martial transformation class, where he could exercise his powers openly. With a resounding thud, as his fist was unleashed, the energy within him surged forth, guided by Lin Zhao's will, converging like a stream towards the tip of his fist. Martial Arts, LV1, Experience 2, Power LV1, Experience 4. This was a clever technique Lin Shao had devised, fast dispersing energy across the various points of exertion, then synchronizing it with his physical movements, thereby accumulating and transferring it to the next point of force. Ultimately, all power would converge upon the attacking limb, delivering a potent strike. The advantages of this method were manifold. It required minimal consumption, yielded substantial impact, and refined Lin Zhao's proficiency in wielding his energy. Of course, should he wish to unleash his full potential, Lin Shao would need to draw forth all the energy within him, allowing his entire being to be saturated with power. He had clandestinely experimented with this, and the results were astonishing. His strength soared to unprecedented heights, with both speed and force experiencing remarkable leaps. However, the cost was a terrifying rate of energy depletion. It was worth noting that Lin Shao had already augmented his physical constitution, which now stood at an impressive 15 points, resulting in a staggering reserve of power. Yet, should he deploy his entire energy reservoir, even someone with Lin Zhao's capacity could only sustain it for less than half an hour, as every cell in his body would be fervently consuming energy in exchange for enhanced combat prowess. He had whimsically dubbed this skill Hunter mode. Lin Shao also harbored even more extravagant ideas, contemplating the possibility of enveloping his entire body in energy wrapping while in Hunter mode. However, due to its conspicuous nature, he had yet to find an opportunity to test it. But if he were to succeed, what name would this skill bear? Lin Shao found himself acutely aware that naming things was, indeed, a challenging endeavor. Chapter 19, The Fatal Temptation of the Class Guide. Are you considering taking a part-time job this weekend? As the afternoon class on power refinement concluded, Xiao Xia's question left Lin Shao momentarily bewildered. It dawned on him that today was already Friday. Indeed, 4 days had elapsed since he acquired the system after fainting on Monday. Within this brief span, Lin Zhao's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was so immersed in the exhilaration of becoming stronger that even his perception of time had become somewhat nebulous. Previously, weekends were spent hastily catching up on courses. But now he no longer felt burdened, as if he genuinely had the time to engage in part-time work. After a moment's contemplation, he mused. Spending a few hours on the weekend for a part-time job doesn't seem too burdensome. I could earn some money to buy gifts for my mother and sister. In the past, he had lived on campus, impoverished, even wearing the school standard uniform, and had never sent red envelopes to his family. The thought of it was somewhat embarrassing, especially since Xiao Xia frequently ordered items online to send home. As for the duel with Wu Zhixing, frankly, even if he were to lose, it wouldn't be the end of the world. At worst, he would spend a day in the infirmary. Moreover, considering his current rate of progress, how many times could Wu Zhixing defeat him? Reflecting on this, he realized there was no need to keep himself so tightly wound. Occasionally working as a tutor could be quite enjoyable. All right, send me that tutoring platform, he said. I'll tell you. There are long-term and short-term assignments, along with specific requirements. Zhao Xia squeezed beside Lin Xiao, and the two sat on the floor of the training classroom, whispering conspiratorially. Lin Xiao. A calm, indifferent voice interrupted them, nearly causing both to jump in surprise. It was their class guide, Wu Qinghua. What's the matter, teacher? Lin Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at the ever-serious expression of his instructor, feeling both anxious and perplexed. Hadn't the power refinement class already ended? He couldn't recall having committed any misdeeds aside from perhaps being overly brazen with his phone during cultural classes lately. Come to my office, Wu Qinghua instructed curtly. Turning to leave without further explanation. Zhao Xia cast a furtive glance at the retreating figure of their teacher and clasped her hands together in a mock prayer towards Lin Xiao. May you seek good fortune. Don't make it sound like I'm the one in trouble. What would you like to drink? Anything is fine, please feel free. Seated opposite Wu Qinghua. Lin Xiao sat up straight, his posture formal as he observed her preparing the tea. For reasons he could not fathom. He always felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of his class guide, reminiscent of his childhood encounters with strict teachers. Initially, he believed it to be his own issue, but he later discovered that everyone in the class, except for Wu Zhixing, exhibited a peculiar reverence towards her. It could only be said that this stern woman exuded a formidable aura, evoking in her students the sensation of a mouse confronting a cat. As the fragrant aroma of oolong tea wafted through the air, a cup of clear, golden tea was placed before him. Lin Xiao politely tapped the surface of the table in gratitude. Recently, have the troubling issues that plagued you been resolved? Wu Qinghua delicately sipped her tea. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiao. Indeed, after fainting on Monday, the symptoms vanished, and I have not experienced any headaches in the past few days. Lin Xiao had already contemplated this question in his mind, so his response came naturally. After all, aside from family, who would delve deeply into the specifics of your health? The class advisor nodded slightly, her fingers gently tapping the table. Are you considering taking on a part-time job? It seems she had overheard his conversation with Zhao Xia. Yet why did she approach him? Lin Xiao felt a twinge of confusion, as the military university had never interfered in such matters. Yes. I wish to earn some money during my spare time. Will your grades improve? Or rest assured? Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. Providing an affirmative response, I have been diligently practicing, and I have made significant progress in all areas, so I am fully capable of graduating successfully. No. That is not what I meant. Wu Qinghua rested her elbows on the table, her hands cradling her chin, the light reflecting off her glasses. What I meant is, can your grades return to the rank you held upon enrollment? Lin Xiao had ranked third in his cohort upon entering, surpassing even the martial arts rankings. It should be possible before graduation. Although he felt confident, and especially with the support of the system, Lin Xiao believed he might be overzealous in his assertion, as it could come off as somewhat arrogant. What about during your junior year? I will strive to do my best. What is going on? Why does the class advisor seem so aggressive today, and how could she expect someone who has been lagging behind to leap into the top 3 within a few months? Well, he indeed could, but the teacher was unaware of his system. After hearing Lin Xiao's ambiguous reply, Wu Qinghua took another sip of her tea and unexpectedly made an off-topic remark. The school actually offers scholarships. Huh? Students ranked within the top 20 of their cohort receive a monthly financial aid subsidy from military university. Why have I never received this? Lin Xiao felt a wave of dismay wash over him. The evaluation is based on the comprehensive assessment at the end of the semester. And entrance exam scores do not count. It seemed Wu Qinghua had glimpsed the turmoil within Lin Xiao's heart, as she calmly added. May I inquire about the amount of the subsidy? Lin Xiao lowered his head, his tone unusually calm. Class advisor Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses. A faint smile gracing her lips. Each rank has a different amount, starting from the 20th rank, the scholarship is 10,000 yuan. For each rank above that, the scholarship increases by 1,000. Thus, if I had maintained my original rank, I would have received a monthly financial aid of 27,000 yuan over the past 2 years. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. To put it in perspective, his mother's salary was merely 7,000 a month. Receiving 27,000 in subsidies could significantly ease their household's financial burden. This increment of 1,000 continues only up to the 4th rank, while the scholarships for the top 3 positions are calculated separately. Wu Qinghua took another sip of tea, pausing momentarily. The scholarship for 3rd place amounts to 50,000. Lin Zhao's mouth fell slightly agape, his heart heavy with unshed tears. How much had he truly missed? Thus, I ask you, is it possible to return to the top 3 this semester? Absolutely. This time, Lin Zhao's response was resolute, devoid of hesitation. Well, confidence is indeed reassuring. Wu Qinghua appeared quite satisfied with Lin Zhao's reply, pouring himself another cup of hot tea. Moreover, in just 10 days, the selection for class leader will take place at the end of the month. Is that so? Lin Xiao blinked in confusion. Each month, military university holds class competitions, where each class elects its leader in advance at the end of the previous month. Class C's leader has always been Wu Shixing, and his duel with Lin Xiao is set for the leader selection. As the former leader, he welcomes any challengers from the class. But why mention this suddenly? It does not pertain to the grade rankings. In truth, the class leader receives an additional stipend of 10,000. Very well, Wu Zhixing. Prepare to meet your end. Lin Xiao clenched his fists beneath the table, his gaze sharpening. This is far more lucrative than a part-time job. Oh, by the way, teacher, what is the scholarship for the top student in the grade? Wu Qinghua was momentarily taken aback. She removed her glasses, her eyes as dark as ink. Gazing steadily at Lin Xiao, this is quite a challenge. Lin Xiao did not flinch, maintaining eye contact with the class instructor. After a brief moment, a smile graced the woman's face, radiant and enchanting, even somewhat bewitching. The first place scholarship is 150,000. Chapter 20, Preparing to begin. During dinner, Lin Xiao informed Zhao Xia that he would not take up a part-time job. Methodically, he completed the remaining lessons for the day and returned to his dormitory to finish his power refinement. After attending to his personal hygiene, Lin Xiao reclined on his bed and summoned his status panel. Name, Lin Xiao, potential points, 0, strength, 11, agility, 11, constitution, 15, mentality, 14, skills, power refinement technique, incomplete, LV2, 8, 5, step technique, LV2, 7, 1. 200 sword, LV1, 73, 9, combat arts, LV1, 65, 7, power, LV1, 4, 2, go, LV1, 25, 3, shorthand, LV1, 14, 8. Mental calculation, LV1, 1, 2. With 10 days remaining until the end of the month, he needed to clarify which skills he could enhance in such a short time. Firstly, he dismissed the power refinement technique and step technique, as the experience required for LV2 was excessively vast, rendering any upgrade within the limited timeframe implausible. Secondly, while he believed that with effort he could improve his shorthand and mental calculation, this would encroach upon his regular training time, proving to be an imprudent investment. To be frank, progressing in Go was significantly more manageable if he focused solely on it during cultural classes. He could likely elevate it to LV2 in just a few days. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao mentally listed his target skills: 200 sword, LV1. Combat arts, LV1, Go, LV1. These were the skills he could fully cultivate within the span of 10 days. As for power, LV1, that seemed quite precarious. And he was reluctant to employ the power manifestation in battles, as it felt somewhat improper to use a technique learned through underhanded means. Although the step technique instructor described it as light and effortless, it fundamentally contravened the regulations. Otherwise, why would she have been reprimanded with a meal penalty? Thus, considering the circumstances, he could realistically acquire only 3 potential points. To be candid, that was insufficient. Wu Zhixing possessed a strength of 14 points. And Lin Xiao needed to elevate his strength to a comparable level within 10 days. The farther he progressed, the slower the enhancement became. How long would it take to increase his strength from 11 to 12? Even with Lin Xiao's remarkable constitution and mentality, achieving an upward shift of 3 points within 10 days would prove exceedingly challenging. As for allocating points to strength, Lin Xiao was unwilling to sacrifice his pace of advancement for a mere 10,000 yuan. To catch up with others' 2 years of training within such a brief period, he would need to amplify his rate of improvement to an extraordinary and almost absurd level. For that, he required potential points. Reflecting upon the various facilities and classrooms at the school, Lin Xiao engaged in a fervent brainstorming session, desperately contemplating how he might acquire new skills. It is essential to note that advancing from skill LV0 to LV1 offered the highest cost-effectiveness and the simplest experience accumulation. Multiple weapon dojos. Military firearms shooting ranges. Lin Xiao's eyes gradually sparkled with realization. I'm sorry, Wu Zhixing, but for the sake of the class scholarship, I must now resort to giving you a good thrashing. As he closed his eyes, preparing to rest, the teacher's words from the afternoon resurfaced in his mind. To surpass the top 2 competitors, one must clarify the desires within one's heart. These were the words spoken by instructor Wu Qinghua as he departed from the office, a sentiment that remains elusive to him even now. On Saturday morning, Lin Xiao and his childhood friend completed their muscle training and power refinement courses, as was customary. These tasks were imperative, and one must not succumb to lethargy simply because it was the weekend. I'm off to be a tutor. Remember to play Go tonight, so you can witness the prowess of a level 19 master, Zhao Xia declared with a haughty air before striding away, leaving Lin Xiao silently watching her retreating figure. Reluctant to reveal that he had actually attained an amateur level of 2 Dan, surpassing her by approximately 20 ranks. After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Xiao made his way to the firearms shooting range alone. The venue was quite spacious, featuring an array of shooting targets and military weaponry. Each weapon display was attended by several staff members responsible for maintenance and operational guidance. Typically, the place was deserted, however, on weekends, students often frequented it, as the number of those with a passion for firearms was not insignificant. With the assistance of the staff, Lin Xiao selected a large caliber handgun and an automatic rifle to proceed to the shooting range. After mastering the shooting techniques and usage protocols, he commenced firing at the targets. Bang! 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 Shooting LV0, Experience 3, Shooting LV0, Experience 2, Shooting LV0, Experience 3. Upon changing the magazine, Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh. The skill was named shooting, not handgun, indicating that he could not simply accrue potential points at will. Bang! 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 Shooting LV0, Experience 3, Shooting LV0, Experience 2, Shooting LV0, Shooting LV1. Potential point 1. After diligently expending the remaining bullets, Lin Xiao returned the firearms. Students were allowed to trial 3 grenades free of charge each week, and for practice, they could use model rounds, which operated similarly, albeit without gunpowder. Just give me the model rounds. Ha! Don't you want a few real ones? Not necessary. All right. Under the staff's puzzled gaze, Lin Xiao took several model rounds and headed to the training field. He pulled the pin, hurled the grenade, and watched as it arced gracefully through the air, landing accurately within the designated target area. A few seconds later, with a sharp thud, the simulated grenade detonated. Throwing LV0, the Experience 2, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow in silence. It appeared that this skill could also be honed using javelins, or even by picking up stones from the roadside. Well, since he was here, he might as well familiarize himself with the operational procedures. Throwing LV0, Experience 3, Throwing LV0, Experience 2, after several trips collecting model rounds, Lin Xiao found himself somewhat exasperated, thus, he decided to simply toss them upon retrieval, though aiming remained essential to gain experience points. Throwing LV0, experience 4, throwing LV0, throwing LV1. After returning all the items, Lin Xiao departed. Although it did not entirely meet his expectations, acquiring 2 potential points within an hour was still quite gratifying. He had initially come here with the hope of exploiting a glitch, yet his true objective lay at the Weapon Academy. The Weapon Academy essentially served as a venue for weapon elective courses, boasting numerous classrooms, each dedicated to a distinct weapon class. Even some non-elective weapons had corresponding training rooms, albeit without specialized courses. Upon entering, Lin Xiao could distinctly sense the increase in foot traffic. Even on weekends, many students were present, diligently honing their skills. The bright corridor was lined with various weapon classrooms, each adorned with a unique nameplate: battle blade, great axe, heavy hammer, long staff, rapier, whip. If a two-handed sword could be classified as an independent skill, then it stood to reason that other weapons could too. A bountiful smile blossomed on Lin Xiao's face. Chapter 21, Master of Weapons Lin Xiao, a frenzied journey of experience. That individual seemed to have just exited the spear chamber. Why is he back here? Perhaps he is merely testing the feel of the weapon, isn't that what weekends are for? The essence of weaponry lies not in quantity but in mastery. To learn every type is to master none. Indeed, observe how clumsily he swings that axe, it is nothing impressive. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the chilling giant axe cleaved through the air, its cold, heavy steel accentuating the weapon's weight. Lin Xiao gripped the axe handle with both hands, awkwardly wielding this brutal instrument that exceeded 30 kilograms. Great axe, LV0, experience 3, great axe, LV0, experience 4, great axe, LV0, great axe, LV1. Potential point 1. In an instant, as the panel indicated an upgrade, his previously unskilled movements transformed into a fluid display of dexterity. The menacing axe blade danced through the air, exuding an aura of power, and his techniques appeared to have been honed through relentless practice. Goodness, he has suddenly become formidable. Is he a seasoned player masquerading as a novice to amuse us? How embarrassing. Did he hear what I just said? A new form of showing off. Lin Xiao sheathed the weapon, entirely unfazed by the astonished onlookers from his school, and hurriedly made his way to the next weapon chamber. Heavy hammer, LV0, experience 4, heavy hammer, LV0, experience 3, heavy hammer, LV0, heavy hammer, LV1. Potential point 1, this colossal blunt weapon, capable of instantaneously crushing the skulls of beasts, transitioned from slow to fast, from motion to stillness, spinning gracefully in his hands with effortless ease. What is going on with him? He seems incredibly strong now. He looked inferior to me just moments ago. Could it be that he initially appeared to be a complete novice, only to suddenly become extraordinarily powerful? How do you know? I followed him here, curious to see how he showcases his skills. Beast Hunter Saw Blade, LV0, experience 4, Beast Hunter Saw Blade, LV0, Beast Hunter Saw Blade, LV1. Potential point 1, with a long blade nearly 20 centimeters wide, the oddly curved edge was cold and sharp. The back lined with irregular serrations designed to rend the flesh of prey and extract the innards of exotic beasts. In Lin Xiao's hands, this monstrous blade seemed to come alive, swinging and tearing as if it were disemboweling an invisible beast, even transforming the very air within the room into a chilling tableau of bloodshed. Nearby students swallowed hard, inexplicably feeling as though they were splattered with blood. Impressive, right? I told you he would excel. How does he practice? Perhaps he is a senior, merely enjoying some leisure time after an internship. I am a senior too. Don't spread rumors. No senior is this extraordinary. Long-handled broadsword, LV0, experience 5, long-handled broadsword, LV0, long-handled broadsword, LV1. Potential point 1, goodness. Is that the legendary Guan Yu reincarnated? Nonsense, it is clearly the arrival of Elbu. What precisely are you and your companions here for? Merely watching without practicing. The small, sharp dagger twirled rapidly in hand, thrusting and slicing with precision, ultimately embedding itself into the bullseye 10 meters away thanks to Lin Zhao's deft wrist movement. What do you think, my brothers? Was I not correct? Is it truly that impressive? Come on, let's go take a look together. Lost in the euphoria of the weaponry wonderland, Lin Zhao remained oblivious to the increasing number of followers trailing behind him, utterly dazed by the overwhelming influx of potential points. This place was nothing short of paradise. The repeated notifications of upgrades on his interface were simply exquisite, akin to leveling up in a game. Allowing one to witness their gradual enhancement, rendering time irrelevant and fostering an addictive allure. Lin Zhao had completely succumbed to the joyous realm of point accumulation. As he returned his battle knife and alloy shield to their rightful places, Lin Zhao prepared to step outside when he was called by nearby students. "Boss. Are you eating dinner? Should I bring you something?" "Boss." Lin Zhao was momentarily taken aback by this title, but he quickly checked the time on his phone. 6:30 p.m. How could it be so late? He patted his stomach, recalling that he hadn't even had lunch. "We were just heading to the cafeteria. What would you like to eat? We can bring it back." "No, thank you, I'll eat out later." Observing the group of robust students casually draping their arms over each other's shoulders, Lin Zhao found himself curious about the origin of this title boss and why they seemed to know him so well. Moreover, why did they bond so closely? Even practicing together on their day off. "Why do you call me boss?" "Because you wield every weapon with proficiency." As he uttered this, the group of muscular men appeared starry-eyed, their muscles pulsating with excitement from their rapid breathing. Lin Zhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He seemed to be significantly overestimated. "You've misunderstood, but I do not possess such versatility." Lin Zhao felt compelled to rectify their misconceptions. He extended his hand, creating a minuscule gap between his thumb and forefinger, and earnestly stated, "I only know a little about each weapon." To his surprise, the group of men became even more animated, their expressions conveying an understanding, as if they were sharing a secret code with him. Lin Zhao found himself perplexed, struggling to connect with the current generation of youth. Moreover, with all his skills at only level 1, he truly had only a rudimentary understanding. After dining at the cafeteria, Lin Zhao returned to his dormitory and received a message from Zhao Xia. Come. Let me teach you how to play Go properly, alright? You have an account, right? Send me your ID so I can add you." Lin Zhao 1234. "Okay, I'll add you now." Following this, Zhao Xia's messages ceased for 2 minutes. "Amateur second dan." "Yes. Go ahead and add me." Upon connecting with friends on the platform, Lin Zhao initiated a custom match, deliberately avoiding the rapid game mode. For the swift conclusion would rob the experience of its joy. A notification chimed as the voice chat connected. Adjusting his headset, Lin Zhao calmly remarked, "Come on. How many games do you wish to play tonight? I shall accompany you for however many you desire. Is it possible to not play even one?" "That is out of the question." "Oh. Help. Qiao, save me." With a flurry of hurried footsteps, Zhao Xia likely sought assistance. It appeared that Qiao was her roommate. Yet Lin Zhao was unperturbed. Should the reinforcements prove formidable, he would seize the opportunity to gain experience points. And if they fell short, then they would both face the consequences together. Casting a glance at the potential points on the board, Lin Zhao felt an immediate surge of delight, invigorated and brimming with boundless energy. "They're coming. Don't be too arrogant, an amateur second dan is nothing to boast about. My roommate is an amateur fifth dan. Ahaha. I am Xia's roommate, Chen Xiaowen. Do you suggest I observe?" Lin Zhao chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern as he commenced the match. 10 minutes later. "Qiao, is there truly no hope left? I lost. Want you a fifth dan?" Oh. Amidst the tempestuous sobs of the two girls, Lin Shao quietly removed his headphones. While he was indeed an amateur second dan, it did not imply that his skill was confined to that level. Advancement in ranks required time. Chapter 22. Above the clouds, Ashen mode. Tonight, the moon shines exceptionally bright. With his roommate Luo Tao back home, Lin Shao finds himself alone in the dormitory. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he hums a cheerful tune, swaying his body as he joyfully reflects on the bountiful rewards of the evening. A spear, a great axe, a mighty hammer, a beast-hunting saw, a long saber, throwing daggers, a long whip, a giant scythe, a broad-bladed sword, and a shield. Along with the shooting practice at the range, he has amassed a total of 12 potential points today. Lin Shao has never fought such a prosperous battle before. He feels as if his tail could almost lift with delight. In truth, not all weapons are easy to cultivate. For instance, the spear and the long stiletto share similar attack patterns and usage. After leveling the spear to level 1, Lin Shao attempted the stiletto, only to trigger an experience penalty, much like in board games, where the difficulty of earning experience skyrockets. The same holds true for the hammer and the mace, the great axe and the dual-bladed axe, throwing daggers and knives, darts, as well as the long saber and many other polearms. Thus, he constantly filtered through excessively similar weapons in his mind to maximize the speed of accumulating points. Later, Lin Shao concluded from his experiences that the more peculiar and unconventional the weapon, the easier it was to gain experience, such as the long whip and the giant scythe. Of course, there were surprises, such as a popular elective course at school, the broad-bladed sword combined with a one-handed shield. This combination astonishingly yielded 2 potential points. And Lin Xiao's face lit up with joy upon seeing it. A bounty. An abundant harvest. Tomorrow, he would return to gather more. There is certainly more to gain. For now, he should focus on training, as he had been so engrossed today that he hadn't even refined his powers yet. Without hesitation, Lin Shao began to allocate his points, 6 in constitution, 6 in spirit. With a crisp sound, as the panel updated, Lin Shao experienced a lightness that felt almost ethereal. Time seemed to slow, his thoughts gradually elevated, becoming increasingly transcendent. It was as if he was suspended in the dark clouds, gazing upon a boundless starry sky, where the crescent moon bathed everything in gentle light, and shimmering points of light danced freely in the air, appearing and disappearing like whimsical fairies. Just as Lin Shao reached out to touch these fairies, the world shattered like a fragile bubble, and everything vanished. He fell back down from the clouds. Back in the familiar dormitory, everything was as it had been, unchanged. What was that? Clutching his head, Lin Shao widened his eyes. He was certain this was not an illusion. Through the window, he could faintly see the high-hanging crescent moon and the starry sky resembling a sand table. And those shimmering points of light. Lin Xiao's pupils were enveloped in a deep, dark veil, and everything around him transformed. Reds became redder, blues bluer. Tiny luminous points floated in the air, varying in color and flickering unpredictably. These were the powers. Yet, in comparison, the density of powers above the clouds was thousands of times greater. They were omnipresent, inexhaustible, and boundless. Did my consciousness just ascend to the heavens? Why has this situation arisen? Is it due to an increase in mental strength? Lin Shao closed his eyes, yearning to once again experience that sensation, yet he met with failure. Everything that transpired felt like a fleeting dream, and although his mental acuity had intensified several-fold, he still could not reach the ethereal heights. With a soft sigh, Lin Shao temporarily relinquished his attempts. He deemed it unnecessary to force the issue, but as long as he continued to grow stronger, that feeling would surely return in due time. Regaining his composure, Lin Shao commenced the operation of the power refinement technique. A muffled sound seemed to echo from the heavens. High above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the chaotic, floating orbs of light appeared to be imbued with gravity, momentarily freezing in place. Then, they surged downward. The overwhelming power coalesced into a beam of light, piercing through all obstacles and directly flooding into Lin Xiao's being. In comparison to before, was the enhancement of his physique from a score of 21 to 20 in mental acuity substantial. If one were to ask Lin Xiao, he would only say there exists a chasm of difference. Both the intensity of his mental faculties and the speed at which he assimilated power were now incomparable to his previous state. His cells seemed to disdain the frailty of his current form, ravenously consuming energy, growing, dividing, and replacing themselves, intent on upgrading his corporeal hardware. Power Refinement Technique, Incomplete, LV2, Experience 11, Power Refinement Technique, Incomplete, LV2, Experience 15, Power Refinement Technique, Incomplete, LV2, Experience 14, due to the exponential growth of his mental strength. Even the experience points for the Power Refinement Technique began to soar, a stark contrast to the paltry gains of 2 or 3 he once experienced. Power Refinement Technique, Incomplete, LV2, Experience 12, Strength, 11-12. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xiao's strength had already risen. This did not come as a surprise. After all, he had lingered at a strength of 11 for 2 days. Under the torrent of power, it would be remarkable if he did not advance. However, his body was still far from satisfied. The cells within him continued to ceaselessly absorb energy, as if they had been starved for 3 days and nights. Unrelenting in their hunger. As dawn's light pierced the night, the birds outside began their cheerful chirping. Lin Xiao rose from his bed. Each step deliberate as he made his way to the bathroom. Although he had not perspired, his body felt sticky, reminiscent of having gone days without a wash. The warm water from the shower cascaded over him, and as Lin Xiao gently rubbed his chest, a layer of grayish-white grime fell away, revealing the tender, fair skin beneath. This residue was merely dead skin. Just yesterday, during his bath, he had diligently scrubbed himself clean, yet after a single night. The dead skin could easily amount to several pounds of elixir. Clenching his fist, he felt the surging power within his body and inhaled deeply. Strength, 13. This astonishing metabolism had yielded a strength of 13. Last night, Lin Xiao's power refinement had continued for a full 3 hours. This was not due to inefficiency in refinement. Rather, his cells behaved as if possessed, immediately replacing and renewing energy the moment it filled them, as if they would not relent until his physical power was elevated. This phenomenon may be attributed to the stark contrast between physique and strength. A physique rating of 21 renders a strength rating of 11 rather embarrassing. However, it is indeed true that last night both his physique and spirit surged beyond the 20-point mark, and Lin Xiao distinctly sensed the profound transformation, a dramatic elevation. Akin to a chasm. One cannot help but wonder how formidable his prowess will become when his strength reaches the 20-point threshold. Furthermore, the density of his power, now entirely in a liquid state, instantaneously enveloped his corporeal form. A thin veil of dark grey emanated, wrapping around him like a battle cloak. Swaying and shimmering with fiery ripples. Lin Xiao raised his right hand and casually threw a punch. Boom! The air let out a mournful wail. As if pierced by a cannonball, swirling currents of heated air cascading like a curtain of water, scattering in all directions. With his entire being brimming with power, combined with the energy that coiled around him, this must be Lin Xiao's most formidable combat form to date. Let us call it the Ashen Mode. Chapter 23, 4. He is comparatively impressive. Meteor Hammer LV0, Meteor Hammer LV1. Potential Point 1, Multisection Staff LV0, Multisection Staff LV1. Potential Point 1, Trident LV0, Trident LV1. Potential Point 1, Giant Bow LV0, Giant Bow LV1. Potential Point 1, Night Spear LV0, Night Spear LV1. Potential Point 1, Remarkable. He truly excels at everything. Indeed, I had a feeling he must be a master. How does one even train for this? I find it arduous to master a single weapon. He is simply a prodigy. Even the instructors do not possess such prowess. Is he not from our class? Why are you all gathered around him? Is he not impressive? Previously, he was quite ordinary. Now, I am uncertain of his true prowess. Sighing softly, Lin Xiao cast a bemused glance at the throng of spectators. This morning, he had come to take advantage of an opportunity, only to be inexplicably surrounded by them. though they maintained a respectful distance and did not disrupt his practice. Were they not being a tad too blatant in their discussions? He could hear them. He attempted to explain that he was merely an ordinary student, asking them not to follow him persistently. This group feigned understanding, assuring him he need not worry, yet within 10 minutes of entering the new classroom, another wave of spectators began to gather behind him, their gazes making his scalp prickle. Do they truly not require any training? What are they doing here on a day off? Oh well. I might as well accumulate another potential point before leaving. Today, I squandered a bit of time on the giant bow, possibly due to some overlap with my shooting skills, triggering a minor experience penalty. Fortunately, it was not excessive, and Lin Xiao deemed it tolerable. To his surprise, the knight's spear was not categorized as a type of spear, likely due to the significant difference in its usage. Having set aside the weapon, Lin Xiao proceeded to the one-handed sword classroom. This particular classroom boasted an impressive array of weaponry: one-handed broadswords, long swords, rapiers, military sabers, tang sabers, miao swords, and Sakura province katanas, all converged here. Perhaps due to the aesthetic appeal of these weapons, everyone yearned to indulge in their swordsmanship here, making it the most crowded classroom of all. He casually picked up 2 swords and swung them. Whooshed. Whooshed. One-handed sword, LV0, experience 2, one-handed sword, LV0, experience 1, indeed. The system has classified them similarly, akin to his two-handed sword skills. There was also a slight experience penalty, though Lin Xiao was uncertain which weapon triggered it, as he was most proficient with sword types. Nevertheless, like the giant bow, it was still acceptable. Once he finished, he would make his exit, selecting according to his preference. Lin Xiao chose a sword with a longer blade, unsure if it was a miao sword or a tang saber. As they were all crafted from the same high-quality metal alloy, the manufacturing process was identical. These weapons differed only in appearance and length, so he opted for whichever felt more comfortable in his hands. Due to the considerable foot traffic in this classroom, filled with students practicing their swordplay, Lin Xiao exerted some effort to locate a vacant space suitable for his practice. In this area sat a man with his legs crossed, a long sword resting horizontally across his thighs, seemingly in a state of tranquil meditation. "Excuse me, may I practice my swordplay here?" Lin Xiao inquired. The man opened his eyes, revealing striking features and a handsome visage, complemented by his long hair tied back with a satin ribbon, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman from the legendary Shu Mountain. "Yes," he replied with a voice marked by an aloofness that suggested an otherworldly demeanor. "Thank you." Lin Xiao nodded to himself, recognizing the man's fondness for the pre-cataclysmic fantasy dramas about immortal swordsmen, evident in his professional cosplay. He resolved to swiftly hone his skills, so as not to disturb this swordsman's meditative space. Swish. Swish. Lin Xiao, being proficient in various swords and blades, wielded the one-handed sword with a semblance of finesse that set him apart from novices. However, due to his diverse repertoire, his experience points accrued at a less than ideal rate. One-handed sword, LV0, experience 1, one-handed sword, LV0, experience 2, one-handed sword, LV0, experience 1, indeed. The more skills one possesses, the harder it becomes to earn potential points. To Lin Xiao's surprise, the handsome swordsman beside him stood up and approached. Lin Xiao paused. "Curious. Is something the matter? Are your legs numb from sitting? Your swordplay arc is commendable, but there are some flaws in your thrusting technique," the long-haired swordsman remarked. Arms crossed, the sword nestled comfortably within his embrace. "You must be new to the one-handed sword. Your previous experience has been primarily with slashing blades." Lin Xiao was taken aback. It seemed this gentleman was genuinely helpful. It was true that his knowledge of great swords and single-handed sabers was predominantly centered on slashing techniques, leaving much to be desired in thrusting. Although he had experience with spears, the tactile nuances were distinctly different from those of the one-handed sword. "May I seek your guidance?" Lin Xiao asked earnestly, having tasted the sweetness of humility from his teacher before. The swordsman nodded slightly, drawing his sword and performing a series of exquisite maneuvers. Swift as the wind, his sword danced with the grace of a rainbow, its cold light sharp and precise as an eagle's strike, yet as serene as still waters. This cosplaying gentleman possessed authentic skill. From Lin Zhao's perspective, his one-handed sword technique was at least LV1, swish. The swordsman sheathed his left hand behind his waist, thrusting the sword forward without a tremor, precise and powerful. This was clearly a demonstration tailored for Lin Zhao. After maintaining the pose for several seconds, the long-haired man concluded with a flourish, the sword now resting along his back. "Did you comprehend it?" he inquired, his tone calm yet probing. I believe I understand now," Lin Zhao mused, contemplating the intricacies of the man's wrist and torso movements before nodding and picking up his sword once more. Swish. One-handed sword, LV0, experience 4, excellent. It appeared he had indeed learned something substantial, and the experience points reflected that. Lin Zhao felt a swell of satisfaction, only to be interrupted by the swordsman's voice. "Not quite right, let us try that again." What was amiss? Am I not performing exceptionally well? Lin Zhao felt a tinge of confusion, yet he complied and redid the task as instructed. Whooshed. Single-handed sword, LV0, experience 3, no, the details were inadequately executed. This left Lin Zhao feeling rather insecure. Could it be that he was lacking in talent? "Classmate, could you kindly point out what I have done wrong?" The long-haired man turned his back, allowing Lin Zhao to see his left hand clenched tightly at his waist. When thrusting the sword, the left hand should rest upon the waist. Does this have any relevance to the thrusting technique? Is it some sort of special power application? Uncertain. Yet one must try to know. Whooshed. Single-handed sword, LV0, experience 3, this is hardly any different. Lin Zhao was suddenly engulfed in bewilderment. Classmate. Why must the left hand be positioned behind? The long-haired man furrowed his brow, seemingly puzzled by Lin Zhao's question. Then he sighed softly and earnestly explained, "Because it looks cooler this way." Damn it. Lin Zhao felt a familiar exclamation lodged in his throat. Unable to express it, yet it remained stuck there. Chapter 24, so, he truly is a sword immortal. Swish. Swish. One-handed sword, LV0, experience 3, one-handed sword, LV0, experience 4. Ignoring the earlier comments from that gentleman, Lin Zhao continued to cultivate his experience at his own pace. Why disregard my advice? Don't you wish to wield your sword with a touch of elegance? The long-haired sword immortal seemed somewhat perturbed, muttering critiques from the sidelines. Lin Zhao felt that the image of this master had begun to crumble. Swish. One-handed sword, LV0, experience 2, one-handed sword, LV0, one-handed sword, LV1. Potential point 1, sigh. Don't you find those notions impractical? Lin Zhao replied, somewhat resigned to the dialogue. The long-haired man nodded thoughtfully and continued. But if practicality is your goal, one must learn heavy weaponry for the efficient hunting of monstrous beasts. If not for the sake of style, why bother with a one-handed sword? Lin Zhao opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. For an instant, he found himself swayed by the man's reasoning. What about sparring with another person? Would you still have the luxury to pose then? The man furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Setting aside my instructor, there shouldn't be any student in the school whose swordsmanship surpasses mine, so even while showing off, I can still emerge victorious. Who exactly is this confident individual? Lin Zhao glanced at the unsealed blade in his hand. This one-handed sword was not as burdensome as the elective weapons, and a strike would not cause grievous harm. Perhaps a little demonstration is in order. He had never fought with weapons before, the thought intrigued him. Your swordsmanship is decent, but you cannot best me. Swish. Lin Zhao immediately executed a series of sword maneuvers, all imitating the techniques of the sword immortal from earlier. The long-haired man was taken aback, clearly noticing Lin Zhao's improvement. I underestimated you earlier, your swordplay is indeed commendable. He then gripped his long sword and said to Lin Xiao, "Very well, I shall restrain my strength to match yours." Lin Xiao felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. Was this man truly a show-off, or was he genuinely formidable? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao focused intently as the icy glimmer of his blade was unleashed. Swish! Clash! The longsword sliced through the air, producing a resounding clang of steel upon steel. Both Lin Xiao and the long-haired man cautiously tested each other's attacks, refraining from unleashing their full strength. However, after attempting several techniques without breaking through the other's guard, their attacks gradually quickened. Clang! 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 The entire one-handed sword classroom reverberated with the rhythmic sound of clashing metal, drawing the attention of other students. It appeared that both of them were indeed masters. How cool it is to wield a one-handed sword, they exude a heroic aura. How I envy them. When will I be able to reach such a level? Wait a moment, isn't that person the top student from Class A of the third year? Who is the one sparring with him? They seem evenly matched. Is he from the fourth year? Practicing one-handed swordplay at such an impressive level. I recall he is from Class C of the third year. I believe I overheard a group of Bali men mentioning him earlier. Look. Both of them are handsome. Higi. I feel inspired to write. Higi. Ducking under the opponent's thrust, Lin Xiao countered with a lightning-fast horizontal slash. Clang. As anticipated, his blade was parried once more, still clashing and sparking. Observing his opponent's unwavering grip, Lin Xiao chuckled to himself, sheathing his sword. It seems I have lost. The long-haired man shook his head, refuting Lin Xiao's assertion. In terms of swordsmanship, we should be evenly matched. You flatter me. How can swordplay exist without a connection to strength and speed? Lin Xiao was self-aware, although they both possessed level 1 swordsmanship with negligible difference. This man's strength was unfathomably profound. Strength equates to speed. Whenever he desired, he could easily breach Lin Xiao's defenses, even disarming him with a single strike. Thank you sincerely for your guidance today. I shall take my leave now. Stowing his weapon, Lin Xiao prepared to depart. Wait. The long-haired man called out to him, extending his hand. I am Zhuang Zhenyu, let's have the opportunity to spar again. Oh, all right, I am Lin Xiao. Politely shaking his right hand. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Oh, my apologies. Withdrawing his hand, Lin Xiao asked, his expression somewhat conflicted, are you from the third year? Yes. The top student? Zhuang Zhenyu nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, as though accustomed to being recognized. Are you also in your third year, Lin Xiao? Why haven't I seen you in the 5A ranking competition? Because I have never participated in the 5A ranking competition. Zhuang Zhenyu furrowed his brow. Puzzled, how is that possible? Although I am not well versed in others, with your abilities, placing in the top 10 should be within reach. Ha! I used to be somewhat frail, my grades were poor. Lin Xiao felt a bit awkward. The so-called 5A refers to the end-of-term grades. Combat techniques, footwork, elective weapons, power refinement, and practical combat, 5 categories, all evaluated with an A. Practical combat carries the most weight. At the end of the last semester, Lin Xiao's grades were Combat Technique C, Footwork C, Great Sword Elective C, Power Refinement A, Practical Combat D. His performance was rather dismal. Moreover, in Combat Techniques, Footwork, and Great Sword, Lin Xiao's actual evaluations should have been D due to his insufficient strength. Just as he mentioned earlier, how can swordsmanship exist without being linked to strength and speed? These 3 subjects indeed have strength requirements, however, Lin Xiao excelled slightly in technique, leading the 3 instructors to show mercy and grant him a passing evaluation. The evaluation of C signifies a passing mark, while D indicates failure. In the past, Lin Xiao's practical performance was deemed inadequate, relegating him to the lower echelons. Among the entire C class, only 2 individuals, Wu Zhixing and Feng Wen, attained the prestigious 5A rating. Even when considering the entire grade, merely over 20 students achieved the 5A distinction. The so-called 5A ranking competition is essentially a battle among the elite, bearing no relevance to Lin Xiao, who is regarded as a struggling student. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhuang Zhenyu refrained from probing further and sincerely expressed, "I understand. I hope to encounter you on the competition field this year. May your words bring me good fortune." After departing from the weapon dojo, Lin Xiao ambled along the school path, his gaze cast downward. In truth, he was unfamiliar with Zhuang Zhenyu. The former Lin Xiao was plagued by anxiety and self-doubt, tirelessly striving to catch up and rigorously training, never once attending a ranking competition. Apart from his classmates Wu Zhixing and Feng Wan, he was oblivious to the identities of those who ranked among the top echelons. His ability to deduce Wang Zhenyu's position as the top student stemmed solely from observing the latter's attributes: strength 20, agility 18, constitution 14, spirit 16, combat skill LV2, footwork LV2, refinement, incomplete, LV2, broad blade LV2, shield defense LV2, one-handed sword LV1. Such figures were extraordinary, the most formidable values Lin Xiao had encountered among students. Had this panel not belonged to the top student, Lin Xiao would have been compelled to swallow his sword in disbelief. With 20 points in strength and LV2 combat skills, a mere kick from Zhuang Zhenyu could very well incapacitate Wu Zhixing. Yet, what astonished Lin Xiao the most was not merely the numerical values, but rather an attribute he had never before witnessed: ability, sword mastery. Goodness! His opponent truly was a sword immortal. Chapter 25, The Cultural Lessons conclude. The awakening of powers begins. Lin Xiao found himself enveloped in curiosity regarding the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Previously, he had observed a correlation between mental attributes and the intensity of these powers, leading him to surmise that individuals with elevated mental faculties would inevitably awaken their abilities. However, upon encountering Zhuang Zhenyu, this hypothesis was swiftly debunked. Despite Zhuang Zhenyu's remarkable mental attributes, they paled in comparison to Lin Xiao's current prowess. Yet, Zhuang Zhenyu was undeniably a bona fide wielder of extraordinary powers. Did this mean that the awakening was solely contingent upon innate talent, entirely divorced from mental strength? Sighing deeply while seated on his bed, Lin Xiao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Extraordinary powers were rare and imbued with an air of enchantment. Like many children, Lin Xiao had harbored dreams of awakening such abilities since childhood, and the shattering of that hope was profoundly disheartening. It was no wonder that their instructor, Wu Qinghua, remarked on the formidable challenge of ascending to the pinnacle of their class. Even without extraordinary powers, Zhuang Zhenyu's foundational attributes were beyond the reach of his peers. The only one who could rival him, as Lin Xiao vaguely recalled, was the second-ranked Xiaoxia, who had mentioned that both top contenders were wielders of extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, the withdrawn Lin Xiao had never witnessed their ranked battles, leaving him entirely ignorant of how these powers manifested in combat. Never mind, after all, I possess a system, so there is little reason to envy others. He opened his interface and allocated the 6 freshly acquired potential points to his physical and mental attributes. Lin Xiao steadied his breath, preparing for the refinement of his powers. A lingering doubt occupied his mind. When he had contemplated the position of class leader, why did Wu Qinghua state that it was challenging rather than impossible? The disparity between him and Zhuang Zhenyu had been akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Was she merely sparing Lin Xiao's pride? Or did she genuinely believe in the possibility of his ascent? On Monday, during free combat practice, a resounding thud echoed as Feng Wan protected her chest with both hands, her tall frame gliding backward for several meters before landing with her shoes leaving a long mark upon the ground. Lin Xiao withdrew his left leg, astonished, and remarked, "Feng Wan, it seems your footwork has significantly improved." Impressive. This woman's footwork had already been near the threshold of level 1, and to his surprise, she had seemingly upgraded in just 2 days. "I truly wish you wouldn't say that," Feng Wan replied, rubbing her still aching wrist while regarding Lin Xiao with a look of disbelief. Just last week, she had been able to exert comprehensive control over his speed and strength, compelling Lin Xiao to rely solely on his level 2 footwork to minimize his losses. However, the tables had turned dramatically within a mere few days. What has caused you to grow stronger so swiftly? Because my headache has subsided, Lin Xiao retorted earnestly, indulging in a bit of light-hearted banter. After all, no one could deduce that he possessed a system. He intended to stick with this explanation. Is a headache some sort of seal? Feng Wan felt a twitch in her eye as she took a deep breath, her good upbringing suppressing her urge to probe further. I'm coming, Lin Xiao. No sooner had she spoken than she launched into a full-speed sprint, holding nothing back. It is no longer a matter of showing mercy. Her chances of victory are almost negligible. These days, Lin Xiao has been diligently maintaining his training at school. The rate of improvement in his physical condition has been astonishing. By Wednesday afternoon, his strength had reached 14 points, placing him on par with Wu Zhixing. After stretching his body, Lin Xiao felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed he had perhaps overexerted himself. The rapid enhancement of his strength was remarkable. Despite his daily introspective scans, his agility barely reached 12 points. He was beginning to feel somewhat out of sync. Yet, this was a luxurious dilemma, as the acquisition of potential points would not be so easy in the future. And the growth of his strength would gradually decelerate, allowing his agility to catch up. Let us go, Lin Xiao. Free combat. Go, go, go. Xiao Xia exclaimed. Her hands on Lin Xiao's shoulders as she bounced excitedly, using him as a makeshift vaulting horse. We shall continue our chess match tonight. Both Qiao and I have grown stronger, and we are determined to take our revenge. I hope you succeed. Lin Xiao replied, momentarily stunned. Before grabbing his childhood friend from behind and lifting her in front of him. What is the matter? Suspended in midair, Xiao Xia tilted her head. Her large eyes reflecting confusion. Martial Arts, Level 0, 97, 5. After gently setting Xiao Xia back on the ground, Lin Xiao placed his hands on her shoulders, wearing a broad smile. It seems I must intensify your training in the coming days. Prepare yourself. Meow, meow, meow. Xiao Xia gasped, a sense of impending doom washing over her. In the subsequent free combat session, Lin Xiao did not practice with Feng Wan but instead focused solely on training Xiao Xia, aiming to elevate her martial arts proficiency to 99. 9. Observing this, Feng Wan also began her own rigorous training, seizing Chen Feifei and subjecting her to an arduous regimen, leaving the bewildered girl in a state of despair. Each day, Lin Xiao could feel her resentful gaze and her distinctive verbal jabs. Ugh! Lin Xiao is truly inhumane. Feng Wan is also inhumane. Return my Xiaoya to me. Before long, Friday arrived. In the morning, class instructor Wu Qinghua stood at the podium in place of the cultural class teacher. From today onward, your cultural classes are entirely concluded, replaced by a new subject. Wu Qinghua tapped a few keys, and the electronic board displayed 4 bold characters, Might and Valor. The emergence of this intriguing term instantly ignited excitement within the classroom. What is Might and Valor? It sounds so cool. I've never heard of this before. Could it be some form of supernatural ability? Are you foolish? Does it seem like supernatural abilities are as common as cabbages? I heard from fourth-year students that this course is incredibly impressive. I've heard that too, but they say it's super difficult. Wow. Don't make me lose my confidence as well. Topics involving might always manage to strike a chord with military students, and the classroom buzzed with animated discussions. Excitement and trepidation painted across their faces. Today, Wu Qinghua exuded an extraordinary sense of tolerance. Refraining from imposing silence upon the students and instead patiently awaiting the conclusion of their discussions with a gentle smile. Perhaps in the past, she too embodied this demeanor. Candidly yearning for such moments. The concept of martial transformation represents the true essence of wielding one's might in combat. A matter of paramount importance that could significantly influence your future career paths. The class instructor supported herself on the podium, her gaze sweeping across each individual present. Whether in the military or the Hunter Association, warriors adept in the art of martial transformation are often distinguished as exceptional forces. The establishment of this course has been delayed until now due to its stringent prerequisites. With a sharp tap, Wu Qinghua emphasized two key terms: control of might and mental fortitude. Historically, the process of refining one's might not only enhanced physical strength and constitution but simultaneously honed one's control over that might and fortified mental resilience. It appears that the current conditions may now suffice for you to engage in this learning. What? The refining of might can also enhance mental fortitude. Lin Shao, seated below, appeared utterly bewildered, pondering why he had not recognized this before. He was well aware that might could bolster physical constitution, having often found himself in a state of incapacitation, at times requiring intravenous fluids to avoid starvation. Despite this, his constitution still registered a score of 7, likely due to his body assimilating the might. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have likely descended into a state of suboptimal health or even frailty. However, he felt no significant enhancement in his mental resilience. Well, it could be that his initial mental attributes were too high, rendering the refining of might less impactful in terms of training benefits. Among the students, aside from Zhuang Jianyu, Lin Shao had yet to encounter anyone with superior mental attributes. The challenging nature of this course would likely result in a pronounced disparity in academic performance among you. Adjusting her glasses, Wu Qinghua continued to address this. The school will establish a new class, allocating students who meet the requisite progress, while others will continue their studies in the original class focused on martial transformation. This new class shall be known as the Martial Transformation class. Following next month's inter-class competition, the selection for the Martial Transformation class will officially commence. And it is anticipated that no more than 4 of you will qualify for entry. As the instructor's words fell, the entire classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Chapter 26, Lin Zhao's fashion design. The course on the transformation of power was conducted in the training classroom. The students of Class C sat cross-legged, eyes closed, diligently absorbing energy to experience the sensation of power flowing outward. Observing their furrowed brows and intense focus, Lin Zhao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was uncertain of what to do next. Having already mastered the art of energy saturation, he had surreptitiously advanced ahead of his peers. The system's unreasonable Level 1 upgrade had allowed him to intuitively learn energy entanglement, which he executed with remarkable finesse. Wu Qinghua had previously explained that the graduation goal for ordinary class students was to proficiently utilize energy saturation, while the goal for the transformation class was to successfully employ energy entanglement. Lin Zhao had already surpassed the graduation target for the transformation class. His progress was perhaps slightly ahead of his classmates. Should he now focus on enhancing his proficiency in energy saturation at level 1? Lin Zhao hesitated. The experience points gained from practicing saturation paled in comparison to those from entanglement. It would be a waste to dedicate the entire morning's training to saturation. As for revealing to Wu Qinghua that he had already mastered energy entanglement, he hesitated, wondering if it would be unfair to teacher Suruomi. After all, learning entanglement in just one morning was nothing short of astonishing. How could the class instructor possibly believe it? Wait. I did elevate my energy to level 1 in half a lesson. Wasn't that the truth? With this thought, Lin Zhao felt a surge of clarity. Lin Zhao, have you managed to extract your energy yet? Came the voice of Zhao Xia from beside him. Turning his head, he saw the girl with her eyes tightly shut, veins bulging on her forehead, and her small face flushed red from effort. It seemed she was indeed giving it her all. I've succeeded. What about your progress? Zhao Xia opened her eyes, her voice tinged with frustration. I can't seem to draw it out. Am I truly incapable of mastering the transformation of power? That shouldn't be the case. Don't rush it. Lin Zhao sat beside her, offering comfort to his childhood friend, who was on the verge of tears. In truth, her situation reflected the typical progress of an ordinary student. Looking around at his classmates, their furrowed brows and strained expressions indicated that their progress was likely not very promising. Extracting stored energy from within the cells was a formidable challenge. Lacking Lin Zhao's high mental acuity, they could only engage in a gradual tug-of-war with their bodies. slowly coaxing the energy out. Don't try to pull out too much energy at once, start by grasping a little. Okay. I'll give it a try. Zhao Xia closed her eyes once more, continuing her arduous internal struggle. By the way, where did the instructor go? Lin Xiao glanced around the classroom, only to find Wu Qinghua's absence conspicuous. She had just introduced the first 2 stages of the transformation of power and discussed the key points of energy flow before instructing the students to begin their initial exercises. Lin Xiao hadn't even noticed when she had disappeared. Oh well, it didn't matter. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a grey flame that flickered to life, the ethereal robe swirling around him, constantly shifting in form. Lin Xiao now resembled a tailor, deftly manipulating the power entwined around his body, stitching it into the desired style. Power LV1, the experience 8, Power LV1, the experience 7. During the last development of the Ashen mode, Lin Xiao had uncovered this secret. The power entwined around his form could be shaped at will. Furthermore, while controlling it, he could also earn experience points, which was far more rewarding than using the power in its full capacity. Adding arm guards, altering the glove design, incorporating a high collar, extending the hem, and adjusting the leg portions. Since standing out in a crowd was too conspicuous, Lin Xiao quietly retreated to the back of the classroom, where he began to modify his energy battle attire alone. Although its practicality was limited, it exuded style. Why not enhance one's appearance rather than merely envelop oneself in a mass of power? Lin Xiao felt he had been influenced by Shuang Zhenyu, as he found himself enjoying this sartorial endeavor. Moreover, gaining experience while tailoring was quite advantageous. The fitted high-collared jacket reached just above the knees, presenting a fragmented and irregular diamond pattern, reminiscent of a battle-worn tailcoat, with hints of deep grey flames flickering within its texture. His hands were adorned with skin-tight gloves, and the sleeves extended like flame-inspired bracers. Below, he wore streamlined trousers paired with high combat boots, creating an ensemble that was both simple and elegant. After surveying his battle attire, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. My taste is rather commendable. It truly looks splendid. Lin Xiao's expression stiffened as he turned his head toward the doorway like a rusted puppet. The class instructor, Wu Qinghua, stood outside, holding a crystal ball, the light reflecting off his gold-rimmed glasses. When did you arrive? Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of bitterness. He was unable to contain his embarrassment at being caught admiring himself, feeling as if he might bore his toes through the floor. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Just 10 seconds ago, how is it that she walks so silently? Lin Xiao glared indignantly at the high-heeled shoes worn by his teacher, pondering how one could walk so quietly in such footwear. Wu Qinghua entered the classroom and approached Lin Xiao. Stay still, maintain this pose. Lin Xiao froze, watching in disbelief as his teacher's hand reached out, gliding over his chest, neck, arms, legs, and hem. With his head tilted back and eyes closed, Lin Xiao resigned himself to the moment. The strength and density are quite impressive. When did you achieve this? Wu Qinghua inquired casually, gripping Lin Xiao's glove. This morning. Really? Indeed. Lin Xiao replied with unwavering determination. Retracting his hand, Wu Qinghua regarded him with a stoic expression, sending a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine. Let us leave it at that. Under the class instructor's unexpected benevolence, Lin Xiao let out a heavy sigh of relief. Teacher, what is the crystal ball you are holding? As the atmosphere lightened, he finally felt at ease enough to ask his question. It is a tool for the martial arts class examination. Wu Qinghua raised her right hand, urging Lin Xiao to observe for himself. Lin Xiao leaned closer. Within the crystal sphere, azure motes of light accumulated, resting at the bottom as if drained of vitality. Utterly motionless. These were manifestations of power, not mere fragments found in the air. They had been meticulously filtered through the human vessel. Place your hand upon it and attempt to manipulate them, coaxing them to awaken, she instructed. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, pondering whether one could indeed control another's power. Had it undergone special treatment? Was it akin to governing his own energy? Precisely. He positioned his hand on the surface of the crystal sphere, focusing his mental energy. Lin Zhao's will reached into the depths of the contained force. The motes began to stir, following a unique trajectory as they floated and coalesced, creating a cerulean vortex within. Observing the swirling winds inside, Lin Zhao felt a flicker of confusion. He had merely tugged at them, he hadn't deliberately commanded them to rotate. That is what we call proficiency. Wu Qinghua reclaimed the crystal sphere, offering no further explanation of its underlying principles. From her pocket, she retrieved a pen and handed it to Lin Zhao. Attempt to enshroud the power around the object, distancing it from your body as much as possible. Practice in this manner henceforth. All right. Retrieving his gaze from the instructor's retreating figure, Lin Zhao glanced at the pen in his hand. Dark gray flames of energy cascaded forth, enveloping the pen's body, gradually consuming it entirely. Power level, LV1, experience points 10, Chapter 27, the cheerful young man with a swift motion, the cold steel blade sliced through the air, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. Instructor Miao Fei stood beside Lin Zhao, his lips twitching as he observed the student before him. To his classmates, Lin Zhao merely wielded an ordinary military-grade greatsword. However, through the eyes of Miao Fei, a seasoned veteran, the 1.6-meter-long blade was enveloped in a layer of grayish gas, undulating like a delicate veil of flames. Is the pace of martial arts training in the third year this rapid? Indeed, everyone seems to be advancing at an astonishing rate. In response to the instructor's inquiry, Lin Zhao maintained his composure and offered an affirmative reply. You little rascal, are you jesting with me? Miao Fei ruffled his disheveled hair and shot him a fierce glare. If all students could master their abilities to this extent, the principal would surely be delighted enough to perform a striptease in public. Lin Zhao refrained from further banter, focusing intently on executing each strike. Swish. Greatsword, LV1, experience 5, ability, LV1, experience 14, hooray. Long live the class instructor. The exercise of channeling abilities into weapons was remarkably effective, causing Lin Zhao's ability, LV1 experience to soar. Swish. Greatsword, LV1, experience 4, Greatsword, LV1, Greatsword, LV2. Potential point 1, agility, 12-13. Ability, LV1, experience 12, Lin Zhao's eyes brightened as he halted his swordplay, savoring a newfound understanding of his technique. After nearly 10 days, his greatsword had finally leveled up. Observing the suddenly still student, Miao Fei inquired, "What is the matter, lad? Wasn't that swordplay quite impressive?" Lin Zhao flashed a grin at his instructor and began to demonstrate a series of sword techniques. Initially, Miao Fei paid little attention. But as he continued to watch, he sensed something was amiss. The movements were effortless, transitioning seamlessly between motion and stillness, the blade's angle of force creating a straight line. The sword sliced through the air with the speed of thunder, yet produced a sound that was soft and subtle. What the heck, this little brat? Miao Fei's eyes widened. Disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Lin Zhao. What do you think? Not bad, right? Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow at his caring instructor, flashing a row of white teeth in a smile. Miao Fei rubbed his chin, as if contemplating how to respond. You truly are a remarkable talent. You can take that sword home for practice, I will notify the school. After giving Lin Zhao a couple of hearty pats on the shoulder, Miao Fei grinned and said, At the end of this semester, I shall teach you some real skills. Leaving Lin Zhao in a state of bewilderment, instructor Miao Fei moved on to guide other students. Lin Zhao had acquired a portable greatsword. This brought him immense joy, although students could use weapons from the armory for free. They were not permitted to take them out of the classroom and had to return them after use. With this greatsword, Lin Zhao could practice his dual-wielding techniques and enhance his abilities anytime and anywhere. During the weekend, Lin Zhao intended to immerse himself in the martial arts classroom. His martial arts skills were on the verge of an upgrade, and he was determined to break through to level 2. Bang! Martial Arts, LV1, the Experience 2, Power Meter, 1838 kilograms. Bang. Martial Arts, LV1, Experience 1, Power Meter, 1845 kilograms. Indeed, without a teacher for guidance, his progress in practice had significantly slowed. Lin Shao rubbed his muscles, a hint of exasperation on his face. If only teacher Wang Gang could stay here tirelessly 24 hours a day. Walking to the open area behind, Lin Shao picked up the large sword resting there. A fiery aura enveloping him as it climbed up the sword's edge. This was his routine. Whenever he grew weary of practicing martial arts, he would switch to swordsmanship, simultaneously honing his prowess. Fortunately, the martial arts hall was mostly empty these days, otherwise he would have to explain why he was allowed to carry such a large sword. Hey, why are you able to bring a large sword here? Lin Shao stumbled slightly, nearly straining his back. Turning around, he noticed a boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle standing at the entrance of Class C's dojo, looking at him with wide-eyed amazement. Are you from another class? The sword instructor has reported to me that this sword can barely be considered my personal item while on campus. You must be quite impressive. It's rare for students to receive such treatment. The hedgehog-haired youth nodded emphatically, giving him a thumbs up. Your flattery is excessive. Lin Shao felt a bit embarrassed by the straightforward compliment and quickly inquired, are you from the adjacent class? Here to practice martial arts over the weekend. Given that military students typically had martial arts and footwork classes every day, few would come here on weekends. They preferred to explore new experiences, wander off campus, or engage in part-time jobs. Naturally, there were those who struggled with their studies and came to catch up, like Lin Shao did in the past. I'm Baishon from Class D, and I have a keen interest in martial arts. The hedgehog-haired boy introduced himself, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He appeared to be an extroverted and sociable young man. Lin Shao nodded politely, feeling no ill will toward this spirited fellow. Great. Lin Shao. Baishon boldly stepped inside, showing no signs of hesitation about entering another class's dojo. I'm so bored in Class D all by myself. I didn't expect to find like-minded individuals here. As Baishon approached Lin Shao, he paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Why do I feel like there is something near you? Lin Shao's expression stiffened as he dispelled his aura. It seemed to vanish. Could it be an illusion? It must be an illusion. This Baishon could sense the energy surrounding him, suggesting he was no ordinary student. Lin Shao knew that most of the students in Class C had yet to even grasp their internal energy, let alone be brimming with power. To perceive the energy enveloping him indicated that Baishon had at least begun to interact with the abundant energy, and his mental acuity appeared impressive. Never mind. If it's an illusion, let it be an illusion. With a bright smile, the hedgehog-headed Baishon raised his fist and said, Lin Shao, how about a spa? It's far more beneficial than hitting a sandbag. What? Is this how the world of the Sunny youth operates? Last week, it seems he also invited Zhuang Jianyu for a match. Thinking back, it truly feels like a case of two peas in a pod. Sheathing his great sword, Lin Shao shook his arm, feeling a bit bored himself. Let us do it. Great. A punch, swift as the wind, came hurtling towards him. And Lin Shao did not flinch, raising his fist to meet it. Bang. The overwhelming force caused Lin Shao to stagger back several steps, while Baishon remained steadfast as a mountain, flicking his wrist. Wow. Lin Shao, what are your fists made of? They are so hard. With a physique score of 24, his skeletal strength undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Lin Shao glanced at his own fist. It didn't hurt much. Yet he felt utterly overpowered in strength. Strength 17, agility 18, fighting skill LV2, footwork LV2. Could you share your rank in your grade? Baishon paused for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. I'm ranked 3rd in my grade. Chapter 28, The Toolman. Baishon indeed. Lin Shao sighed softly. If I cannot defeat you, may I employ the power of transformation? Oh. Isn't that something I just taught you? Baishan exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. I've made a bit of progress, Lin Shao admitted, scratching his cheek, feeling a slight flash of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Baishan broke into an exaggerated smile, his excitement palpable. That's splendid. I am eager to witness how the power of transformation manifests in battle. Come on. Lin Shao took a deep breath, feeling the energy surging through him as he activated Hunter mode. Here I come, Baishan. In less than a second, Lin Zhao's figure appeared before Baishan, the air crackling with the force of his punch, carrying an immense weight of over 2 tons. Baishan did not flinch. It seemed he wished to test Lin Zhao's strength. He raised his arms to brace for the impact, absorbing the blow directly. Bang! Baishan's body leaned back slightly, his muscles bulging with power, yet he did not retreat. Impressive. Your strength has increased significantly. Rubbing his aching arm, the spiky-haired Baishan scrutinized Lin Shao with astonishment. Your current strength is approximately 16 points. Lin Shao assessed his own punching power, realizing he still fell short of Baishan's prowess, yet he no longer felt utterly overmatched. The 4th rank should not be able to defeat you, but I am still stronger, Baishan declared with a cheerful smile, giving himself a thumbs up. Seeing this, Lin Shao couldn't help but smile back. It's fine, let's just fight. Oh. Then you attack fast. Unceremoniously, Lin Shao, as the underdog, launched his assault, his long leg transforming into a hammer aimed directly at Baishan's head. This time, Baishan did not take the hit head-on, or instead, he utilized his own agile footwork, both being at level 2, and began to spar earnestly with Lin Shao. With strength inferior to Baishan's, agility lacking, and martial arts skills not as refined, Lin Shao found himself without any real chance of victory. He could only endure amidst the tempest of Baishan's offensive, striving to absorb and learn from Baishan's techniques while pushing himself to the brink under the pressure. Martial arts, LV1, experience 5, footwork, LV2, experience 3, power, LV1, experience 4, yes, pressure. The reason Lin Shao refrained from enveloping himself in full power and activating the strongest Ashen mode was to truly experience this overwhelming pressure. Baishan was indeed formidable. Not only did he possess terrifying strength, but his agility surpassed Lin Zhao's by leaps and bounds. With 18 points in agility and level 2 footwork, coupled with his remarkable bodily control and unparalleled dynamic vision, Baishan rendered Lin Zhao's attacks almost trivial. Lin Zhao's pupils were shrouded in a veil of flames, and with his body brimming with power, it was as if he had activated bullet time alongside Hunter mode. His dynamic vision was significantly enhanced, and his mind raced to keep pace. Baishan's assaults appeared to slow down considerably in Lin Zhao's perception. Yet, even under these circumstances, Lin Shao occasionally found himself ensnared in unavoidable predicaments, reluctantly absorbing a few punches. This was the gap in their abilities, a chasm not easily bridged. However, Lin Shao was no fool. He would not subject himself to a beating merely for the sake of pressure, for he had a genuine aversion to pain. Thus, employing some subtle tactics, bang! A powerful hook landed squarely on Lin Zhao's face, causing him to stagger backward a few steps, shaking his head in bewilderment. Why does it feel a bit off? Baishan, puzzled, lifted his fist, reminiscing about the sensation from moments ago. Lin Shao, did you hold back? Gently brushing his cheek to dispel the lingering haze of confrontation, Lin Shao inquired with a light-hearted chuckle, why do you say that? I've struck you several times and it seems you feel little to no pain. Have you perhaps withheld some of your skills? Clever indeed. Despite Baishan's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was not lacking in wit, his combat instincts exceptionally keen. I do possess certain methods of self-protection. Yet I cannot claim to have held back. In this form, I've exerted my utmost effort. This form, does it imply that you can become even stronger? Baishan's expression shifted to one of eager enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Might I witness this transformation? Certainly, Lin Shao replied with a soft smile and a nod. Then shifted the conversation, however, for the next 2 days, you must accompany me for training. Tomorrow, I shall engage you with my full strength and impart some techniques of powerful martial transformation. Ha ha ha. No problem. With a hearty laugh, Baishon dashed towards Lin Shao, cheerfully assuming the role of a tool for gaining experience points. Bang! Lin Shao was sent flying, shaking his arm as he focused intently on evasion and counterattacks. Although he had mitigated the force of the blows with his abilities, the pain was still palpable. During the 2-day weekend, Lin Shao spent all his time with Baishon. Whenever hunger struck, they would venture to the cafeteria together, return to refine their powers, and continue sparring. Even the evenings were no exception. When Zhao Xia returned from her part-time job and curiously peeked in, she was frightened away by the sight of 2 humanoid beasts engaged in battle. On Sunday evening, Lin Shao clumsily rose from the ground, only to hear the same bright, cheerful laughter from across the way. Ahahaha. Lin Shao, you truly are a worthy opponent. It's been ages since I've fought with such exhilaration. Baishon exclaimed, hands on his hips, head tilted back in laughter. Have you not fought against those ranked ahead of you? Lin Shao asked, intrigued. With so many skilled individuals in the senior year, why could he not find worthy adversaries? You have no idea, the 4th and 5th ranked are significantly weaker than I. Baishon waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of exasperation. They cannot engage in sparring with me. My best opponent previously was a senior who returned for his final year. That made sense, indeed. The 5th ranked Wu Zhixing could hardly compare to Baishon, as the disparity was far too great. By the way, why aren't you the top of Class C? Lin Shao. You are clearly much stronger than that sour-faced fellow. Sour-faced fellow. Lin Shao suddenly found Baishon's knack for naming rather amusing. I previously had health issues, but now I have recovered. Lin Shao brushed aside that topic and then curiously asked, what about the top 2? Surely they must be stronger than you. Ah. Baishon awkwardly scratched his head. They are undoubtedly stronger than I, and to a considerable degree, in a match. I would stand no chance against them. Is the 2nd place equally formidable? Zhuang Zhenyu is indeed a numerical prodigy that Lin Shao is well aware of. But is the 2nd place equally terrifying? Baishon confirmed Lin Zhao's speculation, inhaling sharply as if experiencing a toothache. I am utterly incapable of contending with the 2nd place. Devoid of any chance of victory. Is it due to their extraordinary abilities? No, no, no. Baishon shook his head. Speaking in a somber tone, it is a complete domination of strength and speed. Aside from the decisive battle between the top 2, they have never employed their abilities against other students, for even in terms of sheer physicality, we are entirely outmatched. Observing the weighty expression on Baishon's face, Lin Shao understood this was yet another numerical monster akin to Zhuang Zhenyu. It seems that his scholarship is not easily attainable. Glancing at his nearly maxed out martial arts skill, 99. 9. Lin Shao threw a punch into the air. Martial arts, LV1, experience 2, martial arts, LV1, martial arts, LV2. Potential point 1, agility, 13-14. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. Do you wish to witness my full power? Oh. Is that sufficient? It is indeed. Flames ignited. And a deep grey battle robe enveloped Lin Shao, with fiery patterns creeping across his face like demonic tattoos. Ah, that sensation has returned. There is indeed something extraordinary about you. Baishon clapped his hands, his expression one of realization. Lin Shao smiled, not denying it. You wish to attack? No problem. Baishon threw a punch, and Lin Shao responded with his right fist, engaging directly. Bang! This time, it was Baishon who was forced to retreat. Chapter 29, Chief Selection. Have you managed to extract your energy yet? Not yet. Haha. I have succeeded. Wow, what's it like? Do you feel stronger? Ah. I can't control what I've extracted. As Tuesday arrived, the martial arts course for the third-year students had commenced for several days. And students in Class C were gradually completing the first step of energy extraction. Lin Shao. I've managed to grasp the power, quickly tell me what to do next. Xiao Xia, with her eyes closed, tugged at Lin Zhao's clothing, her tone both excited and urgent. Lin Xiao, me too, help. Recently, Chen Feifei has taken a liking to Xiao Xia, and upon discovering Lin Zhao's rapid progress in energy manipulation, this girl with a penchant for repetition dragged Feng Wan to a nearby spot, treating Lin Xiao as a fountain of knowledge. Lin Xiao shed the ashes of his battle robe and inched closer. Do not rush to extract more energy or fast, practice controlling it with your mind, allowing it to gradually traverse your entire body. All right. Xiao Xia, filled with enthusiasm, continued her practice. Chen Feifei followed suit for a while, her face slightly flushed. Lin Xiao, why do I feel this strange sensation? That is your brain recognizing your physical form, it is quite beneficial for you. Why am I blushing? Is the introspective feeling truly so peculiar? Lin Xiao looked at the girl with a puzzled expression. Was there something amiss with her? Lin Xiao, I am now quite proficient at controlling the energy. Feng Wan, the cool girl who is tough in battle yet speaks softly in everyday life, was making the fastest progress. She had completed her energy extraction by last Friday. Feng Wan, try concentrating the energy in your eyes. All right. Moments later, Feng Wan opened her eyes, her expression gradually overtaken by astonishment. Soon, she resembled a child who had discovered a new toy, her eyes sparkling with wonder as if the entire classroom had transformed into something novel. Lin Xiao understood well, he had felt the same way at that moment. Dispersing the power at the points of exertion greatly amplifies this method of infusion. Continue practicing this way. Feng Wan nodded. And then she noticed a grey flame igniting on Lin Xiao. Observing her slightly parted lips and wide-open eyes, Lin Xiao revealed a rather mischievous smile. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by the sound of high heels, the class instructor, Wu Qinghua, entered the classroom. She held a blue clipboard, atop which rested a form. As the end of the month approached, in 3 days, the class competition would commence, marking the beginning of the chief selection. The students had been preoccupied with energy manipulation in recent days, and only upon hearing the instructor's words did they realize today was the monthly chief arena. Oh no! I actually forgot this significant day. Anyway, it's just Wu Zhixing, what else there to choose? It seems Chen might also participate this time. Is the third one getting restless again? Feng Wan was uncertain about her participation, but I believe she is still somewhat lacking compared to Wu Zhi. In an instant, the atmosphere in Class C began to simmer with excitement. Lin Xiao. Feng Wan hesitated for a moment and inquired. Will you challenge for the position of chief today? Yes, Lin Xiao replied with a slight nod. Do you think you can win? Indeed. Lin Xiao's words were filled with absolute certainty, as if he were stating an undeniable truth. Is that so? Feng Wan revealed a faint smile, her fingers brushing aside her bangs and tucking them behind her ear. Then I must participate as well, or else I will have no chance to challenge Wu Zhixing later. Do you have such confidence in me? Lin Xiao was somewhat curious as to why this girl did not perceive him as boasting. I have personally witnessed your rapid progress. Feng Wan responded with a wry smile. Recently, during our sparring sessions, did you give it your all? Lin Xiao chuckled but offered no reply, though Feng Wan clearly grasped his implication. She pursed her lips, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Xiao. Xiaoya, did you hear that? Lin Xiao is going to challenge Wu Zhixing. Aren't you worried? Chen Feifei tugged at Xiao Xia, who was still with her eyes closed, her expression one of mild confusion. Oh please, why should I be concerned? Don't interrupt my ascension. Xiao Xia waved her hand dismissively, returning her focus to her practice of martial prowess. Ever since witnessing the battle between Lin Xiao and Baishun over the weekend, she had gained some understanding of her childhood friend's capabilities. Simply put, he was formidable. Clap. Clap. Students in the front row shifted back, creating a space. Class supervisor Wu Qinghua clapped his hands, directing the students to gather towards the back and clear an area for the arena. The training classroom was quite spacious, with the first 2 rows vacated. A broad expanse had opened up. Now, may the reigning chief from last month step onto the stage. As the challenger, Wu Zhixing stood up, hands in his pockets, striding forward with an air of composure. Wu Qinghua's calm and steady voice resonated. So, does anyone wish to contest for the chief position? If not, Wu Zhixing will continue his tenure. Today, Wu Zhixing wore a grim expression. He stood at one side of the arena, resembling a king, casting a fierce gaze over those who dared to challenge his authority. His eyes were as ferocious as a beast. Those who met his gaze would either lower their heads or avert their eyes, unwilling to engage. Wu Zhixing's gaze shifted to the third-ranked Chen, then to Feng Wan, and finally settled on Lin Xiao. Noticing the attention directed at him, Lin Xiao smiled politely and nodded in acknowledgement. TCH. Wu Zhixing contemptuously turned his face away, as if to deride Lin Xiao's perceived timidity. He likely assumed Lin Xiao was too frightened to step forward. This deeply wronged Lin Xiao, particularly since Feng Wan also intended to challenge Wu Zhixing. What would happen if he took the stage before her? Just as Feng Wan was about to rise, a loud, croaky voice rang out in the classroom. I'll go. A round-faced boy with a buzz cut dashed forward. His skin was slightly tanned, a prominent mole gracing his chin, and a goofy smile adorned his face, revealing 2 large front teeth. This was Chen Ming, the third in the class, affectionately referred to as Aiken by everyone. Wu Zhixing, I have come to challenge you once more. This Chen is a hot-blooded youth with an iron will, daring to confront you in every selection round, utterly unafraid of the consequences. Wu Zhixing scrutinized his opponent from head to toe and coldly remarked, to be frank, you are still unworthy. Surprisingly, he did not unleash a barrage of mockery upon this persistent challenger of his authority, but merely stated the truth with a calm demeanor. In response, the third brother, Chen, was not disheartened. He chuckled and said, do not underestimate me, I have swiftly mastered the art of martial prowess. Transforming into a black panther, Chen charged at Wu Zhixing with all his might. Take this punch. Bang. In a moment of disbelief, Chen watched as Wu Zhixing's left hand effortlessly caught his fist, without the slightest tremor. So it is, his power and speed have indeed increased significantly, yet. Wu Zhixing leaned closer to Chen Ming, his gaze as frigid as ever. You are still not worthy. Bang. With a powerful uppercut, Chen's body was sent flying, crashing to the ground, utterly motionless. Chapter 30, The Reason of Wu Zhixing Chen. Why are you shouting so loudly? Is this scene not reminiscent of a monthly cycle? Every month is akin to a baby's slumber. How dare he engage with good health? He'll be just fine tomorrow. After several classmates escorted Chen to the infirmary, Wu Zhixing redirected his gaze towards the students below. Next. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. I shall take my turn. Feng Wan stood up, her tall stature capturing everyone's attention. Wow. Feng Wan is actually going up this time. That's impressive. At least she can hold her ground for a while. Though it's unlikely she'll win. A brief struggle is all we can hope for. Wu Zhixing was exceedingly formidable. No one in our class could match him. Go, Feng Wan. As she faced the man opposite her, Wu Zhixing scoffed, I must admit, I'm somewhat surprised. I thought you would once again retreat to the back. What makes you believe you can keep up with me? That is not the case. Feng Wan arched her body, her demeanor growing increasingly fierce. I fear that the top position might change hands, so I thought I'd seize the opportunity to challenge you. Ha! What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Zhixing clenched his fists, his expression laced with confusion. Feng Wan offered no explanation. She charged forward, her long legs transforming into a terrifying war axe aimed at Wu Zhixing's neck. Bang! Wu Zhixing blocked with his right hand while supporting it with his left, forcibly deflecting her kick. You are just like the third one. You've learned a bit of martial prowess, haven't you? But that is about it, lightning fast. His fists hammered towards Feng Wen's abdomen, which she skillfully evaded. Wu Zhixing had no intention of relinquishing his assault, his strikes falling like a relentless storm upon her. Feng Wen's footwork had reached level 2, she was likely brimming with energy, moving swifter than usual, yet under Wu Zhixing's onslaught. She could only manage a meager defense. Indeed, it was a desperate defense. Lin Xiao could see that Wu Zhixing still had strength to spare. Furthermore, being among the top 5 in their year, his mental fortitude certainly matched Feng Wen's. Feng Wen and Chen had recently learned to harness their energy. It was illogical to think Wu Zhixing could not do the same. He simply deemed it unnecessary. As the battle stretched into 5 minutes, the class began to stir restlessly. Incredible. Feng Wen can hold out this long. She seems to be moving more nimbly. Has she also mastered martial prowess? I haven't even tapped into my energy. And she has already learned harnessing. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. The top 3 could probably join the martial arts class. We should not even attempt to compete with them. Lin Xiao. Do you think Feng Wen can win? Chen Feifei tugged at Lin Xiao's sleeve, her expression filled with concern. She cannot win. The gap between 5th and 11th is substantial. Feng Wen has improved her footwork, but it merely allows her to last a bit longer. Moreover, this is under the condition that Wu Zhixing isn't taking it seriously. Just as Lin Xiao faced Feng Wen back in the day. The duration one can endure under an overwhelming disparity in strength and speed is ultimately contingent upon the opponent's mood. Feng Wen's assaults were bearable for Wu Zhixing. Yet the reverse was not true. The adversary could afford numerous mistakes, while a single misstep on your part would spell disaster. Indeed. After Wu Zhixing intentionally absorbed a kick from Feng Wen, her evasive maneuvers revealed a flaw. A fierce straight kick targeted her abdomen, and with no time to dodge. She could only brace herself with her hands. However, the difference in strength was far too great. Feng Wen's body traced a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. Feng Wen. Chen Feifei's face turned pale with fear as she disregarded the rules and rushed to Feng Wen's side. What is happening? Is Feng Wen all right? Zhao Xia, equally startled, grasped Lin Xiao's arm and inquired. She's fine, her hand is just a bit numb, Lin Xiao observed keenly. Noting that Feng Wen had managed to guard herself with her arms. Although she had still taken the hit. Most of the force was absorbed by her limbs and the momentum of her fall, rendering the impact negligible for her physique. With Chen Feifei's assistance, Feng Wen rose to her feet, her hands trembling slightly, yet her expression bore no trace of pain. I lost, she stated calmly, as though she had anticipated this outcome. Wu Zhixing, having just endured Feng Wen's kick, casually remarked, "You've become more elusive, you should rank in the top 10, but your strength remains inadequate." Following Feng Wen's exit, several of Wu Zhixing's underlings erupted in cheers. After all, Feng Wen's defeat, the second-place competitor, signified Wu Zhixing's continued reign, and other classmates shared this sentiment. Indeed, Wu Zhixing is formidable, such a pity for Feng Wen, she seemed to have improved significantly. Will our class have 2 in the top 10 this year? Oh. With that said, I suddenly feel quite proud. It's not like you were the one fighting, why are you so smug? Is there anyone else willing to step up? While addressing the entire class, Wu Zhixing's gaze fixated intently on Lin Xiao. After confirming Feng Wen's condition, Lin Xiao turned back, locking eyes with him. It seemed his turn had arrived. With a composed expression, Lin Xiao stood and walked steadily towards the stage, prompting gasps of astonishment throughout the classroom. Is Lin Xiao going up too? Yes. I feel like he's become quite formidable lately. Even so, he can't possibly defeat Wu Zhixing. Didn't he just get overpowered by Feng Wen last time? It seems like they're evenly matched now. I feel he and Feng Wen are on par. I remember Wu Zhixing has a strong dislike for Lin Xiao, he is likely to get beaten badly this time. Wu Zhixing, twisting his neck, sneered derisively. I thought you'd be too scared to face me, trembling in fear. Lin Xiao ignored the taunts and instead posed an unrelated question. I've always been curious. Why do you take such pleasure in targeting me? This question had lingered in Lin Zhao's mind for quite some time. Wu Zhixing is not particularly well liked in class. He constantly wears a sour expression, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain towards everyone. However, he is not the stereotypical villain found in novels, seeking to create trouble for his classmates. At least in Lin Zhao's recollection, Wu Zhixing tends to regard the lowest performers in the class as mere air, hardly acknowledging their presence. Yet, for Lin Zhao, Wu Zhixing seems to take pleasure in mocking him, as if he genuinely harbors some animosity. One might understand Wu Yong's disdain for Lin Zhao, fueled by jealousy, but what could Wu Zhixing possibly have against him? This question perplexed Lin Zhao. Upon hearing his inquiry, Wu Zhixing momentarily hesitated, then a cruel smile crept across his face. He spread his arms wide, locked eyes with Lin Zhao, and replied slowly and deliberately, "Because you once stood ahead of me." Chapter 31, The Will to Combat and the Peculiar Sense of Pride. Lin Zhao tilted his head, perplexed by his words. "If you have indeed been surpassed by me, there is nothing more to say. However, as someone who once stood above me, how could you have devolved into the dregs of the class?" Wu Zhixing's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his tone growing increasingly irate. "Does this not signify that I have been trampled upon by someone I deemed inferior?" His voice approached a roar, laden with unimaginable humiliation. It felt as though his pride had been cast aside, trampled upon by countless feet. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, the students exchanging glances, too afraid to utter a word. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, his expression betraying no change. "Sigh." Lin Zhao sighed heavily, beginning to grasp the essence of his opponent's feelings. Wu Zhixing's arrogance was genuine, perhaps even more profound than it appeared. He possessed a sense of self-importance yet was not blind to those around him. He could accept the weakness of those beneath him, as well as the strength of those above him, preferring to surpass them through his own efforts. The formidable individuals he had outdone should rightfully be regarded as trophies, commendable achievements worthy of admiration. However, what he could not tolerate was the sight of someone who had once been stronger than him reduced to a mere waste, easily trampled by even the feeblest of foes. This evoked a sense of humiliation within him, for that waste had once surpassed him. After flexing his wrist, Lin Zhao's gaze turned serious. Understanding Wu Zhixing's sentiment did not equate to forgiving his behavior. Lin Zhao had no intention of feigning magnanimity, brushing off the insult with a smile. Over the past 2 years, he had endured scorn, ridicule, and slander, constantly targeted, and he too harbored a simmering rage. Today, he intended to unleash that fury. "Do you need a moment to recuperate? I shall grant you time to restore your strength." Given that he had been relatively docile over the past fortnight, Lin Zhao decided to adopt a courteous approach before resorting to force. Moreover, he desired to completely subdue Wu Zhixing. "Who do you think I am?" A cold smirk crossed Wu Zhixing's lips as he disdainfully remarked. "Those two were hardly a warm-up for me. Or do you believe you can defeat me?" His voice grew increasingly somber, his gaze as frigid as winter's chill. "Very well." Lin Zhao chuckled helplessly, gradually approaching him. "I suggest you unleash your martial prowess and not hold back your energy. Let us see if you possess the qualifications." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Wu Zhixing's pupils constricted. A leg strike, trailing remnants of afterimages, suddenly appeared before him. Caught off guard, he raised his arms in a futile attempt to block the blow. Yet, much like Feng Wan moments ago, an unfathomable force shattered his defenses in an instant. Wu Zhixing's body transformed into a projectile, gliding along the ground before crashing violently against the wall. Bang! The dojo reverberated with a muffled thud. A tremendous impact stirring up clouds of dust, causing even the plaster on the walls to crumble. The classroom was engulfed in a profound silence. The students of Class C gaped, their mouths agape in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. "Oh! Lin Zhao is astonishingly strong." Accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the young girls, the once stagnant air of the classroom began to circulate anew. "What a spectacle! Was that Wu Zhixing? Was he truly sent flying with a single kick? Has Lin Xiao transformed into some kind of monster? When did he become so formidable? I feel as though that kick could fell an elephant. Wu Zhixing has turned into a mere cannon fodder. Zhao Xia was dizzy from the excitement radiating from Chen Feifei, while Feng Wen gazed at the towering figure in the arena, her face adorned with a genuine smile. Meanwhile, in the corner, Wu Zhixing's lackeys fell silent. Wu Yong swallowed hard, his expression a portrait of terror, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. After brushing off his shoes, Lin Xiao found the impact of his strike to be unsurprising. By Sunday night, his strength had already reached 15 points, and he was now perilously close to 16. His attributes, strength 15, agility 14, martial arts LV2, ensured that even without his formidable transformation, he surpassed Wu Zhixing in strength, not to mention the latter's underestimation of him. Do you require a moment to recover? A shadow surged forth, propelled by a feral intensity toward Lin Xiao. He deftly evaded the opponent's straight punch, blocked the elbow strike, and took stock of Wu Zhixing's condition. The latter was a disheveled wreck, his hair and clothing were smeared with chalky residue. His eyes bloodshot and brimming with a ferocious savagery, reminiscent of a cornered beast. Sensing the raw power emanating from his adversary, Lin Xiao smiled. Was this not precisely what he needed? With this power, you shall regret provoking me. The vicious hook came crashing down like a metallic hammer, accompanied by a chilling wind. Lin Xiao stepped back, as Wu Zhixing's onslaught resembled a tempest of thunder and fury, fueled by his rage and strength, a deluge of violence. As the fifth-ranked fighter in their cohort, Wu Zhixing wielded his abilities with a proficiency far superior to that of Feng Wen or Chen. Coupled with commendable energy density and reckless expenditure of power, Wu Zhixing's strength momentarily matched Lin Xiao's. However, it was merely strength. Deflecting his opponent's punch, Lin Xiao countered with a palm strike. Wu Zhixing staggered back, his blood surging, yet he pressed on despite the pain in his chest. Kicks, elbow strikes, powerful punches, and headbutts, his body became a weapon of destruction, each blow capable of easily obliterating an ordinary person. Yet, the results were minimal. In terms of agility, footwork, and martial arts, Lin Xiao outclassed Wu Zhixing across the board. Merely matching in strength offered no advantage. With a resounding impact, after deflecting Lin Xiao's powerful kick, Wu Zhixing retreated several steps, halting his advance. What is the matter? Lin Xiao questioned, perplexed, for he did not believe this wild beast would concede defeat. Why do you not employ your formidable transformation? Wu Zhixing's countenance was shrouded in darkness, his muscles trembling with fury. Ha! Lin Xiao blinked in surprise, then lowered his gaze, allowing a soft chuckle to escape. As his eyes slowly lifted, his voice became even colder than Wu Zhixing's had been before. That leaves one to ponder the worthiness of one's qualifications. This statement ignited Wu Zhixing's pride, prompting him to remain silent and charge forward with unwavering determination. Like a frenzied beast devoid of reason, he unleashed his power in a fit of rage. Lin Xiao, undeterred, absorbed the blows with resilience, retaliating with a fierce straight punch despite the pain. He disregarded the consequences, embracing a philosophy of injury for injury, willing to sacrifice 1,000 for the chance to inflict 200 in return. Under the relentless assault of his adversary, Lin Xiao discovered a surge of tenacity, fully unleashing his potential as they engaged in a chaotic brawl. Blood stained their fists, and their bodies endured successive impacts. Violence has a way of awakening the primal instincts within individuals, igniting fervor, diminishing reason, and causing adrenaline to surge, as the battle escalated into a fervent climax. Chapter 32. A leg in ashen state, the crowd of spectators fell into an eerie silence, their eyes wide and unblinking, fearful of missing a single moment of the unfolding battle. Bang! Wu Zhixing, trembling, used the wall for support as he struggled to rise. His face was battered and bruised, and blood trickled from his forehead, coursing down his cheek and dripping onto the floor. Still unwilling to concede defeat, Lin Xiao gently traced his thumb along the corner of his mouth, noting a hint of blood. He had just been struck by Wu Zhixing's uppercut. And the pain still lingered. Yet, given the toll of inflicting pain on Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing was undoubtedly in a far worse state. Logically, he should have collapsed by now. His continued consciousness was solely a testament to his indomitable willpower. Do not underestimate me. Give it your all. Even as his body leaned against the wall, barely able to stand, this remarkably proud man refused to yield. He resembled a cornered beast, feigning strength and roaring defiantly. Observing his opponent's futile rage, Lin Xiao suppressed any urge to taunt, his expression turning entirely serious. Very well, I shall unleash my full power. He intended to thoroughly subdue this raging beast, compelling him to recognize the insurmountable gap between them. Deep grey flames surged forth, igniting his being, burning fiercely. As the flames gradually dissipated, Lin Xiao emerged clad in ash-colored battle attire. Wu Zhixing's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. He was unmistakably aware of Lin Xiao's formidable presence. Even the other students in the class felt the unusual pressure, after several days of training. Their sensitivity to energy had sharpened, and they were no longer oblivious to the essence of martial prowess. What is happening? The air feels so oppressive. A senior advised me to channel my energy into my eyes and see. Hey, let me try. Wow. Lin Xiao looks incredible. What is going on? Have you all learned how to channel energy? I just managed to draw mine out. How are you all so impressive? Is this energy coiling? Wow. That trench coat. Wow. Those flames. Wow. This is amazing. Frustrated, one exclaimed, enough. You're making me anxious. Observing Wu Zhixing, who was struggling to rise from the wall. Clearly at the end of his strength, Lin Xiao asked calmly, are you ready? Ha ha ha. Just like that. Come on. Give it your all. Wu Zhixing spread his arms wide, his body trembling yet his face alight with a fervent smile. Perhaps in his mind, the distinction between being shown mercy and being overwhelmed by one's full strength was starkly different. Very well, then watch closely. The floor beneath them shattered instantaneously. Before Wu Zhixing could react, Lin Xiao appeared before him. A kick engulfed in grey flames surged forward. Class instructor Wu Qinghuo's eyes narrowed, she was about to intervene. But suddenly, it seemed she discerned something, and her feet came to a halt. Boom! A terrifying sound erupted from classroom C, shaking the floor, sending sand scattering. And thick clouds of ash and dust swirling into the air, smoke billowing forth. The commotion was so immense that even those outside the classroom gasped in astonishment. What just happened? What was that sound? Did they just fire a cannon? It seems that the commotion is emanating from the training classroom nearby, while the adjacent room is filled with a cacophony of voices. The corridor reverberates with the sound of numerous footsteps, likely teachers and students rushing out to ascertain the situation. In stark contrast, Class C is enveloped in an eerie silence, an utter stillness prevailing. The onlooking students stare wide-eyed, their expressions blank, disregarding the swirling dust as they fixate on the figure upon the stage. Their eardrums feel as though they might burst, and debris ricochets off their backs. Yet Wu Zhixing remains utterly indifferent to these distractions. Gradually, he lowers his head, a long leg clad in black trousers brushing past his side, mere centimeters away. Yet the nearby garments are rendered tattered. Wu Zhixing slowly turns, gazing at the wall behind him, or rather, there is no wall left. In its place lies a vast, irregular void, steel rebar fractured and twisted, bricks and concrete shattered into chunks. Beyond the opening, verdant trees stand tall, their branches swaying gently. A soft breeze flowing into the classroom and caressing their cheeks. Wu Zhixing's expression is calmer than ever, even graced with a smile. I have lost. Uttering this phrase, he collapses to the ground, unconscious. Wu Qinghua hurriedly approaches Wu Zhixing, checking his injuries. After a moment, she stands up, reassured, and locks the classroom door. Facing the crowd, the female teacher softly inquires, is there anyone else wishing to run for the position of class leader? The entire class remains silent. Observing this, Wu Qinghua continues, in that case, Lin Xiao shall assume the role of class leader for the coming month. adjusting her glasses. Her tone becomes serious. Until the class competition concludes, no one is to disclose information regarding the class leader to others. I trust everyone will adhere strictly to this. Several students escort Wu Zhixing to the infirmary, while the others remain seated, staring blankly at the wall that appears to have been struck by a truck. Beside the terrifying scar, a figure still stands resolute. His posture is upright, his handsome visage devoid of expression, yet his gaze remains calm, fixed upon the void, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Witnessing him, the students below truly comprehend, Class C has indeed undergone a transformation. The current class leader is Lin Xiao. Wow! This is utterly astonishing. Zhao Xiu approaches Lin Xiao, her jaw agape as she gazes at the wall, exclaiming in disbelief. Lin Xiao is truly formidable. Feng Wanwan. How do you even practice with him? He must surely hold back. Chen Feifei and Feng Wan also gather around. Their faces alight with astonishment as they scrutinize the gaping hole in the wall. The atmosphere in the class gradually lightens, and the crowd erupts with uncontrollable exclamations. Ah! Incredible! Unbelievable! My goodness! How was that kick any different from a cannonball? What is the difference? How terrifying! If that had struck Wu Zhixing, he would have been finished. If I learned to harness that power, could I also be that impressive? What are you even thinking? Lin Xiao is the class leader now. Where does he rank among the grade? Surely surpassing Wu Zhixing. A throng of classmates gathered around, their eyes fixed on the outdoors. They ran their fingers along the rebar and tapped the walls, their faces illuminated with excitement and astonishment. Occasionally, they furtively glanced at the culprit, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity, awe, and admiration. Xiao Xia, jostled by the crowd, sought refuge beside Lin Xiao. For this space seemed to have been tacitly left unoccupied. What's wrong, Lin Xiao? She noticed that her childhood companion had remained unusually silent for quite some time. Lin Xiao remained mute, gazing wistfully at the scars on the wall, fixated on the gaping void. Surely, this wall, it wouldn't require him to compensate. Would it? Chapter 33, The Drawing of Lots. In the brightly lit conference room, the instructors of the junior classes gradually took their seats. At the head of the table sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Clad in a white coat and trousers, his long beard fell gracefully upon his chest. Untangled yet dignified. The rosy complexion of his face was adorned with a few wrinkles, and his eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of the haze that often accompanies the passage of time. Ling Sen, the director of education for the junior year, had been imparting knowledge at Luzhou Military University for over 50 years. After unscrewing his thermos, he took a sip of hot tea and surveyed the gathered teachers. Exactly 10. Neither more nor less. Have all arrived? Before we commence the monthly meeting. The elder set his cap down and turned his gaze to a female teacher with her hair elegantly pinned up, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. Teacher Wu Qinghua. Could you elucidate what transpired in Class C yesterday? All eyes in the room fell upon Wu Qinghua. Rising to her feet, her expression remained unyieldingly serious, as was her custom. Student Wu Zhixing exhibited a lack of respect towards me during the chief selection, and I deemed it necessary to impart a lesson. Is that so? So you resorted to creating a large hole in the wall. Director Ling Sen rubbed his eyes, a wry smile playing on his lips. Indeed. Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses and replied calmly, at times, a measure of intimidation is essential and beneficial for student education. This reckless and brazen approach seemed incongruous with the composed demeanor of the female educator. However, the other instructors present surprisingly expressed no skepticism, instead, they nodded in tacit agreement, their expressions reflecting an understanding that was not unexpected. This madwoman has indeed not changed, her usual demeanor is merely a FAOD. I had thought she would soften upon becoming a teacher. Truly, she remains the red ghost capable of silencing children. Her frightening reputation is intact. Oh! Can she truly quiet a child? Perhaps I should give it a try the next time my son misbehaves. Wu Qinghua turned her head. Her expression impassive as she gazed at the group of whispering male teachers, the lenses of her glasses reflecting an eerie white light. The men immediately sat up straight. Like mice caught in the gaze of a cat, their posture rigid, eyes fixed ahead. Knock, knock, the elderly gentleman rapped his knuckles on the table, somewhat resigned. Such behavior is not in accordance with our standards and should not be encouraged. As a consequence, you shall bear the costs of the repairs. That is acceptable. This penalty was, in essence, a mere formality for one who had lived to the point of retirement. Producing a few $100,000 without a flicker of an eye was trivial. Well then, let us consider this matter concluded. Please take your seat. Director Linkson waved his hand, signaling a transition into the main agenda. The class competition is set for the day after tomorrow. And today we shall select the opponents for each class. Here are the events open for this round. The director distributed a stack of A4 papers for the teachers to pass around. Wu Qinghua glanced at the table of contents on the first page. 1. Arena Points Competition 2. Stronghold Defense 3. Wolf Hunt 4. Tower Summit 5. Spiral Labyrinth. These 5 events constituted the content of the junior class competition, with 10 classes randomly paired as opponents. The rules are outlined in the following pages, yet I trust everyone is already well versed in them, so I shall not belabor the point. The esteemed teachers nodded in acknowledgement. Having participated for 2 or 3 years and experienced all manner of projects. Given this familiarity, let us proceed directly to the drawing. The elder stroked his white beard, his tone becoming solemn. I will create a small group and distribute red envelopes, with amounts ranging from 1 to 5 yuan. Those who draw equal amounts will form a team. As soon as the words left his lips, the teachers present exchanged peculiar glances. Elder, can't we be a bit more serious? Isn't there a small program for the drawing? And 5 yuan at most. You are being rather stingy. Bang. Silence. Upon hearing this, the director's brows furrowed in anger, causing him to pull out a few strands of beard in frustration. Every time I distribute red envelopes in a large group, I only receive a few dimes. Do you dare to complain about the amount? The other teachers fell silent at once. Humph. The elder, fuming, took a sip of tea, curled his lip, and muttered softly, moreover, that small program is far too complicated for an old man like me to handle. Yet you manage to send red envelopes quite adeptly and can set different amounts. A few teachers exchanged glances, refraining from voicing their thoughts. Opening their phones, under the director Lingson's guidance, the teachers were ushered into a separate small group. Unity and Friendship, 3rd class drawing group, ding dong, red envelope, the amount corresponds to the project on the list. Wu Qinghua opened the red envelope, and a substantial 3.0 appeared. The corresponding project. Wolf Hunting. Opening the draw records, she found the user who also drew 3 yuan. Class F, Li Jingru. Oh dear, Shaoqing, it seems we are opponents this time. A gentle, melodious voice drifted from the neighboring desk. And Wu Qinghua calmly turned her head to regard the female teacher seated to her left. She wore a beige leisure dress, her chestnut hair lightly curled, her features delicate, and her makeup exquisitely applied. Her almond-shaped eyes were adorned with a tear mole, and her lips, glossed to a translucent pink, exuded a charming blend of purity and allure. Though she appeared youthful and lovely, resembling a gentle, soft-spoken girl, she was indeed the homeroom teacher of Class F, Li Jingru, a contemporary of Wu Qinghua. She was in her 40s. It felt as though it had been ages since she had faced Shaoqing as a rival. Such nostalgia. Li Jingru propped her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at Wu Qinghua. This is a competition among the students, and it bears little relevance to us. Wu Qinghua calmly corrected her. But the students do represent their teachers, does it not? This is akin to a duel between us as educators. Or perhaps. Li Jingru lowered her gaze, her words carrying a subtle implication. Shaoqing, are you afraid of losing? Why do you say that? Wu Qinghua's expression remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tone. Because wolf hunting places great emphasis on the strength of the leader, Li Jingru fixed her gaze upon Wu Qinghua's eyes, her tone laced with amusement. It seems that Wu Zhixing from Class C cannot quite measure up to my dear Qianqian. This time, you are likely to face defeat. In the class competition, each event possesses its distinct rules for victory, and one of the conditions for success in the wolf hunt is to defeat the top student of the opposing class. In the face of the provocations from the adversary, Wu Qinghua remained steadfast, calmly retorting, while the strength of the top student is indeed significant, it is not the sole determinant of victory. Strategy and luck are equally essential. To Li Jingru, these words appeared to be mere empty bravado. Her eyes narrowing and the corners of her lips curling into a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Shall we place a wager then? Perhaps at some stakes. What stakes? Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Just like before, the loser must grant the winner one favor. Class C's instructor, Wu Qinghua, fell silent, offering no response. Noticing this, Li Jingru continued to provoke, shouting, "Are you afraid? Fine, I accept." Yay! Li Jingru clapped her hands, as if she had already grasped the fruits of victory. Ahem. The elder, Lingsen, cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation among the teachers below. All right. Please submit the information of your class's top student, and once that is done, we shall adjourn. This was a necessary procedure. Although the top students of each class generally remained unchanged, adherence to formality was still observed. The 10 teachers queued in succession, while Lingsen sat at his desk, casually receiving the forms handed to him and glancing at them before placing them into a file. According to the rules, instructors were not permitted to be privy to the details of their own top students, yet now that everyone was well aware, this segment had become somewhat redundant, bordering on meaningless. Upon receiving Wu Qinghua's form, the elder intended to file it away, but suddenly paused. He lifted his gaze subtly, observing the instructor of Class C before him. This female teacher bore a slight smile, yet those behind her were entirely oblivious to it. Chapter 34, The Alpha Wolf Hunt. On Thursday afternoon, the enhancement of power had concluded. Strength 15-16. Lin Shao opened his eyes and glanced absent-mindedly at the panel. 2 days had passed since the chief selection, during which his agility had increased to 15, and his Go skills had successfully advanced to level 2. He allocated his potential point to his spirit, resulting in his attributes being Strength 16, Agility 15, Constitution 25, and Spirit 25. One could say he had made considerable progress. However, Lin Shao found it difficult to master any joy. He was overwhelmed with anxiety. Was he truly liable for the damage to that wall? For 2 days, Lin Shao had awaited the school's decision, growing increasingly bewildered as time dragged on. He regretted impulsively activating the Ashen mode. He had aimed to thoroughly subdue Wu Zhixing but was apprehensive that a single misstep might send his opponent into the stratosphere, leading him to choose to kick the wall instead. Who could have predicted that the wall would shatter so easily? Such a shoddy construction. His kick could not have weighed more than 10 tons. How could it not withstand that? Lin Shao seethed inwardly. But if he were indeed liable for damages, how much would it cost? He couldn't possibly be made to forfeit his scholarship, could he? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the light in Lin Zhao's eyes gradually dimmed. Clap, clap. The announcement for this class competition is now being made. With a resounding round of applause, the voice of class director Wu Qinghua resonated throughout the room. The classroom quickly fell silent. Those who had remained in class instead of engaging in free combat were eagerly awaiting the teacher's announcement. Operating the computer, he activated the projection screen. This time, our opponent class is the third-year class F, and the competition event is tap, tap. The screen revealed 4 large characters: Alpha Wolf Hunt. The Alpha Wolf Hunt. It seemed this event had not been scheduled for quite some time. The last instance was in the 2nd year. I recall it being quite exhilarating, far more engaging than the arena battles. It appears that if the chief were to fall, it would be tantamount to defeat. Indeed, if the chief loses, there is virtually no hope for a comeback. The discussions among the students in the classroom grew increasingly animated. In their eyes, the arena battles were perhaps the most tedious contests, entirely reliant on strength. Devoid of any element of luck. If one could not win, then one simply could not win. Silence. I will now reiterate the rules, please pay careful attention. The Alpha Wolf Hunt is a point-based hunting event wherein the entire class is divided into lone wolves and a wolf pack. There are 5 lone wolves, while the remaining students belong to the wolf pack. The wolf pack consists of teams of 5 to 6 individuals. Class C has a total of 41 members. And after excluding the 5 lone wolves, the remaining students will be divided into 7 wolf packs. In terms of rules, the allocation of lone wolves and the wolf pack is flexible, yet there is one stringent requirement: the class chief must be a lone wolf. For every enemy student from the opposing class that is defeated, points are awarded to the class. The class that first accumulates 90 points emerges victorious. Defeating a student from the wolf pack earns 2 points, while hunting a lone wolf grants 5 points. However, if one successfully defeats the opposing chief, the class earns a staggering 50 points. The chief team consists of 50, the 4 lone wolves number 20, and the wolf pack is approximately 70. Should the chief falter, the opposing class can nearly declare victory, leaving little room for a comeback. The project site remains the same as last time, located at the back mountain of the school. After taking a sip of water, Wu Qinghua continued, stating that the wolf pack would approach from the southern foothills while the lone wolves would enter from the north. The back mountain of the school features a gentle slope and has been modified over the years, making it ideal for outdoor confrontations among students. Due to the differing starting points, it is nearly impossible for the wolf pack and the lone wolves to encounter each other before reaching the summit. However, whether it be the 5 lone wolves or the 7 groups of wolf pack teams, their departure points are also staggered. Yet, since they are on the same side of the mountain, they may very well cross paths halfway up. Naturally, there is also the possibility of encountering opponents from the rival class. In such cases, should they meet on the narrow path, victory would yield points, while defeat might necessitate a hasty retreat. This is not a tournament, fleeing is permitted. However, akin to certain survival games, each area along the mountainside has a designated time limit for staying. Should a student, out of fear of encountering an opponent, delay their ascent for too long, they risk elimination, granting points directly to the opposing class. Therefore, if one must flee, it is best to head towards the summit, for there might be fellow classmates there, allowing for a just and righteous advantage in numbers. Aside from the chief, 4 students are required to serve as lone wolves. Do you have any suggestions? Wu Qinghua turned to the students, seeking their opinions. The students glanced at one another before finally fixing their gazes upon Lin Shao. You may arrange it as you see fit, Lin Shao said, propping his head up with his hand, his tone somewhat disinterested. Well, since there are no objections, I will take charge of the arrangements. Wu Qinghua nodded, picking up the list in his hand. First, Wu Zhixing will serve as one of the lone wolves. Wu Zhixing, seated in the back row, let out a grunt and turned his head but did not refuse. He had already been discharged from the hospital yesterday. And aside from Lin Shao, he was the fittest and had the best recovery ability in Class C. The remaining 3 lone wolves are Guoshuehai, Rendong, and Dongli. As soon as Wu Qinghua's words fell, the class erupted into a cacophony, with even the 3 named students displaying expressions of astonishment. Wait. Why not Feng Wan or a Chen? Indeed, and aren't those 3? Logically, lone wolves, who score higher, are typically chosen from among the top-ranking students. Furthermore, they have an important task: to significantly diminish the opposing chief's combat effectiveness, even if it merely involves exhausting some of their stamina. This would increase the chances of our class's chief succeeding in a confrontation with their chief. Yet, the 3 individuals selected rank among the lowest, with combat capabilities comparable to the former Lin Shao. Assigning them as lone wolves is tantamount to gifting points. None could stand a chance. It's all right. In response to the students' doubts, Wu Qinghua replied nonchalantly, "The combat capability on the lone wolf side is already sufficient." The students paused momentarily before glancing at Lin Xiao and Wu Zhixing. It seems so. Wu Zhixing ranks 5th in the year, and Lin Xiao surpasses Wu Zhixing, thus. Our class effectively possesses 2 chief-level combatants. Even if the opponent's lone wolves rank 2 to 4 in Class F, under the wheel of battle, they would merely deplete Wu Zhixing's stamina or inflict minor injuries. Ultimately, the victor would still be Wu Zhixing. Should the enemy class's top player refrain from engaging, Wu Zhixing alone could withstand the onslaught of 4 opposing lone wolves. In retrospect, it seems that the combat prowess of Class C's lone wolves is even more formidable. Moreover, placing Fang Wan, A Chen, and their companions in a team is akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. After all, the top contenders from the opposing side have been assigned as lone wolves, leaving no one here to mount a substantial counterattack, thus allowing for an effortless accumulation of points. To the 3 students who received the lone wolf designation, Wu Qinghua advised, avoid direct confrontation with the enemy whenever possible. If faced with the adversary, flee if you can, and surrender if escape is not an option. The 3 students nodded earnestly. They were not foolish enough to engage the elite competitors directly. Subsequently, Wu Qinghua reorganized the wolf pack teams, ensuring that the top students from the class were evenly distributed to guarantee adequate combat strength in each group. This time, as there was no need to allocate high-ranking combatants, the team formations were quite ample. Today, there would be no free combat. Instead, they were to head directly to the office on the back mountain, where the staff would assign their departure point for the following day. Closing the textbook, Class Advisor Wu Qinghua announced the meeting's conclusion. The students rose in unison and exited the classroom. Lin Xiao, please come to my office. Has the moment finally arrived? Lin Xiao closed his eyes despondently, bracing himself for the final judgment that awaited him. Chapter 35 The class competition commences. In the school cafeteria, Lin Xiao sat at a table with Zhao Xia, Fang Wan, and Chen Feifei, enjoying their meal. The bond among these 3 girls had grown increasingly strong. As they often gathered together, Wu Qinghua had noticed this development and formed a small team comprising them along with 2 other average-ranking girls. Are you inquiring about the top student of Class F? Fang Wan asked, blinking in surprise. Yes, Lin Xiao nodded, his demeanor serious. Zhao Xia leaned closer, her face marked by confusion. Weren't you indifferent to the class competition today? Why the sudden seriousness? Indeed, Lin Xiao, Fang Wan added. During team assignments, you seemed completely distracted. I thought you were utterly unconcerned. In class, Lin Xiao had appeared somewhat dazed, a fact even noted by the repetitive phrase girl, Chen Feifei. In response, Lin Xiao earnestly declared, I have had an epiphany. As the top student, I bear the responsibility and duty to lead our class to victory. He placed a hand over his heart, his expression radiating sincerity. For that, I need to understand the details about Class F's top student. We must win this time. The 3 girls were taken aback by his grandiose rhetoric, their eyes filled with skepticism, as if they found it difficult to believe his words. How could Lin Xiao be so irresponsible? Fang Wan tucked her bangs behind her ear, smiling subtly. I only know some basic information, which may not fully satisfy your needs. That is all right, you must know more than I do. Lin Xiao was quite confident in his ability to gather information. Haha. The top student of Class F is a girl named Lu Yuchen, and her ranking is Fang Wan held up her slender finger. 4th. Even stronger than Wu Zhixing, she concluded. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. 4th place was manageable. As long as she wasn't stronger than Baishun, he felt he could handle it. Don't underestimate her. Fang Wan seemed to sense Lin Xiao's relaxation and gently warned, the 4th place excels in combat techniques and footwork, making her a formidable opponent. This indicated that the girl might possess skills comparable to Baishun, with both attributes reaching level 2, a level of prowess that could not be taken lightly. Without employing his powerful transformation, Lin Shao doubted he could easily defeat her. If she were determined to escape, catching her might prove challenging. Understood, I will proceed with caution. He replied. Yes, let me describe her physical features as the class competition was set for the following day and there were no evening classes. Lin Shao returned to his dormitory to freshen up. Lying on his bed, he gleefully used his level 2 Go skills to triumph over 2 girls on his phone. With his spirits lifted, Lin Shao put away his phone, reflecting on his earlier conversation with the class instructor. I have communicated with the school regarding the wall issue. Unfortunately, such damages are not covered under the school's reimbursement policy. Upon hearing this, Lin Shao felt utterly despondent, as if his heart were bleeding. However, in light of your recent exceptional progress, I have engaged in further discussions with the headmaster. A glimmer sparkled in Lin Zhao's eyes. What did he say? Regarding the students' inability to manage their power, the esteemed headmaster expressed understanding, and since this is your first offense, he intends to observe your forthcoming attitude and performance to decide whether to exercise leniency. Attitude and performance? Lin Shao inquired. Indeed. For instance, winning the class competition and improving the grade ranking. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, leaning closer with a gentle tone. Lin Shao, you wouldn't want to bear the costs of repairs, would you? Lin Shao certainly wished to avoid any financial burden. Thus, winning the competition was imperative for Class C. On Friday morning, Lin Shao arrived alone at the starting point on the northern slope of the back mountain, where a female staff member awaited him. This is the scoring device for Class C's leader, please wear it properly. The staff member handed Lin Shao a metallic device, regarding him with a hint of curiosity. Likely because he appeared unfamiliar to her, as she had probably encountered previous class leaders. The mountain is equipped with several service stations, providing food, water, medical supplies, resting areas, and public restrooms. These service stations serve as neutral zones where attacks are prohibited, however, one must be cautious of their duration of stay, as exceeding 10 minutes will result in disqualification. Lin Shao nodded. Competitions of this nature, akin to a wolf hunt, often last for an extended period, sometimes stretching into the evening before a victor is determined. After all, those who can run and evade, with a stroke of luck, might see even the weaker students reach the summit and enter the finals. The competition is set to commence at precisely 9 o'clock a.m., please depart at that time. After imparting the necessary instructions, the staff member took her leave. Lin Shao glanced at the watch on his wrist. It gleamed silver, crafted from an alloy. The face displaying the time, 8:23. On the left side of the watch was a button, the score acquisition switch. By defeating an opponent and removing their watch, he could affix the bottom to his own face, pressing the switch to earn class points, while the opponent would forfeit their eligibility. Beep, Lin Shao pressed the button, and the time vanished from the face, replaced by a prominent 0. This indicated Class C's score, where all accumulated points would automatically consolidate and update in real time. Apart from the abundance of points, the leader's watch bore no distinction from that of a regular team member. Securing the watch, Lin Shao idly surveyed the scenery. There was little else to do. Aside from this watch, the event prohibited any electronic devices, leaving him to wait for half an hour. Standing at the mountain's entrance, he gazed at the peaks. Lin Shao pondered just how much modification the school had performed on this mountain. The base alone features dozens of entrances, as one ascends. The paths for climbing diminish, and the probability of encountering adversaries escalates. The entire mountain resembles a cake, sliced into layers, tapering upward, with multiple service areas situated at various heights along the slopes. The summit, astonishingly flat as if cleaved by a giant S-blow, houses medical facilities and dormitories for overnight students. Unsurprisingly, after the competition concludes, they will spend a night atop the mountain. How should they proceed upon ascending? Lin Shao has been contemplating this dilemma. The lower half of the mountainside is extensive, making the search exceedingly time-consuming and likely futile. It is only upon reaching the mid to upper levels that the likelihood of encountering an adversary increases. As the number of lone wolves is exceedingly sparse, merely 10 individuals combined from both teams. The opposing side is likely to harbor similar thoughts, to conserve their energy. They too will hasten towards the upper levels. As for how to hunt down the lone wolves and the chief once they reach the upper levels. Wait. In the eyes of the enemy, the chief of Class C is still Wu Zhixing. Lin Shao and the other three are likely perceived as mere cannon fodder, expendable pawns. When they encounter Lin Shao, they will surely not contemplate retreat but rather launch an offensive. With this realization, once they reach the upper levels, it seems that merely wandering about will draw the enemy to them. After all, in their perception, Lin Shao is nothing more than a lamb for slaughter. A living point extraction machine. Lin Shao suddenly comprehends, could this be the essence of playing the fool to catch the wise? Beep beep beep. The alarm on his watch sounded, it was 9 o'clock. Lin Shao transformed into a shadow, traversing dozens of meters of mountain path in a single second. Chapter 36, The Fracturing Wolf Pack. Atop the mountain, within the faculty office, steaming water cascaded down, releasing an aromatic bouquet of floral and fruity scents. The amber-hued tea filled a transparent teapot. A woman with gently curled chestnut hair, elegantly attired in a flowing gown, retrieved the teapot, humming a cheerful tune as she approached the workspace adorned with numerous screens. There, another teacher stood vigil at the display, clad in a formal educator's uniform. Her long hair neatly pinned up, the lenses of her gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the glow of the monitors. Shao Qing, black tea, thank you. Li Jingru filled the ceramic cups for both of them, casting a glance at the wall-mounted screen. The colossal display exhibited a meticulously arranged array of windows, each revealing a cohort of students from 2 classes. Though neither of them manipulated the footage, the surveillance video seamlessly followed the students' movements, shifting perspectives in tandem with their journey. Over decades, the school had transformed the surrounding hillside, equipping nearly every path with high-definition surveillance devices, while drones hovered above, tracking the students' routes. All video feeds were processed by AI, autonomously monitoring the 2 groups and presenting the most advantageous angles for observation. After all, such competitive activities were fraught with danger. Should a student sustain a serious injury, the school could provide timely assistance. Suddenly, a video feed enlarged, floating to the center of the screen. It appears a wolf pack squad has commenced contact. Li Jingru straightened, the glimmer of intrigue dancing in her eyes. Typically, when the footage exhibited such a scenario, it indicated that members of both classes had converged in the same area, poised to erupt in conflict. Given the prevalence of wolf pack squads, the likelihood of encounters at the mid-slope of the mountain was considerable. Moreover, neither side would likely retreat, driven by youthful bravado. Before the skirmish began, neither faction entertained thoughts of defeat. Indeed, the 2 squads in the video swiftly discerned one another, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they charged forth in unison. In a narrow encounter, only the strong shall prevail as hunters. Shao Qing, why is your squad composed entirely of girls? Li Jingru scrutinized the screen, curiosity illuminating her expression. Wu Qinghua sipped her black tea, responding with a hint of nonchalance, the strength of a warrior knows no gender. While men may possess innate physical advantages, that distinction fades upon encountering true prowess. After years of energy cultivation, the students of the military academy possess bodies that approach the superhuman. The inherent gap between the sexes is negligible. You know that's not what I meant. We simply adore all-girl teams. Li Jingru pouted playfully, casting her a teasing glance. However, team composition must adhere to principles of rationality. One must consider overall strength. It cannot be merely a matter of preference. In typical circumstances, wolf pack squads were generally led by a top-ranking student, supported by 2 moderately skilled peers and 2 of lesser ability, ensuring that each team possessed combat efficacy and did not devolve into mere fodder. With the exclusion of 5 high-caliber fighters, however, the division of teams became quite challenging. Any configuration felt somewhat lacking. I find the arrangement rather reasonable, she retorted playfully. Humph. Let us observe the unfolding events. They are preparing to engage in combat. From beneath the cabinet, the class instructor of Class F retrieved a canister of cookies. Resembling a child eagerly awaiting the release of a film, as he joyfully indulged in his snack. The towering figure of Li Jufeng, a robust man of impressive musculature, maintained his pace while advising his teammates behind him, ensure you have confirmed your opponents. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, focus on defense. Once I have dealt with one adversary, I shall come to your aid. As the seventh member of Class F, he was undoubtedly a formidable force within the pack, serving as the leader of this small unit. Responses echoed around him, filled with tension and exhilaration, as his teammates expressed their anticipation for the impending battle. Li Jufeng understood their sentiments, the warrior instinct within him surged with excitement, eager to unleash his prowess. The opponents from Class C were now within 300 meters. A distance that would soon close, leading to inevitable confrontation within 10 seconds. Despite facing a team composed entirely of women, Li Jufeng harbored no underestimation of their capabilities. He had already identified his opponent. Chen Feifei, ranked 8th in Class C, was undoubtedly the leader of their group. The previous night, they had exchanged intelligence, and the details of the top-ranking students had been disseminated within their class group. Chen Feifei was among those highlighted. Li Jufeng brimmed with confidence, believing himself superior in skill. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. Who was that tall woman? Why was she wearing a mask? The moment for contemplation was fleeting. As the enemy drew near, to his surprise, the woman named Chen Feifei did not target him but instead aimed to attack another student. Li Jufeng could not allow her to succeed. Just as he prepared to intercept her, a powerful kick akin to a battle axe came hurtling toward him. Alarmed, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only raise his hands in a futile effort to mitigate the force of the strike. In an instant, his defenses crumbled, and an overwhelming power slammed his hands against his chest. With a resounding thud, the burly man was propelled into the air, soaring briefly before crashing down to the ground. What? The members of Class F were momentarily stunned by this spectacle, allowing their opponents to seize the opportunity and deliver several heavy blows. Oh no! Take that, Lady Xia. Xiaoya, have you not resolved your opponent yet? The skirmish concluded swiftly. The prowess of the Class C team was astonishing. With Form 1 ranked 2nd, Chen Feifei ranked 8th, and Zhao Xia, who had recently made significant progress to rank among the top 10, the remaining students of Class F found themselves unable to even flee, let alone fight back. In less than 20 seconds, they were all sprawled on the ground, utterly defenseless. Form 1 removed the wristwatch from her opponent and affixed it to her own wrist. Beep, the display on the watch transformed the Class C score from 0 to 10. You are Form 1. Li Jufeng gasped, clutching his chest, struggling to keep his eyes open as he asked, his voice faltering. Form 1 blinked, removed her mask, and offered a light-hearted smile. In the midst of pain and confusion, the formidable Li Jufeng closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Soon, the medical personnel would arrive to provide assistance. The girls of Class C discarded their opponents' watches and continued their ascent without hesitation. Aside from Form 1 and her companions, the other members of Class C's wolf pack gradually made contact with their adversaries. How could Chen be here? Wasn't he a lone wolf? How infuriating. Has Class C lost their sanity? Why are the 9th and 10th members placed in the same team? Run. Escape as many as you can. The students' watches possessed a radio function, and the anguished cries of Class F reverberated within the staff office. Li Jingru held a half-eaten biscuit in her hand, remaining silent and expressionless as she watched the farcical spectacle unfold in the video. The corner of the screen displayed the score comparison between the two classes, 28-8. Wu Qinghua extended her fair fingers, picked up a cookie, and took a delicate bite. So sweet. Chapter 37, The Most Cunning Lone Wolf. In the surveillance footage, the battles between the two teams invariably culminated in the triumph of Team C. The students of Team F either fell or fled, With the scant points they managed to secure coming only from their stronger members, who ultimately paid the price of losing 2 team members' combat capabilities. Once a student is incapacitated or rendered unconscious, even if their points remain untaken, they must forfeit the competition. The method is straightforward: teammates are compelled to pillage their points. After which medical personnel will promptly arrive from the nearest service area. The act of seizing a teammate's points not only fails to augment the team's score but also elevates one's own value. For instance, if a squad member captures points from a teammate, any subsequent points gained from defeating that teammate's opponent will double from 2 to 4. Yet, this is hardly advantageous, as one's strength does not increase with their value, rather, they risk becoming an easy target for point acquisition. For Team F, the current situation is undeniably dire. Qinghua. What are you truly thinking? Li Jingru mused, tossing a half-eaten biscuit into her mouth and chewing quietly. The elegant and gentle woman wore no smile now. Her eyes were dark and profound, as if even the surrounding light had dimmed. In stark contrast, Wu Qinghua seemed entirely oblivious to the atmosphere. Sipping her red tea and nibbling on cookies, she appeared utterly relaxed and composed. I am merely arranging the teams rationally, she stated. Rationally arranged? Li Jingru scoffed. Is placing ranks 2 to 5 into the wolf pack team part of your plan? Wu Qinghua's expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly, it is permissible within the rules. While it is indeed permissible, it signifies a complete abandonment of the achievements on the lone wolf side. Li Jingru gently cradled her face with her delicate hand. Affirmatively articulating her thoughts, you believe that Wu Zhixing is no match for my top player, thus reallocating your elite forces to the pack side. Hoping to secure victory solely through squad strength. Wu Qinghua sipped her tea, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. You should be aware that this strategy will only yield initial benefits, ultimately, you cannot secure victory. Li Jingru twirled a strand of hair around her finger, teasingly responding. Team C cannot annihilate my class's wolf pack, and on the lone wolf side, how many points can you truly obtain? Such a simplistic tactic is understood by all. Why not employ it? The answer is that it would indeed be counterproductive. This is a mountain, not a rigid arena. The initial skirmishes may catch the opponent off guard. Yet if they cannot contend, they will flee. Once fleeing students encounter other teams, Team F's pack will undoubtedly deduce the opposing strategy. Students are not naive. Knowing their adversaries are formidable, they will choose to evade confrontation. With so many mountain paths and dense woods, escaping is hardly a challenge. As long as they do not linger too long on the lower levels, they can conceal themselves and ascend, and if the opportunity arises, they may even engage in guerrilla tactics to ambush a few foes. Throughout the years, instances of wolf pack teams being entirely wiped out have been rare, as competitions typically conclude long before that point. You have positioned several ordinary students to the north. Yet they would likely be incapable of escaping when confronted by the elite of my class. Just as Li Jingru finished her statement, a video emerged from the side. An unsuspecting student from Class C stumbled upon the lone wolf at the corner. Despite his desperate attempt to flee, his speed was no match for the adversary, and he was subdued in no time. The screen displayed a swift rise in Class F's score from 8 to 13. Hooray! Points acquired. Li Jingru formed a peace sign, her face adorned with an innocent and carefree smile. My students are quite astute upon recognizing a problem. They will undoubtedly take measures to address it, and then your advantage will vanish. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, revealing an inscrutable expression. In the northern region, the upper area, the lone wolves of Class F had already made contact. Sister Qian, do we truly not need to deal with Wu Zhixing? Indeed. What if they surround you? On the staircase, 2 tall boys appeared somewhat hesitant. No need, the opposing lone wolf is rather weak, I can handle it alone. Standing before them was a strikingly graceful woman. With a high ponytail and a height approaching 6 feet, her dignified beauty radiated an aura of confidence. Liu Yuqian, the top student of Class F, ranked 4th in the year. Xiao Yu has already rushed ahead. You both should follow swiftly to alleviate the situation with the wolf pack. Seeing this, the two boys nodded and ascended the mountain at full speed. Beep, Liu Yuqian pressed her watch, revealing the score, 34-20. One student from Class F had yet to make contact, presumably lingering halfway up the mountain to hunt the opposing members. Liu Yuqian maintained a neutral stance on this. Apart from Wu Zhixing, Class C still had two lone wolves at large, representing a significant 10 points. Gazing up at the mountain peak, Liu Yuqian leapt upward. She did not intend to assist the wolf pack team but rather aimed to secure the passage at the summit. There was but one route leading from the north side of the mountain to the upper level, as long as she guarded that point. Wu Zhixing would inevitably confront her head-on. Defeating Wu Zhixing would essentially conclude this game. As Lin Xiao jogged along the mountain path, he began to question his existence. Why was there not a single soul in sight? Was his luck truly this wretched? Not even one lone wolf to encounter. Initially, Lin Xiao thought he might be climbing too swiftly, so he paused for a moment. He took in the flora and fauna of the mountain, savoring the beauty of nature. Yet, the only companions he found were the insects and birds of the mountainside. He had not glimpsed a single enemy, nor had he seen any teammates. Surely he couldn't be the only one on the northern side of the mountain. Glancing at the score, Lin Xiao sighed. It was of little consequence, after all. Class C had the advantage over the wolf pack, so why should he feel rushed? The ones in a hurry must surely be his opponents. With this thought, Lin Xiao felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, even finding the inclination to rest at the service area for a moment. Chief. No sooner had he entered the service area and taken a sip of his drink than a mournful cry left him bewildered. A girl with a doll-like hairstyle, possessing a delicate beauty, rushed over, her expression brimming with excitement as if she had encountered a long-lost relative. Dongli. Have you been hiding in the service area? This girl was one of the plump sheep among the lone wolves of Class C. And it was surprising to see that she had managed to survive. Standing before Lin Xiao, Dongli, with tear-filled eyes, recounted the hardships she had faced along the way. I dared not take the main road, I meandered through the small woods. Whenever I encountered a service area, I would sneak in and hide for 10 minutes, often in the ladies' restroom. The corners of her mouth pouted, and her eyes were red, as though she had endured a great injustice. Impressive, Lin Xiao regarded her with newfound respect. You have truly endured a lot. From now on, let us travel together. All right. Although somewhat disheveled, the girl's strategy had indeed proven effective, apart from Lin Xiao and Wu Zhixing. She was likely the last remaining lone wolf of Class C. Lin Xiao set off once more, this time accompanied by a classmate. Her chatter was incessant, like a sparrow chirping, allowing Lin Xiao to deeply appreciate the trials and perils she had faced as a lone wolf. Thanks to her storytelling talent, this journey was no longer tedious. Chapter 38, indeed quite sweet score, 40-26. What should we do, Shaoqing? It seems the match has reached a stalemate. Li Jingru raised her fair chin, smiling as she gazed at her friend beside her. The wolf pack from Class C appears unable to expand their lead. Doesn't that come as a surprise to you? The video surveillance reveals that many teams from Class F have become quite astute whenever they detect their opponents. They simply flee, devoid of any intention for direct confrontation. Meanwhile, 3 elite lone wolves have joined forces with 2 of the teams, diminishing Class C's previous advantage in combat prowess, occasionally even allowing the opposition to score a few points. Li Jingru gleefully swiveled in her chair, her chestnut locks swirling gracefully, reminiscent of a princess dancing elegantly. Wu Qinghua leaned back slightly, evading the strands of hair that floated around her. Currently, the advantage still lies with Class C. I see no reason for concern. Humph, still putting on a brave front. Li Jingru cast a sidelong glance at her, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. The advantages of Class C are merely illusory. As long as Wu Zhixing fails to defeat Shaoqian, all your advantages will vanish. Just then, the surveillance from the north shifted to the center, indicating yet another encounter between the lone wolves of the 2 classes. Observing the footage, Li Jingru's eyes widened in astonishment, and she teased, shouting, "It seems your class has two little fools." On the screen, a male and female student from Class C strolled openly along the mountain path, engaged in conversation, seemingly so engrossed that they failed to notice the distant enemy. The lone wolf from Class F was clearly fixated on them, concealed behind a large tree, poised to ambush these two unsuspecting points-rich targets. Li Jingru shook her head, feigning a sigh. Alas, why did they have to gather together? This is practically delivering points to us. It's akin to two sumptuous pieces of meat, neatly packaged, saving the opposing lone wolf the trouble of pursuit. I cannot interfere with the students' strategies, perhaps this is their tactic. Wu Qinghua took a sip of her red tea, her expression inscrutable, leaving one guessing at her thoughts. At that moment, I spotted the student from Class F from a distance. He was pursuing me, but as I turned a corner, I vanished from view and leaped directly off the cliff's edge. Dongli recounted the tale vividly, her small hands gesturing animatedly in the air. Lin Xiao glanced at the height of the mountain layers, estimating it to be around 20 meters. Does it hurt? The girl nodded earnestly, her tone heavy. It's painful. I hid in a thicket to catch my breath for a moment. She tugged at her clothes, pulling out a few black thorns. This must be from the ghost needle grass, quite common, often clinging to fabric. No wonder I've been feeling itchy. You must have gotten covered in it while hiding in the bushes. Just endure it, a wash later will suffice. Lin Xiao quickly intervened, otherwise, given this girl's enthusiasm, she might have turned her clothes inside out. Moreover, there were individuals crouching ahead. Lin Xiao halted in his tracks, while Dongli stood beside him, blinking in bewilderment. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. From behind a large tree, a tall male figure emerged, his hair impeccably styled, features strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of melancholy. Might I implore you to surrender? It would at least spare you from injury. Wow. It was only then that Dongli noticed the adversary. She sprung up like a startled bird, her head darting left and right in search of an escape route. Smack. Lin Xiao, exasperated, delivered a swift chop to her head. The girl clutched her head, blinking rapidly, finally regaining her senses. Right. The captain is right beside me. What am I afraid of? With this thought, Dongli immediately stood tall, taking refuge behind Lin Xiao. He ranks fourth in Class F, known as Bai Chen. She whispered softly, tiptoeing. Lin Xiao nodded, casting a gaze toward the opposing side. Have you come to a decision? You must be aware of the disparity in strength. Surrendering would be the wisest choice. The melancholic handsome man remained polite, standing quietly to the side without launching a surprise attack. Well, we have come to a decision. Could you kindly transfer your points to us? Bai Chen paused momentarily, his expression darkening. I had thought you might possess some intelligence. Prepare to fall. No sooner had the words left his lips than Bai Chen's figure vanished from sight, a fierce punch hurtling toward Lin Xiao. Bang! The sound of their fists colliding echoed. Yet there were no cries of pain, nor did anyone collapse. The situation diverged entirely from his expectations. The brooding beauty widened his eyes, staring blankly at his own fist. A hand had interposed itself between the punch and the opponent's face, firmly absorbing the blow without the slightest tremor. I cannot budge. It felt as though he were ensnared in a steel vice, his bones creaking under pressure. Who on earth are you? Bang! Without the opportunity to comprehend his opponent's movement, the hook struck his abdomen, and Bai Chen instantly lost all strength, collapsing limply to the ground. You may take his points. Lin Xiao gestured toward the fallen figure. Hooray! I never expected there would come a day I could score points. Dongli exclaimed with glee, her face alight with curiosity as she examined the opponent's watch. Why do you look unwell? Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, inquiring calmly. At that moment, the instructor of Class F, Li Jingru, wore a countenance as dark as water, her gaze fixated intently on the boy displayed on the screen. What is the name of this student? What is his ranking in your class? Lin Xiao, I recall him being ranked 38th last semester. Li Jingru's eyelids lowered. Her voice icy as she retorted, are you jesting with me? A student ranked at the bottom defeated the 4th seat in my class. I speak no falsehood. He produced a student file from the side, opened it, and handed it to Li Jingru. I have heard of his recent advancements, yet I never anticipated such remarkable progress. Pressing his forehead, Wu Qinghua wore an expression tinged with regret. Had I known, I would have assigned him to the wolf pack, indeed. I have somewhat neglected my duties as his class mentor. After scanning the information on the paper, Li Jingru coldly closed the file. It matters not, Shao Qing. The outcome shall remain unchanged. On the screen, the surveillance from the northern top floor appeared, a stout man with a crew cut, his hands tucked into his pockets. Ascended the mountain step by step. At the terminus of his path stood a poised woman with a high ponytail, resembling a sharp sword that severed the hopes of Class C's victory. Li Jingru rose, gracefully leaping behind the female instructor. Shao Qing. She wrapped her arms around the other's neck, her glistening pink lips brushing against Wu Qinghua's fair earlobe as she whispered softly, you have become a general. Wu Qinghua remained silent, simply grasping a biscuit and taking a bite. Indeed, it was quite sweet. Chapter 39, 5th versus 4th atop the peak. The wind howled fiercely. The girl's high ponytail, cascading to her waist, danced in the air like a serpent in chaotic motion. Standing resolutely at the summit, Lu Yuqian's gaze was sharp as a blade, quietly surveying the man below as he ascended step by step to the pinnacle. I thought you would hide until the end. I did not expect you to arrive so early, she remarked, observing the imposing figure of the tall, wild-looking man before her. Hiding? What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Zhixing replied, twisting his neck, his voice deep and hoarse, akin to a beast brimming with rage. Because you have lost, Class C has succumbed. In the face of the increasingly tempestuous man, Lu Yuqian did not flinch, instead, a vibrant smile graced her face. You cannot defeat me. The moment you confronted me directly. This contest was already concluded. I shall tear your vile mouth apart, woman. With a resounding crash, the stone beneath them shattered as Wu Zhixing lunged forward like a cannonball. A force of thunderous fury aimed at her. Lu Yuqian's eyes narrowed, narrowly evading his assault, her long legs propelling her forward like a steel blade, sweeping towards his torso. Ha! Wu Zhixing crossed his arms, his muscles rippling with ferocity, bracing himself against the strike. Whoosh, his shoes scraped along the ground, leaving a mark over a meter long. Yet he successfully withstood her attack. Your martial prowess has indeed improved, Lu Yuqian remarked, her expression growing increasingly indifferent. Do you believe you are worthy of my assessment? No longer holding back, Wu Zhixing surged forward, his strength swelling, transforming him into a beastly force once more powerful and chaotic than before. After evading several wild punches and kicks, Lu Yuqian finally endured a direct kick that forced her to stagger back 2 steps, contemplating the force behind it. I underestimated you. Your striking method has indeed progressed. You are not as easy to handle as before. Do you think you know who I am? Wu Zhixing retorted. A smirk on his lips, acknowledging his growth since the last selection. Had Lin Xiao observed the attributes of Wu Zhixing, he would have discovered that his martial arts, previously at level 1, had ascended to level 2. Indeed, I cannot take you lightly, Lu Yuqian inhaled deeply, her body coiling with potent energy. However, you remain no match for me. Wu Zhixing's pupils contracted as he narrowly evaded several bullet-like punches, yet Lu Yuqian's onslaught was relentless. A straight downward strike came at him, resembling the guillotine of a beast. Wu Zhixing attempted to sidestep, but was unable to avoid the blow, which landed squarely on his shoulder. Ugh! He bent his body, his left shoulder and arm immediately losing strength, sensation fleeting in an instant. It seems your footwork requires further refinement. Wu Zhixing gritted his teeth, a low growl emanating from his throat as his eyes began to lose their reason. Do not become overconfident. Insolent woman. Absolute fury engulfed the mind, and the true beast within awakened. 10 minutes later, Wu Zhixing had fallen. Ye, Shaoqing. I have triumphed. Li Jingru exclaimed, raising her hands high as if she had truly transformed into a little girl, bouncing around Wu Qinghua. Her youthful and radiant visage, coupled with her innocent and carefree demeanor, belied the fact that she was a woman in her 40s. What shall I have you do? Come to my home and serve as a maid for a month? Dress in Lolita fashion for a photoshoot? Or shall I have you don cut ears and lick my? Wu Qinghua disregarded her rumblings, gently tapping the table. I advise you to remember, the competition is not yet concluded. It has already ended. Li Jingru retorted, wrapping her arm around Wu Qinghua's shoulders and playfully lifting her chin with her finger. Call me elder sister, and I might consider being lenient. Wu Qinghua, expressionless, stuffed a cookie into her mouth. Just then, another video popped up. It was still the pinnacle, but with a different angle. In this scene, a battered Wu Zhixing hung in the air, his feet off the ground, limbs powerless. Supporting him were the pale and strong arms of a woman, gripping his collar. Liu Yuqian raised both hands, coldly scrutinizing her opponent. It was evident that he had indeed lost the will to fight. Acknowledging this, Liu Yuqian released her grip, allowing him to crash to the ground like a lifeless fish. Hiss. Rubbing her still aching left cheek, Liu Yuqian frowned, deeming the man a lunatic. Where did he learn such a reckless, injury-for-injury fighting style? She had never seen him employ such tactics before. Did Wu Zhixing truly possess such a sense of responsibility for his class? Did he genuinely desire victory? Although she had not sustained severe injuries, Liu Yuqian had endured several strikes, and lingering pain was inevitable. Oh well, it was time to finish this. With a soft sigh, Liu Yuqian crouched down and removed his watch. Wow, wow, wow. This is the first time I have consciously reached the summit. Previously, I was always carried up. In reflection, she realized, it seems I am the same. Voices of a conversation between a male and female student reached her ears. And Liu Yuqian looked up in surprise at the two students who had ascended to the peak. The male was handsome and tall, while the female was charmingly lovely. Yet they were unfamiliar to Liu Yuqian. Are these the last two lone wolves from Class C? She marveled at how Bai Chen had failed to notice them, allowing them to blend in at the mountain summit. Liu Yuqian couldn't help but admire their good fortune. At that moment, Lin Shao and Dong Li also recognized each other. Whoosh, Dong Li retreated, expertly hiding behind Lin Shao, peeking out cautiously like a vigilant little creature. Oh! The girl gasped, covering her mouth. Isn't that Wu Zhixing? He has been defeated. Lin Shao glanced at the fallen Wu Zhixing, raising his eyelids slightly, regarding the victorious woman with mild astonishment. You need not be anxious, nor do you need to flee. Liu Yuqian displayed the watch in her hand and remarked softly. Your chief has lost, the upcoming matches hold little significance now. Pressing a button, the score for Class F appeared, 34. With the chief's 50 points. Along with the two lone wolves contributing 10 points, the total exceeded 90, rendering it sufficient. Once it was confirmed that the competition had indeed concluded, Liu Yuqian's expression softened. She turned to Lin Shao and his companion, kindly suggesting, please remove your watches. Let us hasten to the service area for a rest. However, there was no response. Liu Yuqian, sensing a subtle shift in their gazes, wondered if it was merely her imagination. Isn't it better to endure a little less hardship? She sighed in resignation. Although she wished to commend their unwavering spirit, they seemed to lack the perceptiveness to grasp the situation. Perhaps it would be wiser to seize the chief's points before pursuing them further. Placing Wu Zhixing's watch on the reflective surface, Liu Yuqian pressed the button again. Beep, 3439. What? Liu Yuqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 40, I am the chief. What is happening? Liu Yuqian stared blankly at the watch screen. It was evident that the points for the chief were being plundered, yet the class score increased by only 5 points instead of 50. Was the system malfunctioning? A hint of astonishment flickered in Liu Yuqian's eyes. Despite the extensive development of the school system, she never anticipated encountering such an anomaly. This was her first experience with such a situation. A derisive snicker echoed from below. Lu Yuqian lowered her gaze, coldly observing the man sprawled on the ground. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Zhixing, feebly lying there, forced his eyes wide open, a scornful smirk twisting his lips. "Foolish woman. Your quick tongue cannot alter the fact that you are the loser." Unperturbed by the taunts of a defeated foe, Lu Yuqian remained resolute. "Thus, I call you foolish." Wang Zhixing's eyes glinted with disdain as he revealed a mocking smile. "Who said the system is malfunctioning?" "What?" Lu Yuqian's pupils constricted. Her expression freezing as she gradually lifted her head to gaze at the couple in front of her. "My apologies." Lin Shao raised his wrist, tapping the watch's surface with a resigned chuckle. "I am the chief." Bang! Li Jingru rose abruptly, her palm slapping the table, her face a portrait of disbelief. She leaned forward, fixated on the screen. After a moment, she turned her head, glaring fiercely at the bespectacled female teacher beside her. "Why is Wang Zhixing not the chief?" Li Jingru's tone was laced with anger, entirely devoid of the earlier composure of a victor. It seems that the chief indeed was not him. Wu Qinghua rubbed her eyes, a hint of distress coloring her voice. "Alas! Time is unrelenting, I am getting older and my memory is failing. I completely forgot that the chief of Class C had changed." Wu Qinghua met her friend's gaze directly, a touch of apology in her tone. "I'm sorry. I let you rejoice in vain." Li Jingru stared at her expressionlessly for a moment, then a composed smile graced her lips. She tapped her fingers on the table, as if she had unraveled the other's scheme. "Who would have thought to win this competition? You even went so far as to replace the chief. Quite an unseemly act, isn't it, Shaoqing?" Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses, refraining from rebuttal. "It turns out Wang Zhixing was so obedient to you that he would even cooperate in such trivial matters. Truly a respected teacher among the students." Li Jingru clapped her hands, prompting applause from her peers, yet there was no warmth in their smiles. "Regrettably, this scheme is futile. Even if you swapped the chief, even if you stealthily inserted a capable lone wolf, the disparity in strength remains." The gaze of Class F's instructor was as frigid as ice, an aura of darkness surrounding him. "Even though my little Qian has been drained of her strength by Wang Zhixing and is not at her peak, she is not someone who can be easily defeated. Moreover," the screen for the pack of wolves displayed a team of over 10 rushing to the top level. The 3 leading individuals were precisely the lone wolves dispatched from Class F. "Apologies. It appears our students are rather swift in their support." Li Jingru playfully stuck out her tongue and formed a scissor gesture with her fingers near her eyes, winking mischievously. Wu Qinghua finished the tea in his cup, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lu Yuqian gazed at Lin Shao for a moment before casting a glance at Wu Zhixing on the ground, letting out a soft huff. "So, this is how it is, resorting to such trivial tricks." No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than her figure appeared before Lin Shao, her fair hand grasping his forearm. "Wow!" Dong Li jumped in surprise, seemingly taken aback. "Hand over your watch unless you prefer to lie on the ground." Lu Yuqian's tone bore an unmistakable warning. The girl's hand appeared delicate and fragile, yet her grip was as unyielding as steel, firmly holding Lin Xiao's wrist. Sensing the force behind her grip, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Strength 15, Agility 15, Combat Skills, LV2, Footwork, LV2. Although she was no match for Baishon, she certainly had a complete advantage over Wu Zhixing. It was no wonder that the wild beast could not best her. Casting a glance at the bruises on her skin, Lin Xiao curiously inquired, "It seems you are injured. If you think such minor wounds will affect my state." "You are quite foolish," Lu Yuqian replied, her eyes lowering, a hint of anger lacing her words. Lin Xiao could feel her grip tightening. "My patience is limited. If you are a wise person." Just as Lu Yuqian attempted to forcibly twist Lin Xiao's wrist, she realized that no matter how much strength she exerted, he remained utterly unmoved. The girl's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she recalled a possibility she was reluctant to believe. Bang! Liu Yuqian summoned power into her legs. Her body suddenly springing away at the fastest speed, distancing herself from the spot. Lin Xiao regretfully retracted his right leg, having failed to land a kick. 40 meters away. Liu Yuqian bent her body, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked at the man across from her. Her heart raced, and a profound sense of crisis flooded her mind. The instincts of battle were certainly commendable. Lin Xiao admired her quick reactions just before he executed his kick. She had already prepared to retreat. Liu Yuqian remained silent, her expression dark as she scrutinized Lin Xiao. Both her upper body strength and kicking speed revealed a hint of insight. This man is definitely no weaker than Wu Shixing. If she were in her prime, she would not fear him. However, she was currently nursing a slight injury, her stamina depleted, and her stored power diminished by nearly half. Engaging in combat with him now, even if victorious, would likely leave her exhausted and vulnerable to being attacked by other students seeking to capitalize on her weakened state. To fight. Or not to fight. Just as Liu Yuqian hesitated, familiar voices calling out from behind her eased her mind. Chief! Have you finished here? We've caught up. A total of 13 students from Class F, 3 lone wolves, and 2 packs of wolves. Liu Yuqian glanced back, not yet spotting the wolves from Class C. How did you all manage to get here? The second place in Class F, the robust Zhao Shunjun, declared, after we consolidated our 2 teams. We ceased to concern ourselves with the other squads and proceeded at full speed towards the summit. The third place, a petite girl with a mushroom hairstyle named Lai Xiaoyu, expressed her anxiety. Along the way, we drove off 2 teams from Class C, and their pack has certainly noticed our presence. They will likely pursue us shortly. Liu Yuqian nodded, comprehending the urgency of the situation. Assist me, and together we shall subdue their leader. Very well. Wait a moment. Isn't that Wu Zhixing lying on the ground? Zhao Shunjun was taken aback, and the other students from Class F also recognized the fallen Wu Zhixing, their faces reflecting confusion. Haven't we already won? No, it's not him. The true leader is that man over there. Time was of the essence, and Liu Yuqian had no time to elaborate. They must execute their assault before the reinforcements from Class C arrived. I will engage him directly, or you all look for an opportunity from the side. Liu Yuqian shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Upon witnessing this, the students of Class F asked no further questions and followed suit, charging towards Lin Xiao. Chapter 41, The Monstrous Lin Xiao. Alas! The chief has fled. Dongli, ever astute, promptly distanced herself from the battlefield upon sensing the imminent danger. Lin Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. He could hardly expect a laggard student to assist him in repelling a multitude of foes. As long as she kept her distance and did not become a hindrance, he considered it a boon. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. His robust physique, endowed with a vitality score of 25, granted him immense stamina, remarkable regenerative abilities, and an astonishing reserve of power. In a war of attrition, even without resorting to his formidable abilities, Lin Xiao was confident he could vanquish them all. Yet, being besieged posed a different challenge. Liu Yuqian could indeed hold him at bay for a brief period, and in such circumstances, the chaotic flurry of strikes from others became quite bothersome. Especially with skilled fighters like Fengwan and Chen among them. Sighing softly, Lin Xiao closed his eyes as Liu Yuqian rapidly approached. When he opened them again, an overwhelming force surged through his being, and his pupils ignited with a grey flame. Hunter mode activated, bullet time engaged. Suddenly, everything slowed. As the ground cracked beneath him, Lin Xiao charged forth, swiftly positioning himself beside Liu Yuqian. What? As her gaze shifted, a black whip-like leg struck her side with the force of a 1,000-pound hammer. Bang! The girl's body transformed into a shadow, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. The students from Class F gaped in disbelief, their minds momentarily blank. This is bad. In that fleeting moment, suspended in the air, Liu Yuqian comprehended the magnitude of Lin Xiao's strength. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain in her left arm, she glanced downward. The worst had come to pass. Lin Xiao showed no signs of halting. Like a tempest, he surged toward the group of students from Class F. At the forefront stood the second in command. The burly Zhao Shunjun, resembling a giant bear. Roar! In the face of Lin Xiao, Zhao Shunjun clenched his fist, as large as a cooking pot, and unleashed his full might. Yet, his arm was swiftly subdued. With a powerful shoulder throw, Lin Xiao propelled the giant into the air. As his arm became the pivot, his perspective flipped, and he crashed down to the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth shattered beneath him. Zhao Shunjun's eyes bulged, and he expelled a bitter bile, collapsing in defeat. In the blink of an eye, Class F had lost a formidable warrior. A petite figure darted around to Lin Xiao's rear, delivering a swift kick aimed at his lower back. Unfazed, Lin Xiao clenched his right fist and struck downward. Oh! Lai Xiaoyu clutched her calf, crumpling to the ground. Her expression contorted in agony. Damn it! Liu Yuqian, having landed, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Her eyes blazing with fury, she raced toward Lin Xiao, desperate to halt this monster. Yet, Lin Xiao ignored her completely, charging straight toward the pack of enemies behind him. Do not fear him. Let us attack together. There are more than a dozen of us. Ah! The remaining students from Class F surged forward, their throats roaring with defiant shouts. Yet, the disparity is indeed immense. Lin Xiao has long since grown stronger. Even in his hunter mode, he possesses power on par with Baishon. This overwhelming strength manifests as a scene of sheer dominance when faced with ordinary students. In the instant of their confrontation with Lin Xiao, their formation shattered instantaneously. His actions were straightforward. He targeted the nearest individual with relentless aggression. With punches, kicks, sweeping strikes, then powerful thrusts. Under the absolute speed and might, no one could evade his fists, nor withstand his onslaught. Each blow sent a student crashing to the ground, with each kick sending figures flying. Lin Xiao was akin to a scythe in a field of grass, unstoppable and as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Stop! As Liu Yuqian finally reached Lin Xiao, less than half of the standing students remained. The others sprawled on the ground, either unconscious or groaning. The girl clenched her silver teeth, unleashing her full power without reservation, charging forward with fervent rage. Her knife-hand strikes were as sharp as blades, her punches as heavy as cannonballs, with her long legs slicing through the air, resembling dark, lethal blades, vowing to sever her opponent's form. The force was unleashed, and the attacks came without respite. Yet, no gratifying results materialized. In the face of her storm-like assault, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, either dodging or blocking, absorbing each attack with composure. Liu Yuqian felt her condition deteriorating, yet she dared not halt. Her keen instincts warned her that any hint of vulnerability in her onslaught would invite a counterstrike beyond her capacity to endure. Noticing that their leader had engaged Lin Xiao, the remaining students from Class F were no cowards. They surrounded Lin Xiao, launching sneak attacks from his blind spots. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened, his torso bending. He executed a 180-degree spinning kick towards the rear. Third. Two students who had ventured too close were sent soaring, crashing to the ground behind. A flicker of urgency crossed Liu Yuqian's face as she raised her fist to strike Lin Xiao's head. However, this time, her execution fell short. Lin Xiao seized her right wrist, yanking her backward. Liu Yuqian immediately lost her balance, finding herself pressed against Lin Xiao's chest, their profiles mere inches apart. It is over. Accompanied by that calm male voice lingering in her ear, the fist imbued with immense force landed on her abdomen. Bang! Liu Yuqian's body shook violently. Her waist bent, mouth agape, yet no sound escaped her lips. Subsequently, her eyelids fluttered closed, her limbs collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining students stood frozen, bewildered, their gazes vacant, unsure of their next move. At that moment, from the southern hillside, shadows darted forth. Dozens of figures ascended the peak, accompanied by shouts of indignation. The little rascals from Class F had actually snuck up. Damn it. I knew they were up to something. Lin Xiao, we are here to back you up. Chief. You haven't fallen, have you? Lin Xiao. Your sister has arrived. As the Class C team drew near and beheld the multitude of fallen foes, they too were left in stunned silence. Oh, is it over? All have fallen. Zhao Shanjun, Lai Xiaoyu, Chuanwu. Oh my. Is that Lu Yuqian? Lin Xiao single-handedly brought them down. Incredible. Are you even human? Chief, your prowess truly elevates my standing. Yet, there are still a few left. Aren't there? He. A few fish that slipped through the net. Under the watchful eyes of a group of scoundrels from Class C. The remaining students from Class F trembled in fear. Lin Xiao observed his playful classmates with amusement. They were aware that it had come to an end. No real violence had occurred, merely an act of intimidation. Bending down, he removed Lu Yuqian's watch. Ding, Class C's score instantaneously surpassed 90. Marking the official conclusion of the class competition. Lying on the ground, Lu Yuqian struggled to keep her eyes open, her gaze unfocused as she weakly inquired, Who exactly are you? I am Lin Xiao, the chief of Class C, he replied, blinking with a courteous smile. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chapter 42, Kill Me. As the sun descended, the dim yellow light filtered through the window, casting a warm hue across the small room. At this moment, the faculty office was shrouded in darkness and silence. Li Jingru sat quietly in her chair, her features obscured, the screen on the wall emitted a fluorescent glow, flickering slightly in her eyes. With a click, Wu Qinghua pressed the switch, and the bright fluorescent light illuminated the room, revealing the appearance of the class teacher. She had her feet perched on the chair, her arms wrapped around her knees, her exquisite face devoid of expression, her gaze vacant. The charming and graceful Li Jingru, brimming with youthful vitality, akin to a blossoming maiden, had vanished. She now resembled a frost-bitten eggplant, wilted and lacking luster, even her beautiful long curls appeared somewhat dull. Wu Qinghua settled beside her, pouring herself a cup of red tea. She crossed her legs and remained silent, quietly observing her friend as if admiring a piece of art. Li Jingru lowered her eyes, her feet encased in stockings curling up, tracing the soft cushion of the chair. Who exactly is that Lin Xiao? Her voice was muffled, entirely devoid of the gentle sweetness it had during the day. Wu Qinghua took a sip of her tea and explained softly, an ordinary student hailing from a humble background. He defeated Wu Zhixing, and his position as the top student is entirely legitimate. Li Jingru pursed her lips and remarked pensively. How can a student from a humble background progress so rapidly? From the bottom of the class to the top. He wasn't at the bottom to begin with. Wu Qinghua removed her glasses and gently polished the lenses with a silk cloth. When he enrolled, he ranked third in his cohort. And his mental acuity far surpassed that of his peers, second only to the top two. Second only to the top two. Li Jingru furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent. You need to clarify the difference. The gap between them and an ordinary student is far too vast. Let me put it this way. Wu Qinghua smiled, raising two fingers, her voice soft as she continued. Those two had mental acuity on par with Lin Xiao at the time of enrollment, even. Lin Xiao was slightly stronger. At this moment, without her glasses, a hint of crimson flickered in Wu Qinghua's eyes. Her unadorned, beautiful visage bore a smile, dangerously alluring, reminiscent of a higanbana in full bloom. Li Jingru's eyes widened slightly, unable to suppress her exclamation, isn't that a sign of an extraordinary ability? Wu Qinghua nodded subtly, affirming her friend's conjecture. He is a naturally gifted ability wielder. As long as he clarifies his heart, awakening is merely a matter of time. Wow, that's impressive. Li Jingru swayed back and forth, her eyes twirling before her lips curled into a smile, as if a thought had struck her. She placed her feet down, slipped into her high heels, and sprung up cheerfully. She smoothed out the creases in her clothing, tidied her tousled hair, and even pulled out a small mirror to skillfully touch up her makeup. Observing her friend, who appeared ready for a date, Wu Qinghua put her glasses back on. What are you up to? Humph, of course, I'm going to say hello. Li Jingru slung her exquisite and fashionable handbag over her shoulder, waved her hand, then cheerfully exclaimed. Goodbye, Shao Qing. You don't mind my interaction with your students, do you? I have no objections, but Wu Qinghua tapped the table, stating, fast. Let us confirm the victor's stakes. Li Jingru froze momentarily, resembling a wind-up toy devoid of lubrication, before slowly turning around. Ahaha, what stakes for the victor? She blinked, her tone laced with guilt. The loser must agree to fulfill one request from the winner. You cannot evade this, Wu Qinghua replied. Resting her chin on her palm, her gaze clear and penetrating, absorbing every nuance of her companion's thoughts. What do you wish me to do? Li Jingru pouted, relinquishing her resistance. Just as you mentioned earlier, act as a maid, pose for a photo shoot, wear cat ears, choose one. Wu Qinghua shook her head. Rising from her seat to approach her friend, she gently ruffled her companion's hair, enunciating each word, I want them all. Atop the mountain. The evening breeze was refreshingly pleasant. In the open courtyard of the cafeteria, 2 classes were engaged in a post-match banquet. Such gatherings followed every monthly competition, primarily aimed at easing class relations and fostering familiarity among students. The chefs skewered assorted meats and vegetables over the grill, the sizzling aroma igniting appetites. Students, some freshly showered and others sporting bandages, clustered around small tables in the courtyard. Enjoying skewers and sipping cold drinks, they engaged in lively discussions about the day's match, boasting about their exploits. We specifically had Form 1 wear a mask to catch the opponent off guard. That student from Class F was no match for me. I knocked him down after just 7 or 8 punches. Exactly, Lin Xiao. The first point for Class C was scored by our team. Observing the girl's proud expressions, Lin Xiao astutely set down her drink and began to applaud. Impressive. Xiao Xia and Chen Feifei immediately raised their chins, their noses nearly pointing to the heavens. Meanwhile, Form 1 appeared quite embarrassed. This show of bravado was clearly out of character for her, causing her ears to redden. At their table, aside from Lin Xiao and the 3 others, 2 additional girls, seemingly their teammates from earlier, joined in. They were all food enthusiasts, as Xiao Xia and Chen Feifei bragged. The 2 newcomers nodded in agreement, their mouths stuffed with skewers. Lin Xiao also wished to invite her companion from earlier, the solitary and stealthy Dongli. Yet, at that moment, the chief was like thunder. Surrounded by enemies, he charged through them as if a tiger among sheep, knocking one down with a punch and sending another flying with a kick. His demeanor resembled that of a war god descending upon the earth. Although I was a bit distant, I seemed to hear the chief's furious roar. Dongli, encircled by a throng of Class C students, grew increasingly animated as she spoke. Standing atop a chair, raising her juice like a storyteller, she proclaimed loudly, You have all been surrounded by me alone. Oh! The students of Class C clenched their fists and shouted with fervor, their faces flushed and spirits elevated, as if they were immersed in the moment. Go ahead, kill me. Lin Zhao's face turned ashen, his toes nearly digging into the ground in discomfort. The searing gazes of his classmates made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, the fishbone lodged in his throat and thorns pricking at his back, rendering him restless and uneasy. At this moment, all he wished for was to sew the mouth of that storyteller shut. However, while the students of Class C regarded him with admiration and respect, the students of Class F cast him hostile glares, filled with animosity, and even a hint of resentment. Seated directly across from Lin Xiao was Lu Yuqian and several other students from Class F, bandaged and fixated on him with unwavering stares. After a moment of mutual gaze, Lin Xiao tilted his head and raised the drink in his hand. Humph. Lu Yuqian slammed her hand on the table, stood up, and led her group of students towards the classroom. Before long, their figures reappeared, each shouldering massive barrels of wine, approaching Lin Xiao. With a resounding thud, her barrel, nearly half his height, crashed onto the table, leaving Lin Xiao in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 43, The Ascending to the Cloud. Members of the Blue Star Parliament in the courtyard, barrels of wine lay scattered, and bodies sprawled across the ground. Assisting the staff in escorting the last group of students back to their dormitories, Lin Shao let out a resigned sigh. How dared they challenge his capacity for alcohol? The military university typically prohibited drinking, yet during the gatherings of the two classes, students were permitted to indulge. After all, they were all young adults in their 20s. Last night, the group from Class F, brimming with combative spirit, unable to best Lin Shao in strength, sought to triumph over him in the realm of libations. Seeing such revelry, the students from Class C thought, we cannot be outdone, and eagerly joined in, surrounding Lin Shao in a fervent attempt to inundate him with drink. The intention was noble, yet they were utterly unaware of the terrifying nature of his constitution. Beers, reds, whites, Lin Shao downed them all in swift succession. The alcohol barely had time to take effect before his body metabolized it easier than drinking water. At least water could fill him up. Eventually, those students succumbed, lying on the ground in a stupor, more lifeless than they had been in daylight. It was left to Lin Shao, the staff, and fellow students like Form 1, who abstained from alcohol, to transport them back in groups. There was also a female teacher, seemingly the class advisor of Class F, who had attempted to join the festivities. Remarkably, Lin Shao nearly succumbed to her advances. Fortunately, advisor Wu Qinghua intervened, forcibly escorting the woman away, otherwise, Lin Shao might have been drinking with her until dawn. After a refreshing shower, he ascended to the rooftop alone. A gentle breeze enveloped him, invigorating and delightful. The sky resembled a vast, resplendent canvas, adorned with countless stars, while the bright moon hung suspended, casting a mysterious interplay of light and shadow. This was the closest point to the cosmos within the school. Lin Shao inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began to refine his power. Above him, the magnificent river of stars cascaded down. Ethereal points of light coalesced into colorful streams, descending from the heavens, forming pillars of light that surged into Lin Shao's being, seemingly endless. His thoughts elevated, gradually becoming transcendent. When Lin Shao opened his eyes once more, he found himself no longer on the balcony of a building, but rather amidst the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Once again, he had ascended to the heights of the clouds. Tiny specks of light floated around him, their colors varied and scattered chaotically, filling every shadowy corner. Lin Shao observed these luminous entities, a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. He could ascertain that these ethereal points were indeed the so-called powers. They were omnipresent, boundless. Typically, Lin Shao would harness this power by drawing it down from the celestial dome, for the energy density above far surpassed that at ground level. He understood this well. Yet, what astonished him was that this time, the powers congregated around him seemed to possess an unusual bias. An abundance of white points mingled, while other colored lights appeared to be squeezed out, gradually retreating to the outer layers. Oh, wait. Lin Shao's gaze sharpened, and he realized he had overlooked something. Amidst the white points, numerous pure black grains intermingled, their hue blending seamlessly with the starry sky, causing him to miss them initially. Why is this? Lin Shao pondered. Yet, these interwoven white and black, dancing and flickering points of light evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. He extended his hand, just yearning to caress those charming little beings. Yet, as his thoughts plummeted, the vast sea of stars vanished. Upon regaining his senses, Lin Shao found himself back on the rooftop, having once again fallen from the heavens. Rubbing his eyes in frustration, he resolutely resumed his refining technique. However, this time, the starry sky did not open its gates to him. As always, everything remained unchanged. As morning dawned, before the intoxicated classmates could stir, Lin Shao and Zhao Xia departed the mountain. Upon returning to school and completing their daily training, Zhao Xia cheerfully declared, "Sister is off to work," and promptly made her exit. Chen Feifei also slipped away, having made plans with friends to visit the library. Lin Shao was quite taken aback to discover this acquaintance was a literary enthusiast. "Lin Shao, do you have any plans for the weekend?" Feng Wen's question caught him off guard. Aside from training, his life seemed devoid of any engagement. Feng Wen tucked her bangs behind her ear and chuckled softly. How about visiting the Frenzied Combat Arena in the city? It's rather intriguing. The Frenzied Combat Arena. Lin Shao scratched his head awkwardly. He was indeed a novice. Having remained secluded within the university since his enrollment, utterly ignorant of the outside world. Sensing his naivety, Feng Wen kindly elaborated. The arena features training facilities and combat rings. With a diverse membership that includes aspiring warriors preparing for recruitment, fourth-year military students, and even active-duty soldiers and hunters occasionally. During weekends, many military students can be found mingling there. Feng Wen gestured to herself, a subtle smile gracing her lips. For instance, I visit almost every week. Curiosity piqued. Lin Shao inquired, is it because it's easier to find opponents there? Feng Wen nodded slightly. Not only that, but one can also witness real hunters in combat, which I find immensely beneficial. Lin Shao felt a stir of excitement. He had been cooped up at school for far too long and found the outside world rather alluring. Is the Frenzied Combat Arena open to everyone? As long as one pays the membership fee, anyone can join. Membership fee. Lin Zhao's pupils dilated in shock. His mind sharpening with clarity as he cautiously asked, how much is the membership fee? Feng Wen blinked and raised a finger. 1,000 yuan per month. Wow. Lin Shao gasped, feeling as though the ground had shifted beneath him. The outside world was perilous, with everything demanding monetary exchange. It was nothing like the school, where all necessities were free. Training at school had its merits, all facilities were available, and he could still practice with Baishon when he lacked opponents. The school felt like home. He resolved to remain there until graduation. This was a matter of principle. Even Feng Wen's invitation would not sway him. I'm sorry, but I believe at the arena you can compete for cash prizes as well. Lin Shao fell silent. A single match could yield 1,000 yuan. Feng Wen clasped her hands together, her smile unexpectedly sly. I earned over 10,000 last month. Lin Shao instantly regarded her with newfound respect, speaking earnestly, please. Do take me to broaden my horizons. I am utterly weary of this dilapidated school. He yearned to witness the splendor of the world beyond. However, before that, Sister Fan Gwen. Ha! Sister Fan Gwen. Feng Wen's face flashed, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Lin Shao placed his hands on Feng Wen's shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. Could you lend me 1,000 yuan? The scholarship for the top student would not be disbursed until the 5th. And Lin Shao currently possessed a mere 600 yuan, rendering him financially constrained. The two exited the school and boarded the subway line 3. During the journey, Fan Gwen took the opportunity to enlighten Lin Shao about the origins of the martial arts hall. The Crazy Fighting Martial Arts Hall was established by an S-rank hunter, supported by the state, and classified as a semi-public project. Much like the military ranks, hunters are also categorized by levels, ranging from D to A, each possessing stringent standards of capability. Above the A rank lies the S rank, which represents the pinnacle of Lin Zhao's understanding. To date, the entire Federation of the Five Nations has produced only 105 S-rank hunters. Each S-rank hunter is meticulously documented by the authorities and is referred to as a member of the Blue Star Council. They epitomize the zenith of human martial prowess, each embodying immense strategic significance. When beasts capable of disregarding firearms and nuclear weaponry descend upon human territory like natural disasters, these hunters are the valiant souls confronting such calamities. Their victories or defeats determine the fate of entire cities and impact the lives of millions. Reflecting on this, Lin Shao felt a surge of fervor within. His aspiration to become a hunter was ignited by a video he had watched in his childhood, featuring a formidable warrior cleaving a monstrous beast from 100 meters away. That strike, which resonated through the heavens and the earth, not only vanquished the catastrophe but also left an indelible mark upon Lin Zhao's heart. He too yearned to deliver such a decisive blow. Chapter 44, The Frenzied Combat Arena, Sequence 5. After a half-hour journey, the two arrived at the Frenzied Combat Arena. The entire structure was an irregular oval shape, sprawling across a vast expanse and featuring numerous side entrances. A considerable throng filled the area. Yet only a small fraction bore the marks of seasoned warriors, the majority were ordinary citizens. The spectator stands for the arena battles were open to the public, allowing anyone who purchased a ticket to enter and watch, which proved to be quite popular. Noticing Lin Zhao's confusion, Feng Wan offered a light-hearted explanation. Lin Zhao suddenly understood. For the average person, witnessing the combat of those wielding formidable powers was akin to watching an exhilarating action blockbuster, one that required no special effects. Much like attending a performance or watching a film, it formed a part of the public's leisure and entertainment. Under Feng Wen's guidance, Lin Zhao approached the membership registration counter. Here, the crowd was noticeably thinner, for those eligible for membership were not ordinary individuals but genuine warriors. "Hello, I would like to apply for membership," Lin Zhao stated. The young woman at the counter, clad in a white uniform, nodded politely with a warm smile. "Certainly. May I ask your status? Are you a hunter, a soldier, an intern warrior, or an ordinary citizen?" Lin Zhao opened his phone to show her his student profile, Luzhou Military University, 3rd year, Lin Zhao. After confirming the information, the young woman inquired, "Would you like to activate arena privileges?" "Indeed, that is the purpose of my visit." "Very well, as a 3rd year student. You will need to undergo a simple assessment to activate arena privileges. I appreciate your understanding." The young woman bowed politely, her tone slightly apologetic. Feng Wan had already informed Lin Zhao that apart from 4th-year intern warriors, students from other years were required to pass an assessment, similar to ordinary citizens. The assessment was straightforward, a strength test. A punching power of 850 kilograms was the benchmark for success. Among 3rd-year students, this requirement was not overly demanding, especially after studying the art of power manifestation. Lin Zhao casually threw a punch and easily passed. The young woman, adept at her job, swiftly processed his membership application and collected a fee of 1,000 yuan. Lin Zhao scrolled through his phone, reviewing his membership information. Sequence 5. Indeed. Feng Wan thoughtfully clarified, this denotes the level of an intern warrior. Upon passing the assessment, we are classified as Sequence 5. Are there advantages to a higher sequence? Feng Wan pondered for a moment before replying, there are certain privileges, but there are also more restrictions. Restrictions? Lin Zhao blinked in surprise. Hunters belong to the first sequence, and they are prohibited from participating in lower-tier arenas. Feng Wan leaned closer, scrolling through Lin Zhao's phone. As for us in Sequence 5, aside from our own Tier S arena, we are also permitted to challenge higher tiers, specifically Sequence 4. The screen displayed the privilege information: arena privileges 5-4, spectator privileges 5-4. The 4th sequence represents true D-level hunters, not merely intern warriors. Thus, this classification system serves to prevent the exploitation of lower tiers. Lin Zhao comprehended the situation, yet a question lingered in his mind. Do the prize amounts differ across the various tiers of the arena? Feng Wen's eyes sparkled with mirth as she replied, for the arena of Sequence 4. A victory yields 5,000 yuan. Lin Zhao's eyes shimmered with excitement. Feng Wan seemed to be well aware of his aspirations. After a brief exploration, she guided him to the area designated for Sequence 5, explaining the competition rules along the way. I shall compete at Arena 3, you may select one for yourself afterward, she said with a wave before entering a corridor. The Sequence 5 rooms were plentiful, numbering over 20, each capable of accommodating up to 50 contestants. As it was Lin Zhao's first visit, he opted to test the waters rather than immediately challenge Sequence 4. After reviewing the room information, he deliberated and chose Arena 8, which boasted over 40 participants, indicating a robust turnout. He registered via his mobile device and received contestant number 43. Utilizing his credentials, Lin Zhao accessed the contestant passage, leading him into a lengthy corridor, at the end of which stood a formidable door. Upon pushing the door open, a cacophony of fervent cheers erupted. Go! Shague! Take him down. Wow. What a kick. Zhang Kuei is the best. Give him a punch. Yes, yes. Another hook. You just made me wet my pants. The spacious room featured 4 large high-definition screens suspended from the ceiling. Surrounding the arena were spectator stands filled with 1,000 enthusiastic fans, their faces flushed with excitement as they rallied for their favorite competitors. Some attendees, indifferent to the battle, sat calmly in their seats, munching on snacks and sipping beverages. Lin Xiao entered through the contestant passage, arriving directly at the contestant seating area, which was in close proximity to the arena. A row of sofas already accommodated dozens of competitors. As he stepped inside, the gazes of the seated individuals turned toward him, some curious, others friendly, some scrutinizing, indifferent, or even disdainful. Are you Mr. Lin Xiao? A male attendant in a black uniform inquired, having been stationed at the entrance, respectfully presenting him with a package. Upon inspecting its contents, Lin Xiao discovered towels, food, sports drinks, and more. Nearby, a medical team stood ready, poised for action. Lin Xiao settled into a corner seat beside a robust man clad in a tank top, sporting an unkempt beard. Hey! You must be a student, the man exclaimed eagerly as Lin Xiao took his seat. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded, puzzled. How could he discern that Lin Xiao was a student? Noticing the confusion on Lin Xiao's face, the bearded man pointed at his attire. Only students wear uniforms every day. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that he had forgotten that his daily outfit of white top and black pants, given by the school, constituted a uniform. However, it appeared that this man was quite familiar with military academy students. Did you also graduate from the military academy? Lin Xiao inquired. I didn't graduate, the man replied. With a casual scratch of his head, the elder brother chuckled and remarked, my grades were poor, failing to meet the graduation standards. However, after training diligently for 2 years, I managed to join the military through recruitment. This gentleman exhibited a forthright and bold character, unabashedly recounting his experiences of failure, which earned Lin Xiao's respect. After exchanging a few pleasantries and getting acquainted, their gazes shifted towards the arena. The arena, situated at the very center, rose half a meter above the ground and comprised a square expanse of 30 by 30 meters, a size deemed adequate within Sequence 5. Within the confines of the arena stood 2 tall adult males, seemingly nearing their 30s. Both bore bruised faces and labored breaths, indicating that the match was approaching its conclusion. With a resounding ha! The fighter with a buzz cut delivered a stunning right hook, sending his opponent crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. After a brief 5 seconds, the announcement rang out, congratulations to contestant Zhang Kuei for securing victory in this match. Let us applaud him. The elegantly adorned female host, microphone in hand, announced the winner with fervor. Zhang Kuei. Zhang Kuei. Zhang Kuei. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers, revealing that many were evidently his ardent supporters. The hostess approached the victorious fighter with a warm smile and inquired, will you choose to continue defending your title or relinquish the challenge? Defending the title entails engaging in consecutive fights, with the prospect of additional monetary rewards for success, yet a penalty of half the total prize for failure. This was a rule Lin Xiao had gleaned from Form 1. Decline. Decline. Zhang Kuei waved his hand, resolute in his decision. The primary purpose of competing in the arena was to find an opponent for practice, and those within Sequence 5 were generally able to enter the military through recruitment. The prize money held little allure for them, except for Lin Xiao. Alright, let us commence the next round of random selections. Contestants whose numbers are drawn, please step forward. As the screen began to scroll through the numbers, the hostess's voice rang out, prompting the display to reveal 2 numbers, 06 versus 43. As the spotlight converged upon his face, Lin Xiao suddenly felt rather fortunate. Chapter 45, the type of person Lin Xiao dislikes. 2 beams of spotlight illuminated the contestant area. Lin Xiao rose and surveyed his opponent, a young, robust man, nearly 6 feet tall, with disheveled long hair and a resolute visage. The man was also gazing at Lin Xiao. a grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the female hostess' vibrant voice resonated once more. Let us welcome contestant number 6, Zhang Meng. And contestant number 43, Lin Xiao. The arena erupted with fervent cheers, accompanied by shrill whistles and chants in support of specific competitors. Zhang Meng, awesome. I came just to see my brother Meng. Meng is looking exceptionally dashing today. Simultaneously, murmurs of curiosity regarding Lin Xiao arose. Is that person a student? So young. A senior? Why haven't I seen him around? He is quite handsome. But here, it's all about skill. What good is a pretty face? As Lin Xiao and his opponent ascended the stage, the large screen displayed their respective information: name, Zhang Meng, profession, soldier, wins 74 total matches, 105, name, Lin Xiao, profession, student, junior, wins 0 total matches, 0. Upon viewing Lin Xiao's profile, a wave of discussion surged through the venue. A junior? A complete newcomer. Wow. My brother Meng is facing an easy win. A junior made it here. He must have impressive credentials. Bright future ahead, but still too inexperienced. Zhang Meng raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback, and asked Lin Xiao, "You are actually a junior?" "Yes." "Is it rare to see a junior?" Lin Xiao was puzzled by their astonishment. The competition's entry requirements were not particularly stringent. "There are some, but not many." Zhang Meng replied, shaking his head with a light chuckle. "The qualifying standard of 850 kilograms is merely the baseline. The win rate for juniors is typically quite low. To meet the standard, your strength must at least rank among the top of your class." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding, recognizing that only those, like Feng Wan, who ranked 11th in their class, could maintain a reasonable win rate in this arena. The female host, displaying commendable professionalism, glanced at Lin Xiao with mild surprise upon the revelation of his data, then enthusiastically continued. "One competitor boasts a win rate exceeding 70%. While the other is an emerging warrior. Who will claim victory? Let us now turn our attention to the contenders." With the onlookers stepping back, only Lin Xiao and his opponent remained on the stage. "Just so you know, I won't hold back," Zhang Meng declared, tying his hair back with a bold smile. "All right." Lin Xiao tilted his head and cautiously inquired, "Shall we begin?" "Sure. You make the first move, let me see your strength." With that invitation, Lin Xiao did not hesitate. In less than a second, he closed the distance between them, appearing instantly before his opponent. With a fierce whip kick, Zhang Meng's eyes widened, his pupils trembling in shock. Caught off guard, he could only forcefully brace himself with his arms. Bang! He staggered back a dozen steps before the long-haired youth finally dissipated his power and steadied himself. The arena fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into fervent cheers. "Wow! What a kick! I misjudged him. This young man is impressive. What is his ranking in the junior year? Can we see this listed next time?" "Absolutely. This competition is captivating." Gasping as he rubbed his arms, Zhang Meng inhaled sharply, casting a perplexed glance at Lin Xiao. "So, you were hiding your true abilities?" "Huh?" Lin Xiao smiled faintly. He had exerted little effort, merely testing the waters. Strength 14, Agility 12, Combat Skill, LV1, Footwork, LV1, Power, LV0, 98. These were the opponent's stats, showcasing considerable strength. No wonder his win rate was so high. Feng Wan would hardly stand a chance against him. Yet, what intrigued Lin Xiao the most was a certain skill, power refinement method, LV1. This was not a mere fragment of a student's skill but rather a genuine and complete refinement technique. Alas, in this arena, Lin Xiao truly wished he could inquire about its effects. Understanding Lin Xiao's prowess, Zhang Meng abandoned his veteran's restraint and launched an offensive. His punches and kicks were commendable, and his combat experience was impressive, yet he was still far from Lin Xiao's current level. Lin Xiao's strength now stood at 16 points, soon to rise to 17, placing him on par with Baishan. Even with Zhang Meng fully expending his power, the disparity in strength remained. Due to Zhang Meng's amiable nature, Lin Shao chose to show some mercy and did not conclude the battle immediately. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows with a ferocity that created an illusion of equal footing. The audience erupted in sporadic gasps of astonishment. Ultimately, with a precise straight punch, Lin Shao sent Zhang Meng sprawling to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena as everyone held their breath, silently observing the fallen contender. After 5 seconds, the announcer proclaimed, "Let us congratulate the victor of this match, Lin Shao." Instantly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, their applause thunderous. "Lin Shao! Lin Shao! Lin Shao! Incredible! A new star has emerged on the arena. Wow, he is so strong in his junior year. Meng Gu. The opponent was formidable, losing is no shame. Zhang Meng. I found a new crush, that handsome guy is my new husband." The spectators were candid, rallying around whichever competitor performed well. For this was a realm governed by strength, victory belonged to the strongest. Zhang Meng was escorted off by medical personnel. Standing beside Lin Shao, the female host, beaming with warmth, politely inquired, "Lin Shao, will you choose to continue defending your title, or will you forfeit the challenge?" "I shall defend my title." Lin Shao, unwavering in his resolve, knew that defending his title would yield additional rewards. For each successful defense, the prize for the subsequent match would increase by 1,000 yuan. In essence, the longer the title was held, the higher the reward. Excellent. Now, let us inquire about the other competitors. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge the victor? As the hostess concluded her question, the camera shifted to focus on the competitors. Dozens of contestants fixated on Lin Shao, some with furrowed brows, others with expressions of admiration, as if reevaluating his prowess. However, a few exhibited malice. Humph. To be toppled by a mere child, Zhang Meng is truly a disgrace. A towering giant, exceeding 2 meters in height, rose from his seat. His muscular frame bore a deep, bone-revealing scar across his face, rendering him both grotesque and, quite frankly, repugnant. The giant ascended the stage, raised his pinky finger towards Lin Shao, and bellowed, "Brat! I shall tear your pretty face apart. So do try not to cry on the spot." Ha ha! Lin Shao rubbed his ears, his eyelids slightly lowered. He held no fondness for such individuals. Thus, he decided to show no mercy. Chapter 46, The Skyward Giant. On the large screen, the contestants' information was displayed. Name, Chai Shanghao. Occupation, civilian. Wins, 109. Total matches, 131. Surprisingly, the audience's cheers were rather tepid, with many furrowing their brows. Is that the madman? We are doomed. Can Lin Shao surrender? That Chai Shanghao was once a soldier. I recall he was expelled for serious misconduct, then the Hunter Association has blacklisted him. He is nothing but scum. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been sentenced to death long ago. His strikes are merciless. Last time, he disfigured someone and delights in underhanded tactics. The dojo should have expelled him. He is nothing short of a beast. What's wrong? His strength is evident. Indeed. Since he's already on the stage, if you can't handle it, just surrender. It seems this individual is quite controversial, with the audience divided in their opinions. Predominantly negative remarks filled the air, yet there were those who admired strength, disregarding his character, solely focusing on his prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the challenger, Mr. Chai Shanghao. He is a perennial victor, a contestant from the first batch of the 5th sequence. The female host forced a smile, her tone carrying a hint of subtle disdain. Even Lin Shao could perceive her apparent aversion to this man. The warriors in the contestant area exhibited their distaste openly, some female contestants casting him looks akin to that of trash. You welcome me. Let us have a private chat. I possess more strength than you imagine. Chai Shanghao raised an eyebrow at the female host, his smile dripping with implications, but appearing particularly lewd. The host's expression instantly turned frosty. She said nothing and quietly exited the stage, leaving the arena to the contestants. There must be a reason he was expelled from the military. Lin Shao mused silently. Normally, every hunter and soldier is a treasure to the nation, endowed with generous salaries and numerous social privileges. Minor infractions are hardly pursued. Unless a significant crime is committed, or one shows a pattern of recidivism, disciplinary actions are rarely taken. Human society has extended the highest level of tolerance to warriors. This man may be even more despicable than I had imagined. Lin Shao rubbed his wrist, his gaze turning completely frigid. Shall we begin? Young brat. Are you so eager to receive a beating? A sinister cold smile crept across Chai Shanghao's face as he bent low, charging forward with abandon, like a rampaging beast. In the blink of an eye, the towering giant stood before Lin Shao. I will crush your skull. His fist, nearly the size of a human head, tore through the air like a steel hammer poised to shatter skulls, descending violently towards Lin Shao's head. Oh! A gasp erupted from the audience, some even covered their mouths, seemingly unable to bear the sight of him being maimed. The iron fist had already descended, the brutal, grotesque visage of his opponent looming large. Lin Shao's expression was indifferent as he stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade. To Chai Shanghao, this demeanor signified acceptance of his fate. A fervent, bloodthirsty smile spread across his face, as though he reveled in the thought of witnessing the opponent's bones collapsing and eyes bursting. Bang! The grotesque giant froze. For the situation had not unfolded as he had envisioned. A pale, slender hand intercepted his fist. In stark contrast to his iron fist, this delicate hand appeared fragile, as if it could shatter with the slightest force. Yet, his fist could not descend, it met an immovable barrier, unwavering and steadfast. In that moment, the iron wall was closing in, crushing his bones. With a crack, the power surged within him, and in hunter mode, Lin Zhao's 5 fingers gripped fiercely, instantly shattering the opponent's hand bones with a chilling crunch. Oh! Chai Shanghao's eyes bulged, his face contorted with pain, turning a shade akin to that of liver. The agonizing shriek of his adversary was unbearable, prompting Lin Shao to deliver a punch to his head. Bang! The scream abruptly ceased, teeth scattered like shrapnel. Facial bones collapsed and fractured, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Chai Shanghao's eyes rolled back, his body slackened, and he slumped forward. However, Lin Shao had no intention of allowing him to fall to the ground unimpeded. As the giant's body descended, a knee strike transformed into a phantom, carrying immense force, and struck viciously at his abdomen from below. Boom! It was as if gunpowder had ignited, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Thousands of spectators, warriors in the competitors' seats, the female host, and all present staff stood wide-eyed, mesmerized by the spectacle unfolding before them. The giant soared into the air. This towering figure, over 2 meters tall, appeared to defy the constraints of gravity, rising straight into the sky. Chai Shanghao's mouth gaped open, stomach acid and blood surging forth like a spouting hot spring. The giant ascended nearly 10 meters. Just as he was about to reach the apex of the screen, he halted, then plummeted downwards with tremendous force, crashing toward the ground. Lin Shao did not glance upwards, he simply took a few steps forward, deftly avoiding the debris that rained down. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground reverberated, causing the floor to tremble slightly. Even without confirmation, Lin Shao understood that the opponent could not possibly rise again. This was the first time he had resorted to such brutal measures. At the military weapons university, even the most insufferable classmates had never faced his full wrath, at most. He had allowed them to lie down for a day. Yet, in confronting genuine filth, Lin Shao felt no compulsion to show mercy. He would not perish, but he would certainly be rendered incapacitated. 5 seconds elapsed. Lin Shao turned his head, somewhat surprised at the host. Why had she not announced his victory? This consummately professional female host, always adorned with a smile, stood quietly to the side, staring blankly at the giant sprawled on the ground. Her lips, painted with lipstick, parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes sparkled, seemingly filled with astonishment, fear, and delight. Ahem. Oh. As Lin Shao emitted a light cough. The female host seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily grasping the microphone, almost letting it slip from her hands. The victor of this competition is Lin Shao. Let us extend our congratulations to him for successfully defending his title. Although slightly flustered, the host's professionalism shone through as her melodious and vibrant voice resonated throughout the arena. Thanks to her, the audience, who had been momentarily stunned, stirred back to life. A thunderous wave of cheers erupted, almost lifting the ceiling. Oh! Lin Shao! Lin Shao! Lin Shao! My darling! Come out and meet the divine. Incredible! Lin Shao! Fantastic! Astonishing! You've left my family in shock for a month. This is amazing. So cool. So fierce. Woohoo! That leg has left my trousers drenched with admiration. Lin Shao, you are simply irresistible. Amidst the cacophony of cheers and whistles, the female host approached Lin Shao, her smile even more radiant and genuine than before. Will you choose to continue defending your title or forgo the challenge? I shall defend. This mere Chai Shanghao is but a fleeting episode, it cannot sway his grand ambitions for profit. Very well. Let us graciously invite the next challenger to the stage. In the host's sweet voice, Lin Shao patiently awaited the next contestant. 10 minutes later, Lin Shao innocently blinked his eyes. Ah! Why is no one coming up? Chapter 47, not allowing me to guard the arena, yet taking advantage. The competitors' seats were enveloped in an eerie silence. Dozens of warriors lounged on the sofas, their astonished gazes fixated on Lin Shao. Their faces radiated admiration and awe, some offered him a thumbs up, while others clapped earnestly. A few strikingly beautiful women even winked and blew him kisses. Yet no one rose to their feet. Lin Shao exchanged anxious glances with them, feeling a surge of desperation within. How could I earn money if you don't participate? I want to go easy on you. It seemed as though there were no challengers. The female host, gently resting her chin on her hand, inquired with a smile. Shall we declare Lin Shao as the reigning champion and conclude this challenge? At that moment, the warriors in the competitors' seats displayed an extraordinary unity. In unison, they nodded with beaming smiles. All right. Let us congratulate Lin Shao on successfully defending his title. The total prize money has doubled. Amidst the resounding applause, the female host grasped Lin Shao's right hand, elevating it as if to share the joy of victory with everyone. However, Lin Shao felt no joy in his heart. Instead, he was consumed by frustration. How could a mere doubling of the prize money satisfy him? He should have earned much more. Yet, such were the rules. Contrary to his wishes, Lin Shao was invited down from the arena. The screen flickered to announce a new round of selections. And it appeared that his number had been excluded. Ha ha ha. Lin Shao, you are too formidable. Are you truly a third-year student? You seem more powerful than a D-rank hunter. A boisterous elder with a beard patted Lin Shao on the shoulder, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Why can't I compete anymore? Lin Shao pouted, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Well, it's unavoidable. Your successful title defense signifies that we cannot match you, so of course, we cannot take to the arena again. Ha ha ha. As the elder's laughter echoed, Lin Shao sank deeper into despondency. Was his grand plan to earn money doomed to failure? Ding dong, a message chimed. Lin Shao opened it to find that the prize money had been deposited. The first round awarded 1,000, the second awarded 2,000, and with the successful title defense, the total prize had doubled to 6,000 yuan. Gazing at the substantial balance, Lin Shao felt a slight reprieve. However, did the early disbursement of the prize imply that he could not continue competing? Was this akin to an eviction notice? Just as Lin Shao wallowed in his melancholy, two figures approached. A man donned in sunglasses and a sleek black suit stood before Lin Shao, slightly bowing. Mr. Lin Xiao, we have transferred your prize money in full. Please verify receipt. Beside the man stood the female host, who waved at Lin Xiao with a graceful and charming smile. At that moment, the arena battles had reached a stalemate, allowing her a brief respite to step away. Thank you, I have received the funds. Lin Xiao nodded, curious about their purpose. However, today, you may not be able to continue competing on arena number 8. The staff member, clad in sunglasses, wore a bittersweet smile and, with profound regret, remarked. We have cleared your number, and you are now in an unregistered state, free to depart at any moment. Of course, should you wish to remain and observe, we extend a warm welcome. We shall absolutely adhere to your wishes. How infuriating. Truly, it is an expulsion order. This is utterly intolerable. Has the 8th arena truly become devoid of his sanctuary? Wait a moment. The 8th arena. Lin Xiao's body trembled, and he solemnly inquired. Once I step outside, may I still participate in other arenas? Certainly. Your triumph was in the 8th arena, which bears no connection to the other rooms, replied the bespectacled gentleman with a smile and a slight nod. Hooray! Lin Xiao rose, his spirits instantly lifted. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. Please hold on a moment. The charming female host suddenly called out to Lin Xiao. Fixing her gaze upon him, she sincerely expressed, Mr. Lin Xiao, please accept my gratitude. I am truly thankful to you. She gracefully bent her slender waist and offered a deep bow. Miss Xiahon has often been subjected to harassment from that individual. Sensing Lin Xiao's confusion, the bespectacled gentleman murmured, if we were not employees of the crazy fighting arena, that person might have resorted to illicit methods. Lin Xiao understood. A formidable, inhuman warrior could create a nightmarish scenario for an ordinary person if he wished to act against them. It was likely that Miss Xiahon was equally terrified, perhaps even losing sleep over it. I have indeed received your gratitude, I shall take my leave now. A fragrant breeze swept over him as soft, rosy lips pressed against his cheek, imparting a cool yet tingling sensation, accompanied by a hint of warm breath. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted, and he froze in place. After a moment, the female host cheerfully stepped back, her hands clasped behind her. You truly look exceptionally handsome today. She playfully winked, her smile radiant, though her fair cheeks bore a slight blush. A chorus of amused murmurs erupted from the contestant seats, faces adorned with mischievous grins and teasing glances. The bespectacled gentleman adjusted his glasses, gazing ahead as if nothing had transpired. Upon exiting the arena, Lin Xiao covered his cheek, his eyes wide with indignation. This 8th room not only denied him the chance to compete but also ambushed him with unwarranted advances. This was utterly outrageous, a blatant abuse of power. Alas! He thought Lin Xiao was not one to harbor a petty spirit, now was not the time for grudges, he needed to focus on earning money. The longer he defended the arena, the higher the stakes would rise. However, showcasing excessive strength might deter opponents from seeking a challenge. Lin Xiao propped his chin on his hand, brow furrowed in contemplation. He must ensure that, while successfully defending, the other competitors still perceived a possibility of victory against him. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xiao resolved to register for the 5th arena. It was time to put his acting skills to the test. In the venue, cheers erupted. The audience, with clenched fists and bated breath, eagerly observed the fierce battle unfolding below, their eyes glued to the scene as if fearing the loss of a single moment. On the arena, Lin Xiao and his opponent engaged in a fierce clash. Both displayed agility akin to that of felines, their strikes sharp and fierce, like thunderbolts in motion. Whipping legs sliced through the air, embodying the relentless flow of rivers. Ceaseless and formidable, wave after wave. It was evident to the discerning eye that these two were evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. The intensity of the contest was palpable, with every misstep capable of swaying the outcome. With a swift motion, as the opponent overextended his punch, Lin Xiao seized his arm. With a deft twist, he grasped the nape of his adversary's neck and executed a grappling maneuver that pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. 5 seconds later. Congratulations poured in for Lin Xiao, the victor of this match. Let us all cheer for him. The new host announced the winner. And the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. The opponent rose from the ground, his face radiant with satisfaction. You fought well, I accept my defeat with grace. Lin Xiao, panting heavily and appearing utterly fatigued, weakly replied, it was merely luck, I may not triumph next time. Ha ha ha. Then let us have a proper match next time. The two exchanged smiles and shook hands, as if they were worthy rivals in a game of chess. Lin Xiao. Do you intend to continue defending your title or relinquish the challenge? His expression revealed a struggle, a moment of hesitation, before it transformed into one of determination. Though it may seem audacious, I wish to challenge my limits. I shall continue to defend my title. Chapter 48, the dedicated actor Lin Xiao's second opponent made her entrance. A woman with a stylish bob haircut. She appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a well-proportioned physique that flowed gracefully, akin to a sleek and agile leopard. Young man. You exhibit remarkable perseverance, the short-haired lady remarked with a light chuckle as she surveyed Lin Xiao from head to toe. Lin Xiao, breathless and clearly fatigued, still mustered the strength to clench his fists and adopt a fighting stance, exclaiming, Senior, I look forward to your guidance. He embodied the spirit of a valiant youth, eager to embrace challenges. Very well, I shall not hold back, the short-haired woman replied, charging forth like an arrow released from a bow, her long legs slicing through the air with precision. She refrained from exerting her full strength, believing her opponent to be in no condition to continue the fight. To her surprise, Lin Xiao evaded the attack. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, he effectively dodged the strike. It seemed this young man possessed more tenacity than she had anticipated. A smile of appreciation graced the short-haired lady's face. She ceased to hold back, intertwining punches and kicks, gradually increasing her assault's tempo. Lin Xiao swayed left and right. When he could no longer evade, he crossed his arms to block the blows. Though he managed to defend himself, the diminishing force rendered his defenses inadequate, causing his footing to falter under the relentless barrage of his opponent's strikes. Lin Xiao resembled a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of defeat. Observing his unwavering resolve, the other contestants nodded in admiration. The audience offered their enthusiastic applause, cheering him on. Go, Lin Xiao. You're doing great. You can do it. What a remarkable young man. He will surely become a hunter after graduation. Such youthful fervor reminds me of my own youth. Even in defeat, there is honor. The battle had stretched on for 10 minutes. To the spectators, it appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, with Lin Xiao's defeat seeming inevitable. Yet, the short-haired woman sensed something amiss. Why could she not bring him down? Growing increasingly anxious, she resorted to her formidable techniques, yet the fight continued unabated. Though her opponent lacked her strength, his erratic footwork and dwindling energy should have rendered him vulnerable. Why was he able to endure for so long? He even managed to exploit openings and land a few punches. While the force behind those strikes was diminished due to fatigue, they were still solid blows that caused genuine pain. After such a prolonged assault, it was she whose stamina began to wane. The energy she expended was depleting her, and if the battle did not conclude soon, she might find herself unable to face her next adversary. In her desperation, the short-haired lady intensified her attacks, becoming reckless even in the face of Lin Xiao's counterattacks. This, ultimately, became her flaw. After absorbing several direct punches, Lin Xiao executed a sweeping kick, causing the short-haired woman to lose her balance and topple. As she reached out to steady herself, Lin Xiao seized the moment, grappling her legs and pinning her down, applying a textbook submission maneuver. The short-haired lady found herself momentarily immobilized, unable to muster any strength. After a mere 5 seconds, congratulations to Lin Xiao for his victory. Oh! The audience erupted in fervent cheers, some shouted with flushed faces, while others wiped away tears, as if they too had triumphed alongside Lin Xiao. My goodness, he truly accomplished it. Remarkable. Perseverance is victory. Oh dear, I think I've fallen for him. I simply cannot resist such a classic storyline. It stirs my blood. The youthful vigor, the indomitable spirit, it is simply splendid. Lin Shao graciously helped his opponent to her feet. The short-haired lady appeared somewhat dazed, murmuring, "I actually lost." Was it the senior who showed mercy? Lin Shao placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and earnestly replied, "Had you given your all from the outset, without allowing me time to adapt, I surely would not have held on." Is that so? The short-haired lady paused, contemplating, and internally began to resonate with Lin Shao's perspective. After all, it is human nature to seek excuses for one's failures. Alas! A loss is a loss. She shook her head and regarded Lin Shao with genuine admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible. You have successfully defended the arena." Lin Shao scratched his head, a smile blooming on his face, a blend of shyness and pride. What a bright, youthful young man he is. Lin Shao, do you intend to continue defending your title? Or are you preparing to conclude your challenge? The lovely female host held the microphone, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Her tone was friendly and gentle. Clearly impressed by Lin Shao's performance, Lin Shao closed his eyes, pausing for a moment before lifting his gaze, filled with determination. "I wish to continue the challenge until I encounter defeat." Oh! The audience's cheers soared to the heavens, tears glistened in their eyes. Moved by his unyielding spirit, they generously offered their support and applause. "He truly is remarkable. I am in tears. Goodness! What is this child made of, running towards the setting sun? It reminds me of my lost youth. Lin Shao, I adore you." The audience was touched by Lin Shao's perseverance, and fellow competitors were captivated by his tenacity. Even the hostess dabbed at the corners of her eyes, smudging her makeup. In that moment, Lin Shao became a heartthrob in the fifth arena. Yet, alas, such a scenario did not endure for long. He was soon met with a succession of opponents. After a grueling third victory, Lin Shao trembled as he raised the microphone, shouting, "I feel I still have strength within me. I will not give up. I choose to continue fighting. My legs remain standing. I have not fallen. The arena, onward. To fight until the final moment is my dream. Losing on the stage is my honor. I will challenge to the very end. The sixth match. Come on. I am still here. A little more strength, and I will prevail." At the outset, the audience erupted in a series of enthusiastic cheers. Their disbelief intertwined with elation as they witnessed Lin Zhao's miraculous triumph. However, as his victories accumulated, an unsettling shift began to manifest in their expressions. "Ah, ha ha. Competitor Lin Shao, do you wish to continue the match or forfeit the challenge?" The female host, her eyes twitching, regarded Lin Shao with a tone laced with subtle implications. "Ah, ha ha." Lin Shao gasped for breath, appearing utterly drained, as he shakily accepted the microphone. I still wish to fight. Though my body may be on the brink of collapse, my spirit remains ablaze." His fervent declaration resonated, yet the arena fell into a profound silence, devoid of cheers or applause. The audience were expressions of indifference, their gazes cold and detached, starkly contrasting with the earlier display of heartfelt emotion. With a dismissive snort, Lin Shao disregarded the apathetic spectators. He turned his attention to the competitors' bench, glaring at the assembled warriors. "Why are you not joining in?" In response to Lin Zhao's fierce gaze, the competitors merely chuckled, widening their eyes as they returned his glare. "Do you take us for fools?" Chapter 49, The Reluctant Ascension of the Sequence. "I can no longer remain in this venue." Lin Shao, with a taut expression and a fiery temper, stormed out through the door. He had diligently performed for an entire morning, ensuring each battle was evenly matched and fiercely contested. The duration was strictly confined to between 15 to 20 minutes. Even seasoned actors would not exhibit such professionalism. Well, there are plenty of arenas left. Lin Shao felt no need to panic. He opened his phone and checked his balance, 62,603. A broad smile lit up his face. And he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It was the first time he had seen such a substantial sum of money since his child had grown up. This was certainly a much quicker way to earn money than through labor. He swiftly processed a transfer to repay Fong on the 1,000 yuan he owed her. To his surprise, she was also checking her phone and replied almost instantly. "Have you finished over there? Shall we go for a meal?" Lin Xiao paused for a moment, realizing it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Time flies when one is engaged in the pursuit of profit. "All right. Okay, let us meet at the corridor." The arena had a built-in cafeteria that resembled a vibrant food market. Lin Xiao and Fong Wan grabbed some dishes and casually found an empty table to sit down. "Wow. She repaid me so quickly. How did the morning battles go?" Fong Wan asked, chewing on some vegetables, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "It went well. I fought several matches and made a small profit." "Oh. How much did you earn?" Lin Xiao gestured with his hands. Fong Wan covered her mouth in astonishment and inquired. 6,000. "Did you compete that many times?" Lin Xiao shook his head, a humble smile gracing his features. "Over 60,000. Fong Wen's eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Xiao as if he were a robber. Subsequently, Lin Xiao recounted the events of the morning, his righteous indignation flaring as he spoke about being ejected from the arena room. How despicable. They simply stood there, 30 or so people, like wooden statues, only able to glare. My 7 consecutive victories were interrupted just like that. 7 victories. He gulped down a glass of ice water in one go. To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed as if he were drowning his sorrows in drink. Ha! I think no sane person would return after that. Fong Wan's gaze drifted away as she chuckled awkwardly. However, Lin Xiao, would you consider challenging the arena of Sequence 4? Your prowess seems to surpass that of Sequence 5. Lin Xiao pondered Fong Wan's suggestion for a moment. Although the stakes were higher in Sequence 4, it was also populated with formidable opponents. His stamina was impressive, boasting a physical attribute of 25 points, with extraordinary reserves of strength and recovery capabilities far beyond the norm. Yet, the primary concern was that Lin Xiao might not be able to maintain his winning streak in Sequence 4, jeopardizing his ability to continuously elevate his earnings. If he incurred too many injuries, he might have to retreat, interrupting his profitable endeavors. Perhaps I shall challenge Sequence 4 tomorrow, today. I wish to familiarize myself further with the arena. Are you not already sufficiently acquainted? Fong Wan squinted, refraining from exposing the other's subtle intentions, merely wearing a teasing smile on her face. Lin Xiao's aspirations were lofty, yet his path to earning money was fraught with challenges. On his 3rd attempt, he ventured to Arena 11, achieving 4 consecutive victories. On the 4th, at Arena 15, he secured 2 wins. As he continued, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to contestant Lin Xiao for his triumph. The audience erupted in fervent applause, yet this time Lin Xiao did not feign exhaustion, for such an act had ceased to bear any effect. Do you wish to defend your title or conclude the match? He was asked. I shall defend. Lin Xiao replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Very well. Is there anyone willing to challenge contestant Lin Xiao? The competitors sat in silence, fists clenched, as if contemplating rising to the occasion. However, a glance at the grand screen above dissuaded them, and they returned to their seats, their faces betraying a profound self-awareness. Name: Lin Xiao. Occupation: student, 3rd year. Victories: 16 total matches, 16 fought, 16 battles, boasting a flawless win rate of 100%. What nonsense. Were Lin Xiao not a 3rd year student, they might assume he was a mere fishmonger. Though, in a sense, that wasn't too far from the truth. With a prize of 2,000 yuan in hand, Lin Xiao exited the arena in silence. Awaiting him outside was a group of individuals clad in black. What? You intend to elevate my ranking? Lin Xiao slammed his palms on the table, consumed by indignation, his face a canvas of injustice. Yes. I sincerely apologize. The backstage data indicates your win rate is excessively high, incompatible with the standards of rank 5. A staff member, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and dressed in black, wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression replete with embarrassment. I am but a third-year student. This information is verifiable. Lin Xiao was unconvinced. He could challenge rank 4 at any moment, yet once his rank was elevated, returning to rank 5 would be impossible. Moreover, the sensation of being forcibly adjusted felt deeply unjust, and he sensed discrimination against himself. The staff member appeared troubled, yet remained steadfast. Observing this, Lin Xiao continued to argue, a high win rate is merely a stroke of luck. My opponents were not formidable. And my total matches are too few to be considered a valid reference. However, among your defeated foes were several first-tier warriors. The slicked-back staff member smiled wryly, deftly dismantling Lin Xiao's specious arguments. Moreover, you accomplished the remarkable feat of 16 consecutive victories within a single day, with those opponents failing to exhaust your stamina. Lin Xiao's expression faltered, and he hastily waved his hands in denial. Do not speak carelessly. I may appear unscathed, but in truth, I am utterly drained. My strength has waned, and my body feels hollow. It seems I shall be unable to fight today. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. The slicked-back staff member raised his hand, his tone earnest. We acknowledge that this situation is not in accordance with regulations, infringing upon your rightful entitlements. However, for the sake of other contestants, the system is compelled to make this adjustment. In this regard, the Arena of Fierce Battles expresses its sincerest apologies and is willing to offer you a form of financial compensation. Lin Xiao immediately packed up, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. How much? The elder with the slicked back hair raised a finger. 100,000 yuan. Though it was a bitter pill to swallow, as a man of integrity, Lin Xiao acquiesced to this compensation. To betray his principles was simply unacceptable, he resolutely stood against it. Upon receiving the money, Lin Xiao glanced at the time. It was already nearing dusk. He decided to call it a day, not wishing to linger until the late hours. After contacting Feng Wen, he waited for a moment until the slightly injured girl emerged, and together they returned to school. After a refreshing shower, he lay down on his bed. Taking out his phone, he sent a transfer-red envelope to both his mother and sister. Amount 170,000, transfer note, found a great part-time job. Son has earned money. Amount 10,000, transfer note, found a great part-time job, your brother has earned money. Within seconds, he received 2 replies. Sean, that's too much. And, what kind of part-time job? Mom, I raised you to be so handsome, please don't engage in any peculiar activities. In that moment, Lin Xiao felt as though his character had been subjected to a grave interrogation. Chapter 50. Observe how I am tormented. On Sunday, Lin Xiao rose early. After completing his muscle training, he arranged to meet Feng Wen, only to discover that she had no intention of attending the frenzy fighting arena that day. Feng Wen rubbed her shoulders, expressing a hint of regret as she said, I sustained a minor injury yesterday, but I need to rest a bit. Lin Xiao understood, for not everyone possessed a physique akin to that of a beast. So, shall I go alone today? He cast a glance at his childhood friends, Zhao Xia and the repetitive named Chen Feifei, who were now gazing at him with wide-eyed curiosity. I could take you both along, but during your 3rd year, I wouldn't recommend stepping onto the arena. Though you too can access the arena privileges. To be frank, your strength remains inadequate. To compete, one must possess at least the caliber of Ochen or even Feng Wen. Otherwise, you would merely be a punching bag, suffering unjustly and facing a blow to your confidence. Feng Wen proceeded to elaborate on the frenzy fighting arena and the strength tiers of the various arenas. The 2 girls were instantly taken aback. Their ambitions of challenge swiftly extinguished. They were not foolish novices, if they truly wished to test their limits. They could seek Lin Xiao or form one instead, at least they would not go all out against them. Lin Xiao, you go ahead. I'll be training with Xia at school. Once I've grown stronger, I'll storm the arena. With the prospect of not being able to compete. The two lost interest in the frenzy fighting arena, opting instead for the school's training equipment, which was conveniently free. As Lin Xiao approached the school gate, he suddenly paused. Recalling a certain individual. He raised his phone and found his friend, Baishon. Are you interested in finding someone to spar with? A swift reply came. Confused, scratching head. JPG, bro, take me along. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao, you truly are my dear friend. Discovering a great place and knowing to bring me along. After completing the membership process, the spiky-haired Baishon threw back his head in laughter, enthusiastically clapping Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, not due to the force of the slap, but rather from the embarrassment of the attention they were attracting from the staff nearby. All right. Let us hurry to the arena. He urged, pushing Baishon away, eager to escape the embarrassment of his overly extroverted friend. By the way, which tier room do you plan to join? Baishon scratched his head, filled with anticipation, and asked, how strong is the tier 5 competition? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before replying uncertainly, the first batch of tier 5 is probably comparable to the 4th-ranked Lu Yuqian, perhaps slightly weaker. Then. It's definitely tier 4 for me. Who would seek a fight with someone weaker? Ha ha ha. As Baishon laughed boisterously, Lin Xiao averted his gaze. Feeling a twinge of guilt. In contrast to tier 5, the number of rooms in tier 4 was halved. The two separated, each selecting an arena to participate in. Standing before passage 2, Lin Xiao was racking his brain for a nickname. Indeed, the tier 4 arena required participants to adopt a moniker. This brought Lin Xiao's thoughts to the Hunter Association, where it is said that the hunters address each other by their nicknames. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao entered the phrase newbie and clicked confirm. This name has already been taken, please enter another. How could such a name be claimed by someone else? Lin Xiao was bewildered, yet profoundly astonished. After a brief hesitation, he typed in 2 new characters, ashes. He hesitated to click confirm. Although the name was quite impressive and resonated well with his ashes mode, its flashy nature made him anxious. If he were to lose, it would be doubly embarrassing. Well, never mind, the embarrassment is just part of the game. After enduring the disdainful gazes of thousands of spectators yesterday, what was there to fear from this minor setback? He had already lost his pride. He clicked confirm. Name registration successful. Wishing you a pleasant competition. Was there truly no one else claiming this name? It seemed that everyone was somewhat timid, hesitant to brand themselves with something too ostentatious. Lin Xiao put away his phone and opened the passage to the arena. Oh! And the resounding cheers filled the air. The room of Sequence 4 struck Lin Xiao as vast. It was easily more than twice the size of a Sequence 5 room. The audience was estimated to number between 2,000 to 3,000, all wearing peculiar glasses that Lin Xiao couldn't identify, perhaps akin to props used for watching 3D films. The arena itself was an astonishing 70 by 70 meters, an exaggerated expanse. The two contestants in the ring displayed a level of prowess that was a clear notch above that of Sequence 5 warriors, with strength and speed that far surpassed them. What struck Lin Xiao most was the palpable sense of pressure exuded by their demeanor, a chilling aura born from countless battles, steeped in bloodshed and carnage. These two were hunters, individuals dedicated to the perilous pursuit of exotic beasts, living on the edge of a knife. Their mastery of power manifestation was evident. Meticulously calculating every ounce of energy expenditure, Lin Xiao even discerned a layer of grayish veil surrounding the stronger contender. That was the manifestation of power. This individual's prowess had reached the entanglement stage. The technique he was employing resembled Lin Xiao's bullet time, as it was a straightforward and practical skill that anyone could learn. The hunter had not wrapped his body in power, likely to conserve energy for the upcoming contest. Isn't that Lin, alright? The booming voice of a tall, muscular man nearing 2 meters in height jolted Lin Xiao back to reality. With a beaming expression, the man waved his arms excitedly. His head was round and shiny, reflecting the dazzling lights. Gao Liangxiong? What was he doing here? Thanks to Gao Liangxiong's booming voice. The hunters in the contestant area turned their gazes toward him, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Lin Shao forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward, and quickly made his way to sit beside Gao Liangxiong in the spotlight. Lin Shao. What brings you to the arena room? And it's sequence 4. The towering figure of the highlighter bear gently rubbed his head, curiosity etched across his broad face. Of course, it's about the arena. The opponent's boisterous voice resonated like a sonic assault, deafening in its intensity. Lin Shao rubbed his ears, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. If you wish to engage in battle, you should head to sequence 5. With a clap of his hands, the highlighter bear wrapped an arm around Lin Yao's neck and whispered, "But everyone here are hunters, you won't stand a chance." Although he lowered his voice, it remained at a volume audible to the average person, and the surrounding hunters heard his words clearly. Lin Zhao's curiosity piqued as he wondered why this character had ventured to sequence 4. His attributes stood at a strength of 15 and agility of 13. While his agility had seen a slight improvement, it still seemed insufficient for the challenges that awaited in the 4th sequence. Can you hold your own against them? Of course not. The highlighter bear grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He thumped his robust chest and raised his eyebrows, giving himself a thumbs up. But I relish the challenge of facing strong opponents. Losing brings me joy as well. Just as Lin Shao prepared to retort, he was interrupted by the announcer's booming voice. Congratulations to contestant Ghost Tiger for winning this round. Let us applaud him. Amidst the deafening cheers, the victorious contestant opted to defend his title. The highlighter bear immediately sprang to his feet, palms pressed together, and bowed slightly to the competitors in the room. Esteemed warriors, allow me to take my turn. I implore you not to steal my chance. I shall soon be defeated anyway. His face beamed with sincerity as he sought the approval of his fellow contestants. The hunters present appeared quite familiar with the highlighter bear, casually gesturing for him to step forward. All right. He patted Lin Shao on the shoulder, his smile radiating confidence. Lin Shao, my friend, just wait and see how I am mercilessly thrashed. Then you can decide whether to join the fray. The highlighter bear strode confidently towards the arena, leaving Lin Shao behind, utterly bewildered. Chapter 51 Senior, I have yet to harness the power of martial transformation. After Gao Liangxiong departed, several hunters in the vicinity turned their gazes toward Lin Shao. Do you know that Bali Bear? Are you also a junior? A woman with shoulder-length curly hair and an indifferent expression inquired softly from Lin Shao's left. Indeed, Lin Shao nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that Gao Liangxiong was merely a nickname for the Bali Bear. Seated across from them, a male hunter with a buzz cut scrutinized Lin Shao and, with a hint of curiosity, posed a question, between you and the Bali Bear, who ranks higher in the year? His ranking is considerably superior. Lin Shao replied with a dry smile. His ranking was rather dismal, even at the tail end of the entire cohort, an embarrassment to mention. That simply won't do. The curly-haired female hunter shook her head, her tone grave. It's not that I look down upon juniors. But you ought to hone your skills thoroughly in sequence 5 rather than aiming too high. The male hunter beside her gestured towards Gao Liangxiong on the stage and continued her thought, the brute like that Bali Bear is quite decent in sequence 5, yet here he can barely serve as a punching bag. Are there no capable students in sequence 4? Lin Shao inquired with intrigue, wondering if all of sequence 4 comprised hunters. Certainly, there are skilled individuals in senior year, but in junior year. The female hunter rapped her knuckles on the armrest, her tone suddenly firm. There should only be the Ice Princess, Ice Princess. Lin Shao questioned. That is what we call her. The male hunter corrected a detail, tapping the armrest. Her real name is Bai Shui, and she is quite formidable, even in the sequence 4 arena, she is a top-tier expert. Moreover, The male hunter gestured toward the ceiling, his voice laden with gravity. If she were to get serious, she could even secure a fair chance in Sequence 3. ISNT Sequence 3 comprised of sea-level hunters. Lin Shao was taken aback, suddenly realizing who this ice princess might be, an extraordinary talent ranked second in their cohort. Only surpassed by Shuang Jianyu, a true anomaly. She should arrive shortly. She has a penchant for the number 2 arena. The curly-haired female hunter cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shao, offering a subtle warning. You should closely observe the Bali Bear's performance before deciding whether to enter the fray yourself. Lin Shao nodded humbly, lifting his gaze to the large screen displaying the data of both competitors. Name: a Ghost Tiger. Occupation: Hunter. D-level. Victories: 73. Total matches: 105. Name: Bali Bear. Occupation: Student. Junior. Victories: 1. Total matches: 22. The battle unfolding in the arena was decidedly one-sided. Gao Liangxiong had unleashed his full power, showcasing his capabilities to the utmost. Yet even so, his strength in Sequence 4 was merely adequate. In terms of agility and technique, he likely fell below the average, fully embodying clumsiness. His opponent, the seasoned hunter, Ghost Tiger, navigated Gao Liangxiong's relentless onslaught with ease, evading attacks and occasionally countering, displaying an air of nonchalance. Lin Shao speculated that he had barely tapped into his full potential. The prolonged duration of the match suggested he was merely showing leniency, perhaps to guide the opponent, a junior, in order to make his visit worthwhile. Shortly thereafter, 5 minutes elapsed, and the Ghost Tiger commenced his assault. Bang! 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 His fists struck with the rapidity of gunfire, landing blow after blow upon the massive form of the high-intensity bear without a moment's pause. The high-intensity bear could scarcely evade the onslaught, resorting to shielding himself with his arms, struggling to withstand the relentless barrage. Just as the huntress had remarked to Lin Shao, he had transformed into a mere punching bag, finding it difficult even to retaliate. Finally, with a knee strike from his opponent, the high-intensity bear let out a muffled groan, his legs giving way beneath him, and he collapsed. 5 seconds later, congratulations were in order for the Ghost Tiger, who had successfully defended the arena. Cheers and applause erupted, mingled with light-hearted jests directed at the high-intensity bear. Ha ha ha! The stout bear held out a little longer this time. This young lad is rather audacious, completely unafraid of taking hits. It's impressive for a junior. Next year, he will be on par with this group of hunters. Keep it up. The future is bright. A team of medical personnel lifted the high-intensity bear off the stage, while the female host approached the hunter, respectfully inquiring, "Ghost Tiger, do you wish to continue defending your title or conclude your challenge?" "I will continue defending," Ghost Tiger replied, his breathing steady and calm, as if the preceding battle had merely been a warm-up. "Very well. Let us welcome the next challenger to the stage." From the contestant area, Lin Shao rose to his feet. Facing the intense gazes of the hunters, Lin Shao shyly scratched his cheek and said, "Esteemed seniors, may I have a turn? It should be over quickly." The curly-haired huntress let out a soft huff, muttering under her breath, "Why are there so many stubborn kids among the students these days? Go on, go on. Experience some hardship so you'll remember next time." The crooked male hunter said, shaking his hand and gazing earnestly into the eyes of the student. The other contestants averted their eyes, tacitly permitting his participation. "Thank you. Esteemed seniors. I'll step onto the stage now." Lin Shao nodded politely, turned, and strode confidently toward the arena. "Let us welcome the new challenger, Ash." As the female host's words faded, the large screen displayed Lin Zhao's contestant information: name, Ash. Occupation, student, junior, wins, 0. Total matches, 0. Upon noticing yet another junior appearing, the audience outside began to murmur amongst themselves. "Hey! Another headstrong student has arrived. Sigh. It's only worth watching once they reach their senior year. Juniors are still too early. Perhaps he possesses strength comparable to the Ice Princess. Bai Shui stands at the pinnacle among students, how can he be casually compared? The nickname is pretty cool, though. Let us hope he has some prowess, at least not weaker than the stout bear. Another student, is it? The hunter. Ghost Tiger shook his head helplessly and said calmly, let me make it clear, just now, Strong Bear has exhausted my patience. And I am not inclined to show mercy any longer. Understood, Lin Shao replied, his demeanor respectful. Sighing, Ghost Tiger waved his hand dismissively, all right. You may come at me. I will spar with you for another 2 minutes. It seemed that this elder hunter, despite his stern exterior, possessed a warm heart and wished to afford the young man a semblance of dignity. Lin Shao, feeling a deep respect for such a benevolent senior, readied himself and announced, Elder, I am about to strike. As Ghost Tiger nodded, Lin Shao's figure vanished from sight. The hunter's eyes narrowed in surprise as he beheld his student's proximity. Bang! A solid arm, as unyielding as stone, intercepted Lin Shao's straight punch. Ghost Tiger assessed the force behind it and remarked, your mastery of the martial arts is impressive. Your strength, speed, and technique surpass that of Strong Bear. You are quite remarkable. Elder. Lin Shao blinked, a light laugh escaping his lips. I have yet to unleash my true potential. Ghost Tiger momentarily froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Now, I shall unleash my martial prowess. With that, a torrent of liquid energy surged forth, an overwhelming power instantly coursing through his entire being. Chapter 52. Now, the conditions are equal. With a deep breath, Lin Shao felt the surging energy within him and flashed a cunning smile. Senior, be careful. The dark whip-like leg soared, leaving behind a shadow. It sliced through the air with terrifying speed, akin to a giant scythe wielded by death, carrying an overwhelming force aimed directly at his opponent. The hunter, the Ghost Tiger, narrowed his pupils. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his formidable transformation. Ha! He bellowed, his muscles bulging grotesquely as power surged through his arms, intent on intercepting the attack head-on. Bang! The Ghost Tiger's figure was instantly propelled backward. The resilient soles of his shoes scraped against the arena floor, leaving a trail of grey-black marks. The venue was filled with a piercing cacophony, so abrupt and jarring. At last, 10 meters away, the impact gradually dissipated, and his body finally halted its backward motion. The Ghost Tiger lowered his defenses, the taut muscle slowly relaxing and easing. The large screen focused on his hands. These robust arms, which had withstood the whip-like kick, were now trembling uncontrollably. Silence enveloped the venue as the audience exchanged incredulous glances. The reactions from the hunters in the competitors' area were even more fervent. Their eyes widened, fists clenched tightly, some even slammed their hands on the armrests, leaping up in astonishment. The aloof demeanor they had exhibited moments prior vanished, replaced by expressions filled with disbelief. Tricked again, another little monster. The curly-haired female hunter murmured resentfully, glancing at the hair she had pulled out in frustration. The male hunter who had spoken to Lin Shao earlier covered his face with his hands and sighed deeply. How is the ranking of the Strong Bear higher than that kid's? What the hell? Ha ha ha. Lin Shao. I mean, Ashen brother, is he really that powerful? The much-discussed Strong Bear lay on the ground, allowing the medical staff to apply medicine and bandages. He raised his head, his large, bell-like eyes wide open, excitement radiating from his face as he stared at the arena. His booming voice echoed throughout the room, completely unlike that of a recently defeated combatant. Thanks to his raucous shouts, the silence of the venue was shattered, and the audience began to buzz with excitement. Is that a junior year student? Oh my! That kick was so fast, I could barely react. Goodness! Could he be the new Ice Princess? Not quite, but he is certainly stronger than the Strong Bear. The Ghost Tiger rubbed his arms, gazing intently at his opponent, his expression now grave, entirely different from the carefree attitude he had earlier. I misspoke. You are indeed more formidable than the Strong Bear. Lin Shao chuckled softly, not feigning modesty. From now on, I will take this seriously and treat you as a true adversary. The hunter lowered his stance, an invisible aura beginning to ascend, a grey veil creeping into his pupils. Bang! Like a ferocious tiger detecting its prey, he charged forth, exuding a palpable aura of brutal ferocity. Lin Shao, unwilling to be outdone, met him head-on. Vowing to confront the beast's might directly. His fists were terrifying, as potent as cannon fire, and as relentless as a hail of bullets. His legs struck with a forceful intensity, swift as lightning, and imposing as thunder. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to retreat from the fray. They were determined to meet in a narrow passage and vanquish their opponent outright. With a resounding clash, their iron fists collided, causing the ghostly tiger to stagger back 2 steps, its lips curling in disbelief as it regarded Lin Shao. What is the density of your power? Why is your strength amplified to such an extent? Previously, Lin Shao's physical prowess was slightly inferior to his own, but now, as both harnessed their powers, the tables had turned, and the tiger found itself subdued. Lin Shao, with a humble smile, raised a finger, gesturing lightly. Fortunately, I am merely a tad stronger than others. The hunter cast a dubious glance at him, then sighed heavily. Well, your strength is indeed commendable among D-rank hunters. However, it's still insufficient to defeat me. A grey energy surged forth, enveloping his limbs like a delicate veil. As gossamer as a cicada's wing, it could shatter with the slightest touch. Yet, none would underestimate this fragile facade, for it signified the entanglement of energy, a testament to the mastery over one's powers. The moment it manifested, the atmosphere in the arena ignited with fervor. Quickly, don your exploratory goggles. The ghostly tiger is employing energy entanglement. Goodness! He is dead serious now. Is this student truly that formidable? Ordinary hunters cannot compel the ghostly tiger to unleash its full potential. Among D-rank hunters, how many can wield entanglement? Perhaps only 2 or 3 out of 10. I shall exert my utmost strength to obliterate you. With a thunderous boom, the ground erupted in a shockwave. The ghostly tiger transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly reaching Lin Zhao's flank. Its leg, shrouded in grey mist, descended like a colossal axe aimed directly at his torso. Lin Shao's gaze sharpened, he could not afford to underestimate this assault. He sidestepped, evading the leg's maximum striking point. Then utilized his shoulder and elbow to absorb the residual force of the blow. Thud. The tremendous might forced Lin Shao back 2 steps. As he struggled to regain his balance, the ghostly tiger retracted its right leg, refraining from further pursuit, and coolly inquired, "So, how does it feel? Do you wish to continue fighting? Being struck by an empowered attack is hardly pleasant, is it?" "Haha, it is indeed quite painful." Gripping his aching shoulder, Lin Shao finally grasped the exquisite sensation of being hit by an entangled strike. It was unlike mere physical contact. It felt as if a steel beam had swept across him, unyielding and formidable, accompanied by an explosive impact. It was akin to having a grenade detonate against his shoulder, the tremendous force numbing him. Recalling how Bai Shon had dared to confront him in his ash form with sheer physicality, Lin Shao felt a surge of respect. Now that is true endurance. Observing Lin Zhao's candidness, the ghostly tiger nodded and gestured towards the arena's edge. Since you understand, you might as well concede. The power behind this attack is not easily controlled. Lin Shao comprehended his concerns. The potency of this skill was immense, and a moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. Unless, of course, the opponent also employed a formidable aura. Gue, whose expression froze, his mouth slowly agape, eyes wide open in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, pfft. In the contestants' area, a male hunter with a buzz cut, having just gulped down some ice water, glanced at the match and was immediately startled into a splatter. It was an embarrassing moment, yet no one seemed to mind his lapse. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, as the hunters stood like statues, their faces etched with astonishment, fixated on the arena. Even the previously raucous audience gradually hushed. They held their breath, their eyes widening, devoid of any inclination to converse. It was as if the earlier scene was being replayed. Dark gray energy began to emanate, gradually ascending and entwining around limbs, forming a delicate veil of flames. Lin Shao slowly opened his eyes. The dark flame surged, burning fiercely within his pupils. Time seemed to decelerate. Now that the conditions were equal, could the next round commence? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the room erupted in fervor. Chapter 53, The Overclocked Phantom Tiger, the Ice Princess emerges. Power entwined. That student can also wield power entwined. How is that possible? Isn't he merely a junior? Hasn't he just begun to grasp the art of power transformation? Doesn't the Ice Princess possess this skill as well? Why the astonishment? That is entirely different. I have heard that Baishuo's origins are extraordinary. Could it be that this young man is an unparalleled genius? The fervent discussions outside the arena failed to penetrate the ears of the Phantom Tiger. He fixated on the energy emanating from Lin Zhao's hands. His expression a mix of disbelief and astonishment. How long have you been practicing power transformation? About 10 days or so. Is that so? A bitter smile spread across the hunter's face, which soon transformed into a look of acceptance. You may very well become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. Thank you. Lin Shao did not feign modesty, instead, he candidly accepted the compliment. Then let us engage in a vigorous duel. The Phantom Tiger understood that this moment marked the narrowest gap between them. In the future, once Lin Shao matured, he might not even qualify as a contender. No. Even now, he suspected he was no match for Lin Shao. The density of Lin Zhao's energy far surpassed his own, and when he employed his full power, it could suppress him. Now, with power entwined activated, the disparity would only widen. Thus, he needed to enhance his own strength. The Phantom Tiger coiled his body, energy flowing ceaselessly from within, enveloping his exterior as he maximized the density of power entwined. He ceased to be frugal with his energy, pouring it out entirely, striving to augment his power to its utmost potential. Lin Shao remained composed, silently awaiting the elevation of his opponent's state. As the flow of energy began to stabilize, the Phantom Tiger lifted his gaze. Without a word, they both vanished from their positions, launching an all-out assault against one another. Boom! Their fists collided, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Compressed air erupted, creating an explosive shockwave in the atmosphere. The Phantom Tiger's state could not be sustained for long, time was of the essence, and they exchanged no words, merely channeling their utmost strength into the onslaught. Lin Shao only entwined a modicum of power around his limbs, refraining from engaging his action mode. Yet even so, the Phantom Tiger, at his compressed limit, could only match Lin Shao in strength. With a physique rating of 25, Lin Shao was extraordinarily formidable, and the density of his energy was simply incomparable. The Phantom Tiger's physique rated at 13, which already surpassed that of the average student and approached the level of the attribute prodigy, Chuang Jianyu. However, the gap between him and Lin Shao remained vast. Boom! 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 They clashed fiercely, their fists and feet never pausing, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that reverberated through the air, echoing throughout the arena. Whether among the hunters in the contestant seats or the audience in the venue, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the battle unfolding before them. This was an exceptionally thrilling confrontation. The overclocked Phantom Tiger, in a brief span, had elevated his strength to nearly match that of the top tier of Sequence 4. Although a mere moment of delay would significantly diminish the hunter's combat prowess, Lin Shao harbored no thoughts of retreating from the fray. He boldly advanced, engaging his opponent in a contest of equal might. There was no entanglement, no retreat, only a relentless face-off. This was a confrontation of sheer strength and skill. An inevitable passage that would determine a victor. The fierce clash raged on for several minutes, gradually depleting the energy enveloping the ghost tiger. The intensity of the power surrounding him waned, rendering him incapable of sustaining direct confrontation with Lin Shao. With a resounding strike, Lin Shao delivered a straight punch, shattering the energy barrier encasing the ghost tiger. The tremendous force sent him crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath, the hunter lay on the ground. Eyes unfocused as he gazed skyward, his face suffused with exhilaration. Lin Shao stood beside him, offering no urgency, merely watching him with a gentle smile. I have lost, he admitted candidly. The voice of the female host rang out, declaring, the winner of the match is the Ashen contestant. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the ghost tiger grasped Lin Zhao's outstretched hand and staggered to his feet. You rascal, did you use all your strength just now? With a sly smile. Lin Shao refrained from giving a direct answer, yet the ghost tiger instantly comprehended his implication. Damn. Are you even human? The hunter chuckled, waved his hand, and descended from the arena. Ashen contestant, do you choose to defend your title or conclude your challenge? I shall defend. Aside from the elevated stakes, Lin Shao discovered another advantage of the 4th-tier arena, a remarkable surge in experience points. The ghost tiger's physical power was slightly inferior to that of the white flash. Yet his overall combat capability surpassed it. After all, his opponent was seasoned in battle, possessing an exceptional mastery of power transformation, even having grasped the art of power entanglement. And how long had it been since the third-year students had begun their training? To be proficient in energy infusion was already a mark of genius. Yet mastery over entanglement remained a distant goal. Lin Shao, however, was an exception. He was operating under extraordinary circumstances. The matches continued. On the arena, Lin Shao faced his third opponent, yet his stamina remained robust, and his combat effectiveness showed no signs of decline. This observation did not go unnoticed by the hunters in the spectator area. Are the young ones today truly that extraordinary? Questioned a curly-haired female hunter. Nibbling on a piece of chocolate, her expression one of bewilderment. Don't take him as a benchmark, a clean-cut male hunter scoffed, exhaling a resigned sigh. That brat is nothing short of a monster, he might just wipe us out later. His remark elicited a chorus of agreement from the other hunters. Indeed. The Ashen contestant is undeniably remarkable. How many 4th-year students can match such ferocity? Oh dear, those who step up first will be the ones to embarrass themselves. Who's willing to take the stage next? Isn't it more shameful to be defeated by a student? Today, Room 2 has no members from the first batch, it's disheartening. No, the first batch has arrived, the curly-haired female hunter shook her head, her tone somber, but she is also a third-year student. Upon hearing these words, the hunters were momentarily taken aback, collectively turning their gazes towards the entrance. A young girl with waist-length black hair stepped inside. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her face was delicate and petite, with dark bangs that obscured her brows. Her exquisite features were meticulously crafted, resembling a finely chiseled doll, strikingly beautiful and perfectly proportioned. Known by the codename Snow, she was referred to by the hunters as the Ice Princess, a true contender among the elite in the 4th rank. As she entered the room, her footsteps echoed softly, steady and resolute. Her demeanor was cool and aloof, her expression blank, akin to a solitary flower blooming on a lofty peak, or the chilling snowflakes cascading in the harsh winter. The hunters fell silent, suppressing their emotions. It was hard to tell if it was merely an illusion, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees upon her arrival. Without engaging with anyone, Snow took a seat in a corner, lifting her gaze to observe the arena. Her eyes, like black gemstones, were clear and tranquil, silently reflecting the silhouettes of two figures locked in fierce combat. At that moment, on the stage, the arm of a boy of her age ignited with flames. Snow blinked, and a rare flicker of surprise flitted across her otherwise impassive face. Chapter 54: The Arrival of the White Snow. Casually deflecting the attack from the hunter, Lin Shao cast a glance at the opponent's statistics: Strength 16, Agility 15, Constitution 12, Spirit 11. With his eyelids slightly lowered, he remained silent. The warriors exhibited a remarkable advantage in both constitution and spirit attributes compared to the students, a phenomenon he had observed over the past 2 days in the arena. Although long-term energy absorption and control of power could enhance these two attributes, the increase was not substantial, lagging far behind the rapid enhancement of strength. Among the students, a constitution score of 8 was deemed average, while those below 8 were generally considered underachievers, much like Lin Xiao in the past. Achieving a constitution score of 9 indicated exceptional students within the class, such as Chen and Feng Wan. As for a constitution score of 10, Lin Xiao had only witnessed it among a select few at the top of his year, including Lu Yuqian, Wu Zhixing, and Gao Liangxiong. There were also some extraordinary individuals, such as Zhuang Jianyu and Baishun, boasting constitution scores of 14 and 12, respectively. Were these warriors around 30 years of age and currently at sequence 4? Once outstanding students, Lin Xiao doubted it. They likely performed at an average level during their schooling, eventually graduating to the military, where they enhanced their strength before qualifying for the Hunter Association. Yet, these seemingly average warriors possessed both their constitution and spirit attributes at a minimum of 11. This raised questions. As one progresses, the difficulty of attribute enhancement increases, making it implausible for such significant growth to occur solely through daily power refinement. This was particularly true for the spirit attribute, which was notoriously challenging to elevate. Even Baishun, with a spirit score of only 9, was comparable to Lu Yuqian. Lin Xiao surmised that Baishun must dedicate considerable time each day to energy absorption. His own spirit score of 10 had been regarded as exceptionally high. Over the course of more than 2 years at university, he had not perceived any significant enhancement in his mental fortitude. At least not to the extent of an increase in points. As for Zhuang Jianyu's impressive spirit score of 16, it represented an incomprehensible level of superiority, rendering Lin Xiao unable to fathom it, hence the moniker of statistical monster. We are all students, what grants you such superiority? He pondered. You possess no system. Swish. A whip-like leg imbued with power surged toward him, and Lin Xiao raised his arm, wrapped in flame silk, to meet it head-on. Boom! The shockwave reverberated, ruffling his forelock and momentarily dispelling the thought swirling in his mind. Let us bring this to a swift conclusion. Although this hunter was slightly weaker than the ghost tiger, he was still adept at wielding entwined power. Even in a state of depleted energy, he could hold his ground against Lin Xiao for a couple of minutes. However, he was now reaching his limit. Bang! With a powerful kick from Lin Xiao, the hunter's energy veil shattered. The overwhelming force, coupled with an explosive shockwave, sent him flying out of the arena. Congratulations to the Ash contestant for securing victory. Let us raise our voices in his honor. Oh! Ash! 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 Amidst the thunderous cheers and whistles, Lin Xiao, as always, chose to defend his title. He stood motionless, silently calculating the prize amount, patiently awaiting his next opponent. Before long, Lin Xiao sensed something amiss. The clamor of the audience in the venue gradually diminished, eventually fading into silence. Their gazes were fixated on the contestants, mouths agape, expressions brimming with astonishment, revealing an intense emotional fervor. Lin Xiao turned his head to look across the arena. A girl with flowing black hair ascended the stage. Clad in military-style white attire and black trousers, her doll-like visage bore no expression, fixating her gaze directly on Lin Xiao in silence. The combination of the girl's military uniform and the audience's fervent emotional fluctuations made it evident, even before the host introduced her, that she was no ordinary challenger. Let us welcome the next contender, contestant Baishue. The stillness of the venue erupted, the fervent cheers threatening to lift the roof off. A testament to her overwhelming popularity among the audience, Lin Xiao even discerned numerous heart-wrenching shouts. Baishue! Ice Princess! My goddess! Still the most beautiful today. The strongest contestant of Sequence 4 has arrived. I wish to be Baishue's loyal dog. Ice Princess, come let me kiss you. Mommy. Why is Baishue a goddess? Before delving into this question, I would like to first address what sets other hunters apart from Baishue. A group of lunatics. Lin Xiao rubbed his ears, his lips twitching, feeling as though he was on the brink of mental contamination. For a moment, he genuinely could not discern whether this crowd was enamored by strength or simply driven by lust. Perhaps both. With the host having retreated, Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words, staring at the seemingly indifferent girl before him. Should he greet her? Yet she appeared to be of the taciturn sort. Should he just commence the battle? Am I up? Lin Xiao tentatively inquired. Bai Shui gave a slight nod, her expression remaining unchanged. All right then. Let the battle commence. Lin Xiao coiled his body, his physical prowess surging forth as he activated hunter mode. He was uncertain of the second contestant's stats, but he was certain that she was far superior to Bai Shui. In terms of strength, even Gue Hu could not compare, for she was the foremost among Sequence 4. This was not an opponent to be underestimated. With this thought, Lin Xiao's eyelids gently closed, and when they reopened, dark flames flickered within his gaze. In an instant, Lin Xiao transformed into a phantom, darting forward with ferocity, his fist, weighing several tons, aimed directly at her delicate face. Bang! Naturally, this assault bore no fruit. A petite, fair hand effortlessly intercepted Lin Xiao's strike, his strength dissipating into nothingness, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Her slender, cool fingers clasped his fist as if it were ensnared in iron shackles, rendering him unable to escape. Strength 19, Agility 19, Constitution 14, Spirit 16, Martial Arts Level 2. Footwork Level 2, Power Level 1. This woman is undoubtedly on par with Zhuang Jianyu. Without a moment's hesitation, deep grey flames surged forth, ensnaring Lin Xiao's limbs. Boom! The opponent's palm met Lin Xiao's protective aura directly, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Her fingers slightly spread, allowing Lin Xiao to break free and escape. Retreating several meters, Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on his adversary, his expression tense and grave. Ability, Ice and Snow. Lin Xiao had long been aware that his opponent wielded extraordinary powers. Yet her ascension to become one of the strongest in Sequence 4 was certainly not solely due to her abilities. Rather, it was a testament to her inherent strength. Bai Shui looked on curiously at the layer of protective aura wrapped around Lin Xiao's arm. Her lips parted slightly, and a clear, ethereal voice emerged. Are you really a third-year student? Chapter 55, The Sun Has Fallen. The icy beauty actually spoke. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her question. Indeed, wasn't my information displayed prominently on the screen? Why, have you already mastered the art of entanglement? Bai Shui tilted her head slightly. A hint of confusion in her expression. So, she was merely curious about that. Lin Xiao raised his arm, somewhat helplessly retorting. You should be able to as well, right? Isn't it normal to learn a bit quicker? He had witnessed her prowess at level 1 and was not easily deceived. Not quite. Bai Shui gently shook her head, refraining from further explanation. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her invisible aura gradually escalating. Lin Xiao understood that she was beginning to summon her power. When her eyes opened once more, her figure had vanished. Lin Xiao abruptly turned, utilizing bullet time's dynamic vision to barely catch her attack. It was a hand strike transformed into a stream of light, aimed directly at his chest. Clang! Her delicate hand struck Lin Xiao's raised forearm, akin to steel colliding with immense force, producing a heavy thud that resonated throughout the arena. The shockwave erupted. Yet Bai Shui showed no signs of retreat. Her long legs whipped like a whip, deftly striking at her opponent's shoulder. Though it appeared light, the power contained within was nothing short of terrifying. Clang! Lin Xiao felt as if he had been struck by a truck, the raging force, albeit diminished by the power of the entangling flames, still caused him to lose his balance, his legs lifting off the ground, gliding through the air. However, before he could land, the graceful silhouette stood before him, delivering another simple straight punch aimed at the airborne Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao dared not underestimate this assault. He hurriedly raised his arms, using his entangled power to absorb the blow. Boom! The shockwave surged once again, propelling Lin Xiao into the air. Yet, unlike before, Bai Shui was already positioned at his landing point, denying him any opportunity to adjust. Clang! At that moment, Lin Shao was akin to a shuttlecock that could not touch the ground, drifting through the air, feeling quite vexed and discontented. Thanks to bullet time, he could barely shield himself with the power veil, preventing her from directly striking his flesh. However, without contact with the ground, he found it exceedingly difficult to retaliate. After a flurry of aerial exchanges, Bai Shui's assault suddenly ceased. Finally standing on solid ground, Lin Shao felt tears welling up within him. "Oh, Mother Earth! I now comprehend your benevolence. Long live gravity." But why did she stop? Lin Shao gazed at Bai Shui across from him, puzzled. Yet upon noticing her slightly trembling hands, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Classmate, your hands must be numb, huh? To strike against the entangled power with your bare flesh regardless of pain. The shockwave must have surely left you tingling. Though you may endure, it surely isn't pleasant." Lin Shao mused, believing she could learn a thing or two from Bai Shui. Her resilience was still lacking. As if sensing the mirth in Lin Zhao's eyes, a subtle frown formed at the corner of Bai Shui's mouth. For the first time, Lin Shao sensed negative emotions emanating from this elusive beauty. She extended her hands, grey energy flowing forth, enveloping her arms like a delicate silk glove. Bai Shui clenched her fists, casting a cold glance at Lin Shao, her dark eyes shimmering with a faint light. It seemed she was angry. A bitter smile crept upon Lin Zhao's lips. He had no desire to experience the fury of a woman, especially one capable of effortlessly tearing apart an elephant. But the situation was beyond redemption, and the girl's figure vanished from his sight. When Lin Shao caught sight of her again, they were mere inches apart. The fragrance of winter plum blossoms wafting in his nostrils. His pupils constricted as he fixated on his opponent's poised form. A right fist, entwined with gossamer silk, surged upward, striking fiercely at Lin Zhao's abdomen. The force was overwhelming. Lin Shao attempted to shield himself with his hands, but to no avail. The terrifying power bore down on his arms, exploding upon his midsection. Bang! Like a rocket-propelled device beneath him, Lin Shao soared into the air, resembling a meteor in reverse, hurtling towards the ceiling of the arena at breakneck speed. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the ceiling appeared to be bombarded, trembling under the immense shockwave. Fragments of brick and concrete rained down like a torrential downpour, cascading from above. Whether among the spectators or the hunters at the contestants' bench, everyone stood in awe. Mouths agape, staring at the ceiling above. In the area that had been struck, dense clouds of dust billowed, rendering Lin Zhao's figure invisible, along with the gaping wound in the roof. This was utterly absurd, wasn't it? Back at the contestants' bench, the heavily bandaged Gao Liangxiong gazed up at the ceiling, rubbing his smooth forehead in bewilderment. The curly-haired female hunter waved her hand, brushing aside the dust that had settled nearby, uncertainly remarking, "That kid isn't stuck in the wall, is he?" The Ashen boy was sturdy and had mastered the art of energy entanglement, while he wouldn't be gravely injured. The crooked hunter rested his forehead on his palm, stating nonchalantly, "But he's likely lost his combat capability. That punch from the Ice Princess was too domineering." Meanwhile, the spectators, initially dazed, gradually regained their composure, erupting into a cacophony of bewildered exclamations. Holy cow! Was that really not a missile? Did something just shake up there? The Ashen boy can't be down for the count, right? Bai Shui's punches are terrifying. Is he stuck in the wall? Did the Ice Princess just lose her temper? How I envy him. I would rather be on the receiving end of that punch. You'd be reduced to mush. Bai Shui walked several meters away, deftly avoiding the falling debris. Not bothering to check on her opponent above, she sensed no remaining will to fight from him. Aside from her abilities, that punch had been her full strength. The opponent must have expended all their power to safeguard their body, even if their consciousness remains alert. They are devoid of any residual energy. Now, all that remains is to await the staff to rescue them, as the host announces. Wait. Bai Shui suddenly lifted her head, her delicate brows furrowing intensely, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling, where a misty wound lingered. An inexplicable aura began to rise. As potent energy waves condensed and coalesced, and then it erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! A colossal shockwave surged forth, instantly dispersing and shattering the dust and smoke above, vanishing into the air. In its place rode a mass of deep grey flames, burning fiercely, imbued with an indescribable sense of oppression. What is that? This question surfaced in the minds of everyone within the venue, their mouths agape, faces awash with astonishment as they gazed up at the sun in the sky. Baishua's expression momentarily froze, only to be followed by a sudden jolt. Her keen battle instinct screamed a warning. She had been locked onto by a formidable adversary. Boom! The terrifying explosion resounded once more. The shockwave felt tangible, surging forth to unleash gaseous rings that extended for hundreds of meters. The fireball transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards the arena. The deep grey sun descended. Chapter 56, The Ashen Mode. Lin Zhao's utmost effort, grey flames cascaded from the heavens, transforming into a shooting star that hurtled towards the young girl on the arena. Baishua's eyes narrowed, and she swiftly retreated, narrowly evading this explosive onslaught. As a result of her evasive maneuver, the arena floor became the direct target. The grey meteor plummeted. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, sending a colossal shockwave radiating outward in concentric circles from the center of the arena, accompanied by a formidable gust of wind that surged toward the audience. It felt as though a sudden tempest had swept through the venue, howling from the front. Hats were whisked away, and spectators' fringes were tousled by the force of the blast. The bystanders, clearly unprepared for such an occurrence, erupted into startled exclamations. Wow! My hat has been blown away. Was that a bomb explosion? Ha ha ha. Your hairstyle looks like a bird's nest. Is this for real? Am I not watching a special effects movie? On the arena, chaos reigned supreme. A scene of utter devastation. The floor, directly struck, had been blown open, creating a sizable crater, with fissures radiating outward for several meters. Yet, no one paid heed to the damage inflicted upon the arena. All eyes were fixated on the epicenter of the chaos, transfixed and spellbound by the entity responsible for this spectacle. A deep grey fireball loomed atop the arena, blazing fiercely, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression that rendered the spectators anxious and uneasy. Merely gazing upon it caused many in the audience to feel their hair stand on end, their throats dry with apprehension. However, compared to the average onlookers, the hunters seated at the sidelines grasped the true significance of this flame. Their mouths agape. They felt as if they could fit an egg inside. This was sheer power. What a joke. The curly-haired female hunter clutched at her hair, her expression rife with disbelief. With such immense power reserves now, what would happen once he mastered the true techniques of power refinement? To what magnitude would that young man escalate? The crooked male hunter slapped his face, his eyes vacant as he murmured in astonishment. Upon hearing his words, the hunters present suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. This young man was still a student, yet to undergo the enhancements of power refinement. In an instant, they resembled a group suffering from collective toothaches, their expressions contorted as they drew in sharp breaths of the air-conditioned chill. The stronger the foundation, the more exaggerated the amplification of the complete refinement techniques. This was precisely why the military armament university only provided incomplete methods. They might truly be witnessing the emergence of a nascent monster. Baishua stared blankly at the formidable flame opposite her, her eyes widened, her lips slightly parted. She struggled to comprehend why such a level of power reserves would manifest in someone of her own age. Yet, she quickly set aside her thoughts, as the situation on the other side began to evolve. The grey flames began to swell and contract, pulsating like a beating heart, emanating a spine-chilling energy fluctuation. As the frequency of the contractions reached its zenith, the fireball erupted violently. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted, scattering the drifting dust. The deep grey fireball vanished, replaced by the silhouette of a tall figure, clad in a tailored, high-necked grey coat that reached his knees. Adorned with fragmented diamond patterns and burning with a fierce dark flame, he exuded an air of formidable power. His slender hands were encased in gloves, with sleeves extending like wrist guards, embellished with fiery designs. The long, fire-sparkling combat boots lifted as he stepped onto the shattered stone slope. With each step, the debris crumbled to dust beneath his unseen energy, igniting flickers of grey flame on the ground. As he emerged from the pit and officially ascended the arena, the large screen overhead showcased a close-up of his youthful, striking visage. His eyes danced with fiery energy, and delicate grey patterns adorned his fair cheeks, resembling tattoos of flames or cascading tears. He appeared as a mysterious warrior emerging from the ravages of disaster and war, a blend of majesty and enchantment, radiating an aura of lethal intent. It was Ashen, the young newcomer. Upon recognizing Lin Xiao, the atmosphere in the venue ignited instantaneously. Wow! He is incredibly handsome. So cool. What is this? A transformation? Why haven't I seen other hunters do this? Alright. I found my material for tonight. Oh my god. He is so overpowered. I'm losing my mind. Oh. Just looking at his face makes my heart race. Transformation. Ashen form activate. Clenching his fists, Lin Xiao's expression turned serious as he cautiously approached his opponent. The Ashen form bore similarities to the hyper mode of the Ghost Tiger, maximizing power and compressing combat effectiveness to its zenith. However, Lin Xiao's Ashen form was executed with greater thoroughness. The vast reservoir of potent energy allowed for an extraordinary amplification of his combat capabilities. Unlike the brief bursts of others, Lin Xiao could sustain the Ashen mode throughout the entire match until its conclusion. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt unperturbed by the strength of his opponent, Bai Shui. His reluctance to attack stemmed from a cautiousness toward the unknown abilities she had yet to reveal. As he closed the distance, Bai Shui's figure drew nearer. Seemingly lost in thought, her gaze fixated on the battle attire Lin Xiao wore, betraying no intention of defense. Noticing her laxity, Lin Xiao began to scrutinize her striking features. Not out of admiration, but rather to assess where to strike effectively. Though he bore no grudges, as a proponent of gender equality, he resolved to return the punches she had dealt him. He planned to turn this icy beauty into a true highland flower, sending her soaring to the ceiling. With the distance now within 5 meters, Lin Xiao felt a surge of impatience. He crouched, ready to deliver a decisive blow to her lovely face. Then he caught sight of Bai Shui's slightly parted pink lips. Wow, incredible. Lin Xiao squinted, his expression impassive as he rubbed his ears. Could it be that the Ashen mode induces auditory hallucinations? At that moment, Bai Shui emerged from her trance, with her fists clenched and her formidable aura enveloping her limbs. She gazed intently at her opponent, exuding an air of solemnity and determination. She faced the impending challenge without a trace of fear. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment before both of them averted their gazes, stilling themselves. With a thunderous crash, the floor shattered as their youthful forms vanished in an instant, racing towards their adversaries. The force of their collision echoed like an explosion. Their fists, infused with power, collided in midair, producing a deep, resounding boom and unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Yet neither Lin Xiao nor Bai Shui harbored any thoughts of retreat. Their minds were singularly focused on vanquishing their opponent. Only one could emerge victorious, and neither would accept the role of the vanquished. The arena pulsated with the relentless clash of fists and legs, transforming into a tempest of violence, while the audience outside were expressions of despair, their edges smoothed by the unyielding gusts of the storm. Chapter 57, The Rising Ice Blue, a false victory. The fist, ablaze with grey flames, shattered the air as it surged toward the opponent. Bai Shui deftly sidestepped, deflecting the trajectory of the oncoming strike, then raised her long leg high, cleaving toward her adversary's shoulder like a guillotine. Lin Xiao suddenly pivoted, unleashing a downward strike imbued with formidable power, crashing toward the ground. Boom! The surface of the arena erupted under the immense force, debris scattering as the ground fractured in layers. This was no exceptional circumstance. Throughout the fierce battle that had persisted for over 20 minutes, the arena in Venue 2 had become a patchwork of craters, marred by countless scars. Affected by the clash of two monstrous contenders, the entire arena was on the brink of annihilation, with scarcely any level ground remaining. Yet, none concerned themselves with the condition of the arena, whether among the spectators on the sidelines or the hunters seated nearby. All eyes were riveted on the two figures engaged in combat. They transformed into streaks of light, darting across every corner of the stage, and upon their collision, waves of terrifying shock reverberated through the air. The ground seemed to endure a relentless bombardment as the two humanoid titans battled, inadvertently wreaking havoc upon the innocents in their path. Receiving a punch squarely to the chest, Lin Shao emitted a muffled grunt. However, he did not falter, seizing the moment. He unleashed a fierce hook toward Bai Shue's delicate face. Flames of energy surged around her profile, allowing her to timely intercept the assault. Yet, even with the strength diminished, the impact still caused her considerable pain, leaving her fair complexion swollen and flushed. The second contender's mastery of her powers was evident and palpable to Lin Shao. She consistently utilized her abilities at the most opportune moments, absorbing unavoidable strikes head-on and swiftly retracting her energy to conserve her power. It was an astute strategy. Not everyone possessed Lin Zhao's formidable reservoir of energy. Bai Shue's ability to persist in this fierce contest was largely due to her exceptional skill in wielding her powers. Otherwise, given her current energy expenditure, she would have long since succumbed to Lin Zhao's relentless onslaught. Nevertheless, her endurance was nearing its limit. Boom! Lin Shao blocked a kick aimed at him, yet the exaggerated force sent him staggering backward, his shoes scraping against the surface for dozens of meters, leaving a long scar on the arena floor. Rubbing his forearm, Lin Shao assessed the energy within him. Approximately half remained, since his physical prowess had escalated to 25 points. He had distinctly felt the consumption of his powers. There was no alternative, the Ashen mode was inherently overclocked. This time, he had pushed the expenditure to its utmost limit. To bridge the vast chasm of strength, Lin Shao had to fervently burn through his energy to exchange for that exaggerated combat capability. Presently, his strength attribute was likely at 21 points, not far from Bai Shue, who was utilizing her powers. Why does she not employ her abilities? The question echoed in Lin Zhao's mind as he observed the increasingly thin veil of energy surrounding Bai Shue's arm. If this continued, she would undoubtedly lose. This realization was likely clear to her as well. Yet, Lin Shao had yet to witness any intention from her to deploy her powers. Even as a trump card, it was high time she utilized them. As the energy wanes, will there truly be a moment of helplessness and defeat? However, as an adversary, Lin Shao certainly would not remind his opponent of such matters. He is solely focused on delivering a resounding blow to this icy beauty, sending her crashing into the ceiling. Lin Shao accelerated his offensive, with their formidable punches and kicks colliding in rapid succession. Boom! 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 The arena reverberated with the rhythmic intensity of their combat, unleashing waves of formidable shock. The pressure was unrelenting, showing no signs of abating. Meanwhile, Bai Shue's expression grew increasingly strained, the power enveloping her gradually becoming transparent. Bang! At last, with a fierce whip kick from Lin Shao, the protective veil surrounding his opponent completely dissipated. He let out a sinister chuckle, his right fist poised and eager for action. Prepare to meet Mr. Lin Shao's rising dragon fist with your charming chin. Darting forward, Lin Shao crouched slightly, his body coiling like a spring. His right fist drawn back, ready to unleash a potent strike. Then he caught sight of Bai Shue's eyes. They were nearly transparent, resembling gems that shimmered with a cerulean glow. His battle instinct screamed in alarm, every hair on Lin Shao's body standing on end, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Advancing further would only lead to his own downfall. Boom! Lin Shao suddenly propelled himself backward, distancing himself from her by several meters. Gasping for breath atop the shattered stones, his heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. The world seemed to transform around him. In this ashen state, Lin Xiao could distinctly perceive the particles of power swirling through the air. They danced in a riot of colors, chaotic and free, devoid of allegiance. These energies remained neutral, unable to be commanded unless absorbed and transformed by a physical body. Yet now, everything had changed. These luminous particles ceased their erratic movements, hovering in midair. Centered around the young girl, the particles of power lost their original hues, becoming imbued with a blue-white tint, resembling delicate snowflakes, crystalline and translucent. They followed a specific trajectory, encircling Bai Shui like the most loyal of servants, ready to be commanded by her. Moreover, they now radiated hostility toward Lin Xiao. From the heavens above, a blue-white beam of energy descended from the clouds. Instead of being absorbed, it dispersed into the air, filling the arena with snowflake-like particles of power. Although the provided detection glasses allowed for the observation of the entwined energies, they seemed incapable of perceiving these luminous particles. The spectators watched Lin Xiao, who had retreated in apparent trepidation, their faces reflecting confusion. A shiver ran through them, casting wary glances at the air conditioning, silently cursing whoever had lowered the temperature. On the contestant bench, several formidable hunters fixated on the arena, their expressions fraught with alarm. The Ice Princess appeared to have acted impulsively. This was not a room of Sequence 3. A buzzcut hunter crushed the cup in his hand, his tone gravely serious. A curly-haired female hunter rubbed her eyes. Exhaling in resignation, it seems the Ashen lad has truly pushed her to the edge. What is happening? What on earth has transpired? Observing the grave expressions of the prominent figures surrounding him, Gao Liangxiong absent-mindedly caressed his smooth forehead, utterly bewildered. It felt as though he had been encircled. Gazing at the omnipresent blue and white particles of light, Lin Xiao discreetly swallowed hard. An ominous sense of danger permeated the atmosphere. These energy particles resembled soldiers poised for action, awaiting the Ice Princess's command to strike Lin Xiao down on the stage. How would they launch their assault? Would it be with ice spears, blizzards, or perhaps a direct freezing blast? Lin Xiao remained utterly ignorant. He had never witnessed a battle involving supernatural abilities. All he could do was envelop his body with the power emanating from within, ensuring not a single inch of skin was left unprotected. At that moment, Bai Shui slowly raised her right hand, the frost-kissed maiden biting her pink lip in irritation as she glared at Lin Xiao. The particles of power in the air quivered slightly, as if on the brink of transformation. Lin Xiao stood ready, waiting for a change in the situation, but none came. What was happening? He turned his gaze toward Bai Shui, only to find her struggling with her expression. As if she were a player in a game contemplating whether to resort to cheats after being thoroughly bested. Little did she know, it was her opponent who had initiated the first move. After a minute of internal conflict, Bai Shui pouted her lips, lowered her arm and stomped her foot in frustration. With a resounding crash, the stones of the arena shattered, adding a dramatic flair to the already battered ground. I concede. Let us congratulate the Ashen contestant for their victory. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting ashes. 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 The spectators were baffled by what had transpired, they simply knew they had witnessed a spectacular and thrilling match. With this victory, the fourth sequence welcomed a new champion from the first batch, known as Ashes, possessing undeniable strength. Amidst the audience's exuberant cheers, Lin Xiao found himself in a state of confusion, feeling a profound sense of loss. Chapter 58, The Snowy Beauty and the Blessing of Stars. Once again, I find myself in the familiar office of the Crazy Duel Arena, confronted by the same dark-suited gentleman with a slicked-back hairstyle. Just a day apart. And yet here we are again. The man placed the brewed tea before Lin Xiao with a smile, addressing him and his companion, Miss Ling Shui. Lin Xiao was taken aback by the unexpected invitation for tea, albeit this time accompanied by someone else. Casting a sidelong glance at the composed young lady beside him, a wave of frustration washed over him. Clearly, this was a trap, a meticulously orchestrated scheme. How could she remain so serene while sipping her tea? Determined to extricate himself from this precarious situation, Lin Xiao grasped the teacup and took a sip. He drummed his fingers lightly on the table. his expression wavering as he grappled with whether to speak or remain silent. Alas! I did not anticipate the quality of the arena's stage to be so lacking. My dear friend, could it be that corners were cut during construction, or perhaps funds misappropriated? The slicked-back gentleman wiped the sweat from his brow. An air of resignation in his demeanor. The damage to stage 2 renders it unfit for competition, likely due to the extraordinary prowess exhibited by both of you. Do refrain from making such sweeping statements. Lin Shao quickly raised his hands in protest. I am but a standard level 4, you cannot possibly elevate my status further. If level 4 proves so arduous, what would level 3 entail? How would I continue to pursue my profitable endeavors? To be fair, your capabilities at level 3 would not be deemed inadequate, but rest assured, today is not about promoting your rank. Then what are we here for? Surely you do not intend to discuss compensation for the damages to room 2? Lin Zhao's pupils dilated in shock, a wave of unease washing over him. Such matters were to be avoided at all costs. Noticing Lin Zhao's ashen face, the slicked-back gentleman appeared to discern his thoughts. We are not here to negotiate reparations. Allow me to refill your tea, he said with a light chuckle. You need not worry, the crazy duel arena is well established. And we shall absorb any reasonable losses incurred during the competition. The focus of this discussion, in fact, pertains to you, Miss Ling Shui. The gentleman's gaze shifted toward Ling Shui, a look of mild exasperation crossing his features. Ah! It seems I have merely found myself caught in the crossfire. Lin Shao felt a wave of relief wash over him, his spirits lifting as he savored his tea. He turned slightly to admire the icy beauty seated beside him, eager to witness her performance. Ling Shui cradled her teacup, her expression unwavering, unperturbed by the unfolding conversation. Miss Ling Shui. The level 4 arena prohibits the use of abilities, and there are no protective measures for the audience, the slicked-back gentleman spoke cautiously, weighing his words carefully. I kindly ask that you exercise restraint, not only for the sake of the rules but also for the safety of all present. Ling Shui gently shook her head, her lips parting ever so slightly as her ethereal voice resonated. I have not employed any abilities. However, it seems you are prepared. I did not utilize any extraordinary abilities. Our detection equipment indicates. I did not use them. It was futile. Very well. You did not employ any extraordinary abilities. The man with the slicked back hair was already sweating profusely, using a handkerchief to dab at his brow, appearing quite disheveled. Meanwhile, Lin Shao regarded this classmate with a look of astonishment. Truly, she is worthy of being the second in her cohort. Not only is she immensely powerful, but her audacity surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Lin Shao is inclined to regard her as a stunningly beautiful ice princess, embodying strength, allure, and remarkable boldness, deserving of admiration from all students. Therefore, let this be a sincere request from us, the organizers, Miss Ling Shui. Please refrain from using extraordinary abilities in the Sequence 4 arena in the future. The man clad in black glanced at Ling Shui, then turned to Lin Shao, offering a wry smile as he said, I also ask the two of you to temper your strength, please do not demolish the venue again. The first batch of teams in Sequence 4 is essentially equivalent to average competitors in Sequence 3. If you both are interested, you may seek worthy opponents over there. The slicked-back man's words were laden with various implications. Unfortunately, both individuals present, either intentionally or unintentionally, disregarded his earnest counsel. Bai Shui was unaware. But in Lin Zhao's perspective, venturing to Sequence 3 would be akin to seeking torment. It might be slightly better than Gao Liangxiong in Sequence 4. Yet it would not alter the fact of being a weakling. He could go if he wished, but he needed to earn enough money each day, saving the last match before returning to school. Otherwise, he would likely find himself on the brink of defeat after just one match, rolling back to where he came from. As the two were about to depart, Ling Shui suddenly cast a suggestive glance at Lin Shao, seemingly wanting to discuss something with him. This piqued Lin Zhao's curiosity. Can you alter that form once more? Ling Shui fixed her gaze on Lin Shao, calmly inquiring. What do you intend to do? Lin Xiao questioned, intrigued by her motives. To learn. To learn? This is essentially a manifestation of power, akin to what you all employ. Learn how to make it look so impressive. Lin Xiao's eyes became devoid of expression. Standing still, in his ash mode. Lin Xiao extended his arms horizontally, forming a cross, his gaze empty as he stared ahead, his expression impassive. Meanwhile, a pair of delicate, fair hands were busy adjusting Lin Xiao's attire. Tugging at the sleeves, fiddling with the hem. Occasionally, two large eyes would peer closely at Lin Xiao's face, scrutinizing the flame-like tattoos adorning his features. At times, one could hear the girl's quiet murmurs, "Wow. So beautiful. I must remember this pattern. How can I modify it into a snowflake design?" Creating a style for a lady's evening gown seems quite appealing. Lin Xiao felt that this girl's personality starkly contrasted with her elegant demeanor. Where was the aloof ice princess, the high mountain flower? That group of hunters and spectators had been deceived. No, Lin Xiao resolved to seek justice on their behalf. You appear quite vivacious. Why then do you adopt a demeanor of reticence on the competition stage? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's inquiry, Ling Shui blinked and earnestly elucidated. My mother says that when I speak less, I exude elegance and charm, which aligns perfectly with the essence of an ice and snow maiden. I adore snow. The ice and snow maiden is truly magnificent. Lin Xiao pursed his lips, his expression a mixture of contemplation and hesitation. Your mother is indeed correct. By the way, Ling Shui, may I pose a somewhat presumptuous question? Lin Xiao, having relinquished his resistance and allowing himself to be subjected to humiliation, harbored ulterior motives. You may ask. How did you awaken your extraordinary abilities? This query had lingered in Lin Xiao's mind for quite some time. Had he not mingled in the fray of the fierce combat arena these past few days, he might have sought fortune in the weaponry pavilion, hoping to encounter a sword immortal. Extraordinary abilities? Ling Shui rested her finger on her chin, her delicate brows furrowed as if she were deeply reflecting. At that time, I wished to see snow, and then my extraordinary abilities awakened. Oh, there is no helping it. The young maiden nodded at Lin Xiao. Her tone heavy with sentiment. Southerners have never seen snow, or how enviable. That was indeed something to envy. Lin Xiao had never witnessed it either. Furthermore, awakening extraordinary abilities bestows the blessing of the stars. Ling Shui raised two fingers above her head, speaking with an air of mystery. The intensity of one's spirit will surge tremendously. Chapter 59, the official commencement of the martial transformation class with a prize of 50,000 at hand. Lin Xiao returned to school ahead of schedule. Bai Shan, that fellow, was unresponsive to messages and ignored phone calls. Lin Xiao surmised that he was likely lost in a euphoric daze within the arena's confines. On his journey back, he pondered the words spoken by Ling Shui, merely wishing to see snow awakened her extraordinary abilities. The simplicity of her reasoning left him perplexed, as he struggled to discern its implications. If he too could awaken such powers, what would he desire? Wealth. With a sharp slap to his own face, Lin Xiao reprimanded himself to aspire for greater things. However, his mentor, Wu Qinghua, seemed to communicate a vital message. If he wished to surpass the top two contenders, he must clarify his innermost desires. What did he truly yearn for? It was not a lack of understanding, but rather an overwhelming multitude of aspirations. Human desires are boundless. Presently, he found himself craving fried chicken from the cafeteria. Surely, he could not simply wish for it and awaken extraordinary powers, becoming the renowned fried chicken knight, could he? Curse it, Bai Shui appeared to have awakened her abilities in such a manner. Was it possible that Lin Xiao would indeed transform into fried chicken brother? Working part-time at MFC on weekends, performing magic tricks to turn plain chicken into fried delicacies for children who purchased the kids' meal. The mere thought of such a future plunged Lin Xiao into unprecedented confusion. Ding dong, fortunately, but that moment, a notification chimed from his messaging app, pulling him from his startling reverie. Upon opening it, he found a message from Wu Qinghua: "By the way, your performance in the last class competition was commendable. I shall share a portion of the spoils with you." Image of Li Jingru in a courtier-made outfit, sitting at a 45-degree angle, tongue out, gazing upward. JPG, although this image could fetch 100,000, for your safety, I advise against spreading it. Lin Shao stared blankly at the image on his phone, utterly disheveled by the absurdity. On Monday morning, Wu Qinghua gathered everyone in advance. Today marked the beginning of the selection process for the martial transformation class. Beside her stood a small table, upon which rested a crystal ball, the very same Lin Shao had encountered previously. This crystal ball contained a modicum of extraordinary power, derived from an A-class hunter. Wu Qinghua gently caressed the crystal ball, her tone grave as she declared, "And she shall be the teacher of the martial transformation class." As her words fell, the classroom erupted in excitement. An A-class hunter. Goodness, was this not a figure of immense significance? Such a formidable presence was here to teach us. It was for the martial transformation class, not specifically for you. Rumor had it that the principal and our third-year guidance counselor were also once A-class hunters. What? That bald-headed old man is so impressive. It was no wonder the students of Class C were in such an uproar. An A-class hunter was indeed a resounding name. These elite individuals frequently undertook significant missions, such as slaying monstrous beasts and exploring hidden realms. Beyond them stood only the esteemed members of the Blue Stars Council, a league of their own. The school's ability to enlist an A-class hunter for instruction underscored its commitment to the progress of the martial transformation class. Now, quiet down. Wu Qinghua clapped his hands and continued, "Let us commence the assessment. The content of the evaluation will be demonstrated by our chief." Under the curious gazes of dozens of eager students, Lin Shao reluctantly stood up and made his way to the stage. Pay close attention. The operation method involves using mental energy to draw forth the latent power. After Wu Qinghua finished speaking, he stepped aside. Lin Shao lightly touched the crystal ball with his right hand, as if he were controlling his own power, and pulled it upward. The energy points began to stir, glowing with a cerulean hue as they floated and rotated, forming a miniature vortex within the crystal ball along a specific trajectory. This was the standard for a successful assessment. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses and addressed the students of Class C. "Next, please take turns to come on stage according to your class rankings." Upon returning to his seat, Lin Shao silently observed the arduous efforts of his classmates. Although the method of operation resembled controlling one's own power, the level of difficulty was significantly heightened. This was because the energy was not composed of basic power particles, rather, it had been artificially transformed, akin to the tinted energy particles that Bai Shui manipulated during her use of abilities, those blue and white snowflake-like luminescent particles. Lin Shao couldn't help but wonder if the teachers of the martial transformation class were also ability users. However, there was a distinction: he could drag the cerulean power with his formidable mental strength, whereas the energy particles created by Bai Shui were beyond his control. Much like his inability to directly manipulate the power dispersed in the air. "Ugh, Lin Shao, I have failed," Shao Xia lamented, shaking his shoulder vigorously, causing Lin Zhao's head to wobble. Lin Shao hastily grasped his childhood friend's hands and sighed softly, "I understand, do not worry. There aren't many successes in our class either." Aside from Lin Shao, Wu Zhixing, Feng Wen, and A Chen, no other students in Class C had met the qualifying standard. This indeed corroborated the instructor's earlier speculation that no more than 4 individuals from the entire class would be selected. The martial transformation class was merely progressing at a faster pace. The content they could learn was fundamentally the same. The instructor had previously mentioned that there wouldn't be significant changes simply because the teacher was an A-class hunter. The students would only learn to entwine their powers at most. This was quite remarkable, considering that some D-class hunters were still incapable of achieving such a feat. Indeed, Shoya, we are spared from competing with those extraordinary individuals, Chen Feifei whispered conspiratorially to Zhao Xia. "And once Lin Shao and the others leave, we will be the strongest group." What? Zhao Xia's eyes widened in shock, her mouth forming a small circle as if struck by a profound revelation. After a few seconds of contemplation, she patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and said earnestly, Lin Xiao, do not worry. Class C will be well protected from now on. Lin Xiao felt somewhat exasperated just because he was absent from the martial transformation class that morning. They were already plotting to usurp his position. And did they really think they were that impressive? There were several individuals far superior to them. Within half an hour, all the students of Class C had completed their assessments. Indeed, no unexpected surprises emerged. The students who followed were met with disheartening failure. Among our class, only 4, Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing, Feng Wan, and Chen, managed to meet the standards. Wu Qinghua turned towards them and said, you may proceed to the Wuhua classroom, located at the end of this corridor. Feel free to go ahead, the teacher will arrive shortly. With that, Lin Xiao and the other 3 departed from the classroom. As students from other classes gradually appeared in the corridor, they were scattered in groups of 3 to 5, likely the elite from their respective classes. Many were familiar faces. Lin Xiao, my dear friend, let us go together. A spiky-haired boy from Class D emerged, his body adorned with bandages. Yet his face radiated a cheerful and sunny smile. It was evident that yesterday's competition had been fiercely contested. Not far away in Class B, a strikingly beautiful girl with flowing black hair, reminiscent of an exquisite flower atop a high peak, appeared. Her expression was emotionless, exuding an air of aloof elegance. It seemed she had heeded her mother's advice today, diligently maintaining the image of an ice princess. Among the memories of the previous class competition, Lin Xiao recalled Lu Yuqian, her opponent, alongside the imposing figure of the Bali man, Gao Liangxiong, whose head gleamed with shine. He even caught sight of a sword-wielding immortal, soaring through the air. Wait. Soaring through the air. Zhuang Zhenyu, with long hair tied back, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his feet resting upon a long sword as he floated gracefully in the corridor, his countenance serene as a gentle breeze, resembling a carefree sword immortal. He paused at the entrance of Class C, engaging Lin Xiao in a silent stare-off. I must report this. Someone is flaunting their abilities. Chapter 60, The Stirring of the Heart. The arrival of the Storm Leopard. The classroom of the martial arts class resembles a conventional training hall, albeit with a larger area, approximately 1.5 times the size. Among the 10 classes in the 3rd year, only around 40 individuals have met the assessment criteria, all of whom are the elite of their respective classes. Upon arriving at the classroom, the members of Class C dispersed to sit individually, refraining from clustering together. Chen appears to have a good rapport, mingling comfortably with students from other classes. Wu Zhixing nestled in a corner, maintaining his usual stern demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. Aside from a brief conversation with Gao Liangxiong, it seems no one else sought his company, indicating that his reputation for being aloof is well known. Feng Wan sat not far from Lin Xiao, engaging with Lu Yuqian. Lin Xiao faintly overheard some conversations that seemed out of place in a military academy. Complaints about the difficulty of finding clothes due to their height, comments about the small sizes of skirts available online, and discussions about how certain pants exposed their ankles. It appears that tall women also bear their own set of troubles. However, Lin Xiao was baffled. Why bother buying clothes when they wore school uniforms daily? He had never seen them wear anything else. Naturally, he kept such thoughts to himself, fearing that voicing them might lead to unpopularity. Incidentally, he was sitting together with Zhuang Zhenyu, with Baishan seated behind them. Ling Shua was also nearby, yet she did not engage with anyone, sitting gracefully with her eyes closed, seemingly in a meditative state. Lin Xiao suspected she was listening in on the more provocative discussions taking place. What? You dare ask me how my abilities awakened? Zhuang Zhenyu furrowed his brow, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xiao, exclaiming, Lin Xiao, how could you pose such an indiscreet question? Is this question really that private? Lin Xiao was taken aback by Zhuang Zhenyu's sudden outburst. Was the awakening of one's abilities such a serious secret? Yet, Ling Shua's response did not suggest that it was very private. Zhuang Zhenyu gathered his long hair behind him, concealing the lower part of his face, revealing only his piercing eyes and sharp brows. It's akin to exposing your youthful moments in a dynamic display. Or reciting the love letters you penned before the entire faculty and student body. Lin Xiao blinked, having never engaged in such displays nor composed any love letters. Would it truly be that embarrassing? Extremely embarrassing. Zhuang Zhenyu grasped Lin Xiao's shoulders, his emotions running high, seemingly seeking empathy. It's like when a classmate visits your home, and your elders pull out albums showcasing your childhood antics. Or when you whimsically decide to try on women's clothing, only to be caught by your own mother. Surely you can understand my plight. Lin Xiao. I cannot comprehend it. Lin Xiao's response was so cold and unfeeling that a hint of despair surfaced on Zhuang Zhenyu's face. Hey! The white-haired figure behind Lin Xiao patted him on the shoulder, gave a thumbs up, and grinned, saying, "You could interpret it as defecating in public." Hiss. At that moment, Lin Xiao comprehended fully. He gazed at Zhuang Zhenyu in terror, utterly unable to fathom how this individual had the audacity to survive such experiences. Why do you look at me like that? It's merely a metaphor. A metaphor. I am not claiming to have truly endured such events. Zhuang Zhenyu frantically waved his hands, seemingly attempting to rectify their perceptions. Alas, neither of the two present responded, merely regarding him with sympathetic expressions. Even the icy beauty, Ling Shui, momentarily broke her stoic facade, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Zhuang Zhenyu, as if he were some societal aberration. After several futile attempts at explanation, Zhuang Zhenyu despondently closed his eyes, two streams of tears trickling from the corners. In the end, Zhuang Zhenyu added Lin Xiao as a friend and privately messaged him to reveal the reason for his awakening. I've adored watching the fantasy dramas from before the calamity since childhood. Particularly the tales of the Shu Mountain Sword Immortal. Hu Gu wielding a sword. JPG, so handsome. At that time, my mind was filled with thoughts of becoming a sword immortal, soaring through the skies on a sword. And then you awakened your powers. Indeed. Panda scratching its head. JPG, such a simplistic rationale is the reason for your awakening as pure as this. Just as Lin Xiao was enveloped in confusion, Zhuang Zhenyu sent another message. I realize this notion may seem childish, but when I witnessed the protagonists soaring through the skies on their swords in the dramas, my heart truly felt a longing, a flutter. Longing, a flutter. Lin Xiao paused momentarily. And upon the mention of a flutter, he recalled the hunter wielding a dark crimson blade. That strike, shattering calamity and piercing through heaven and earth, seemed capable of slaying deities. Swish, the classroom door swung open. Thud, thud, thud. A tall woman with a high ponytail, her physique athletic and well-proportioned, strode in. She wore a jacket, its front unbuttoned, revealing a fitted dark vest beneath, paired with sturdy cargo pants and tactical boots. A striking visage bore a slender scar extending from the corner of her eye to her chin, which, rather than detracting from her beauty, imparted a wild allure. Approaching the front of the classroom, the woman surveyed the students with a smile. It seems everyone is here, you little rascals. Her voice was slightly husky yet magnetic, direct and forthright. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Wang Lon, a hunter. Of course. You may also call me by my codename, Gale Leopard. Wang Lon patted her chest, her smile spirited as she declared, haha. I adore this name, henceforth. Refer to me as such. The students nodded discreetly, finding the moniker Gale Leopard quite fitting for the wild-spirited woman before them. I will be your instructor in the art of power manifestation. Gale Leopard placed her hands on her hips, scrutinizing the students before her. You are all the elite of your respective classes. The school expects you to master the art of power entanglement before graduation. However, my expectations are somewhat elevated. The teacher extended her right hand, forming a tight fist, her gaze as sharp as that of a fierce predator. I want you all to master the art of power intertwining before the conclusion of your third year. This signifies that by your fourth year, you will possess at least the strength of a D-class hunter, which will greatly aid you in your internship. Lanbao's voice grew increasingly somber. An imposing aura of terrifying pressure enveloping her, reminiscent of a top predator. In the territory of the otherworldly beasts, strength epitomizes everything. Your prowess not only determines your safety but also influences the attitude of the hunter teams towards you. During the 4th year, students of greater strength will enter internships with hunter teams, with each team permitted to take only one in turn. Whether you are a burden or a comrade hinges entirely upon your own efforts. Trust me, the feeling of being cared for is far from pleasant. Especially when your weakness hampers the entire team, and when others bleed and sacrifice. Lanbao gazed intently into the eyes of her students, her tone grave and earnest. Such shadows may follow you throughout your life, perhaps even leading to self-destruction and madness. The classroom fell into a profound silence, the students sitting upright, silently engraving the teacher's admonitions into their hearts. As an A-class hunter, Lanbao may have experienced 3 to 4 decades of a hunting career. These unfortunate tragedies are not mere figments of her imagination but rather first-hand witnesses to the harsh realities. Ha ha ha. Well, let us draw the serious topic to a close. With Lanbao's boisterous laughter, the tense atmosphere in the classroom dissipated. Now, we shall commence the first lesson of the weaponization class. Lanbao raised a finger, her mouth curling into a smile, her gaze fixated as though eyeing her prey. Do you know what the ultimate goal of power weaponization is? Chapter 61, The Chosen of the Stars, Throne of the Void. What is the ultimate goal of the empowerment? This question is indeed too avant-garde. No one knows how to respond. Observing the bewildered expressions of the students, Lanbao revealed a somewhat mischievous smile, as if she were not at all surprised. Let me pose a different inquiry. What is the origin of empowerment, or perhaps the purpose of its founders? Was it to gain strength and combat the monstrous beasts? Etienne, who blended into the crowd, raised his right hand and tentatively asked. Lanbao shook her head in denial. Whether it is to grow stronger or to hunt the beasts, these are merely byproducts. Before the Great Cataclysm, various hidden realms across the globe contained similar tomes. The Hunters Association collected, corrected, and integrated them, followed by appropriate screening, experimentation, modification, and enhancement, ultimately forming the current system of empowerment. And those ancestors, she continued, her finger hovering near her lips, her tone contemplative, had but one intention in creating these tomes: to enable mortals to wield miracles. Miracles. What does that mean? This concept is rather abstract, with different interpretations across eras. For the ancients, the modern world is replete with miracles. Including Lin Shao, the entire empowerment class appeared bewildered. Seeing their expressions, Lanbao erupted into laughter before elucidating. The so-called miracle can be understood as the authority to manipulate the world, or perhaps a key. Of course, it now has an official term. Her gaze swept across a couple of students before she casually uttered a word: powers. Thus, empowerment has, from its inception, been a clumsy imitation of these powers. Such a powerful assertion immediately stirred a tempest within the class. Students murmured amongst themselves, their faces etched with panic. The very secret techniques upon which they relied for strength turned out to be mere mimics of the powers. Did this not imply that as ordinary individuals, no matter how hard they worked, they would forever be trailing behind those endowed with powers? This notion was utterly absurd and deeply disheartening for the students. No one wished to accept the idea of always being beneath others. They all believed in their boundless futures. Even Zhuang Zhenyu appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend the basis of such a judgment. Ha ha ha. Do not be so hasty. Lanbao waved her hand, attempting to dispel the students' anxiety. Although the abilities and mental fortitude of those with powers are indeed generally superior, it does not mean that ordinary warriors cannot surpass them. Moreover, those with powers also need to learn empowerment. It is just that symbolically, they do indeed stand at the pinnacle. Lanbao's eyes glanced toward a certain girl. And with a playful smile, she said, "You must be the granddaughter of old Ling Sen, right? Ling Shui, is it?" Yes, Ling Shui nodded slightly, her face reflecting a hint of confusion. Could you come up and demonstrate? Just the preliminary steps will suffice. This would greatly assist me in my subsequent lectures. Teacher Lon Bao beckoned with a grin. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Shui rose and approached the front. Witnessing this, the atmosphere in the classroom gradually grew more fervent. Hey. Is she going to showcase her powers? I saw it during the final ranking competition. And it was absolutely dazzling. I always felt so envious. How did the top 2 awaken their abilities? Must they undergo rigorous training from a young age? Why hasn't the teacher called you up? You, the top student, truly lack presence. Lin Shao cast a sidelong glance at the chief ability user beside him. His tone tinged with envy. You are unaware, aren't you? Zhuang Jianyu paused, looking at Lin Shao with curiosity. Ling Shui's grandfather, Ling Sen, is the head of the third-year department and was once an A-class hunter. The teacher must be acquainted with him. So the head of the third-year department is named Ling Senior. Lin Shao, somewhat out of the loop, lowered his head in embarrassment. All right. Since you have been selected for the martial transformation class, you must have already mastered the technique of energy infusion. Bai Shui took her position. And Lon Bao clapped his hands, addressing the students. Quickly concentrate your energy into your eyes, gather as much as you can. Insufficient energy density will hinder your vision. This technique is called True Eye. The complete version requires entanglement, but for now, using infusion will suffice. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the students of the martial transformation class obediently complied, and soon the hall was filled with gasps of astonishment. Wow! This is a world I've never seen before. How magnificent! Is this all power? Haven't you tried this before? You've been learning infusion for so many days. How infuriating. Those who learned early must have cheated. Silently, Lin Shao activated his true eye, and the world instantly transformed. The blues became bluer, the reds became redder. And the air was filled with countless shimmering particles, colorful and ethereal. Humph. True eye, what a ridiculous name. It pales in comparison to my bullet time. Lin Shao was quite dissatisfied with the official nomenclature. Snap, seeing that everyone was ready, Lon Bao snapped his fingers and said to Ling Shui, all right. Let us begin. The classroom fell silent in an instant, all eyes fixated on the front. Ling Shui nodded, her eyes gently closing, and when they opened again, a vibrant azure enveloped her gaze. The air was still. The shimmering particles suspended in the air ceased their movement, solidifying in place. Centered around Ling Shui, invisible ripples emerged. And those multicolored power particles were tinted in shades of blue and white, resembling minuscule snowflakes, crystal clear. The room temperature seemed to drop several degrees as well. Wow! Watching the energy particles swirling around the girl like guardians, the students all gaped, their eyes filled with envy. Lin Shao felt the same. This was incredibly cool. He wanted it so badly. Teacher, what are the conditions for awakening powers? Is it mental strength? Observing Chen, who bravely raised his hand to inquire again. The students of the martial transformation class immediately cast him appreciative glances. Indeed, it is not just Lin Shao, everyone yearns to uncover this answer. For who would not desire to awaken extraordinary abilities? The mental fortitude of an ability user undeniably surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Yet enhancing mental strength alone does not lead to the awakening of such powers. Lon Bao shook his head, his tone grave as he articulated fastly. You have misconstrued the causal relationship. It is not that high mental strength enables the awakening of abilities, rather, you are inherently an ability user. Which in turn results in elevated mental strength. From the moment of birth, the identity of an ability user has been unequivocally established. What? This revelation astonished everyone and was far more difficult to accept than the absurd notion of power manifestation imitating extraordinary abilities. Is it truly possible that some individuals are extraordinary from birth? Observing the despondent and murmuring students, Lon Bao scratched his head and sighed heavily. Well then. Ling Shui. Would you kindly reveal the throne for everyone to see? Throne? Ling Shui inquired, her face marked with confusion as she gazed at her teacher. Lan Bao pointed upwards, grinning as he said, "It is the power you have placed in the heavens." At this moment, the young girl comprehended. She inhaled deeply, an inexplicable aura began to rise. And the atmosphere was charged with an eerie sense of oppression, as if a terrifying entity had fixed its gaze upon her. Lin Shao instantly became alert. He was all too familiar with this sensation, having just experienced it the day prior. The classroom fell silent, with students directing their attention towards the ceiling. As the elite of their respective classes, their instincts were remarkably acute. The nerves in their minds were frantically alerting them an immense power was about to descend. Boom! Above, a blue-white beam of power cascaded from the heavens, piercing through layers of obstruction and swiftly enveloping Ling Shui. Instead of being absorbed, the energies diffused outward, instantly filling the entire auditorium. The density of energy in the air was more concentrated than ever before, radiating a unified blue and white hue, distinctly belonging to Ling Shui. Impervious to outside interference. Lin Shao discreetly attempted to harness the power extraction technique, but to no avail, or he could not absorb it. This power was, in fact, that which Ling Shui had stored in the heavens. Ability users are the favored children of the stars. From birth, they possess the seed of a throne within the cosmos. Lan Bao gazed up at the ceiling, the sense of nostalgia washing over his features. The throne of the sky symbolizes miracles. Embodying the authority to alter the world, this is the ultimate goal of power manifestation. Teacher Wang Lon looked at the students, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As he enigmatically stated, "Do you know? Many S-rank hunters have yet to attain their throne. Thus, in a certain symbolic sense, ability users have already reached the pinnacle." Chapter 62, The Release of Power, Sword Chi. Fist Pressure. The Throne of the Void. To be candid, this term sounds rather imposing, evoking an inexplicable sense of grandeur. The students of the martial transformation class collectively directed their gazes towards the two exceptional individuals in their midst, their expressions brimming with astonishment. Previously, they regarded the top two students of their cohort as formidable, yet they had not anticipated their extraordinary prowess. These individuals were, after all, favored by the stars. True paragons of excellence. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Zhuang Zhenyu maintained an air of tranquility, his gaze steady and unwavering, a relaxed smile adorning his countenance. Ling Shui, with an elegant grace, tucked her fringe behind her ear, her expression unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the accolades bestowed upon her. Witnessing their composed demeanor, the other students felt a profound sense of awe. Indeed, this was the essence of mastery. However, Lin Shao was acutely aware that these two were merely putting on a FAOD. Deep down, they were reveling in delight. Stealing a glance at the messages on his phone, Lin Shao subtly eyed the adept beside him. Wait. Am I truly that impressive? Panda scratching head. JPG, isn't the term Throne of the Void a bit over the top? Would it seem pretentious if I uttered it myself? I feel like throne alone sounds much cooler. In the future, when I draw energy from the warehouse, I shall proclaim a welcome to my throne. Wow. That sounds incredibly cool. Lin Shao had fully grasped the other's elation, yet he had no desire to entertain this overly dramatic individual. Humph. The charming one is not me. So why should I assist you in crafting your lines? To his surprise, it seemed that the adept possessed an external repository of power. Lin Shao had assumed it was akin to a refinement technique, directly extracting energy from the heavens. Evidently, this energy was stored within the so-called Throne of the Void. Nonetheless, Lin Shao found it peculiar that the beam of light consistently descended directly above Ling Shui. Did the throne rotate in tandem with the earth, much like a satellite? Or did it adjust its position in accordance with the adept's orientation? How considerate. Lin Shao yearned for one as well. Yet, what precisely did the Throne of the Void resemble? What were the clouds he had encountered on those two occasions? Ha ha ha. Now, let us commence with the topic of power transformation. The resounding laughter of teacher Lon Bao shattered Lin Zhao's drifting thoughts. She instructed Ling Shui to step down and, without hesitation, approached the large storage cabinet at the front desk, retrieving 2 training dummies. Third, they were heavy, appearing to be made of plastic, yet likely encased in metal, with a robust iron base for support. Your teacher must have only mentioned entanglement to you, right? Have you not yet comprehended the subsequent stages of power transformation? Lon Bao dusted off her hands, her smile inviting as she addressed the class. The students nodded collectively, for they had only learned to feel their energy reserves. Besides Lin Xiao and Ling Shui, even Zhuang Zhenyu had yet to grasp entanglement. Lin Xiao was exceptional, while Ling Shui, perhaps her grandfather had clandestinely imparted knowledge to her. The legacy of the 3rd generation. All right. Allow me to present the subsequent stages, providing you with an initial understanding. First, we begin with the concept of power entwining. Lon Bao extended her right hand, from which a stream of deep grey energy flowed, enveloping her arm like a delicate veil reminiscent of cicada wings. The process of entwining represents the condensation of one's innate power. It can be perceived as an extension of the body upon launching an attack or suffering damage. This energy radiates outward, enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. The instructor placed her hand upon the chest of a training dummy and lightly flicked her middle finger. Bang! The air erupted with a muffled sound, akin to the discharge of a silenced large-caliber firearm. That seemingly innocuous gesture concealed immense force, generating a visible shockwave through the air. The dummy swayed gently, its rubber chest crumpling and splintering, revealing glimpses of cold metal within. The essence of entwined defense lies in energy mitigation, utilizing your internal power to counteract external harm. This applies not only to mere physical damage but also proves effective against extreme temperatures, corrosive substances, sound waves, and even certain mental assaults. Lon Bao gazed intently into the eyes of her students, her tone grave. Do not overly rely on the defensive capabilities of entwining. The greater the damage, the more power you expend. The best approach to an attack is to evade it. Otherwise, depleting your power leads to a slow demise. The students nodded earnestly, as none wished to toy with their own lives. Once you have mastered the art of entwining, you may endeavor to extend your power beyond your body. Lon Bao retrieved a folded A4 sheet from her coat pocket, unfolding it and rolling it into a long stick. It appeared crumpled and warped, lacking any semblance of straightness. At that moment, deep grey energy began to envelop the entire paper stick. With a swish, the grey stick instantaneously straightened, appearing rigid and smooth, resembling a dark iron rod. This transformation facilitates your learning of the 3rd stage of martial manifestation, the release of power. The instructor lightly tapped the dummy with the paper stick. Exerting what seemed like minimal effort, however, the dummy erupted with a wave of energy, its base shaking violently as if struck by a colossal hammer. The students observed the A4 paper roll with curiosity, astonished at how such a mundane object could become a formidable weapon. As you reach a certain level of proficiency, you may attempt to project your power beyond your body, enabling the execution of rather extraordinary techniques. Lon Bao moved to the other side of the platform, a gentle smile gracing her lips, for instance, sword energy. With a swift motion of the paper stick, a crescent-shaped, deep grey slash shot forth, faster than a bullet, instantly striking the dummy's chest. Clang! The rubber exterior of the dummy was instantly shredded, exposing its steel core. That sword energy, akin to a ferocious and sharp strike, left a deep scar from the right shoulder to the lower abdomen, indelibly marking its metallic form. Moreover, a fist pressure. Before the students could fully absorb the previous demonstration, Lon Bao commenced again. She clenched her left fist and thrust it forward, releasing a spherical surge of power that gradually expanded before imprinting on the dummy's chest. Boom! Like a cannonball striking head-on, the heavy dummy collapsed instantly, an immense force creating a shallow crater on the ground, while the nearby floor cracked and fractured, displaying varying degrees of damage. The students focused their gaze, noticing the dummy's chest had caved in, its steel body deformed by external force. Upon witnessing this, the student's eyes lit up in astonishment. Wow! Sword chi. Is it truly sword chi? Can one release energy cannons at the release stage of martial cultivation? How magnificent! They exclaimed. This means no special effects are needed for film production. No one could resist such a dazzling display of skill, and the sword immortal beside Lin Shao was momentarily stunned, as if his thoughts had drifted into a dreamlike state. It was likely that he envisioned himself effortlessly unleashing hundreds of sword energies, with sword light piercing the heavens, a scene breathtaking and grand. In response, Lin Shao internally chuckled. The one who would master the power of release was none other than I, Lin Shao, not you, Zhuang Jianyu. Once you grasp the release, that signifies that even among C-rank hunters, you shall be considered formidable. Lan Bao casually tossed the scroll into the trash bin, raising an eyebrow at the students. A wild smile spreading across his face. He continued, and from here on, martial power will truly transcend the ordinary, as you will grasp the extraordinary abilities. As the words left his lips, the teacher's eyes shimmered with a cerulean hue. Chapter 63, The true catastrophe has arrived. The azure blue waves surged. And at this moment, the eyes of Lan Bao resembled crystalline emeralds, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. Tiny points of light whirled within, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. As if concealing a terrifying storm. The fourth stage of power manifestation, known as mutation, was upon her. Extending her right hand, enveloped in a shimmering aura of energy. Lan Bao cast a fleeting glance at her students and remarked softly, "You all, pay attention." From her fingertips, a deep gray energy began to be tinged with azure blue, gradually ascending until it reached her forearm. In less than 2 seconds, the deep gray energy vanished, replaced by a layer of translucent emerald, akin to a jewel-like glove adorning her arm. The wind began to stir. On the outer side of Lan Bao's arm, a nearly transparent wall of wind commenced its swirling howl, accelerating rapidly, resembling a miniature tornado. As the rotation intensified, the cacophony of the agitated air grew louder. And the tornado approached a tangible form, causing the curtains on the walls to flutter violently and dust to swirl into the air. The martial arts classroom felt as though it were caught in the prelude to a typhoon, the atmospheric pressure sinking to a terrifying low, making even breathing a laborious task. A chorus of dry gulps resounded through the classroom as all eyes were fixed, wide with astonishment, upon the tempest swirling on their teacher's arm. Perhaps tainted by the dust. Its color darkened to a grim shade, while its velocity reached an unnerving speed. Lin Shao even discerned flashes of light within the dark tornado, akin to sparks of lightning, flickering and intertwining upon the teacher's hand. Lan Bao approached a training dummy, her foot lifting to propel fragments of the shattered floor upwards, sending them hurtling toward her wind-wrapped right arm. With a sound akin to a shredder, the floor disintegrated into splinters, which then scattered like shrapnel upon striking the dummy. Bang! 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 The terrifying speed imparted immense kinetic energy, instantly blasting away the rubber visage of the dummy, leaving behind a series of indentations on its metallic core. Should these wooden shards pierce an ordinary individual or a weaker warrior, the consequences would be dire. With her palm facing upward, the wind vortex on her forearm seemed to possess a will of its own, gradually extending outward, creeping up to her palm, suspended above, cradling the dark tornado. Lan Bao turned her gaze to the students, a grin spreading across her face as she declared, "What we refer to as mutation is the transformation of the power within into a certain energy particle, utilizing it to achieve effects akin to supernatural abilities. If you can master mutation, then congratulations, you are at least a B-level hunter, a formidable pillar of human society." Lan Bao's words hung in the air. Yet the classroom remained enveloped in silence, save for the howling wind. All eyes were transfixed upon the mysterious tornado flickering with electric light in the teacher's palm. The gaze of the students sparkled with excitement, their previously dazed expressions gradually morphing into fervor, even turning flushed with exhilaration. This is precisely what supernatural abilities are. Does this mean as long as we continue to progress, we too can one day wield such powers? Goodness! Could it be that one can also master other attributes? For instance, flames. I yearn to become Iron Man. Lin Xiao was exhilarated by such extraordinary abilities, yet a hint of doubt lingered within. This transformation seemed to alter his own powers, unlike Ling Shui, who could effortlessly imbue the unclaimed particles of light in the air with color. Moreover, it appeared that Ling Shui did not need to expend her own energy when utilizing her abilities. Is it possible to convert one's own powers into the energy particles used when employing extraordinary abilities? Lin Xiao gently nudged Zhuang Jianyu, voicing his inquiry. Not at all. Zhuang Jianyu shook his head, gazing at the teacher at the front with astonishment. I can only convert external energy. My internal powers are akin to those of an ordinary student. No wonder Teacher Lonbao mentioned that those with extraordinary abilities must still learn the art of power transformation. The energy that undergoes transformation is intrinsic, while those with extraordinary abilities convert external powers, which is a different approach altogether. Observing the excited students, Lonbao flashed a confident smile and snapped his fingers. With a swift motion, the hovering whirlwind dissipated as if punctured by a needle, and dust coalesced in the air, flowing neatly into the nearby trash bin. This is not an extraordinary ability, merely a phase of power transformation. Lonbao's gaze shifted between Ling Shui and Zhuang Jianyu. Furthermore, even those with extraordinary abilities must master this skill, as it will refine your essence. Compared to ordinary warriors, your progress in the realm of transformation will be considerably swifter, given your ample experience. As for the others, Lonbao surveyed the other students, gesturing to his own eyes, and stated, ordinary individuals wishing to learn transformation must diligently employ the true eye to closely observe the energy particles in the air. Their varieties may far exceed your imagination. This process will be lengthy, potentially spanning 2, 5, or even 10 years. Once you fully comprehend and understand a particular energy, you may attempt to convert it into your own power, officially commencing your journey into transformation. The classmates nodded silently, etching the teacher's advice into their minds. This was the invaluable experience of an A-class hunter, one that could save them from many years of detours. At that moment, the almost divine Chen raised his hand once more. Teacher, you just mentioned that this is not yet an extraordinary ability. Does that mean there are further stages after transformation? Goodness! This young man. Everyone looked at Chen with respect, inexplicably finding him remarkably charismatic. Even the mole on his chin appeared imposing. Ha ha ha. In response to Chen's inquiry, Lonbao let out a hearty laugh, his expression wild and unrestrained, even somewhat arrogant. You wonder if there are more stages beyond this? Indeed, there are. However, the next stages belong to the realm of A-class hunters. The teacher extended 5 fingers, folding them down one by one as he spoke. Enrichment, entanglement, emission, transformation. If you have already mastered these with exceptional skill, as the moment unfolds, the curtains of the world rise. Lonbao's eyelids lift, revealing eyes that shimmer with a vibrant emerald hue, a strange smile creeping across his face. Erode the world. With the teacher as the focal point, the verdant brilliance begins to radiate outward, spilling beyond the window. Outside the training classroom, the vast expanse of the playground lies vacant, devoid of students who usually partake in their morning exercises. At this juncture, as the emerald glow spreads, the surface of the playground and the skies above become saturated with color, resembling a boundless azure sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tempest begins to howl, the skies darkening ominously. Within the obsidian clouds, lightning flickers incessantly, while thunder rages with vehement fury. The terrifying tumult of the storm reverberates through the heavens, seemingly intent on asserting the majesty of nature's wrath. A tornado, hundreds of meters wide, spirals skyward, enveloping the entire playground, entwined with unfathomable energy. Standing ominously upon the earth, the true storm has descended. Chapter 64. A bit of continuation. After nearly 10 minutes, the cataclysmic storm subsided. The earth churned, the lawns vanished, and the playground of the university lay in utter disarray. Fortunately, that terrifying tornado had been artificially contained in place, preventing it from spreading. And the nearby buildings and trees suffered minimal damage. On the top floor of the faculty office building, an elderly man with a stooped posture stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. He leaned on a pure wooden cane, donned a loose grey robe, and his aged face was adorned with a multitude of wrinkles. His hair was white, his face clean-shaven. And a small tuft of neatly combed hair rested atop his smooth, gleaming forehead, a testament to his last vestiges of stubbornness. Sighing as he gazed at the devastating scene of the calamity, the old man murmured, "Lon Bao is no longer young, he is in his 50s or 60s. How can he still act so impulsively? For an A-rank hunter, isn't this age considered prime?" Behind the old man stood a tea table, atop which lay a black and white chessboard, with the pieces in a deadlock, the game half played. To the left of the tea set sat another elderly gentleman. His hair white and flowing, clad in white garments. His eyes were as clear as mirrors, and his rosy cheeks bore a few wrinkles. This was Ling Sen, the headmaster of the university. "In my day, I was over 60 when I married and had children. We should be more understanding of Lon Bao's youthful exuberance," Ling Sen said. "Humph." The Mediterranean elder grunted in dissatisfaction, turning to Ling Sen to scold him. "Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to apply for funding? I'll have to write a report of over 1,000 words for the playground renovations. The reckless actions of the youth leave me, this old man, to clean up the mess. I will deduct her salary. I'll take away her wages for the past few months." Waving his cane, he gestured angrily at the air. "Deduct away. Do you think an A-rank hunter would be troubled by such trivial sums?" Ling Sen sipped his tea, casting a sidelong glance at his counterpart, and continued, "Isn't writing reports part of your responsibilities as the principal?" This Mediterranean elder was none other than Zhong Wanrong, the principal of Luzhou Military University, who had been in office for nearly a century. "I want to retire. I have long since wished to be free of this wretched position. I want to return and enjoy my twilight years." He struck the floor with his cane, his face ablaze with fury. "Old man, you could easily live for another 100 years, don't think about retirement just yet," Ling Sen hastily advised, knowing that if this cantankerous old fellow truly departed, he would be the one to suffer. "Humph. That spoiled brat Lon Bao. I shall give her a thorough reprimanding for an hour at tomorrow's meeting. I will demand a 10,000-word self-reflection from her." Principal Zhong returned to the tea table, lifted his cup, and drank the tea with indignation. Ling Sen chuckled, refilling Zhong's cup while teasing, "Are you not worried that by offending her now, if Lon Bao were to become a ruler in the future, she might come back to settle the score with you?" "Not at all," Principal Zhong shook his head, a derisive smile forming on his lips. "As long as I die quickly enough, she won't be able to trouble me. Besides, no matter how capable she becomes, she is still one of my pupils. In due time, I shall be the sovereign's mentor, and my epitaph shall bear witness to it." "Ah! Ha ha ha!" Observing the bold elder chuckling heartily, Ling Sen could only shake his head in resignation and remarked, "All right, let us resume the game." Principal Zhong fell silent, his gaze fixated upon the chessboard, lost in contemplation. "Smack. You little rascal. Have you once again seized the opportunity to swap pieces?" The old principal slammed his palm upon the table, his gnarled fingers trembling as they pointed accusingly at Ling Sen, as if attempting to pierce through his very conscience. "When have I ever swapped pieces, you old coot? Are you attempting to cheat?" Ling Sen, incensed by such baseless accusations, flared his nostrils and glared fiercely at him, with an impassive expression. Principal Zhong tapped a piece with his cane. "This is clearly a white piece. You must have swapped it." Ling Sen scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. "I believe you are suffering from senility, your memory seems rather impaired. Perhaps you should first count the few strands of hair on your forehead before discussing the game." 79. "I still have 79 hairs atop my head, and I count them every morning." The elegantly adorned principal's office echoed with a spirited repartee between the two elderly gentlemen. A battle of wits that showed no signs of abating. Gazing out at the ravaged landscape, the students of the martial transformation class were expressions of shock, their hearts unsettled for a prolonged moment. It can be surmised that students from other classes shared their sentiments, the recent sins etched indelibly in their minds. So, this is the true prowess of an A-class hunter, a being on the brink of humanity as apex, akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon. Now then, having demonstrated the various stages of martial transformation, it is time we delve into the main topic, Lon Bao announced, clapping his hands to refocus the group's attention. Ling Shui, has your grandfather instructed you in martial transformation beforehand? Ling Shui nodded earnestly. Stage. Entanglement. Lon Bao's expression morphed into one of anticipated delight as he chuckled softly. Your progress is significantly ahead of your peers, a customized training regimen will be necessary. Are there any students in the class who have yet to reach the entanglement stage? Although he addressed the entire class, Lon Bao's gaze subtly shifted towards Zhuang Zhenyu. Perhaps predicting that he too possessed exceptional progress. Zhuang Zhenyu shook his head slightly, while not from an ordinary background. His parents held demanding positions and did not serve at the school, thus he had learned martial transformation at a standard pace. Noticing this, Lon Bao withdrew his gaze. Intending to move on, yet he realized several students in the classroom were observing with peculiar intensity. Seated at his desk, Lin Xiao found himself the subject of fervent scrutiny from a few classmates, including Ling Shui, Bai Shon, Gao Liangxiong, and 3 from Class C. They silently regarded Lin Xiao, their expressions conveying a sense of, how much longer do you intend to keep this up? Lin Xiao pursed his lips and raised his right hand, donning a shy, introverted smile. Beside him, Zhuang Zhenyu looked on in horror. Lon Bao appraised this student with surprise and inquired, have you also mastered martial entanglement? Lin Xiao scratched his head, responding with a hint of shyness, just a little. As soon as the words escaped his lips, several eyes rolled in the classroom. Particularly from Ling Shui, whose lips curled downward, forming an arch. Indeed, quite remarkable. Lon Bao crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with surprise as he nodded vigorously. What is your name? Lin Xiao. What is your ranking in your grade? 382. Upon hearing this rank, Lon Bao furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Xiao. With such a high proficiency in the manifestation of power, it indicates exceptional mental fortitude. Why is your ranking so low? It can't be helped. With arms that had just reached a strength level of 17, Lin Xiao patted his chest, which boasted a physique of 25, as a pale smile crept across his face. Since childhood, I have been frail and weak. I suppose my mental strength is just slightly stronger. The revelation left not only Lin Xiao's acquaintances stunned but also his former rivals from Class F, who were equally taken aback. Lu Yuqian's eyes twitched, her lips trembling as though she were on the verge of uttering some coarse words. Enduring the scornful gazes of a dozen peers, Lin Xiao remained composed, his eyes calmly fixed on the teacher. Understanding the situation of this student, Lon Bao rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. Could you demonstrate your progress in manifestation? I need to devise a curriculum for you. Full power. Of course. Lin Xiao nodded. Having a teacher formulate a curriculum was undoubtedly beneficial, ensuring a swift accumulation of experience points. However, regarding manifestation, the Ashen mode was not a particularly advanced ability. It merely relied on a vast energy reserve to supercharge and compress the burning power, high consumption for significant enhancement, akin to the technique of forcefully hurling bricks. If we were to discuss difficulty, it would pertain to the exercise assigned by class advisor Wu Qinghua, which involved attaching power to external objects and extending it outward as much as possible. Lin Xiao placed his hand on the floor, and deep gray energy gradually flowed from his palm. Centered around his hand, a layer of energy enveloped the surface of the floor, slowly spreading outward, and then gray flames erupted. Boom! The martial arts classroom ignited into a circular sea of fire, its radius exceeding 5 meters, with the deep gray energy flames blazing fiercely, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy. Gusts filled the room, aside from a few acquaintances beside Lin Xiao. The other students within the range of the gray flames swiftly leapt away, eager to distance themselves from this perilous place. Sighing heavily, Lin Shao disregarded the astonished sword immortal beside him, feeling the energy that could no longer extend. He shook his head, lifting his gaze, and somewhat helplessly said to Lon Bao, "Teacher, it seems this is all I can achieve." Lon Bao silently regarded the infernal ground, slowly voicing a question. "Only this?" Chapter 65. The acrobat. The fist of an A-class hunter throbbed with pain, and the floor imbued with power was unyieldingly hard. With two prominent lamps on his head, Lin Shao came to a profound realization today. Most students of the martial transformation class were either meditating or throwing punches at the air. Judging by the aura radiating from them, their internal power must be surging. Lon Bao had devised several training regimens based on varying progress levels. For instance, Ling Shui was currently holding a short stick, gradually allowing her internal energy to flow upwards. The flash on her little face revealed that she was exerting all her strength in this endeavor. Lon Bao wove through the students, drawing upon his seasoned experience to guide each one. The entire martial transformation class thrived in an atmosphere of diligent study, save for Lin Shao. He felt strikingly out of place. Sigh. Lin Shao sighed deeply. Despite being in the same class, why did he feel so isolated? Now, he sat alone at the rear side of the training hall, a small cushion beneath him and a trash bin beside, filled with crumpled paper. Keeping a distance of several meters from his classmates, Lin Shao secluded himself, tossing paper balls in solitude. The grey flames within him seeped out, enveloping the paper ball with power, transforming the A4 sheet into a dark, ashy orb reminiscent of a smoldering coal. With his palm raised, Lin Shao flicked the ball toward the window as if shooting a basketball. Bayu, as it departed from his hand, the paper ball lost its grey flames after a meter, tracing a high arc before lazily descending to the floor. Power LV1, Experience 16. This was the training regimen Lon Bao had crafted for him, and it was proving to be quite effective. By wrapping his power around a medium and extending its distance from his body bit by bit, he could maintain a constant pressure on himself. Attaching power to the great sword was effortless for Lin Shao now, thus yielding only 2 or 3 experience points. However, distancing the medium from his body allowed him to control the range. Initially, Lin Shao could only extend his power a few decimeters from his body. But now he had reached nearly a meter. His progress was substantial, yet the experience points remained unchanged, as he had not yet approached the limit. The farther the paper ball could fly, the greater his potential for improvement. Bayu, Power LV1, Experience 17, Power LV1, Experience 15. Observing the now empty trash bin, Lin Shao resignedly stood up to collect the discarded paper scattered across the floor. The earlier grace with which he tossed the paper now contrasted sharply with the clumsiness of his retrieval. Wait a minute. Lin Zhao's expression suddenly shifted. As long as he could separate the medium from his body, he need not resort to tossing it. Cradling a paper ball, Lin Shao enveloped it with power, gauged its weight, and tossed it upwards. Bayu, the paper ball ascended 2 meters into the air, paused, then plummeted directly back into Lin Zhao's hands. Power LV1, Experience 15, Perfect. Lin Zhao's spirits soared as he held a paper ball in each hand, beginning to toss them into the air and catch them with joyful abandon. Bayu, Power Level 1, Experience 12, Power Level 1, Experience 14, Humph. This meager experience will not satisfy Mr. Lin Shao, I can certainly unleash more. Subsequently, a remarkable spectacle unfolded within the martial arts classroom. A handful of paper balls gracefully floated into the air, orchestrating a mesmerizing ballet as they traced elegant parabolic arcs from left to right, cycling through the palms of 2 hands. Instructor Lon Bao's eyes twitched as he observed the students at the back of the classroom, who, if unaware, might have thought a circus performer had come to showcase acrobatics. Bayu. Power Level 1, Experience 11, Power Level 1, Experience 13. Immersed in the delightful pursuit of experience, Lin Shao remained blissfully oblivious to the fact that his Power Level 1 experience was nearing 40. He gradually elevated the height of the paper balls until Bayu, Power Level 1, Experience 6, bang. A paper ball engulfed in grey flames struck the ceiling, instantly producing a thunderous explosion. Dust billowed, grains scattered. And the once smooth ceiling was now marred by a ghastly scar. Lin Xiao froze in place. Turning around, he found the entire class staring at him in silent astonishment. The atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Meanwhile, Instructor Lon Bao crossed his arms, grinning with a wild smile, reminiscent of a ravenous predator eyeing a plump rabbit. Lin Xiao was that plump rabbit. In the afternoon, during the combat class. With both hands entwined in the tightly compressed flame silk, Lin Xiao focused intently. Delivering punches at the sandbag. Boom. Martial Arts Level 2, Experience 3, Power Level 1, Experience 4, boom. Martial Arts Level 2, Experience 2, Power Level 1, Experience 8. The strikes did not land directly. Lin Xiao halted his fists merely 10 centimeters from the sandbag. The surface of the flame silk shimmered, seemingly yearning to break free from the constraints of his body, yet every time it rose a few centimeters, it would inevitably fall back, unable to reach its target. This was a technique taught by Lon Bao, enabling him to practice martial transformation during combat class, effectively utilizing every lesson. Unfortunately, without a medium, the difficulty of separation increased significantly, and Lin Xiao could only manage to keep it a few centimeters away. Boom! Boom! A tremendous force crashed through the air, producing a terrifying roar. The air rippled, causing the heavy sandbag to sway slightly. Combat Instructor Wang Gang watched in alarm. Fully aware of the formidable power held within that deep grey flame silk, having been a hunter himself. Should it separate from his body by just a few centimeters, the resulting impact would be akin to a bomb explosion, capable of obliterating the sandbag in an instant. The thought of flying grains of sand made Wang Gang's head throb painfully, yet with the student engaged in martial transformation, he had no legitimate grounds to intervene. Boom! Boom! Approaching, ever closer. Wang Gang felt his heart convulsing, as if he were helplessly watching the countdown of a ticking bomb. The torment was unbearable. Lin Xiao. Come here. Observing the bewildered expression on the student's face, Wang Gang took a deep breath, pondering why this lad seemed increasingly difficult to manage. From now on, you shall practice here. I have recorded your fingerprint. I shall no longer call your name during combat class. Bang! The combat instructor stormed out, slamming the door. Inside Wang Gang's private office, Lin Xiao glanced at the heavy sandbag before him, scratching his head in confusion. This seems like a safe target to strike. Boom! Combat Skill, LV2, Experience Points 2, Might, LV1, Experience Points 9, Clang. A thunderous roar erupted, transforming Wang Gang's office into a veritable foundry, resonating with the rhythmic symphony of metallic percussion. Alas, the reprieve was short-lived. Awakened from her afternoon slumber, the perpetually low-spirited teacher Su Ruome seized Lin Xiao, mercilessly trampling him into submission. Chapter 66, Let us play tennis together. Additional update: a few days later, during the martial arts class, Lin Xiao found himself without a home. With the progress of his power reaching 70 at level 1, the energy he harnessed extended further than before, rendering the confines of a conventional classroom inadequate for his training. If he continued in this manner, the martial arts hall would likely be left in disarray. Teacher Lon Bao expelled him from the class and pointed him towards a new path. With his unique great sword slung over his back, Lin Xiao made his way to the multi-weapon dojo, specifically the giant bao range. The staff greeted him with puzzled expressions, likely questioning whether this student was skipping class. Lin Xiao offered no explanation, quietly retrieving the massive bao and several buckets of arrows. He selected the most distant target range, set at 300 meters, and began to string the bow and shoot. A deep grey energy flowed forth, igniting the arrows in a veil of flames. Lin Xiao took a moment to aim and released. Whoosh! The arrow soared into the sky, its grey flames extinguishing in midair, reverting to its original form mere meters from Lin Xiao. Thud! The arrow struck the target, landing with commendable accuracy. Power, Level 1, Experience 12, Giant Bow, Level 1, Experience 2. Continuing his practice, Lin Xiao decided to knock 3 arrows simultaneously. Whoosh! Power level 1, the experience 18, giant bow, level 1, the experience 4. Despite expending 3 times the energy, the gains were disappointingly minimal. This system truly was insufferable. With a light sigh, Lin Shao persisted, shooting in groups of 3. After all, he possessed the greatest reservoir of energy. At times, feeling dizzy from the relentless shooting, he resorted to wielding his great sword for practice. Enveloped in power, the sword expanded significantly, its length extending from 1.6 meters to 1.8 meters, resembling a deep gray lightsaber. This additional 20 centimeters represented the limits of his current capabilities. The power without a medium was now near its maximum range. Boom! Power level 1, experience 10, great sword, level 2, experience 2. The path of cultivation is indeed solitary as snow. He felt an overwhelming boredom, with not a sound to be heard nearby. At least in class, he could listen to his classmates boast and banter. Thus, Lin Shao resolved to seek some amusement for himself. Setting aside the great sword, he returned to the giant bow, igniting the grey flames once more. This time, not only did the arrows catch fire, but the entire bow, including the string, was engulfed in a grey blaze. Lin Shao exerted his fingers, attempting to pull the string back. Heavy. Incredibly heavy. It felt as though he was not drawing a bowstring but rather a high-strength alloy. In desperation, Lin Shao activated Hunter mode, wrapping his hands in the grey flames, and his strength surged dramatically. Clang clang clang. Under immense power, the bowstring began to deform, sending shockwaves through the air. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shao aimed at the target, adjusted for a flatter trajectory, and released his grip. Boom! A terrifying resonance echoed through the air, akin to cannon fire, as the arrow vanished in an instant. Although the grey flames above had dissipated after a few meters, the kinetic energy attached to the colossal bow remained potent, sending the arrow hurtling towards the target with unprecedented velocity. With a resounding thud, the arrow instantly shattered half of the target, but alas, it too met its demise in a brilliant explosion. Fortunately, there were no bystanders nearby. Lin Shao exhaled heavily, deciding to swiftly relocate to another shooting range to avoid any further complications. Just then, he noticed his instructor, Teacher Lon Bao, behind him. "What's the matter? Why do I sense a hint of guilt from you?" Lon Bao remarked, revealing a cryptic smile upon observing Lin Xiao's stiff expression. Ha ha. It's nothing. What brings you here, teacher?" Lin Xiao replied, feeling a slight headache at the sight of his teacher's grin. The pain that lingered from their previous encounter, a reminder of Lon Bao's prowess as an A-class hunter, was unforgettable. "I came to check on your progress since the training over there has fallen into routine," Lon Bao said, stroking his chin and chuckling lightly. "You seem rather bored, don't you?" Lin Xiao subtly nodded in agreement. "Let us go. We shall change locations." "Where are we heading, teacher?" Lon Bao turned back, flashing a spirited smile. "We are going to play tennis." Lin Xiao blinked in confusion. "There are no tennis courts at the military university," Lon Bao stated as he drove Lin Xiao away from the school. He mentioned a private tennis club owned by a hunter. "You actually ranked 382. I thought you were bluffing last time," Lon Bao remarked casually as he drove. "Teacher, I never lie," Lin Xiao responded earnestly, patting his chest to restore his credibility. Upon hearing this, Lon Bao glanced at him with a subtle smirk. "Whether you lie or not, I shall find out soon enough." The car came to a halt in front of a large establishment named Abing Tennis Club. Lin Xiao noted the proximity to the military university, merely about 10 kilometers away. Nearby, there was also a substantial music store, resembling a small shopping mall, offering a myriad of instruments, including keyboards, guitars, drums, and traditional Chinese instruments like the gusheng and shao. "Why are you daydreaming? Hurry up," Lon Bao urged, prompting Lin Xiao to hastily follow him into the tennis club. The venue was expansive and luxuriously decorated, yet it felt remarkably desolate. At the reception, A middle-aged man dressed in a tank top and shorts sat awkwardly out of place amidst the opulent surroundings, engrossed in scrolling through short videos. He was fixated on a glamorous dancer, tapping a heart icon on the screen. After a few knocks on the table, the man finally noticed his visitors. "Hey. Lon Bao. Long time no see. What brings you here?" "Haha. I came to check on your business, fearing it might go under." Teacher Lon Bao laughed heartily, gesturing towards the sparsely populated venue. "Aren't you losing money hand over fist? How can you conduct business like this?" The man waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "It's not too bad. I've purchased the premises, and I only lose a few tens of thousands each month." However, upon noticing Lin Xiao in the background, his expression instantly turned serious. "Lon Bao. As a former teammate, I feel compelled to remind you." The middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Lon Bao. His tone somber as he cautioned, "It's unwise for an old bull to pursue tender grass." Bang! The club owner of Abing was literally shoved into the wall. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, completely ignoring the grim spectacle. He retrieved a tennis racket and followed his teacher into an underground court. Unlike the tennis courts above, the ground here was metallic and exceptionally hard. "Teacher, why are we playing here? The floor feels quite unpleasant." "Because the flooring is made of Wimu alloy." Across from him, Lon Bao grinned, flames of ash igniting from the racket in his hand. "You can let loose a little." The soft tennis ball transformed into a deep grey stream of light, trailing long strands of flame as it struck the ground beside Lin Xiao. Boom! The floor shuddered as if struck by a meteor, a terrifying shockwave erupting as a fierce wind whipped through Lin Xiao's hair. "Oh. Last night, I visited Ling Shua's home and heard she lost to you in the fierce fighting arena." Lon Bao extended 2 fingers, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at Lin Xiao. "Weak physique, frail body. Hee. Today, I wish to see just how fragile you truly are." Another tennis ball was tossed into the air and the meteor descended once more, this time aiming at Lin Xiao. "My goodness." As the deep grey flames ignited, Lin Xiao unhesitatingly activated Ash mode, fiercely striking the meteor with his flame-wreathed racket. Boom! Tennis truly was fearsome. Lin Xiao longed to return home. Chapter 67, The Haunting Incident on the Back Mountain. Once again, it was Sunday. Lin Xiao, Zhao Xia, and the other 2 gathered for breakfast as usual. This tale was personally encountered by my roommate, Qiao. Zhao Xia's expression grew grave, her voice lowered, and her tone took on a mysterious air as she addressed Lin Xiao and the others. "Qiao has a habit of strolling alone on the back mountain after taking a shower. It is noteworthy that aside from the competition at the beginning of the month, the back mountain is almost devoid of staff. Qiao relishes the tranquility of that setting. She enjoys gazing at the stars in solitude, as it allows her frayed nerves to unwind. However, over the past 2 nights, she has heard some peculiar sounds." Zhao Xia's voice dwindled further, seemingly striving to cultivate a sense of terror, immersing everyone in the atmosphere. In a sense, she succeeded. As Chen Feifei and Feng Wan across from her furrowed their brows, their expressions stiff with apprehension. Lin Xiao, however, was not captivated by the tale. He was focused on the side profile of Millie, who seemed to be distracted by ants crawling on her. Should he intervene? Yet, given her honest storytelling, would it be unkind to interrupt her? While Lin Xiao grappled with his dilemma, Zhao Xia continued her narrative unabated. The sound resembled some sort of instrument. Yet it was disordered and devoid of melody. Merely listening to it induced a sense of dizziness, labored breathing, then nausea, creating a feeling of mental suffocation. Chen Feifei timidly covered her mouth, speculating with trepidation, could it be some form of sonic attack? Feng Wan, squinting, whispered, "I've heard that in areas of exceptionally high energy concentration, certain spectral creatures emerge, their bodies composed of energy and spiritual force, capable of harming one's soul." Lin Xiao interjected, "I'm not certain." Zhao Xia slightly shook her head, her expression serious as she replied, "But one thing is for sure, that sound could not have originated from a human. Xiao was truly terrified, the eerie melody sent chills down her spine, prompting her to flee from the source of the sound. Yet, to her dismay, no matter where she ran, that sound followed her like a shadow, piercing her mind like a thorn. Hiss! Chen Feifei and Feng Wan gasped, adding a touch of strain to the air conditioning. Observing their empathetic expressions, Lin Xiao pursed his lips. Was it possible that it was merely an echo resonating from the mountain? Xiao Xia shot him a sharp glance, as if regarding a fool, a narrow-minded individual, ignorant and unlearned. Lin Xiao truly did not grasp the atmosphere. Lin Xiao, please be quiet. Lin Xiao. Feeling inexplicably dismissed by everyone, he took a bite of his steamed bun in grievance. Xiao Xia raised a finger and continued, after fruitless attempts to escape. Xiao surrendered, she wished to leave the back mountain, to be completely rid of this terrifying place. But then, the most horrifying event unfolded. What? What happened? Is she all right? The two young girls opposite shrank their necks, seemingly having their hearts lodged in their throats. After enduring the prolonged onslaught of that siren song, it appeared that some transformation had occurred within Xiao's mind. She discerned a peculiar rhythm in that nauseating melody. Xiao Xia pinched her ears, her small face reflecting anxiety and her tone growing increasingly stiff. Astonishingly, she comprehended the tune and even found it rather pleasing to the ear. This revelation immediately elicited strong reactions from the two loyal listeners. Could it be that a shift in cognition had taken place? It felt as if they were under some form of mental manipulation. I have heard tales of a myth before the catastrophe, wherein the whispers of a malevolent deity, tainted with corruption, gradually turned individuals into monsters. Observing the three girls, who were now flushed with excitement and fervently debating, Lin Xiao carefully chose his words and cautiously expressed his opinion. Is it possible that the musician's skill has simply improved? TSK. This time, Lin Xiao was met with 3 disdainful glares and promptly dismissed. At Fonfen Musical Instrument Store, Lin Xiao stood at the front desk, clutching a guitar, his face plastered with an awkward smile. Once again, he sought to return an item. Are you mocking me, kid? A woman in her 30s sat in the office chair behind the front desk, draped in a loose cotton nightgown. With her hair styled in waves and cucumber slices adorning her face, she exhaled smoke rings while casting a cold glare at Lin Xiao. How can it be considered again? Fonjie, I only returned that sauna last time. Lin Xiao waved his hand, desperately trying to defend himself. I didn't return the 4 instruments I bought initially. This woman was the owner of the store, named Lu Fon. Like the owner next door, she was a retired hunter who opened the shop for amusement in her spare time. What on earth are you buying so many instruments for? Are military students really that idle these days? The owner, Lu Fon, flicked away the ash from her cigarette, her right hand operating the computer as she asked with disinterest. Well, it's a personal hobby. Lin Xiao checked his phone for the refund notification, his expression instantly relaxing. Glancing at the time, 1:40 p.m., he had 20 minutes left. Fonjie, I still have some time, could I borrow the drum set for a bit? With a thick skin, Lin Xiao flashed a sunny smile at the shop owner. Lu Fon crossed her legs, looking at Lin Xiao with evident disdain. You play so poorly that you scare away my customers. In truth, there were hardly any customers to begin with. Of course. Lin Xiao was wise enough not to voice this reality. I've improved. Didn't I get better the last time I played? Musical instruments are quite expensive. And in his quest to minimize his purchases, Lin Xiao argued his case fervently. Besides, I am a valued customer. How can I not receive any preferential treatment? Those 4 instruments certainly cost a pretty penny, and it felt as if his heart were bleeding. Aren't you just waiting for Lon Bao to arrive? Do you really think you can practice on the drums in this little time? Lu Fon curled her lips in skepticism and remarked. Could it be that the manly woman harbors a romantic spirit? Does she have a penchant for nurturing delicate, music-loving boys? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. But soon a sinister smile crept across his face. He he. If you deny me the opportunity to play the drums, I shall inform Teacher Lonbao of your previous comments. You little rascal. Grasping the drumsticks, Lin Shao began to strike the drums with a casual ease. Thud, clang, thud, clang, thud, 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 clang. The beats were somewhat unrefined, yet the rhythm remained pleasant enough, certainly not unpleasant to the ear. Drumming, LV0, Experience 3, Drumming, LV0, Experience 4. In recent days, he had invested a considerable sum in acquiring numerous instruments, all in pursuit of earning potential points. To avoid disturbing others, he would stealthily venture to the mountains behind his home each night, taking advantage of the cover of darkness to practice in secret. Little did he know, he inadvertently caused some innocent students distress. Just like chess, musical instruments also impose experience penalties. Thus far, he had accrued 4 potential points, originating from electric piano, violin, long flute, and guzheng. Guitar and sonar had triggered experience penalties, yielding meager returns. Lin Shao had also experimented with various other instruments, but most proved to lack cost-effectiveness, for now. The drums remained his best option. Ding-dong, the time had come, and a message from the teacher arrived. Thud. Clang, drumming, LV0, Experience 3, Drumming, LV0 Drumming, LV1. Potential point 1, opening his personal panel, name Lin Shao, potential points 2, strength 17, agility 16, constitution 27, spirit 26, skills might, LV1 97, 3. After several days of playing murderous tennis with the teacher, it was nearly time for another upgrade. Chapter 68, The Emergence of Power. The essence of pure black and moonlit white tennis is an art of remarkable skill. When an opponent sends the ball soaring like a meteor, creating a tremendous explosion upon impact with the ground, one must remain composed, undisturbed by the ensuing shockwave. It is imperative to channel all of one's power and, in conjunction with level 2 techniques, strike the ball with a racket enveloped in grey flames, directing it forcefully towards the target. Upon the racket's strings making contact with the ball, one must swiftly diffuse their energy onto the tennis sphere, ensuring that this energy lingers after separation, otherwise the soft ball would disintegrate into dust in an instant. Having learned much in recent days, Lin Shao contemplated deeply, realizing the profound intricacies of this sport. Yet, he wondered why he had not been granted any potential points. Boom. Power level 1, the experience 11, power level 1, power level 2. Potential point 1, Lin Shao closed his eyes, allowing Teacher Lonbao to send the ball crashing into their court, a massive shockwave erupting and wildly tousling his hair. Kid, why have you suddenly stopped? Lonbao inquired with a puzzled gaze directed at his student across the net. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shao felt his grey flame surge dramatically, transforming into a blazing torch. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal flames enveloping him vanished, leaving only military-style white attire, black pants, and a deep grey racket. Observing this, Lonbao frowned. You've deactivated the grey charcoal mode. Are you seeking a beating? It's ash mode. Lin Shao corrected, a hint of resignation in his voice. Moreover, continuing with tennis may yield little in terms of training benefits. Impudent brat, you're getting a bit carried away, Lonbao remarked. As he swung his racket downward, a crescent-shaped energy slash erupted, akin to a deep grey blade of destruction, slicing through the net with precision, heading straight for the female teacher's chest. Lonbao's pupils widened, momentarily taken aback by the oncoming aura of the attack. Thud. The formidable energy blade halted, arrested by a woman's right hand held firmly in front of her. The sharp and dense energy shimmered violently, as though seeking to rend everything apart. Yet it could not escape the grasp of her palm. Curiously blinking, Lonbao squeezed his right hand. Bang! The pure energy slash shattered like glass, scattering fragments of power into the air, gradually fading away. Well. Lin Shao twirled his racket, raising an eyebrow at his teacher with a cheeky grin. He was unperturbed by the possibility of harm to an A-class hunter. Such an attack was as feeble as that of a child. Lonbao's fingers flexed. contemplating for a moment, seemingly relishing the sensation of the encounter. The impact, speed, sharpness, and hardness were commendable in terms of the intensity of the energy blade. It surpassed that of most C-class hunters. You, young man, are truly extraordinary. The female teacher lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes on Lin Xiao, and remarked with a touch of exasperation, for a third-year student to possess such prowess in energy manipulation, even on a global scale, would surely be considered genius level. I assent it thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher. Lin Xiao scratched his head, his face a canvas of humility and bashfulness. Humph. Lan Bao smirked, playfully remarking, I could never cultivate a student like you. Perhaps in a decade or so, you may find yourself surpassing me. A decade? Teacher, you jest. How could that ever be? Lin Xiao frowned, waving his hands in swift denial of the notion. Let us just consider it so. Lan Bao shook his head, a wild grin resurfacing on his face. Come on, give it your all. Today, I intend to thoroughly assess your abilities. Naturally. Lin Xiao acquiesced to this request. In the basement, terrifying slashes erupted one after another, interspersed with several piercing punches. Lan Bao received the full brunt of his students' fervent onslaught without a hint of evasion. Returning to school, they traveled in the teacher's car. Lin Xiao slumped in the passenger seat, his expression languid. He felt utterly drained, devoid of even a drop of energy. This marked his first encounter with the complete depletion of his capabilities, a peculiar sensation, though not uncomfortable. It left him feeling drowsy and inclined to sleep. The destructive force unleashed was immense, and so was its consumption. Each strike was a concentrated essence of energy, capable of devastating enemies from a distance. Yet each release also siphoned away a significant portion of his vitality. While this should not pose a problem for Lin Xiao's reserves, the rapid pace of his attacks was relentless, one strike per second, unceasing, akin to a shower of energy slashes. Even he could reach a point of exhaustion. Meanwhile, the individual who absorbed his every assault remained unscathed, invigorated as he drove along, humming a cheerful tune, seemingly in good spirits. Glancing at the interface, Lin Xiao noted he had 3 potential points left, a figure he had meticulously calculated. Teacher, what distinguishes the complete energy refining method from the student version? Indeed, there is a distinction. Lan Bao cast a sidelong glance at his student, unfazed by the inquiry. Energy refining is the cornerstone of power, the very foundation. After countless revisions and refinements, the complete method is humanity's true treasure. It enables warriors to undergo a metamorphosis. I was once a student myself and fully understand your curiosity regarding it, but that knowledge is not necessarily better acquired early. Gazing ahead, he continued. What you should focus on now is building a solid foundation, allowing your body to grow to its fullest potential. After graduation, there will be someone to assist you in completing it. The complete energy refining method is not necessarily advantageous to encounter early. Lin Xiao had long harbored suspicions regarding this notion. Primarily, it was due to Ling Shui, the third-generation hunter, who employed an incomplete refining method. If early learning were truly beneficial, her A-grade hunter grandfather would have surely facilitated her advancement long ago, akin to the transformation into energy weaponry. After a refreshing shower, he lay on his bed. Observing the 3 remaining potential points in the interface, Lin Xiao pondered briefly before allocating 1 point to his physique, elevating it to 28. As for the remaining 2 points, he intended to invest them in his mental acuity but did not plan to allocate them all at once. Last night, as Lin Xiao elevated his mental acuity to 26, he once again ascended to the ethereal realm. The barrier between him and the starry sky seemed to diminish, becoming so tenuous that with each enhancement, his thoughts transcended into a state of clarity. Perhaps soon, even without the aid of potential points, his consciousness would effortlessly reach out to the cosmos. In that fleeting moment of elevating his mental acuity, Lin Xiao's thoughts gradually emptied. And when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst the celestial expanse. This time, the vibrant points of light that once surrounded him had vanished. Symbols of power, matter, and destruction now loomed like an abyss of pure blackness. In contrast, representations of spirit, concept, and rule shimmered in a dreamlike moonlit white. Beyond these two hues, all other manifestations of power had dissipated, leaving one to ponder whether they had been banished or assimilated. The black and white points of light no longer intertwined as before, now they stood in stark opposition, clearly delineated, brimming with animosity toward one another. They even appeared to attempt to engulf and assimilate each other. Lin Shao was no longer an innocent novice. He had come to grasp a certain truth: these two forces were the most suitable particles for constituting his unique abilities. They shared this sentiment, thus neither would yield. Each was determined to vanquish the other, striving to become the sole essence of his power. This was a war, a relentless struggle, an all-or-nothing conflict, where coexistence was unthinkable. It could rage for a week, a month, or even several months. Unless an external force intervened, such as the master of these abilities making a personal choice. When the dust settled, his powers would awaken. Lin Shao was aware of this, yet he was unwilling to make a choice. Both options were incredibly appealing. He desired them both. Chapter 69. The dull bird takes flight. Before the eagle soars, time swiftly passed, and after half a month, Lin Shao finally returned to the martial arts class. It seems like ages since we last met. Zhuang Jianyu observed his long-absent classmate beside him. Curiosity etched on his face. What kind of classes did the teacher assign you? Indeed. Lin Shao, I too am eager to learn about your training regimen, exclaimed Bai Shan, raising his hand high with his ever-sunny smile. Nearby, Ling Shui tilted her head slightly, perhaps listening intently. Let me think. Lin Shao stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, then revealed an expression that suggested a complicated tale. Paper ball tossing, juggling in a circus, archery, what else? Zhuang Jianyu and Bai Shan nodded. They had witnessed the first two activities in class, and the archery was understandable. Playing tennis, going to the back mountain to prune trees. Dealing with abrupt rock formations, refining cliff walls, and even. Lin Shao lifted his head, a pained expression crossing his features. I also volunteered at the lumber mill, helping to cut wood for free. Zhuang Jianyu and Bai Shan exchanged bewildered glances. What bizarre experiences had this young man encountered lately? Enough about me. How is your progress? Bai Shan scratched his head, chuckling. I feel like I'm close. In another week, I should be able to manifest my power. Lin Shao was not surprised. Though Bai Shan appeared to be a hot-blooded fool, he was, after all, the third in their year, possessing considerable talent. Moreover, having taught him some techniques in martial transformation as a reward for previous sparring sessions, this progress was to be expected. And what of you? Zhuang Jianyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he extended his hand, grey energy spilling forth, enveloping his palm. Lin Shao blinked, slightly astonished. Impressive. Your progress is quite rapid. The martial arts class has only been underway for a short time, yet you've managed to grasp the intricacies of power entanglement so swiftly. This so-called sword immortal truly lives up to the title of genius. I was worried you might fall behind Ling Shui this semester and lose your top position in the year. Hee. Zhuang Jianyu shook his head, chuckling lightly. The dull bird taking flight may grant a temporary advantage, but when the eagle spreads its wings, such distance becomes utterly inconsequential. Lin Shao thought to himself, this guy really knows how to show off. And he dares to compare Ling Shui to a dull bird. In Lin Zhao's eyes, both were undeniable geniuses, equally gifted. To liken someone to a dull bird was utterly unfair. Moreover, that icy beauty had been eavesdropping. Surely, she had had everything. Turning to glance at Miss Ling Shui, he found her expression utterly unfazed, her face as impassive as ever. It seemed she had transcended the allure of fame and fortune. Her heart already at peace, unperturbed by the mundane world around her. Of course, that was merely her exterior. Lin Shao felt the temperature in the room drop slightly. Then, he noticed Ling Shui extracting her phone, her delicate fingers deftly tapping the screen. Buzz, Lin Shao silently checked the incoming messages. The swordsman insulted me as foolish. On what grounds does he dare to say such a thing? Aside from relying on his supernatural abilities, he might not even be able to defeat me in a fair fight. He constantly pretends to be a sage, exuding an air of being a sword immortal. Yet deep down he is nothing but a pretentious show-off. With his long hair, he appears rather effeminate. I bet he secretly wears women's clothing every day, taking selfies with filters and posting them online, flaunting himself before those otaku. Disgusting. Perhaps he has a preference for men. Be cautious. Ling Shui added me as a friend just yesterday. On Sunday, I went to the fierce combat arena to earn some extra cash and encountered this aloof beauty once again. We had another match, yet this time the balance of power was decidedly skewed. My rising dragon fist landed squarely in her stomach, allowing her to experience the sensation of being slammed against the ceiling. Subsequently, she added me as a friend and spent the entire night bombarding me with messages. The relentless cascade of notifications was overwhelmingly oppressive. Insults, taunts, derogatory nicknames, meme assaults, abstract emoji attacks, voice messages, live streams of verbal attacks, and even videos directed at me. She even secretly took photos of me and edited them into memes to send over. The reason for her furious outburst, I suspect, is due to the public humiliation I caused her. She might accept defeat, but not in such an embarrassing manner. In summary, this woman harbors a deep-seated grudge, and one must never underestimate her. I am infuriated. Lin Shao, you should promptly deliver a punch to his head. Let him fall like a dog in disgrace. I want to capture that moment and post it anonymously online, tarnishing his reputation. Lin Shao merely scoffed. What nonsense was this deranged woman spouting? How could he possibly harm his own brother? Amount 10,000, transfer note, punch him on the head. Lin Shao passed his lips. What do you take me for? Amount 20,000, transfer note, deliver a punch. Wait a moment, I believe you are being excessively impulsive. Amount 30,000, transfer note, humiliate him. He may not have been speaking about you, sister, do remain calm. Amount 40,000, transfer note, bury his head in the floor. There may be some misunderstanding. We are all classmates. Allow me to mediate. Amount 100,000, transfer note, a fight. This Wang Zhenyu has gone too far. Even Ling Shui, the generous, pure, gentle, and heavenly beauty, can be driven to such anger by him. It is simply against the laws of nature, a grievous offense deserving of punishment. Today, Lin Shao shall act as the avenger. I have long harbored disdain for this delusional swordsman. Zhuang, my brother. Lin Shao clasped his fists together, a look of trepidation crossing his face as he sighed, I have a humble request. Zhuang Zhenyu, taken aback, immediately feigned seriousness, saying, Lin, why such a grand gesture? What is your request? Speak swiftly. Today, I witnessed Brother Zhuang's remarkable mastery, having ascended to the realm of entanglement. I find myself unable to contain my eagerness to engage in a friendly exchange with you. Zhuang Zhenyu nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. So it is. This matter is trivial, I shall gladly oblige. In the evening, the free sparring match. Excellent. In the bewildered gaze of Baishon, the two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding between them. Ling Shui also smiled, adjusting her camera to continuous shooting mode. Come now. Lin Shao. Today I shall demonstrate to you the true prowess of the class champion. With his left hand hidden behind him and his right palm extended forward, enveloped in a veil of formidable energy, Zhuang Zhenyu resembled a master from a martial arts film, calm and poised. Very well. A deep grey surge, flames ignited. Amidst the astonished gasps of the students, the arena of free sparring blossomed like the sun. Having attained a strength of 18 points just the other day, Lin Shao emerged from the flames clad in an ash-grey battle robe, clenched his fists, and chuckled lightly, Today, let us engage in a spirited contest. Zhuang Zhenyu. Ha! That evening, a rather unflattering photo of the bruised and battered third-year champion was posted on the school's anonymous website, igniting a considerable uproar among the entire cohort of students and faculty. Lin Xiao bore the brunt of his neighbors' resentful glances for an entire week. Chapter 70, approaching the end of term, class competition at the summit of the tower. The venue for the contest is a pyramid-like structure, reputed to have once served as a sanctuary, now repurposed by the school for the martial students to compete. This towering edifice comprises 10 levels. And the rules for victory are straightforward: the first class to reach the pinnacle wins. Each level is interspersed with numerous ascending passages, which can only be accessed with a complete key. Each student's authority watch serves as half a key, while the other half must be seized from a rival classmate. A complete key permits a single student to ascend, but once used, the appropriated authority vanishes. Hence, to reach the summit, one must vanquish 9 opponents from the rival class. Strolling on the 8th level, Lin Xiao yawned in boredom. This event differs significantly from the head wolf hunt. The prowess of the top contender is not of paramount importance. As long as one possesses skills akin to Form 1 or a Chen, coupled with a stroke of good fortune, they can encounter rival students on each level. This would allow them to obtain ascension privileges promptly and reach the top with alacrity. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao's luck was lacking. He had meandered for quite some time on the 8th level, casting doubts that he had perhaps missed the rival students entirely. Lin Xiao, it truly is you. A sudden voice from behind jolted Lin Xiao from his reverie. Turning around, he spotted a man with a square face and striking features standing at a distance of several dozen meters around the corner. With arms crossed and a robust physique, he stood at a height comparable to Lin Xiao's. Do I know you? Lin Xiao felt a flicker of recognition, yet the name eluded him. I am Kong Chuanming, the top student of Class 1, ranked 9th in the cohort. Kong Chuanming shrugged, exclaiming in exasperation. Given that we are all in the martial arts class, you should at least remember the information of the top student from the rival class. Apologies. I have a rather poor memory. Lin Xiao replied with a hint of regret, primarily because memorizing the top contenders held little significance in this competition, and he was disinclined to delve into such matters. Humph. Since we've crossed paths, let us engage in a match. Kong Chuanming clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiao as he stated calmly, I am aware that your martial prowess has advanced rapidly, yet everyone else has caught up as well. Grey energy surged from his hands, enveloping his skin like a delicate layer of gloves. Lin Xiao admired the ethereal manifestation of Kong Chuanming's power and nodded appreciatively. Impressive. But your progress is likely still slightly behind mine. Martial prowess is not the sole criterion for evaluating combat strength. Kong Chuanming bent his body slightly, his tone remaining steady. In actual combat, it is strength, speed, and overall capability that matter. Boom. The man transformed into a shadow, instantaneously appearing before Lin Xiao, delivering an unstoppable iron fist. Fall before me. Kong Chuanming's punch met only airs, and as his pupils constricted, a large hand pressed against his face. You are correct. Combat does indeed hinge on comprehensive strength. As his body fell, his perspective shifted, an unimaginable force bearing down on his head, violently driving it toward the ground. Boom. Lin Xiao released his grip, and the top student of Class 1 had already succumbed to a slumber akin to that of an infant. Youth is indeed a blessing. Just as he contemplated seizing the other's privileges, his watch vibrated, ding ding ding. The top floor has been unlocked, privilege identification, C. Congratulations to Class C for their victory. The competition has officially concluded. Amid Lin Xiao's bewilderment, Class C emerged triumphant. At the class gathering, Chen Feifei held a glass of orange juice, her expression solemn as she delivered an important speech to the students of Class C. Let us extend a warm round of applause to the goddess of victory from Class C, Form 1-1. The crowd erupted in applause. Oh! And clap clap clap. Under the thunderous applause, Form 1 trembled, her ears flashed with a rosy hue, nearly smoldering. Lin Xiao believed that if there were a hole beneath her, She would undoubtedly dive into it without hesitation. Witnessing her bashfulness, the classmates grew even more animated, and the air was filled with various cacophonous cries. Predominantly from the female students. Sister Fong moi moi moi. He Fong One has long legs, her body is so fragrant. I think about Sister Fong every night as I sleep. Fong One. Let me lick those fair legs. PR. Observing Fong Wen's gaze becoming unfocused, Lin Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. This group of female eccentrics was more unrestrained than the boys, at least the males in the class dared not openly tease her. Xiao Xia, knowing on a lamb chop, casually snapped an embarrassing photo of the flustered Fong Wen before turning to Lin Xiao. By the way, it seems like the final assessments are starting next week. So soon. Lin Xiao was taken aback, realizing how swiftly time had passed. Once the final assessments concluded, the ranking competition would follow, and with that, their junior year would officially come to an end. After a brief summer break, they would transition into their senior year, embarking on internships either in the military or with hunter squads. They would become warriors, commencing their lives battling against otherworldly beasts. It appeared that separation from friends was imminent. Xiao Xia, Chen Feifei, are you planning to intern with the military or the hunter squad? Lin Xiao inquired, concerned about their choices. Currently, their abilities were in a rather awkward position. They were too robust for the military yet somewhat lacking for the hunter association. He. Xiao Xia and Chen Feifei exchanged knowing glances, crossing their arms in unison, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles. The class instructor has discussed this matter with us. And she provided a perfect solution. Indeed. Lin Xiao, I am in the same boat. Through their explanation, Lin Xiao learned that the military academy actually operated on a 5-year graduation system. Students like them, possessing commendable yet not top-tier abilities, could opt for a 2-year internship plan. The first year would be spent interning with the military, and by the second year, their abilities would be sufficient to intern with the hunter squad. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt reassured. He had feared that the two would recklessly opt for the Hunter Association internship, which would indeed be perilous. I am able to meet with Xiao Yaya in the military, yet it seems quite difficult for you to see Fong Wanwan. Lin Xiao noticed the tinge of melancholy in their eyes, perhaps due to the impending separation that loomed over them. With a gentle smile, he offered a comforting whisper, the hunter team enjoys lengthy breaks. When the time comes, gathering will not be an issue. Parting from friends is undeniably painful. And he felt that sorrow as well. However, the current farewell is a necessary step for their individual growth and a promise of a more splendid reunion in the future. The stark contrast between pure black and moonlit white delineates their distinct paths, remaining unperturbed by one another. Upon reaching the clouds once more and witnessing this scenario, he released a profound sigh of relief. Not long ago, he had managed to ascend to the starry skies through sheer willpower. His sole purpose for being here was to mediate. You are all my wings. Please cease the conflict. After days of willful intervention, the two types of light particles had managed to halt their hostilities, refraining from devouring one another. Nevertheless, they did not reach any compromise, nor did they intend to collaborate. They merely paused their skirmish for the time being. Lin Xiao remained untroubled by this. Where there is one, there will be two. Where there are two, there will be three. Furthermore, after ascending to the starry realm, he felt an uncanny premonition. The day of the Throne's manifestation is swiftly approaching. Chapter 71, The Luzhou Military, Beast Observation Base. On Monday morning, the class instructor, Wu Qinghua, announced the assessment details for the third-year students. This evaluation, in addition to the customary martial arts techniques, footwork, delective weaponry, power refinement, and practical combat, introduced a new component, the assessment of power transformation. Adjusting his glasses, Wu Qinghua stated with a grave tone, furthermore, the practical examination will no longer involve mere combat with peers, but rather the genuine hunt for beasts. This declaration instantly provoked a fervent reaction among the students. Wait. We are actually going to hunt beasts. Are we heading to the wilderness? Isn't that a bit premature? Will there be hunter squads guiding us? Goodness. This will be my first encounter with a beast. The students were understandably anxious. And Lin Xiao empathized with their trepidation. After all, participating in beast hunting was typically reserved for fourth-year students under the guidance of the military or hunter teams. For the current third-year students who lacked any hunting experience, confronting beasts on their own seemed utterly absurd. We are not sending you to the wilderness, the examination location is. Wu Qinghua typed on his keyboard, revealing the words on the screen behind him, Luzhou Military, Beast Observation Base. The species and levels of beasts involved in this assessment had been meticulously selected and adjusted, specifically cultivated by the military for evaluating students and new recruits. Gazing at the class, Wu Qinghua continued, his expression impassive. You will form groups of 5. Successfully hunting one beast as a team will earn all members AC rating. A single individual who hunts one beast will receive AB rating. His eyes then fell upon Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing, Fang Wen, and A Chen. Those who hunt 5 or more beasts individually will achieve an A rating. Group members will be randomly selected by the military. And arrangements will be made for your unit once you enlist. The entire third-year cohort was engulfed in a fervent atmosphere of preparation for the upcoming assessments. Meanwhile, the subject teachers were busily occupied, overwhelmed by the demands of the moment. In the martial arts course, during the power assessment segment, Lin Xiao had waited in line for quite some time. Finally, when his turn arrived, he approached with determination, ready to deliver a powerful strike to the measuring device. Lin Xiao, pass. Before he could even throw a punch, teacher Wang Gang, with an expressionless demeanor, recorded the score on the form. Lin Xiao blinked in bewilderment. What are you still doing here? Don't waste my time. You needn't TQ for the other assessments, I'll grant you an A rating directly. Teacher Wang Gang hastily ushered Lin Xiao out, continuing to attend to the other students awaiting their evaluations. Standing at the classroom door with an A rating without having done anything, Lin Xiao scratched his head, pondering, well, I might as well seek out other teachers for my assessments. Hey, you little rascal. Can't you see the teacher is busy? Why are you here causing a ruckus? Get out, get out. Teacher Su Ruome promptly kicked Lin Xiao out. Lin Xiao, just practice your swordplay on your own over there, don't come looking for me. As Lin Xiao stepped into the swordsmanship academy, he found teacher Miao Fei already drenched in sweat from his tasks. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he urged Lin Xiao to find a cooler spot to linger. All right, you may leave now. Class director Wu Qinghua marked an A in the proficiency assessment with an air of silent dismissal. As for teacher Lon Bao, students who have mastered the ability to intertwine their power may fill in an A. Those who have not should mark AB. She sent out a form in the martial arts class group chat, instructing the students to complete it themselves. With no one present at school and unaware of their whereabouts, Lin Xiao inexplicably received 5 evaluations, despite having accomplished nothing. Wandering through the campus, Lin Xiao felt a sense of confusion. What was he supposed to do now? Everyone seemed so busy. Was he the only one idling away? Oh, perhaps not. A man with long hair tied back, with a face as refined as jade, stood majestically in the air. He stood upon a long sword, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of tranquility as he appeared to survey the myriad of life from his lofty vantage. Approaching him was a boy with a spiky haircut, striding confidently toward Lin Xiao. Behind him, a girl with long, jet black hair and an icy demeanor followed closely. Ha ha ha. Finally found you, my dear friend. Everyone is preoccupied with exams, and I am utterly bored. Baishon exclaimed, throwing his arm around Lin Xiao's neck, his face radiating joy and laughter. However, Lin Xiao remained silent, gazing up at the sky, with Ling Shui mirroring his posture beside him. What's wrong with you two? Is there something up there? Hey. Isn't that Shuang Jianyu? Upon noticing the collective gaze directed at him, Wang Jianyu smiled lightly and remarked, from different heights, one's perspective on the world varies. He opened his arms wide, looking down upon Lin Xiao and the others. When will you be able to stand alongside me? To share the throne of the heavens and behold the mundane world and its myriad creatures. Zhuang Zhenyu shook his head slightly, his expression tinged with melancholy as he sighed. My friends, Zhenyu feels a profound loneliness. Lin Shao, expressionless, bent down to pick up a fragment of stone, weighing it in his hand. Suddenly, boom. A meteor, ablaze with grey flames, shot skyward, heading straight for the celestial swordsman. Whoosh! Zhuang Zhenyu remained unfazed, his sword below shifting position just in time to narrowly evade the meteor's impact. He, ha, ha, ha. Zhuang Zhenyu stroked his chin, laughter escaping his lips, growing louder with each passing moment. Ahaha. Futile mortals. The celestial swordsman seemed to transform into a celestial demon, raising his arms high, fingers outstretched to their limits, attempting to grasp the very essence of the cosmos. You cannot hope to drag my true self down to the mortal realm. Ling Shui squinted her eyes and snapped her fingers. Clap. Suddenly, dozens of ice spikes erupted from the ground nearby, each about a meter long, with sharp tips resembling javelins, a formidable ammunition. Lin Shao and Baishan understood each other, each drawing an ice spear and silently wrapping the greyish aura around it. Observing this, Zhuang Zhenyu in the sky gestured frantically, his tone filled with alarm. Wait. The school prohibits the use of supernatural powers to harm fellow students. You are violating the rules. You are breaking the rules. Lin Shao furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed as he inquired, what supernatural powers? Is this ice not grown from the earth? Baishan, with a sunny smile, gave Zhuang Zhenyu a thumbs up. Zhuang Zhenyu, boom. 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 Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please stop shooting. Stop it. It hurts. Help. Oh. At the Luzhou military base, a formidable man dressed in an officer's uniform, adorned with numerous medals, completed his tasks on the computer and stood up, saluting the woman beside him. General Wang Lon, I have finished setting up the system. Ahaha. I apologize for the trouble this time, Xiao Zhou. No. It was merely a small task. The imposing man pondered for a moment, then spoke with a hint of concern. Dividing into groups is a minor issue. But why release dangerous exotic beasts? It is truly not to worry. Lon Bao waved his hand dismissively, his face perpetually adorned with a wild grin. Those exotic beasts for training the new recruits are far too weak. I fear they might doze off during the exam. Chapter 72, The Ambition of Okane Kayamizu. Why on earth do I have a 2B grade? Chen Feifei exclaimed, shaking her head, her straight hair swirling in the air, her petite face etched with dissatisfaction. Shao Xia, having endured several of her hair assaults, curled her lip and coldly retorted, because you are a 2B. Accept reality. How rude, Xia. Besides, don't you have an extra B compared to me? Silence. Take a punch from your elder sister. The two girls engaged in a playful brawl. Meanwhile, Feng Wan, who had received 5A grades, and Lin Shao completely ignored the antics of the two, as they dined and discussed the pragmatic aspects of their upcoming hunting expedition. Tomorrow will be a day for repairs and adjustments. The army's vehicles will pick us up the day after tomorrow morning, Feng Wan mused, resting her chin on her hand. Then there will be the distribution of combat uniforms, selection of weapons, team formations, route conformations, and familiarization with the environment. The official start of the assessment should be the morning after tomorrow. Lin Shao nodded in agreement. Hunting exotic beasts was no trifling matter, and ample preparation was essential. It was likely that they would spend the night prior to the assessment with the army before commencing the practical evaluation. By the way, how are the teams formed? Based on strength, or is it entirely random? Lin Shao pondered, a hint of curiosity in his thoughts. After all, a completely random selection could be a matter of sheer luck. If weaker students were grouped together, they might struggle to achieve even AC rating, possibly ending up with an unsatisfactory D. He had heard that the Army's AI intelligence was responsible for the division, meticulously balancing the average strength of each team to ensure a higher probability of success for all. This assessment was crucial. To prevent favoritism, the army likely prohibited manual adjustments. Fong Wan squinted her eyes and joked, aside from high-ranking military officials, no one should be able to alter the AI's algorithms. Lin Shao nodded in understanding. It seemed that the practical assessments for military students were of utmost importance, crucial to the influx of fresh blood into both the Army and the Hunter Association. To eliminate corruption and human error, all student information was submitted to the advanced AI for optimal solutions. For the students, this presented a relatively fair challenge. As for the notion of tampering with the AI algorithms, Lin Shao chuckled at the absurdity of the thought. What kind of influential person would find amusement in meddling with third-year students? Strolling under the boundless starry sky, gazing at the increasingly harmonious interplay of two types of light particles, Lin Shao wore a contemplative expression. In the afternoon, after witnessing Zhuang Zhenyu and Ling Xue demonstrate their extraordinary abilities, the mischievous black and white spirits in Lin Zhao's home settled down considerably. Although still reluctant to cooperate, they no longer viewed each other with hostility. When Zhuang Zhenyu and Ling Xue unleashed their powers, Lin Shao could sense their emotions, disdain, contempt, and a unified aversion towards outsiders. In contrast to one another, these black and white light particles seemed to share a common enemy. Perhaps next time, he could arrange for those two eccentric ability users to have a showdown, one where they would give it their all. In Lin Zhao's heart, these two friends had already been labeled as tools of awakening. After a day's respite, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the military convoy arrived at Luzhou Military University. Luzhou Army Beast Observation Base. At the recording officer's standby station, a tall female warrior clad in a dark vest inquired of her colleague beside her, Chen. "Is this your first time as a candidate recording officer?" "Yes," replied a serious-looking girl dressed in a black and blue military uniform. She had shoulder-length black hair tied into a small ponytail at the back of her head. Compared to other female warriors, she was rather petite, standing at approximately 1.53 meters, with delicate and charming features that exuded a sense of youthful innocence. "I recall you have only been an intern for a year. And you're still in your 4th year. Is it truly appropriate for you to serve as a recording officer?" The warrior in the vest looked down at the girl, her tone imbued with a hint of concern. The role of a candidate recording officer entails accompanying student squads during their practical assessments in their 3rd year. Responsible for documenting the squad's performance and serving as the last line of defense for the students. Normal injuries and bloodshed are of no concern. But if the students genuinely find themselves overwhelmed by beasts, the recording officer must ensure their survival, at the very least, to avoid fatalities during the practical assessment. This position demands that the recording officer possesses the capability to effortlessly hunt the examination beasts, typically requiring several years of military service and the strength of a formidable warrior. Thus, it is quite inappropriate to assign this role to a girl still in her 4th year internship. Haha. No problem at all. Little Qian here is a 5-year student. A nearby male warrior, also clad in a vest and sporting a buzz cut, waved his hand jovially, exclaiming, "In 2 months, she will be interning at the Hunter Association. Our little Qian is no weaker than a D-rank hunter, far surpassing us." Observing the astonished expression on the female warrior's face, the girl gently nodded, offering her affirmation. The term 5-year student refers to a system established for those exceptional yet not top-tier military students. Qing Shui Qian, hailing from Sakura Province and raised in Luzhou, graduated from Luzhou Military University. Upon graduation, her ranking was as follows: class rank 6, year rank 57. It can be said that apart from the elite of the weaponized class, she was already among the top students. The reason she did not pursue an internship at the Hunter Association was primarily due to her teacher's safety concerns, who advised her to opt for a 5-year graduation program. Just then, the military phones of the 3 rang, indicating an update on the recording officer's tasks. The male warrior opened his phone and said to the 2 female colleagues, "The grouping information has been released, please confirm your assigned groups." Qing Shui Qian glanced at the message, her expression momentarily frozen in surprise. "What's wrong?" The female warrior leaned in, catching a glimpse and immediately furrowing her brow. "Hiss. A four-person group. Little Chien has encountered a four-person group. That could spell trouble. Typically, student hunting squads consist of 5 members, providing ample combat strength. However, it is improbable that every cohort of military students consists of a perfect integer of 5, consequently, an unfortunate recording officer may encounter a quartet of students. Compared to a standard team, such a 4-person squad may exhibit a slight deficiency in combat prowess, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering perilous situations. For the recording officer, the challenge intensifies, necessitating heightened concentration, lest a student inadvertently falter. In summary, it is rather disheartening. Nevertheless, I am confident in my ability to accomplish the task. Observing the concerned expressions of her 2 senior colleagues, Akane Shimizu maintained a composed demeanor, her lips curving into a gentle smile, reassuring them not to worry. Now, after a year of rigorous training, Akane had become adept at wielding her formidable abilities. Even among D-rank hunters, she could be considered a formidable contender. She was resolute in her commitment to safeguard those 4 students amidst the daunting fangs of the creatures they would encounter. Though somewhat bashful, the young woman relished the trust and admiration bestowed upon her by her juniors. Gazing at the names of her underclassmen on the screen, Huang Zhenyu, Ling Shui, Bai Shon, Lin Xiao, Akane's lips curled into a subtle smile, her dark, expressive eyes alight with a spark of anticipation. Next, let my adorable juniors witness the majesty and grace of their senior. Chapter 73, The Dark Veil. The authoritative recorder, a grand military convoy, transported all third-year students to the Beast Observation Base. Upon disembarking, the military students were awed by the sheer scale of the facility. Tanks were strewn about, armored vehicles roamed freely, and there were electromagnetic cannon launchers, rocket artillery platforms, colossal laser weaponry, and missile launch sites. An array of formidable weaponry was on display. The stationed soldiers exuded an imposing aura, their gazes sharp and penetrating. They wielded large anti-beast firearms, which could only be handled by warriors seasoned through years of rigorous training. The recoil alone could be lethal to an untrained individual. This was neither the military headquarters in Luzhou nor the city's defensive perimeter. It was merely an observation base for captive beasts, yet it boasted such extensive strategic reserves. However, as the military personnel guided the students into the base and they surveyed their surroundings, enlightenment dawned upon them. Though termed an observation base, it more accurately resembled a vast nature reserve. The plains, woodlands, hills, and peaks stretched endlessly, concealing untold numbers of beasts. Compared to the wild zones, the creatures here had been selectively curated, and the military had restricted their ranges based on threat levels. Ordinary beasts, hazardous beasts, and high-risk beasts were not permitted to intermingle. In the logistics department, Lin Xiao received his combat uniform and weaponry. The school had pre-registered these requests, and the military warehouses had been well prepared. The combat uniform was a complete set in dark blue, fitting snugly, crafted from a robust yet elastic fabric. According to the logistics staff, it was made from the silk of a large-scale captive arachnid, processed through specialized methods. It exhibited commendable resistance to impact, cuts, corrosion, flames, breathability, and dust. Nevertheless, while it provided some level of protection, one should not rely on it to withstand attacks from beasts. Failure to heed this warning could lead to an untimely demise. The weapon Lin Xiao received was a two-handed sword, resembling the standard military issue but with a notable difference. This blade was sharpened on both edges, its fearsome sharpness capable of disemboweling beasts with ease. Beep, your mobile device has been granted access to the base's network, satellite map permissions, and your respective team assignments will be sent to you. Please check and proceed directly to your designated rest area, announced a staff member, a woman, rather than a soldier. Given the relatively small number of soldiers compared to the overall population, given military bases required a substantial number of civilian personnel, Lin Xiao reviewed the team assignment message at Team 38. This meant his accommodation for the night would be room 328. Initially, he had expected to stay in a tent or a container, but to his surprise, the military had provided a dormitory building specifically for student teams. It made sense. For decades, students had come for practical assessments. So setting up tents each time would be impractical. Moreover, when students were absent, these rooms could also serve as quarters for military personnel. Through the campus map, Lin Shao located the student dormitory. Ascending to the third floor, room 8, he used his phone to unlock the door. Beep, as the door swung open. He found that it was already occupied. A boy with a spiky hairstyle and a beaming, sunlit smile waved at Lin Shao. "Hey." Lin Shao replied, momentarily taken aback. The dormitory resembled a suite featuring 3 bedrooms, a living room, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a balcony. The cleanliness was impeccable, and the air was refreshingly crisp, suggesting that it had been meticulously tidied. Lin Shao could not have been more pleased with his surroundings, however. The pressing concern lay not with the dormitory itself but with his roommates. There was definitely something amiss. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Lin Shao tapped his fingers on the table, wearing an expression of someone who had just uncovered a monumental conspiracy. Meanwhile, his roommates displayed a rather indifferent demeanor. Baishon scratched his head, grinning foolishly at Lin Shao. Zhuang Zhenyu ambled through the living room, hands clasped behind him, leisurely admiring the interior decor, and Ling Shui sat in the main seat, calmly engrossed in the art of tea brewing. How infuriating. Not a single one of them responded to him. Lin Zhao's gaze was filled with frustration, as if he were observing a collection of unrefined timber, lamenting their lack of ambition and wit. "And you 3 are utterly insipid." After a brief exploration, Zhuang Zhenyu returned to the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, and retorted, "Perhaps this is a new algorithm from AI. Do you have any evidence for your conspiracy theory?" "Then this AI must be calculating with its feet," Lin Shao muttered, his expression unamused. What exactly was this team being assessed on? Was it merely a competition to see who could slay more beasts? "Tea." "Oh, thank you." Ling Shui offered him a cup, and Lin Shao promptly touched the table in gratitude. Observing this, the young girl nodded with a satisfied expression. It seemed that this icy maiden regarded tea brewing as a rather cool endeavor. Upon entering the room and seeing the complete set of tea utensils, she immediately set about boiling water to prepare a brew. "Tea. Ha ha ha. Thank you." Ling Shui then handed a cup to Baishon, who accepted it without hesitation and downed it in one gulp. Thud. A pale fist landed on the side of the spiky-haired boy's face, sending him flying about 10 meters, crashing against the wall like a discarded rug. 2 seconds later, Baishon returned to his spot, appearing completely unfazed. "You are quite rude." Ling Shui wiped her fist with a tissue, her tone as frosty as ice. Lin Zhao's lips twitched as he began to grasp the essence of the situation. When she offered him tea, Baishon had failed to reciprocate the gesture by touching the table, leaving her feeling embarrassed. Beep, just as Ling Shui was about to present a third cup of tea, the door swung open. Standing on the threshold was a petite girl clad in a navy blue military uniform, her shoulder-length black hair tied into a small ponytail, though her expression was stern and dignified. The adorable features of her face lent her an air of childlike seriousness. With her hands clasped behind her back, the diminutive girl stepped into the dormitory, scrutinizing the 4 students within. She parted her lips slightly and spoke in a calm voice, "Allow me to introduce myself, I am the recorder for Group 38. My name is Okishimizu. My task is divided into 3 parts. First, to familiarize you with the assessment procedures of our group. Second, to document your hunting performances and evaluate your achievements. Third." Bang! With a sharp clap of her hands against the table, Okishimizu fixed her gaze upon the students, her tone heavy and piercing as she declared, "When the team finds itself in peril, it is my duty to save your lives." Observing the students exchanging glances, clearly taken aback by her formidable presence, Okishimizu allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, feeling quite pleased with her dramatic entrance. She had rehearsed this moment in her mind all night, nearly losing sleep in her excitement. The aura of authority she sought to convey would leave a lasting first impression. However, she was careful not to be overly intimidating. She desired not fear, but rather respect, admiration, and a deep-seated trust among her juniors. She envisioned a relationship where her mates would feel an inherent sense of security at the mere thought of her. A genuine reliance rooted in warmth. With this in mind, a gentle smile illuminated Aki Shimizu's delicate features, her tone softening as she inquired, "Now then. Do you have any questions for me?" Lin Xiao and the others gazed down at the petite recorder, exchanging looks of mutual understanding. Ling Shui spoke up, "T. Oh. Thank you." Fortunately, Miss Shimizu was quite courteous. The ice-hearted girl found her fondness for her growing exponentially. Chapter 74, The Senior Will Assist You. Here lies the entrance to Route B3. Standing at the entrance of the Beast Protection Area, Akane Shimizu raised the tablet in her hand, introducing the map to the students in her team. The route initially traverses a plain with scarce monstrous creatures, but it later leads into the Great Wood Forest, which presents a fork in the path. Shimizu paused momentarily, her tone shifting to a more serious note. The eastern route of the Great Wood Forest is inhabited by creatures designated for assessment, their numbers relatively limited, yet as one ventures westward, the density of these creatures increases while the rescue zones diminish. Approaching the area near Black Peak Mountain, the young woman gazed intently at her students. Enunciating each word, there may exist genuine D-class beasts. Although the record keeper must maintain an impartial stance during assessments, refraining from interfering with the students' chosen paths, subtle hints are permissible. Following her introduction, it became clear to the rational minds that the western side of the forest posed significant dangers, making it entirely unsuitable for a student team assessment. To successfully complete the examination, the decisive choice of the eastern route, steering clear of Black Peak Mountain, was imperative. Indeed, spurred by her nearly explicit guidance, the four students exchanged glances for a moment before collectively nodding in agreement, revealing smiles that conveyed their understanding. Excellent. These children are quite astute and receptive to counsel. Shimizu felt a sense of relief within. Should they take the western forest route, her responsibilities would become considerably more challenging. If fortune were to falter and they encountered D-class beasts, she could not guarantee the safety of her students. Furthermore, should the presence of D-class beasts be overwhelming, she herself might also find her safety jeopardized. Of course, at worst, they would only encounter ordinary D-class beasts, as the high-risk D-class and even C-class creatures on Black Peak Mountain had been effectively contained by the base, rendering them incapable of roaming freely. The military's management of these beasts remains quite reliable. Suddenly, an unexpected wave of pressure enveloped her from behind, and the young woman found herself enveloped in a soft embrace, the air filled with a delicate fragrance reminiscent of snow plums. Ling Shui. Could you refrain from holding me like this? No. At that moment, Ling Shui gently rested her chin atop Shimizu's head, her arms encircling the senior's neck and drawing her fully into her embrace. Shimizu felt helpless yet understood the actions of her junior. After all, with the hunting assessment looming the next day, her heart was undoubtedly filled with apprehension, seeking solace in another. Compared to her teammates, it was only natural that her senior would provide a greater sense of security and reliability. While the dependence of her junior brought joy to Shimizu, the manner of their embrace felt rather embarrassing. Should an onlooker catch sight of them, they might mistakenly perceive her as a child. Ahem. Feeling herself in a precarious decline of authority, Shimizu cleared her throat and hastily sought to divert everyone's attention. By the way, I still do not know the extent of your abilities. Baishon raised his hand, laughing heartily, ha. I'm the weakest. Lin Xiao and Zhuang Jianyu exchanged glances with Ling Shui, speaking in vague tones. We three should be about the same, right? Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Shui nodded in agreement. After such an extensive period of cultivation, everyone had made varying degrees of progress. Baishon and Ling Shui had both seen a slight increase in their strength, while Zhuang Jianyu had enhanced his agility by 1 point, with some improvement in strength, though not enough to register a significant increase. As for Lin Xiao, his stats had reached an astonishing level: strength 21, agility 19, constitution 28, spirit 28. In the third year, Zhuang Jianyu had already been surpassed, Lin Xiao had become the most formidable numerical anomaly. If the first two refrained from using their abilities, even without unleashing their full power, Lin Xiao could single-handedly overpower both of them, pinning them to the ground in a humiliating manner. "Oh, I understand now." Shimizu Qian nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Lin Xiao, what is your rank in your cohort?" 382, what? Shimizu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She nearly gasped in shock but restrained herself, realizing that such a reaction might be hurtful. A rank of 382 was undeniably indicative of a poor performer. Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Shui had comparable strength to him, and even. She glanced toward a nearby boy with a sunny, goofy smile and a hedgehog hairstyle. How could this boy be weaker than the three of them? What kind of bottom-tier status did he hold? The thought made Shimizu Qian's head throb. How had the AI categorized them? Why were the underperformers grouped together in a 4-member team? Had they been abandoned by the school and the military? The terrifying possibility squeezed her chest, making it hard to breathe. She felt a surge of compassion welling up within her. She wanted to do everything in her power to assist them in passing the assessment, to offer them guidance and strategies. At the very least, to achieve a successful hunt of a test beast and secure a passing C rating. This would grant them a glimmer of hope for graduation. Observing her young juniors, Shimizu Qian tilted her head, the benevolent smile adorning her face, and spoke gently, "Do not worry, you will surely pass the assessment. Your senior will help you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the other 3 boys exchanged bewildered glances. "Huh? Ling Shui's new toy, what was she talking about?" After familiarizing themselves with the route, Shimizu Qian led the students to the cafeteria for a meal, fostering camaraderie within the team. Sigh. This junior was exceedingly enthusiastic and respectful toward her. During lunch, she clung closely to Shimizu Qian and even offered her fries, attempting to serve her. Although it was a kind gesture from a junior, Shimizu Qian felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if she were being treated like a pet in need of feeding. On the way back, Shimizu Qian had them collect their hunting backpacks, which contained water, food, the flashlight, a lighter, medical supplies, and more. In the dormitory, she thoroughly explained the outline of the next day's events to the students, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. After confirming everything was in order, Shimizu Qian excused herself to freshen up, leaving the discussion time for the students. That night, the recording officer would also be staying over. The 3 bedrooms provided by the military were meant for 6 occupants, with each room containing 2 beds. She and Ling Shui shared one room. Lying on her bed, even with the well-soundproofed door separating her from the commotion in the hall, Qing Shuichen could faintly hear the fervent discussions taking place. Surely, they were embroiled in a heated debate over the strategy for the following day. Their faces flashed with excitement. A nostalgic smile graced Qing Shuichian's lips. She had been in a similar situation at this time last year. Engaged in fervent discussions with her teammates over the hunting operations plan, no one could persuade the other. And they nearly came to blows. At that time, the recorder, much like her, had retreated to her room early, refraining from interfering with the candidate's intentions. Her sole responsibility was to ensure everyone's safety the next day and, within the bounds of regulation, provide them with a few helpful hints. With this thought, Qing Shuichen steadied her mind and peacefully closed her eyes. Meanwhile, in the hall, observing the screen where the red team had already succumbed to defeat, Zhuang Jianyu was flushed with excitement, shouting at his teammates, "Baishan! How could you die so quickly again? Ha ha. My apologies." Baishan scratched his head, his smile somewhat sheepish. On the other side, the victors from the blue team, Lin Xiao and Ling Shui, were expressions that reflected the solitude of expertise. After a night of strategizing, their team had finally achieved the remarkable feat of using their smartphones as controllers to connect and play on the large screen. Chapter 75, The Young Man's First Exotic Beast. At the break of dawn, military vehicles delivered Lin Xiao and his companions to the relief station along Route B3. Upon disembarking, Lin Xiao surveyed his companions' armaments. Ling Shui wielded a long-handled broadsword, while Baishan brandished a single-edged, broad-backed axe. The recording officer, a senior sister, clasped a colossal steel hammer. the length of which nearly matched her own height, creating a striking contrast. Most peculiar was Zhuang Jianyu, who bore a diamond-shaped shield in his left hand, a white-bladed saber in his right, and had 2 long swords strapped to his backpack, resembling a master of weaponry, yet appearing utterly out of place among the group. The school imposed no restrictions on the number of weapons one could select, allowing each student to carry multiple arms. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Zhuang Jianyu smirked and explained with a hint of pride. "What purpose do the 2 swords on your back serve?" Qing Shuiqian bit her lip, barely managing to suppress her frustration, almost bursting out in laughter. She simply could not fathom how one could draw the sword strapped to a backpack, which also hindered mobility. Lin Xiao gazed across the plain, where everything appeared so serene and peaceful. "Senior sister, it seems there are no exotic beasts in this vicinity." Since the area was close to the relief station, exotic beasts were unlikely to linger nearby. Qing Shuiqian pointed ahead and continued, "As we approach the forest, the likelihood of encountering exotic beasts will increase. I will lead you near the forest, so keep up." With a giant hammer in hand, the young woman darted away like a shadow, her speed surpassing that of a speeding car. Concerned that her juniors might lag behind, Qing Shuiqian slightly reduced her pace, relieved to find that the students kept a respectable distance without falling too far behind. After traversing several kilometers across the plain, the verdant shadows of the forest came into view, prompting Qing Shuiqian to gradually come to a halt. "We are about to enter the territory of exotic beasts. As the recording officer, I can no longer interfere with your actions, but I will remain nearby to observe." She raised her chin, signaling the students to proceed on their own. "Understood. Thank you, senior sister." The quartet waved their hands and swiftly passed by the hammer-wielding girl. Indeed, as they drew closer to the forest, the silhouettes of exotic beasts began to materialize. Spotting a massive beast ahead that displayed no stealth and seemed poised for action, Lin Xiao and his companions halted in their tracks. It was a creature clad in dark, heavy armor, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, with a total length exceeding 4 meters when including its tail. Its eyes glowed a vivid crimson, and it sported a sharp, menacing horn atop its head, with elongated jaws adorned with jagged, gleaming fangs. Its limbs were robust, and the elongated, curved claws shimmered with a metallic sheen. From a distance of several dozen meters, Qing Shuiqian scrutinized the exotic beast, her brows furrowing in concern. The black-horned pangolin, while also a test beast, posed a considerable challenge to hunt. Its black scales provided formidable defense, and the sharpness of its claws was akin to that of steel blades. Although its body was somewhat unwieldy in terms of agility, its charging speed was astonishing, with terrifying explosive power generated by its acceleration, complemented by a horn reminiscent of a knight's lance, capable of piercing through the body of its prey in an instant. To their astonishment, the first extraordinary beast they encountered was of such formidable nature. A deep sigh escaped Shimizu Akane's lips, yet she had no intention of intervening in the fray. After all, this was a creature designated for assessment. Its strength within a reasonable threshold, as long as the student team coordinated effectively and maintained their composure, there remained a tangible probability of a successful hunt. As the recorder, her sole responsibility was to ensure the safety of the 4 individuals. A black-horned pangolin. How shall we approach this? Baishon turned his neck with excitement, his gaze fixed on the beast before them. This is my first encounter with such a creature. I am eager to experience its texture. To be candid, although Jianyu hailed from a family of hunters, he too was witnessing a living extraordinary beast for the first time. Zhuang Jianyu adjusted his long hair, his eyes sharp like blades, fixated on the shadow of the beast not far away. Similarly, Ling Shue's eyes sparkled with curiosity, wide and unblinking. It appears that they are all sheltered blossoms, nurtured in a greenhouse. Lin Xiao nodded. He too had never seen an extraordinary beast and was eager to feel its essence. Then let us each strike a few blows, but be mindful of our strength. We must not kill it. The trio wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Xiao's proposal. Meanwhile, the extraordinary beast, having been still for a mere 10 seconds, seemed unable to contain itself any longer. Its forepaws curled, hind legs dug into the ground, and its terrifying horn was aimed directly at its prey. Bang! The several-ton beast charged forth, akin to a speeding iron war chariot. As she watched the black-horned pangolin begin its charge, Shimizu Akane's heart raced. She hurriedly directed her gaze towards the students, who stood frozen in place. Dodge! They must evade the frontal assault. Yet her inner cries failed to reach them. Zhuang Zhenyu, shield in hand, boldly stepped forward, seemingly intent on meeting the charge head-on with his alloy shield. Baka, fool! Upon witnessing this, Akane's mind filled with a rush of blood, her native tongue slipping from her lips. While the alloy shield could withstand the horn, the force would still be borne by him. Being thrown aside would be a minor concern. If his grip faltered and the angle of defense shifted, he could very well be impaled. Even if he escaped being pierced, a crushing blow from the beast could easily result in shattered bones and torn flesh. The only optimal solution was to evade. They absolutely must not absorb the impact. Yet, no matter how frantic her thoughts, it was futile. She could not interfere with the assessment until the students were in imminent danger. Shimizu Akane could only hasten her pace, striving to draw closer to mitigate the most severe consequences. At that moment, the beast's horrifying horn collided with Zhuang Zhenyu's diamond shield. Clang! Zhuang Zhenyu was propelled backward as if he were a soccer ball, tracing a long arc in the low air. After a dozen meters, his feet finally touched the ground. Yet the tremendous force continued to push him backward, his shoes carving a nearly 10-meter-long mark in the earth. How splendid! He successfully blocked the attack. Shimizu Akane exhaled heavily, her heart, once taut with tension, finally began to ease. The black-horned pangolin, momentarily dazed after its charge was interrupted, found itself in a brief stupor. This presented a prime opportunity for its teammates to mount an offensive. The girl's gaze flicked towards her fellow students, her frustration manifesting as a twitch at the corner of her eye. Why are you all just standing there watching? The force of this creature's charge was indeed impressive, propelling an adult male a considerable distance. Lin Shao observed the extraordinary beast with a hint of admiration. At present, it seemed somewhat disoriented from the recent impact, its claws and tail flailing erratically in a desperate self-defense maneuver. Baishon, wielding a massive axe, stepped forward, a smile illuminating his face. Let me take a swing. He carefully moderated his strength, directing the axe towards the creature's right claw. Clang! Sparks erupted as the blade struck its armored scales, resonating with the sound of clashing steel. The searing pain jolted the beast back to consciousness, its sharp teeth bared, eyes flashing with ferocity. It unleashed a guttural roar. Although Baishan's axe failed to sever the claw, it left a deep indentation on the scales, likely inflicting some damage to the underlying bone. Not bad. Quite tough. Baishan gave a thumbs up, signaling to his companions that the creature was indeed formidable. With a swift motion, Lin Shao and Ling Shui evaded several claw strikes and raised their weapons, aiming for the black-horned pangolin with a decisive slash. Clang! Clang! Don't hog all the glory. Let me have a few swings too. Zhuang Zhenyu sprinted back, eager to join the fray, observing the students encircling the beast and hacking away. Qing Shui Qian's eyes widened in surprise. She recognized that this group of juniors had surprisingly solid footwork. While the black-horned pangolin's agility was indeed mediocre, their ability to dodge so many attacks without error was commendable. However, their lack of power rendered them unable to effectively breach its armor, despite their numerous strikes. The creature remained unharmed. Moreover, why weren't they targeting its weak points? Had they not studied well in their cultural classes? The vulnerabilities of the black-horned pangolin lay in its lower jaw, throat, and eyes. Additionally, the hardness of its scales on the front was significantly less than that on its back. With the right angle, they could strike its forelimbs as it swung its claws. Sighing, Qing Shui Qian shook her head. Though she yearned to advise these miscreants for their lack of scholarly diligence, the student team currently held the advantage. And she felt compelled to maintain the decorum of her official record-keeping role. Furthermore, observing the creature, its scales marred with indentations and seeping blood, eyes glimmering with rage and frustration as it could not strike back, she found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy. Why does this creature seem somewhat pitiable? The blackhorned pangolin thrashed wildly, clawing, biting, charging, and whipping its tail in fierce attacks, yet all were in vain. Each time it exhausted itself, Lin Shao and his companions would strike at its armored areas. Gradually, the beast's scales became pockmarked and cracked, and from its trembling limbs, it was evident that its bones were likely suffering as well. Feeling somewhat familiar with the situation, Lin Shao addressed the group, "Let us conclude this. We must proceed to the examination." The three nodded, their initial novelty at encountering the exotic beasts nearly satiated. Ling Shui swung her large blade upward, slicing through the underjaw of the black-horned pangolin. With a gory splatter, its head fell away, the deluge of crimson staining the earth. Clap, clap, clap. Qing Shueqian approached slowly, applauding with a smile as she congratulated, "Congratulations on successfully completing the assessment." Producing a military-issued phone, she recorded their scores and looked up with a grin. "I did not anticipate such rapid progress. Next, we shall head to the nearby rescue station. I will arrange for a vehicle to collect us." "Senior," Zhuang Jianyu interjected, waving his hand in mild confusion, "Our assessment is not yet concluded. Do you aspire to achieve AB rating?" Qing Shueqian halted, her brow furrowing slightly. "Although you exhibit a commendable composure and have not faltered in performance, AB rating necessitates the individual hunting of exotic beasts, which is far more perilous than a coordinated team effort." "Well," Qing Shueqian sighed heavily, aware that, as a record officer, she lacked the authority to impede the students' choices. The density of exotic beasts on the eastern side of the forest was low, arriving one by one. She felt confident in her ability to safeguard the students, thus permitting them to embrace the challenge. "The eastern side is over there. Should you have made your decision, continue onward." She raised her arm, indicating the right-hand fork at the forest's entrance. "All right. Thank you, Senior." The four of them gave Qing Shueqian a thumbs up and turned, sprinting decisively towards the western side of the forest. In an instant, Qing Shueqian felt a pang in her heart. A surge of indignation filled her chest, causing her lips to part in disbelief, her charming visage contorting as she trembled slightly. "Hey! It seems this group of rascals has completely disregarded my words from yesterday. Fools!" Qing Shueqian shouted in fury, hefting her massive hammer as she hastened to catch up. Her strides, infused with an overwhelming wrath, hinted at a desire to unleash her ire upon the students ahead. Chapter 76. Do you need assistance? Fool! Imbecile! Baldy! Akane Shimizu had been vociferously cursing nearby for quite some time. Lin Shao scratched his head, perplexed as he echoed her words, "Baka. Aho. H. What is Senior saying?" It seemed to be a dialect from Sakura province, perhaps a reminder for us to be cautious. After pondering for a moment, Zhuang Jianyu offered his interpretation. The group suddenly understood. Their kind-hearted senior likely wished to express concern but felt too shy to articulate it directly. Hence her murmurs in Sakura dialect. Gazing at the towering tree ahead, Baishan's eyes shimmered with a protective aura, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Beneath that tree, it appeared there was a shadow blade mantis, standing no taller than 1.4 meters. It was presumably a subadult specimen. Lin Shao activated his true sight to assess the creature's strength. In the shadows of the great tree, an insect-like beast lay in ambush. It stood approximately 1.2 meters tall, its side-like claws resembling formidable steel blades, sharp and adorned with backward-facing barbs. The creature's body was a translucent shade of grayish-black, merging seamlessly with its surroundings, seemingly employing some form of optical camouflage through its abilities, making it difficult to detect with the naked eye. The adult shadow blade mantis was indeed a genuine D-grade beast. Despite its diminutive size, its explosive power was rather formidable, a trait common among insectoid creatures. "I'll take care of this one," Jianyu declared. His curiosity piqued by how its stealth capabilities were manifested. Brandishing his weapon, he stepped forward, claiming the quarry for himself. "You all should make a quick exit. We'll catch up shortly." "All right." The three of them prepared to depart, intending to search for other creatures. "Wait. Are you just leaving like this?" Observing the student team planning to part ways, Akane Shimizu could no longer restrain herself. Disregarding her composure as a record-keeping officer, she swiftly positioned herself in front of Lin Xiao and his companions. "Your teammate is still battling that beast. How can you leave him behind?" Akane pointed at Shuang Jianyu, who was engaged in a lively duel with the Shadow Blade Mantis, her face flushed with frustration. What if he loses? Then there would be no one to rescue him. The trio turned to see Jianyu seemingly enjoying the encounter, skillfully maneuvering alongside the subadult mantis. The creature attacked with its sack-like appendage while Jianyu parried with his shield. The exchange appeared remarkably balanced. Upon returning to school, he would likely pen a research paper titled "The Attack Patterns and Stealth Characteristics of the Shadow Blade Mantis." "Don't worry, Senior. We believe he can win." Baishon beamed cheerfully at Akane, his bright white teeth glinting. "This isn't just about trust. What if he loses? What if another beast shows up?" Akane's speech quickened, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Xiao and his companions exchanged glances, realizing they were placing her in a difficult position. "Zhuang Jianyu, we must move." A chilling glint of light erupted, severing both the monstrous beast's dual sides and its neck in one decisive stroke. The head of the Shadow Blade Mantis soared into the air, its myriad compound eyes seemingly brimming with confusion before it fell with a thud upon the earth. Thud. The creature's body collapsed. Qing Shui Qian. "That is a steel claw leopard. Exercise utmost caution. It is exceedingly agile, its speed akin to." The girl with flowing black hair cascading to her waist deftly evaded the shadow's ambush, her large blade sweeping down. Swish. The 3-meter-long beast froze instantly. The terrifying feline monster's head and body severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain to nourish the ground. Qing Shui Qian closed her mouth. "Do not strike the frontal skull of the terrifying bull, its hardness rivals that of steel, given your strength." Clang. The hedgehog-headed youth swung his massive axe, the steel blade colliding with the beast's bony crest, causing the thick horns to cave in and shatter. The tremendous shockwave reverberated through the creature's brain, its pupils dilating as its several-ton weight crashed to the ground. Qing Shui Qian. Lin Xiao flicked his great sword, dark red blood splattering onto the earth. Before him lay a colossal bear nearly 3 meters tall, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen and muscles grotesquely bulging, now devoid of its head. Quietly sprawled on the ground. The team fell into an eerie silence, an unsettling sense of something amiss lingering in the air. It was the absence of the maternal admonitions from their senior. Lin Xiao turned to glance at the unusually quiet recorder behind him. A hefty hammer lying horizontally on the ground. Qing Shui Qian sat upon the hammer's surface, legs splayed, hands resting on her knees, her brow furrowed and eyes cast down. Her expression devoid of emotion. She resembled a weary office worker who had labored for 12 hours without overtime compensation, exuding an aura of profound resentment. "Senior, might you want to record this?" Noticing her apparent displeasure, Lin Zhao's tone grew cautious. "TSK." Qing Shui Qian lifted her eyelids, casting him a frosty glare before retrieving her phone from her pocket, tapping it a few times. Rising to her feet, the girl approached Lin Xiao, her demeanor far from amiable. "You rascal. You have led me in circles." She rose on her toes, seizing the collar of his shirt, forcefully yanking it down. "Lin Xiao." Qing Shui Qian. In an instant, she found herself suspended in midair, clinging to Lin Xiao. He silently bent down, allowing her feet to touch the ground, kindly alleviating the awkward situation. "You scoundrel, how could you deceive me so thoroughly?" Qing Shui Qian blinked twice, then As if nothing had occurred, resumed her tirade, tugging at his collar with renewed vigor. Her face flushed with indignation, the emotion palpable. Lin Xiao even felt droplets of her spittle land upon him. Senior. What do you mean by that? When have I ever deceived you? Lin Xiao felt deeply wronged. As an honest and upright young man, how could he engage in deception? Weren't you the one claiming your class ranking was 382? Qing Shueqian seethed. Her grip tightening around the neck of the student. If it weren't for this brat, how could she possibly think that the entire team consisted of stragglers? She had been on edge, her heart in turmoil, fearing that these few students might be slaughtered by the otherworldly beasts. Yet upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. Each one of them was an adept. These 4 possessed skills that ranked among the top 50 in their grade. Achieving an A rating should pose no significant challenge. But here I stand, at a dismal rank of 382. You still want to deceive me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Shimizu Akane's eyes widened, her face inching closer as she twisted her features like a delinquent girl, attempting to project a more fierce and imposing demeanor. Clang. Pardon me, but I must interrupt. Zhuang Jianyu's blade clashed with his shield, disrupting the cordial exchange between the recorder and Lin Xiao. His gaze was fixed on the direction of Hefeng Mountain, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked. It seems a formidable creature is approaching from that direction. Boom. 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 The trees were swept aside with tremendous force, their trunks splintering and crashing to the ground. A monstrous entity, nearly 5 meters tall at the shoulder, was steadily advancing towards them. Its appearance was akin to that of a grizzly bear, its entire body a deep reddish brown, with coarse, sharp fur resembling steel needles enveloping it. The bear's paws brandished 5 dark, sharp claws, which, when swung, reduced nearby trees to mere splinters, their surfaces cleanly severed. Lin Xiao focused intently, noting that a layer of grey gas, akin to smoke, wafted from the surface of those terrifying steel claws. This beast of another realm wielded the power of entanglement. A D-rank beast, the Crimson Thorn Bear. Shimizu Akane held her massive hammer tightly, her gaze fixed on the giant bear across from her. Her expression cold and serious, yet unyielding. An invisible aura of determination surged from her petite frame, grey flames spiraling from her hands, enveloping her arms and the hammer's head. Stay back, all of you. This is no ordinary examination beast, it's my responsibility to handle it. Though she addressed her fellow students behind her, Shimizu Akane's eyes remained locked on the otherworldly creature, refusing to allow herself a moment of complacency. For both parties, the few hundred meters separating them felt fleeting, offering no sense of security. She was not concerned about losing to this beast, but rather feared that her students would be rendered helpless by its side. The claws, imbued with power, could shred their limbs with even the slightest contact. Baishon scratched his head, perplexed as he inquired, "Senior, aren't students prohibited from hunting D-rank beasts?" This question sent Shimizu Akane into a fit of exasperation, her lips pursed as she prepared to unleash a torrent of vulgarities. However, the sudden cacophony emanating from the forest left her frozen in place. A shadowy giant wolf, nearly 2 meters high and shrouded in grey mist, a flesh-eating moose with sharp, oversized grey antlers and fearsome, serrated teeth, a 2-headed giant python, exceeding 15 meters in length, its scales glimmering with a grey sheen. A pitch-black wild boar with fangs emanating grey mist. Despair. Shimizu Akane felt a chilling wave wash over her limbs. It seems as if fate is playing a cruel jest upon her. While she would occasionally encounter a solitary degrade beast, now they gather in droves, converging in this locale. Though situated on the western fringe of the forest, it is still a considerable distance from Black Peak Mountain. Why are there so many degrade beasts here? What should be done? At this moment, safeguarding the students is the least of her concerns. With such an overwhelming number of beasts attacking, her own survival is in jeopardy. With a sharp intake of breath, she tightened her grip on the hammer's handle, her voice trembling as she called out, "You all, run east at full speed. I will hold them off." Ha ha ha. Splendid. Just right, one for each of us. The cheerful laughter of Baishonian rang out, piercing the ears of the young woman like a discordant note. In that instant, the tension in her mind snapped, and she whirled around. Her voice rising in indignation, "You all better know your limits." Her pupils widened, her limbs ignited with a fiery energy, while a grey membrane enveloped her weapon. The 4 students, who had already activated their powers, gazed at their suddenly agitated senior with eyes filled with concern and confusion. "What's wrong, senior?" A pale smile flickered across Shimizu Akane's face as she turned back around. "Well, it does seem rather nice to have one beast per person. Doesn't it? Ha, ha." A few minutes later. "Do you truly not require assistance?" "No. You are not permitted to assist. If you dare to interfere, I shall bite you to death." The third-year students, having dispatched their own adversaries, quietly observed the battle between their senior and the beasts while rummaging through their backpacks for sugary snacks. Chapter 77, You are the recorder, we shall protect you. The Crimson Thorn Great Bear, its legs battered to a pulp, collapsed with a thunderous crash. A steel hammer, imbued with formidable power, swung fiercely from the side, striking the creature's jaw. The sound of shattering bones echoed through the air, blood gushing forth as the beast's eyes burst and fell away. Qing Shueqian raised her colossal hammer high above her head and brought it down with unyielding force upon the bear's forehead for the final blow. The impact was akin to that of a watermelon bursting, as the skull of the formidable D-grade beast shattered, rendering it utterly silent. A round of applause erupted, and Qing Shueqian wiped the sweat from her brow, turning around with an expression devoid of emotion. The students she was meant to protect stood in a neat row behind her, clapping their hands appreciatively. Though they too had vanquished a D-grade beast, they remained dry and immaculate, without a trace of sweat or dust upon them. Qing Shueqian's gaze drifted to the 4 lifeless beasts surrounding them, the shadow giant wolf, cleaved in 2 by a great sword, the flesh-eating elk, decapitated by a long-handled blade, the 2-horned giant python, severed into several pieces by a wide-bladed knife, and the ghost-faced boar, its skull shattered by a mighty axe. Each of them had triumphed with greater ease and precision than she had. And they were merely 4 third-year students. Narrowing her eyes, Qing Shueqian asked in a low tone, "What are your rankings in your respective classes?" "Third," Baishon declared. "Second," Ling Shui added. "Number 1, Zhuang Jianyu stated confidently. Just as she suspected. Qing Shueqian inhaled deeply, a wry smile emerging on her face as she felt a sense of relief. Their swift defeat of the D-grade beast spoke volumes. Only the pinnacle of their class could possess the strength to rival or even surpass that of D-grade hunters at this third-year stage. "I'm truly ranked 382nd. Let me take a hit," Lin Shao exclaimed. In response, Qing Shueqian leapt and delivered a sharp kick to Lin Xiao's rear end. Having dealt a light punishment to this mischievous student who spoke with a forked tongue, Qing Shueqian composed herself and stated earnestly, "You all intend to pursue an A rating next, correct?" The 4 nodded in unison. "Then let us continue our exploration. Before we exit the forest, we should gather a sufficient number of beasts. The density of beasts in the western forest is quite high." Zhuang Jianyu retrieved his phone, scrolling through the map. "It seems the area we can explore includes the foot of Black Peak Mountain." "Ha ha ha. Senior sister. Are there not many beasts there?" Baishon exclaimed, raising his giant axe, his face brimming with excitement. Ling Shui pointed towards the distant peaks, speaking with certainty, "We shall go there." Qing Shueqian pursed her lips, her brows furrowing into a frown as she meekly replied, "There are many D-grade beasts there." Nodding in agreement, the others expressed their concern. "I might not be able to defeat them." As she uttered these words, Qing Shueqian's voice dwindled, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Shao and his companions exchanged glances, then turned to place reassuring hands upon their senior's shoulders. Following Baishan's lead, he gave Qing Shueqian a thumbs up, flashing a bright and sunny smile. "It's all right. You are a record keeper, and we shall protect you." The immense sorrow enveloped her heart. And tears welled in the corners of the young girl's eyes, threatening to spill over. Shimizu Akane might very well be the first record keeper in history to be shielded by students. A colossal creature, resembling a heavily armored tank, charged forth with ferocity. Its deep brown horns, akin to vicious, curved fangs, were entwined with shimmering energy, exuding an aura of aggression and dread. Lin Shao swiftly sidestepped the creature's frontal assault. With a mighty swing, he brought his colossal sword down upon the beast's neck. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through the thick armor, embedding itself partially within. But failing to sever its head, instead being repelled by the brute force. The creature let out a pained bellow, its gaping wound enveloped in a mist of energy. In that critical moment, it sensed imminent danger and instinctively wove its power to brace against the descending blade. Though it managed to preserve its life. The shockwave from the impact erupted within its wound, tearing away large chunks of flesh. Each beast possesses varying degrees of proficiency in wielding their powers. Through the comparison of multiple hunts, Lin Shao discerned certain patterns. The examination creatures did not utilize energy wrapping, yet their bodies unconsciously brimmed with power. D-grade beasts, on the other hand, would instinctively coat their claws, horns, fangs, and scales with energy, lacking the finesse of control. Only a select few, particularly those that are stronger or have lived longer, such as this formidable creature, could adeptly employ energy wrapping. Otherwise, that sword strike would have resulted in a decapitation rather than a mere grievous injury. The pain ignited a furious rage within the beast. A crimson haze flickered in its eyes, while a grey mist surged from the heavy armor encasing its limbs, neck, then sides, escalating its violent aura with each passing moment. It appeared that the creature regarded Lin Shao as a formidable adversary, no longer hesitant to unleash its energy. This stance resembled the overclocking mode of warriors. And it astutely enveloped its vulnerable areas with power. Lin Shao raised an eyebrow, indeed, as he drew closer to the Black Peak Mountain. The presence of perilous D-grade beasts grew increasingly abundant. This giant horned rhinoceros was, in fact, stronger than most D-grade hunters, and had it been his senior sister facing it, the outcome would have been uncertain. However, in Lin Shao's capable hands, it still seemed somewhat feeble. With a resounding crash, Lin Shao materialized beside the beast. Raising his great sword high, undeterred by the creature's energy wrapping and heavy armor, and brought it crashing down. With a sickening thud, the beast's head fell, blood gushing forth as its lifeless body collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Lin Shao's strength was undeniably monstrous, far surpassing the realm of D-grade hunters. Not to mention the extraordinary amplification brought forth by his remarkably dense energy. Once he activated Ash Mode and unleashed his power, Lin Shao was uncertain of the extent of his capabilities. It could be said that most C-grade hunters would stand little chance against him. He glanced at his companions. Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Shue's adversaries were on the brink of collapse, seemingly nearing the conclusion of their struggle. Bai Shan was still locked in a fierce battle with a kangaroo, exchanging blows with relentless fervor, the intensity of the conflict unabated. As for senior Qing Shuiqian, she had taken refuge beneath the towering ancient tree at the center, her expression despondent, her grip on the hammer handle tightening to the point of paleness. Why? Why were there so many perilous exotic beasts in the forest? Were they not confined to the mountains? Her murmured lamentations conveyed a palpable sense of anxiety and helplessness. Upon the arrival of Lin Shao, Qing Shuiqian's eyes lit up momentarily, only to quickly adopt a serious demeanor as she feigned authority, stating, Each of you has already hunted 5 beasts. Remaining here serves no further purpose. We should conclude the assessment and return to rest as soon as possible. Very well. Let us wait for Bai Shan to finish, Lin Shao replied with a light chuckle, refraining from teasing the senior father. In the forest near the foot of Hefeng Mountain, the prevalence of high-risk D-rank exotic beasts was overwhelming, many of which were beyond Qing Shuiqian's capabilities. Even Bai Shan, after enduring 4 or 5 rounds of intense combat, was beginning to show signs of fatigue. While Lin Shao still felt a lingering desire for more action. He prioritized the safety of his companions and recognized the importance of knowing when to withdraw. After all, once they became hunters, there would be ample opportunities ahead. As Zhuang Zhenyu finished dispatching the exotic beast, Ling Shui greeted him, and just as Lin Shao was about to shift his gaze toward Baishan, an unexpected sensation jolted him, prompting him to swiftly turn toward the direction of Hefeng Mountain. The forest appeared tranquil, with no discernible changes from before. Yet, Lin Shao remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the mountaintop. In his mind, his keen instincts were sounding an alarm. A feeling that could not be attributed to the D-rank high-risk beasts. Certain formidable foes, capable of posing a genuine threat to him, were about to make their presence known. Chapter 78, Class C Exotic Beasts, The Flow of Xian Huang and Blue-White. What is wrong, Lin Shao? Observing Lin Shao's suddenly grave demeanor, Qing Shuiqian inquired softly, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zhuang Zhenyu followed Lin Shao's gaze towards the mountain peak. Is something descending from there? Ling Shui blinked. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, Class C Exotic Beasts. Lin Shao pondered for a moment, uncertainly nodding. There are certainly Class C exotic beasts. And not just one with a spirit level of 28, Lin Shao possessed an exceptional ability to sense power. 2 terrifying energy fluctuations, of high density and significant magnitude, indicated the presence of Class C exotic beasts. Yet, behind them, there seemed to be scattered power fluctuations, varying in size or due to the distance. Lin Shao could not perceive them clearly. The situation appeared dire, but there was a silver lining: those exotic beasts were all weaker than him. Class C exotic beasts. How could they be coming down the mountain? Upon hearing Class C exotic beasts, Qing Shuiqian turned pale with alarm and anxiously suggested, we should flee at once. This is no laughing matter. Haha, once targeted, it seems escape is futile. Lin Shao placed a reassuring hand on his senior's shoulder, feeling her slight tremor. Do not worry, those who released the beasts possess discretion, and their strength falls within our capacity to handle. Even without deep contemplation. Lin Shao understood this was a man-made incident. According to his senior, high-risk Class D exotic beasts seldom appeared in this vicinity, let alone Class C beasts emerging today. Coupled with their grouping, Lin Shao surmised which esteemed individual was orchestrating this, as only she would know the student's background so intimately. This muscular kangaroo is truly formidable. I nearly lost against it, ahaha. Baishan, adorned with a few colorful wounds, approached while laughing and bandaging his injuries. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed in a particular direction, curiosity flickered across Baishan's face. What is happening? What are you all looking at? Whooshed. 4 energy blades, each several meters wide and sharply defined, sliced through the air with a fierce howl. They tore through the atmosphere, severing trees in their path, heading straight for Lin Shao and his companions. Clang. A swirl of Xian Huang suffused the air as 2 alloy long swords, wielded by none, erupted into existence, slicing downward and carving an X in the air before the group. Sizzle. The steel blades of Viam Alley collided with the energy claw marks, igniting sparks and generating a tremendous shockwave. The 2 forces held their ground in midair for half a second before the claw marks began to crack and splinter, emitting a screeching sound, then subsequently, with a resounding pop, shattered into fragments that dissipated into the air. Power unleashed. That was the power emanating from Class C exotic beasts. Qing Shuiqian gasped, her eyes widening as she turned to Zhuang Zhenyu, who was surrounded by floating Xian Huang light dots. Is this a superpower? Zhuang Zhenyu is a superpower wielder. Zhuang Zhenyu offered no explanation, his expression grave as he focused intently on the direction of the impending attack. From within the dense forest, a beastly silhouette slowly emerged. It was a white male lion, somewhat diminutive compared to other formidable beasts. Standing at approximately 2 meters in height and slightly over 3 meters in length. Its long mane cascaded over its neck, and its steps were both steady and graceful. The azure eyes of the beast burned with grey flames, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression. Qing Shuiqian swallowed hard, her throat dry as she murmured, "See, great beast, the white jade lion. The lion's gaze flickered toward the sword suspended in the air, its pupils swirling with fire, seemingly sensing something, as its focus locked onto a certain long-haired sword immortal. Zhuang Zhenyu smiled with indifference, his eyes resembling amber, radiating a mysterious golden hue. It appeared the beast had chosen Zhenyu as its target, thus. He resolved to confront this creature himself. Armed with a sword and shield, he advanced toward his adversary, two long swords floating in the air. Could he truly be contemplating a one-on-one with a sea-grade beast? Such audacity seemed reckless. Before Qing Shuiqian could finish her thought, another thunderous sound erupted from the nearby woods. A grey sphere, nearly half a meter in diameter, hurtled forth with explosive force. It contained a terrifying surge of energy. Restless and volatile, akin to a high-energy bomb about to detonate. A blue-white wave surged forth, as a towering ice wall, over a meter thick, rose up to intercept the energy cannon. Boom! The cannon struck the ice barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A fearsome gust of wind swept through the trees, scattering green leaves, and the nearest towering trunks bent and broke, collapsing to the ground. The ice wall, too, bore the brunt of the assault, cracking and sending shards flying, while the chilling air caused the temperature to plummet, as if one were ensconced within a freezer. Ling Shui's sapphire-like eyes glanced coldly at her target. It was a grey frog, exceeding 1 meter in height, its body translucent and its tongue coiled, reminiscent of crystal. Beneath its smooth, clear skin, a flowing grey liquid could be seen, a manifestation of compressed, potent energy. The grey crystal giant frog, a sea-grade beast. Lin Shao, the rear is entrusted to you, she declared with an air of cool confidence, wielding her large cleaver, while dozens of ice blades coalesced in the air, and a long path of ice unfurled beneath her feet. Whooshed! Like a figure skating across the ice, the young woman shot forth, racing toward the beast. Observing the adept maneuverings of the ability users, Lin Zhao's lips curled downward. How infuriating! Those two must be reveling in their triumph, likely to the point of wanting to record the moment for posterity. Sigh. Lin Shao sighed inwardly, refraining from contesting their quarry. There was still a group atop the mountain that seemed to be stuck, not yet descended, and it would inevitably fall upon him to deal with them. Moreover, as he watched them employ their abilities, the black and white particles above began to stir restlessly once more, transmitting an array of negative emotions. Rejection, disgust, disdain, hostility, contempt. They surged and shifted chaotically, seemingly attempting to draw Lin Zhao's gaze back to his throne, away from the alluring distractions outside. Yet Lin Zhao would not yield. He would watch. He was determined to witness the compromise of the black and white particles in his domain until his powers awakened. Ling Shui was also an ability user. Qing Shuiqian stared blankly at the graceful figure of the girl as she vanished, her mouth agape in astonishment. Baishon scratched his head and inquired with a smile, "Senior, did your cohort lack ability users?" Qing Shuiqian shook her head slightly, responding with a hint of resignation. "Our chief is rumored to be an ability user, yet I have never witnessed him employ his powers, not even during the class ranking competitions. The disparity in strength between the second place and the chief is insurmountable. Even without abilities, he would triumph effortlessly." Indeed, the prowess of ability users far surpasses that of ordinary students, granting them a significant advantage in both power extraction and manifestation. Should we truly refrain from providing them assistance? Qing Shuiqian tightened her grip on the hammer's handle, her anxiety evident as she remarked, C-class aberrant beasts, in terms of physical strength and proficiency in power utilization, are vastly superior to D-class beasts. Ha ha ha. It seems that our presence might hinder them. Baishon pointed at the bandaged wound on his body, bursting into laughter. Moreover, they likely prefer to operate without interference. After all, they seldom encounter opponents against whom they can confidently unleash their abilities. Utilizing powers against humans differs greatly from employing them against aberrant beasts, the latter simply perish without restraint. Fear not, senior. Observing the lingering concern in her eyes, Baishon patted Lin Zhao's shoulder and gave a thumbs up. With my steadfast friend by our side, should any real trouble arise, he will undoubtedly intervene. Ahahaha. Qin Shui Qian lifted her gaze towards Lin Shao, who was intently fixated on the distant battle. She could not shake the feeling that within those moonlit eyes, a dark flame seemed to burn. Chapter 79. I crush them with utmost speed. General, are we truly going to unleash the third wave of aberrant beasts? A man clad in a military uniform, exuding an imposing presence, furrowed his brow as he intently scrutinized the screen before him. This display was a composite of surveillance footage captured by satellites and numerous drones, meticulously pieced together by AI technology. On the large screen, two young psychics were embroiled in a fierce struggle against a C-class aberrant beast, the situation precarious and indecisive, unable to yield a victor in the short term. The third wave consisted of 10 creatures, 9 D-class high-risk aberrant beasts and 1 C-class beast, with the two psychics currently embroiled in a desperate battle. The addition of the third wave could prove overwhelming for the students. The formidable man, Zhou Guoli, puffed out his chest adorned with medals and fixed his gaze upon the woman beside him. Military students represented the new blood of both the Army and the Hunter Association, with the top few geniuses poised to become the pillars of humanity's future. Such an order, which could lead to the premature demise of students, was simply unconscionable for him, even in the face of a general capable of effortlessly crushing him. Ha ha ha. Fear not, Xiao Zhou, you are far too serious. Lan Bao waved her hand dismissively. Unfazed by the insubordination of her subordinate, her face alight with a spirited smile. Everything is perfectly fine, I have ensured they retain some strength. However, Zhou Guoli's expression remained hesitant, his eyes darting back to the monitor as he expressed his concern. The first two psychics are already entangled. They lack the capacity to confront an additional C-class beast. No. Xiao Zhou, the third wave of aberrant beasts is not intended for the psychics. Lan Bao's lips curled into a grin, her expression brimming with wild enthusiasm. She extended her slender finger, pointing towards another section of the surveillance, where a handsome male student wielded a great sword. The third C-class beast, along with the 9 D-class high-risk beasts, are all intended for him to hone his skills. I wish for him to gain a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. The battle on both fronts intensified further. Zhuang Jianyu, shield in his left hand and sword in his right, was enveloped in a greyish aura of power. The two long swords danced in the air, shimmering with an arcane yellow glow as they sliced towards the lion aberrant beast. The lion, however, did not withstand the onslaught. It darted through the forest with lightning speed, agile and nimble. Only when it found itself unable to evade did it use its power to deflect the steel blades, retaliating with 4 energy claws launched from its paws. In response to the overwhelming power emitted by the beast, Zhuang Jianyu either evaded or wrapped his arm in energy, bracing himself against the oncoming assault with his shield. The lion attempted to close in for a melee, yet the two long swords consistently barred its path, the arcane yellow energy compelling it to treat the situation with the utmost seriousness. Even the formidable physique of a C-class beast could be grievously wounded without the need to expend energy on defense. Meanwhile, the situation for Ling Shui was equally tangled. A torrential downpour of fearsome ice spikes bombarded the aberrant beast. The grey crystal frog, however, boasted a staggering reserve of energy, its semi-transparent skin perpetually pulsed with thick power, protecting it from the low temperatures and the relentless barrage of ice spikes. Furthermore, the frog exhibited remarkable proficiency in wielding its energy, launching its long tongue to unleash a restless energy projectile that shot forth with explosive force. Lin Shao also noticed that when it leaped into the air, a layer of power plates materialized beneath its webbed limbs, forming a platform that facilitated a second jump. This was a proficient use of released power. His gaze shifted between the two opposing forces, and Lin Zhao's expression was one of intense focus. His companions displayed their extraordinary abilities with breathtaking flair. The flowing hues of deep yellow and blue-white scattered across the sky resembled a mysterious oil painting splashed with color, captivating him and uplifting his spirit. Yet, as he was drawn in by the radiant particles of power around him, the black and white particles above reached the peak of their tolerance. They ceased their agitation and began to congregate, starkly contrasting like soldiers readying for battle. Within the boundless void, the black and white began to outline a crescent-like arc, laying the framework for an impending throne. The atmosphere was filled with deep, guttural roars and shrieks as massive, oppressive figures drew near. How could this be? Qing Shuiqian's eyes widened in fear as she surveyed her surroundings, goosebumps rising on her skin. Sawtooth crocodiles, black vipers, blood-red goats, and giant grey wolves. All of these were D-class high-risk exotic beasts. Nearly 10 of them had emerged from who knows where, and by the time everyone realized, they were already ensnared in a deadly encirclement. With a piercing cry, the raptor's shrill call reverberated through the air, causing Qing Shuiqian to shudder. She abruptly looked up, fixating on the immense shadow in the sky. It was a colossal creature with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, soaring hundreds of meters above the ground. Its feathers glistening with an inky sheen, and its elongated, curved beak resembling a sickle, flowing with grey veins. In its emerald eyes flickered a blend of savagery and mockery, as if it were ready to relish a hunt of humanity. The black-winged golden eagle. That was a C-class exotic beast. Qing Shuiqian's face turned pale, her dry voice fraught with helplessness and despair. Oh dear, it seems we are truly in trouble. Baishan scratched his head, his usual smile replaced by a grave expression. Even he felt that their predicament was exceedingly dire. My dear friend, it appears I can only block one of them now. Turning his head, Baishan looked at Lin Shao, his pupils immediately constricting in alarm. Be careful. That was a shadowblade mantis, towering over 2 meters tall, its size far exceeding that of its kin. It had stealthily approached Lin Shao, its metallic side raised high. Not only Baishan, but Qing Shuiqian also noticed, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with terror. She was too stunned to utter a sound. Yet, the mantis's blade transformed into a streak of light, swiftly slicing towards the vulnerable neck of its prey. The man under attack remained obliviously engrossed in observing the distant power user, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. In the despairing gazes of Baishan and Qing Shuiqian, the strike connected with Lin Shao's neck. Crack! Something soared into the air. It was not the head of a human, but rather a massive, bent scythe. The shadowblade mantis stood frozen, its enormous compound eyes fixated on its severed forelimb, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before it. Lin Shao withdrew his gaze, dissipating the formidable flames that adorned his neck. He remained silent, slowly shifting his attention towards the exotic beast beside him. With a thunderous strike, his right fist swung forth. And without any reaction from the shadowblade mantis, its head exploded into fragments, scattering amidst the woodland. The air crackled with the emergence of grey flames, which erupted and dissipated. A man clad in a war robe of ashes stepped forth, his visage marked by fiery scars, gripping a nearly 2-meter-long greatsword enveloped in power. Lin Shao surveyed the surrounding beasts with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes icy and indifferent. He felt considerable annoyance towards these pests that dared to disrupt his ascension. Thus, he resolved to crush them with utmost expediency. Get down. Eh? Qing Shuiqian was momentarily startled by Lin Zhao's ashen demeanor, still in a daze. However, Baishan reacted swiftly, giving Lin Shao a thumbs up with his left hand while playfully pressing